This guy is a true god slayer. Right now, he is engaged in battle with a god of battle and rage. This god is certain he can crush him like an insect, but Chang Xian only laughs at him. He effortlessly blocks the god's most powerful strike. Then he cuts straight through the fist of the towering brute. Then he activates a blazing aura. The god of battle can hardly believe what he sees. Such overwhelming power radiates from him. Still, he continues fighting even though he knows his chances are slim. Suddenly, Chang Xian evades the attack and hits his back with both blades simultaneously. He then cuts the god of battle down in quick succession. His body falls into the water, but he is still alive. After all, killing a god is never easy. Chang Xian knows exactly how to end it. He finishes him with a single stomp. For him, it was far too easy. These gods are nothing but petty, corrupt beings. When the god's daughter learns what has happened, she hunts him down for revenge. She is even stronger than her father. It doesn't help her at all. Chang Xian defeats her just as effortlessly. She is just another among thousands. He has already eliminated countless beings to protect Earth from greedy gods. Chang Xian was once an ordinary man on Earth until he stepped through a portal to the planet Arcadia. There, he grew immensely powerful and began hunting gods one after another. But after killing millions, he was eventually captured and put on trial. The gods sentenced him to total annihilation. However, since he was human, he ended up in hell, the domain of the god Thanatos. Thanatos made him an offer: hunt down and kill the gods from Arcadia who had invaded Earth and were opening dungeons across the planet as part of their plan to conquer it. There is only one catch. He would need to start over in his original weak human body. As he wakes up lying on the grass, the system initiates regression, restoring memories of his past life and increasing all stats by 5 points. Just then, chaos erupts around him as a woman screams about a gate suddenly appearing out of nowhere, which makes no sense. Everyone nearby is panicking wildly, and he notices black eyes, black hair, and the Korean language. He feels a wave of relief. He is truly back. Standing up, he looks around and sees a crowd forming in the center. That is when he recalls something Thanatos once said. The place he would wake up might look like Earth, but it is not quite Earth. After all, linking another world without drawing attention from its gods is not easy. Chang Xian had asked where he would wake up, and Thanatos told him it would be inside a dungeon during a random break. Around him, people are crying and begging to leave, while others panic about having no network. A voice suddenly echoes, announcing 431 attendees and welcoming them to the instant dungeon, Rosewood Forest. But then the system detects a missing attendee, recalculates, and updates the count to 432. Right after that, it announces the first mission, with a difficulty level tailored to test the attendee's strength. The task is to defeat the monsters hidden in Rosewood Forest and reach the hill on the opposite side. The mission type is labeled Reclamation. Rosewood Forest is divided into 5 sections, each with different monsters and unique reclamation methods. To assist with the mission, all participants are granted access to the inventory, status window, and skill window, with instructions provided below. As the first section opens, a message wishes them good luck. All of a sudden, a girl shouts at Chang Xian as he rushes straight toward a dangerous area. Few people begin paying attention to him. They say he seems familiar and wonder whether he's a player, or perhaps even a tyrant. Meanwhile, Chang Xian breathes heavily, irritated that he's already winded. Wanting to check his body's current state, he tries opening the status window. The window refuses to appear. The system explains that only part of it has been updated, since the status window had once been accessed through administrator authority. Apparently, the others can't see Chang Xian's achievements or skills at all. Realizing the situation is a complete mess, Chang Xian starts wondering where the promised gift from the king of the underworld has gone. Last, the window refreshes and displays new information. Chang Xian's divine name, Twilight of the Gods, can no longer be used, and he has no title. At level 0, his stats are weak, strength 1, dexterity 3, stamina 2, and magic power 0. As for abilities, he has 2 authorities. The first is Soul Extortion at level 1, and the second is Executioner's Sword at level 1. Soul Extortion lets him store the souls of defeated enemies, then burn them with the flames of purgatory to extract karma. As a level 1 authority skill, it can heal wounds and strengthen the body. Because the king of the underworld rules over souls, this ability grants Chang Xian a small portion of that power. When he defeats monsters, he can extract their souls for bonus experience. Against groups of enemies, it helps reduce stamina loss and keeps injuries from building up. If he needs information, he can even call forth souls and force answers from them. Executioner's Sword allows Chang Xian to deliver divine punishment to those who violate a covenant. As the executioner, he may claim part of the offender's authority. Since authority represents divine power, Chang Xian understands that sealing gods with this sword could let him take their abilities. In theory, he could continue gathering authority without limit and eventually reach a godlike state. More than anything, he's simply relieved that he wasn't tricked. Chang Xian knows this must have been difficult even for the king of the underworld. That makes him think Thanatos must truly be sick of the gods from other worlds. Even so, Executioner's Sword is still difficult for him to use at the moment. In terms of raw power, It surpasses soul extortion, but its requirements are far stricter. The target has to be a criminal who has clearly violated the covenant. If the target qualifies and he fails to finish the judgment properly, Chang Xian will suffer the backlash himself. For now, he decides to keep the skill sealed until the right opportunity appears. At that moment, a black mamba senses him and closes in to strike. Carrying nothing but a beginner's rusted dagger, Chang Xian sets his mind on getting stronger as quickly as possible. With one sharp swing, he slices through the mamba in a clean strike. The monster falls from that single blow. The system rewards him by registering a low-grade dagger technique and raising his stats through leveling. From afar, the divine being known as Good Season for Hunting begins to notice this rising newcomer. Now fully motivated, Chang Xian is ready to become the kind of rookie even the gods can't ignore. To Chang Xian, dungeons are disasters for humanity, but also gateways to fresh opportunities. The same is true for gods and stars. These beings use dungeon missions to search for potential priests or clerics who can spread their teachings. From those candidates, they select apostles to act in their place. Countless humans have entered dungeons, hoping to obtain power from gods and stars. Many have fallen there, while the arrogant deities hardly cared, treating mortals as brief lives unworthy of real attention. Only a small number possess enough luck or talent to meet the harsh standards and be noticed. And now, the divine being called Good Season to Hunt has set her eyes on Chang Xian. To him, that feels like striking gold. Good Season to Hunt's true name is Pabulsag, a famous goddess of war who uses every kind of weapon simply for the thrill of the hunt. But the bigger jackpot is that her mother is none other than Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon. Still gripping his rusted dagger, Chang Xian can hardly believe someone of such high status is already watching him. He assumes his dagger technique must have drawn her interest. Now Pabulsag wants to see what kind of hunting skill he'll reveal next. The bold brat is more than willing to put on a show for her. As Chang Xian advances deeper into the forest, he realizes the front half is filled with toxic air, meaning the monsters there are poisoned as well. After weighing his choices, he decides to proceed with Plan C. Without warning, black snakes launch an ambush from behind. But Chang Xian is prepared and shifts into his snake hunting method. Using his rusted dagger, he springs into the air with a technique designed specifically for dealing with snakes. One swift strike is enough to bring down a black mamba. That earns him more experience points. With each slash, he gains levels, cutting through the swarm with sharper speed and cleaner precision. While he continues wiping them out, the system records how rapidly he's eliminating the black mambas that rule the front area of Rosewood Forest. His senses grow sharper, and his focus ability rises in level. Through all of this, the God Slayer in training becomes certain of one thing. The beings on those pillars were afraid because they sensed a mortal who might someday rise above them. At first, Chang Xian had no such intention. But if that possibility is what frightens those lowlifes, then he'll make it happen. Just like that, Thanatos' errand boy clears the area of black mambas, and his low-grade dagger technique reaches its highest level. As a result, the skill advances from low-grade to intermediate grade. Pabulsag, the divine being watching him, is amazed by Chang Xian's outstanding dagger techniques. Even so, Chang Xian thinks it's far too soon for anyone to be impressed. With his stamina now drained, Chang Xian falls into an exhausted state, and the system recommends that he move to a safe zone and rest. Instead, he activates soul extortion and stores the souls of every monster he has defeated. The flames of purgatory are triggered, allowing him to successfully gather the ashes left behind by the black mambas. His stamina is restored by 5%. The system confirms that he is no longer in a state of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Pabulsag, the so-called guardian of the hunting season, remains unable to properly assess Chang Xian's abilities, leaving her genuinely confused. The training Godslayer has no idea that his arrival was backed by the blessing of the king of the underworld, while she is also curious about what potential this novice will reveal after his first awakening. Beyond her strong curiosity, Chang Xian understands that Pabulsag cannot directly interfere with someone as uncertain as him due to causality rules, and no rational being would risk breaking them just to inspect a rookie's data, something he himself doesn't particularly care about. He keeps clearing out the black mambas while advancing forward. He continues moving steadily. He remains confident that the underworld's protection system is reliable, otherwise his status window would have already been exposed. After eliminating the final black mamba, he receives an achievement for hunting 444 targets, gaining a 5-point boost in strength and low-grade resistance to poison. After that, Chang Xian opens his status window. He reviews his steadily rising level, stats, and skills, now enhanced with magic power, allowing him to begin using abilities, while also earning the title Black Mamba Slaughterer at level 6 and obtaining intermediate dagger mastery. Additionally, the system informs him that a certain god has taken interest in him. He smirks slightly, realizing Pabolsag's curiosity about him has only intensified. After dealing with the black mambas, he begins to wonder whether red mambas or even blood mambas will appear next. Having already gained low-grade poison tolerance, he feels the path forward will be somewhat easier. He is also convinced that the blood mambas function as boss-type monsters commanding the others. Normally, it would be insane for a beginner below level 10 to target such creatures, but Changxian intends to face it alone. He sees this as an opportunity to draw the attention of other gods as well. Moreover, the blood mamba's venomous fang offers a shortcut toward full poison immunity. After all, the defeat of the Twilight of the Gods was not only due to being outnumbered, but also because of weakening curses and poison. Even so, Changxian feels a surge of disgust toward Gaia's curse, knowing he will need that poisonous fang if he hopes to overcome it. Suddenly, his dagger breaks apart as the system reports that the beginner rusted dagger has reached its durability limit. Even so, he is impressed it managed to last this long. Out of nowhere, a sword crashes down and pierces the ground right in front of him. Taken by surprise, he immediately recognizes the blade engraved with dragon scale patterns as a weapon originating from Tiamat. It turns out Pabolsag has thrown this item down as part of a wager. If he proves to be useless and fails to meet expectations, she will personally kill him. The divine being Pabolsag has now clearly made a bet. Failure means his death at her hands. This makes things far more intriguing for the novice godslayer, who understands from the start that failure equals death, and he knows how higher beings treat others like entertainment. That is exactly why he harbors deep disdain toward gods and celestial beings. Still, the situation is beginning to tilt in his favor, and he believes careful planning can bring him significant gains. Furthermore, Tiamat's dagger could become a major asset if he manages to obtain it. Having accepted the wager, Changxian prepares to move forward. The system notes that Pabolsag is laughing loudly, clearly entertained by his bold attitude, which triggers a new quest called Hunter's Certification. Everyone is instructed to gather together. Some begin whispering, wondering if he is trying to act like their leader. A man steps forward, presenting his ID as Second Lieutenant Park Hazen, a C-rank player from the Awakened Force under the Military Defense Support Command. He states that this is an emergency operation, and that everyone must follow his instructions from this point onward. Some people feel relieved knowing there is at least one experienced player among them inside the dungeon. Others remain worried about the man who ran into the forest as soon as the mission began. They assume he may have been overconfident, attempting a reckless move to get rich quickly. A man in gray remarks that the guy probably has more wealth than anyone present. When asked about his identity, it is revealed that he is the tyrant and leader of the ST band. Everything suddenly clicks for the group as they recognize his familiar face. Despite his poor reputation, his looks earned him countless advertisements, and he was born into wealth. Still, it makes little sense for someone like him to be here, and the gray man adds that the former pro-gamer reportedly fell into alcoholism after retirement, though no one knows what truly followed. He even suggests the man may have attempted suicide out of sheer exhaustion from life. Another person snaps at him, telling him to stop talking and questioning whether he is still drunk. Suddenly, the system issues an announcement. All black mambas inside the dungeon have been eliminated. The group is stunned, still gathered in the safe zone, while all monsters appear to have been wiped out. Then Park Hazen notices that the white worms, blue crows, and even red mambas are being eliminated at an extremely rapid pace. At that moment, the system declares that player Changxian is on a rampage. Everyone is shocked to realize it is him who is single-handedly going berserk. Meanwhile, Changxian calmly absorbs the souls of the monsters he has defeated. Due to stagnation in divine growth, Pabolsag's interest escalates, triggering the Hunter Certification quest as she actively searches for apostles and priests to strengthen faith in her name, while observing promising novices. Since most talented individuals are already under other patrons, Pabolsag has limited options. While monitoring newcomers, she notices Changxian and is drawn to his strong hunting instincts. At this point, she seriously considers him as a potential apostle candidate. However, he must first be tested, and his current task is to defeat the blood mamba within 24 hours using the temporary dagger she provided. There are two possible outcomes. Failure means death, while success grants him the evil dragon's fang and eligibility for apostle selection. At this moment, Changxian begins to realize that Pabolsag's early interest in him is not casual, as her situation must be urgent. He even starts suspecting it may relate to the recent great clash between Tiamat and Bel Marduk. Tiamat is known as the primordial evil dragon and mother of the good season to hunt, while Bel Marduk is Taurus, the strongest of the 12 zodiacs. Changxian realizes this situation may offer far more benefits than he first expected. Besides, the evil dragon's snaggletooth is clearly no ordinary weapon. Apparently, Tiamat pulled out one of her own teeth for her child and shaped it into a sacred dagger with a will of its own. Its true powers are still sealed because the conditions haven't been met, and since it's only borrowed, Changxian can't fully claim it yet. Even so, Changxian is already looking beyond that. With bigger ambitions in mind, he proposes adding another wager. Bulsag tilts her head, her curiosity clearly sparked. He boldly sets a new challenge, saying he'll defeat the bloody mamba within 30 minutes for her amusement. In return, however, he demands a greater reward. Bulsag breaks into a wide smile, obviously entertained by his nerve. She accepts his proposal without hesitation. Even so, she warns him that failure will lead to a very unpleasant end. Changxian thanks her, then immediately rushes forward. But a white worm suddenly blocks his path. He jumps high to avoid it, then cuts through its body with one clean strike. In an instant, he levels up and receives 3 additional strength points. Blue Crow suddenly dives in from behind, aiming to attack him. He responds instantly, driving his blade through its head and finishing it with one strike. The result is another level up and 2 more stamina points. At the same moment, the system announces that his wager with Pabulsag has spread rapidly throughout the heavens. Several gods have begun watching his actions with doubt. Others, however, observe with interest, curious about the instincts he shows in battle. Changxian is pleased with how things are unfolding. After all, the more attention he draws, the better it is for him. At that moment, he finally stands before the bloody mamba. He knows perfectly well that this is his chance to raise the stakes even further. Meanwhile, Pabulsag is visibly shaken by the sudden arrival of divine spectators and firmly warns them that Changxian has already been claimed by her. At the same time, Mr. Doom seems eager to secure a powerful god from this chaotic scene as Changxian keeps gaining levels. And just like that, Changxian finally reaches level 10. He leaves the novice stage behind at an astonishing speed. As a reward for his fast growth, every stat rises by 5 points, and a hidden class becomes available. In his past life, he followed the path of a spearman. This time, however, he knows a normal class won't be enough. A Dragon King or King of Darkness class would be perfect, though reaching that is far from easy. Still, if this is the path ahead, becoming a berserker might not be a bad choice. He understands that berserkers offer overwhelming attack power, but they risk losing their reason. Even so, he believes that weakness can be managed with the right precautions. To complete this reckless bet, Changxian decides he will choose the Berserker class. After all, the Bloody Mamba is a monster that even level 20 players find difficult to defeat. Just then, the system displays the class choices available to him: Swordsman, Spearman, and Martial Artist. There is also Child of Dragon and Wanderer of the Darkness. And finally, Runekeeper. Even seeing the list is enough to feel overwhelming. The situation worsens when he notices Berserker isn't listed at all. With only 6 minutes left to decide, the pressure quickly mounts. While Changxian hides behind a tree, he stares at the bloody mamba in complete confusion. He began the bet with good season to hunt, expecting Berserker to appear, yet the class never showed up among the choices. With time running out, the divine being demands to know how he intends to finish the wager. On top of that, 3 interested gods are watching closely to see what he selects. Since Berserker is nowhere to be found, Changxian has no choice but to select Runekeeper. Although drawing runes sounds extremely troublesome, its raw destructive power actually surpasses Berserker. It can also make up for his weakness in close-range combat. The moment he chooses Runekeeper as his main class, his dexterity and magic power each rise by 5 points. 2 new stats, Intelligence and Will, are also unlocked. The system grants him 2 class skills as well: lowest grade rune production and rune engraving. Pabulsag is clearly shocked by his surprising choice, while an unnamed god bursts into laughter, amused by Changxian's daring decision. Changxian pays no attention to them and focuses on checking the rune production skill. The skill creates rune letters, and as its level rises, success improves while production time decreases. Rune engraving allows those runes to be applied to targets, eventually progressing from objects to living beings through an effect called Magic Grant. At that moment, Changxian realizes this is exactly what he needs, with 4 minutes still remaining. Without wasting any time, he invests 30 spare stat points into Intelligence, and he places another 25 points into Will. At that instant, the bloody mamba detects his presence. It immediately lunges forward, trying to swallow him whole. Changxian is briefly caught off guard. He dodges skillfully as rune production activates, and thanks to his enhanced stats, the success rate rises even higher. As he springs through the air and swings his blade at the bloody mamba, he can't help thinking that the skill his grandfather forced him to learn is proving invaluable at the exact moment he needs it most. Then the low-grade rune engraving skill activates as Changxian writes on his dagger with the bloody mamba's blood, causing the rune of explosion to awaken and become engraved. Pabulsag immediately realizes what he is planning and bursts into laughter. Once the process is complete, Changxian's snaggletooth dagger bursts into flames. Abulsig wonders how a complete beginner could possibly know rune letters. Even more surprising, he hasn't failed a single rune production or engraving attempt yet. It is all thanks to his sharp concentration and unshakable willpower. Because of that, his skill level increases. As a bonus, the rune of explosion becomes 5 times stronger for 1 full minute. With his magic power depleted, hunger begins to overtake him. Even so, with only 3 minutes remaining, Chang Xian rushes toward the bloody mamba. To him, that amount of time is more than enough. Meanwhile, inside the safe zone, everyone realizes Chang Xian is causing chaos as non-stop explosions thunder from deep within the forest. Heesun points out that the latest blast sounded louder than the others, making him and several people nearby uneasy. Suddenly, a system window appears, announcing that Chang Xian has begun a boss raid against the bloody mamba. Everyone is shocked, unable to believe he reached the boss so quickly. The gray-haired man angrily insists that Lunatic is trying to drag them all into danger. He says Chang Xian acted the same way in matches, always pulling reckless moves and doing whatever he pleased. He urges Hasten to put a stop to him. He claims they'll all be finished if things continue like this. However, Hijin firmly orders everyone to stay where they are. He warns them that even the slightest change in formation could cost them their lives. The man begins to tremble, clearly shaken by fear. Meanwhile, Heisen quietly thinks that if his guess is right, Chang Xian's critical hit triggered a skill effect that goes beyond common sense. Whatever is happening out there has already far exceeded anything they expected. Elsewhere, Chang Xian is completely absorbed in his fight against the bloody mamba, moving with wild intensity as he launches himself upward to finish the enormous snake. Soon after, the system announces that Chang Xian has completed the quest to hunt the first boss monster, the bloody mamba. With that, he successfully clears the first part required for the dungeon mission, Reclamation. The temporary rankings now begin to be calculated. The young man has earned 5,000 points, placing him first by a single point ahead of Park Haitian in second. No one has reached third place yet, and rewards will be given according to achievements and rankings. As he takes it all in, Chang Xian feels as though he may be watching the rise of a new member of the Ten Kings. Then something bizarre happens as everyone suddenly sees the bloody mamba coming toward them. Their faces go pale as the huge snake crashes into the safe zone. Cries of panic break out everywhere. Then they realize the creature is already lifeless. As it turns out, Chang Xian was the one who threw it there. The second lieutenant is left speechless, trying to understand the look in this powerful figure's eyes. Chang Xian scans the crowd and recognizes them as players. He casually states that he has dealt with the boss monster. Then, without hesitation, he tells them to clean up the remaining small enemies. More precisely, he orders them to do it. Hazen, still stunned, thinks about offering Chang Xian a place to rest, but the young man quickly senses the atmosphere and refuses, saying he'll find a place himself since everyone is obviously uncomfortable around him. After he leaves, murmurs spread through the group. Some wonder if he is the tyrant, while others say he seemed more like a demon. Even so, they realize that if he truly were the tyrant, none of them would still be standing. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man stands apart from the others, silently grinding his teeth in anger. Chang Xian hears the whispers and catches fragments about the others, thinking he is some kind of demon. He doesn't consider that reaction particularly strange. For the moment, the players receive a 1-hour break before the dungeon's second section opens. Away from the others, Chang Xian carves the rune of obstruction into a damaged tree, creates a barrier around both him and the bloody mamba's remains. This action raises his skill level, and low-grade rune creation reaches its maximum level, unlocking a higher tier skill. Deciding to sort through his rewards first, he checks the system message. 2 rewards appear based on his achievements, 1 for spoils and 1 for ranking. In addition, 3 more rewards from the Hunter's certification quest are still waiting. The achievement reward is confirmed automatically, while the spoil reward lets him choose between skills, effects, items, or achievement points. Since his level is still low, choosing spoils now feels wasteful, and he believes the evil dragon's snaggletooth is enough for the time being. Chang Xian chooses achievement points as his spoil reward. He immediately gains 10,000 karma. For the ranking reward, he selects achievement points again and receives another 5,000 karma, raising his total to 15,000. He believes the human world and the divine realm share one rule: those with wealth hold the advantage, so he needs to be prepared when the shop opens later. Afterward, he reviews his current stats. Now titled the Black Mamba Slaughterer, he is level 15 as a rune keeper. His stats have grown, his skills have improved, his poison tolerance has reached level 5, and he still holds Soul Extortion and Executioner's Sword. With several gods watching him, he also gains 50 extra stat points. Chang Xian is certain that defeating the bloody mamba alone was well worth the effort. After winning the bet, the evil dragon's snaggletooth officially becomes his, serving as the first of 3 rewards. Meanwhile, Pabulsig watches him with growing desire, and several gods begin showing genuine interest in him, with even some stars amused by his actions. A red window appears, showing Pebblesag openly warning every other god not to touch what belongs to her unless they are ready to face a dragon's wrath. Afterward, the divine being confidently asks Chang Xian what he wants as his extra reward from their wager. For his second prize, the draconic treasury opens, revealing items such as the Anidasan gold bar, heavenly chalice, and omnipotent stone. The sheer variety catches Chang Xian off guard, making him wonder if this overwhelming selection is exactly what makes the draconic treasury so special. Pebblesag tells him with confidence to name his desire, claiming no treasure would be too great to satisfy him. Her words leave the other gods stunned. Some stars even begin eyeing the treasury itself with interest. Even so, Chang Xian remains wary, knowing that accepting a reward from here might place him under Pebblesag's control. Few moments later, the list vanishes as the time limit expires. Pebblesag is left puzzled, unable to figure out what this strange man is trying to do. Several gods start wondering what hidden intention he might have. Since he made no choice, the final reward is converted into achievement points, giving him 1 million karma. Chang Xian knows that letting the reward system accumulate like this will be extremely valuable later, and that is exactly how he plans to use it. Meanwhile, Pebblesag wears a clearly displeased expression. She asks Chang Xian to formally accept his position as her apostle candidate, but this arrogant newcomer makes it clear he wants more than a title. He seeks real experience and never planned to remain just a candidate. His karma now totals 15,000. In other words, he has clearly won big by betting against the gods. Suddenly, Pebblesag erupts in anger, accusing him of insulting her and warning that he will regret it. Even so, he couldn't care less. He sees no reason to pretend to be weak. Some gods are already enjoying the scene like entertainment, while others grow curious. Seeing that Chang Xian isn't satisfied with merely being an apostle candidate, even those who dismissed him before begin watching with interest. As several system windows appear around him, Chang Xian realizes that after proving his unique worth, many of these divine beings will naturally gather around him. The lad also assumes that if the conflict with Bel Marduk is real, Tiamat's side will certainly need more capable people. Meanwhile, Chang Xian puts on a foolish expression just as Pebblesag turns away, glaring at him with burning eyes. He's satisfied that everything is moving exactly according to plan, and now he's ready to enter the next stage. With his personal dagger in hand, he prepares to begin. On top of that, nothing from the bloody mamba goes to waste. He gathers its blood, 5 tendons, 2 eyes, and more, while several gods observe closely, wondering what he'll do next. His daring rejection of Pebblesag and the ambition he displayed have already spread throughout the heavens. Because of that, even more gods begin connecting to Dungeon Channel KR9721, though the exact viewer count is impossible to know. Meanwhile, back inside the safe zone, the gray-haired guy wonders whether he can really make it as a player. After watching some drunkard pull it off, the redhead thinks the man must be out of his mind. But Gray believes this place exists for people to awaken their talents, so he's certain he can do the same. The lad even asks someone to keep watching him. Suddenly, the divine being called the owl that pierces through the twilight shows interest in the talent of the player Chung Jie. His friend is utterly shocked to see a god notice him when he hasn't even taken the awakening test yet. At that moment, the system announces that an administrator has appeared. A rabbit-like creature drops down from the sky. The creature introduces himself as Harold, administrator of the KR channel, and cheerfully greets everyone as the bunny man in charge. He welcomes them all with a bright, friendly smile. Then, without warning, he bursts into laughter while spinning a golden clock in his hand as if it were a toy. The players stare at him in confusion, unsure why such a strange creature has suddenly appeared. Harold remains cheerful as he admits he may have accidentally interrupted their break. Noticing their curiosity, he explains that something unusual is about to happen, asks everyone to be understanding. Eason is stunned, unable to make sense of what is happening. Harold then explains that although the Administrator Bureau follows a non-interference policy and grants a high level of freedom, they generally try not to meddle in anyone's affairs. However, he drops a shocking announcement. The transmission rates in this dungeon channel have risen so sharply that upper management is becoming extremely irritated. With an apologetic tone, he announces that the difficulty will now be adjusted. Everyone is struck with fear. Harold then destroys the safe zone. He declares that it no longer exists. From this point on, the difficulty will depend on the achievements gained so far. On top of that, the monster's aggression, attack power, and defense will all be increased. The entire crowd starts yelling at Harold for ruining the dungeon experience. Heezen realizes this is just like before. They are filtering people again, leaving only the strong to survive, and the thought fills him with anger. This brings back a memory of Hasten remembering how he was the last one. He alone remained standing while everyone else had fallen around him. Back then, the gods and stars had sent an administrator to raise the difficulty, all to identify exceptional novices who might become promising apostles. Now he wonders whether he has to watch people fall all over again, simply because some god sees potential in Chang Xian. Harold has not only taken away their break, but also removed the safe zone, while giving the monsters far more freedom. The system orders players to survive the attacks of hungry predators, form parties of up to 10, and earn rewards based on contribution. To clear Stage 2, they must hunt monsters, collect orbs of fire, and gather 99 crystals, leaving the players stunned by a trial they've never heard of. Harold then casually announces that a monster wave will arrive in 5 seconds. At that moment, he notices Park Hasten and calls him out. Recognizing him as the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den, Harold reveals that the Administrator Bureau has been watching him closely and says there is no way they wouldn't know who he is. He then ends with a chilling prayer, wishing for his safety. After 5 seconds, the second stage begins as monsters pour into the place that used to be the safe zone, proving it is no longer safe at all. While most players stand frozen in terror at the sight of the frightening wolves, Changjae charges forward. He sees this as his chance to rise above everyone else. Divine owl-like being that pierces the twilight bestows its blessing upon him. Meanwhile, Chang Xian calmly endures the venomous bite of the black mamba, satisfied that his poison resistance is steadily improving, until the second stage suddenly begins. Various gods observe Chang Xian closely, placing wagers on whether he will survive. In that moment, Chang Xian immediately understands this is the filtering phase. He realizes it has started earlier than expected, likely triggered by his bet, with Pabulsag drawing too much attention. His progress is now attracting a massive influx of watching gods, creating heavy interference. After reviewing his stats, he is clearly unsettled by how low his stamina remains. He briefly considers taking a rest, but it is already obvious that things are no longer in his control. At that moment, he notices a fire lizard nearby. He quickly deduces that the first stage focused on organic poison types, which means this stage is likely centered around fire-based poison. Chang Xian wonders if future rounds will involve ice poison, metal poison, or even corpse-type poison. Something strange like that appears possible. The fire lizard keeps pace with him. As Chang Xian begins absorbing the surrounding fire energy, he tightens his grip on his dagger, preparing to finish it. Battle then erupts as he commits fully against the blazing creature. In one swift motion, Mr. Doom tears through the serpent's body using the evil dragon fang dagger, cleanly cutting the fire lizard in two. With the creature defeated, Chang Xian secures the victory. However, he quickly realizes that hunting these creatures in groups would be dangerous, as their endurance far exceeds the black mambas. Soon after, he discovers a fire orb. Without hesitation, he consumes it. After absorbing the orb, Chang Xian gains low-grade fire resistance and collects 20,000 units of fire energy. He even ends up exhaling flames like a circus performer. Feeling the urge to consume more orbs, he also realizes a second requirement is needed to achieve full poison immunity. The 8 trigrams urn begins absorbing heat energy. Now that he has secured the embers he needs, he moves aggressively, heading deeper and attacking more fire lizards. Poison immunity is one of the unique abilities of Antares, Chang Xian's old rival among the 12 zodiacs. It grants Antares resistance to all poisons, along with the terrifying ability to generate blood-based toxins. Even when Chang Xian had enough power to fight him evenly, he eventually fell to Gaia's curse. That curse severely weakened his divine authority, leading to his defeat. Still, despite everything, Chang Xian somehow drew the attention of Thanatos, ruler of the underworld, through an unexpected twist of fate. Because of that encounter, Chang Xian began learning fragments of the Fallen Star's secret arts. Thanatos also allowed him to study as many forbidden techniques as possible here. These arts are undeniably powerful enough to defeat most of the 12 zodiacs, making them extremely valuable to Chang Xian. Thanatos also explained that the Fallen Stars were once judged as criminals and cast into the underworld, and many still harbor deep grudges against the zodiacs. The group known as the 10 Elders each passed down their teachings to Chang Xian. Among them, the very first offered a shortcut toward achieving poison immunity. That first elder, a fallen star who lost his daughter to Antares, shared his knowledge with Chang Xian purely out of hatred and a desire for revenge. Meanwhile, Chang Xian is busy stuffing fire orbs into his mouth. He exhales flames like a bizarre circus act. Still, he knows the fire energy is not enough to ignite the 8 trigrams urn. He resolves to seek stronger sources and devour orbs from even more resilient creatures. On the other side, Changjae is fired up, determined to keep pace with Chang Xian. Without hesitation, he rushes forward recklessly, taking down a fire lizard on his own. He is so determined that he wants to leave the so-called tyrant behind. Then the results appear. Chang Xian sits firmly at the top with 7,500 points. Changjae is second with 565, and Hyson trails with 150. Changjae is shocked, convinced Chang Xian must be using some kind of cheat or shortcut to be so far ahead. At that moment, the divine being whispers that taking shortcuts is perfectly fine. Encouraged by this, Changjae becomes desperate and begs for more power to advance faster. Fortunately, the divine being is more than willing to grant assistance. Meanwhile, Hyzen remains standing while most others are already collapsed. Out of breath, he thinks this world only favors the truly gifted. Hyzen looks around and sees how exhausted everyone is after 3 days of nonstop monster waves, while jealousy rises as two players surge far ahead. Suddenly, Changjae shouts that he has unlocked a new skill, that the gods have answered his prayers, and that survival may now be possible. However, the gray-haired man is certain that if this continues, especially with something like the queen of the mountain nearby, everyone will die. Changjae mutters that he is not even human, referring to Chang Xion. At that moment, Chang Xion cleanly strikes down a mountain deer and casually swallows another fire orb without hesitation. Just as he is leaving the cave, something immediately draws his attention. A girl is being chased by a red-eyed bear, screaming as if she is moments away from danger. Chang Xion steps in and brings the bear down with a clean strike, saving her in the nick of time. Calmly, he asks if she is all right and reminds her they entered the dungeon together, so there is no reason to fear him. Then he bluntly asks where the others are. Tearfully, she admits that all of her friends have died. She explains they were abandoned by someone named Changjae, describing how he deceived them. She says he lured them in with promises of sharing a goddess power and marked their hands with an owl symbol. That is enough for Chang Xion to confirm it was a serious scam and likely the work of a demon, not a divine being. He instantly recognizes the owl seal she describes as not the true mark of the Twilight Piercer. He explains that anyone bearing that fake mark has their vitality and soul taken upon death, with energy going to the host and the soul consumed by the demon. In other words, Changjae has likely grown stronger by feeding on them. Even so, Chang Xion feels the mark is too advanced to be the work of a low-tier demon. He suspects it is the doing of a greater demon, possibly even one above a demon king in rank. Still, he is confident it will not be a major threat to him. Meanwhile, the girl keeps following him closely, repeatedly asking for help without stopping. He is clearly irritated by her constant presence. He states flatly that saving her from the bear should have been enough already, but she insists she will do anything cleaning, cooking, or training if it helps her grow stronger. Chang Xion notices the determination in her eyes and realizes she is set on avenging her friends. He even offers her favorite chocolate in exchange for his help, which confuses him, but he decides to test her resolve anyway. First, he moves in to modify the mark. On the other hand, Changjae begins to feel power surging through him again. The system announces that the cursed player Shin Jingwon has died, and through the mark contract, Changjae absorbs his remaining vitality. Then Kim Mina also dies, and her vitality flows into him as well. He can feel his strength rising rapidly. The divine being appears pleased with how much his family has expanded. As Changjae appears half-possessed, his companion tries to check on him, but he quickly steps back. He also bears the same owl symbol on his hand. It gives off a disturbing aura, clearly limiting their actions. He senses something is wrong with Changjae, but cannot even speak freely about it. Meanwhile, Changjae shouts at the others for being too slow, even though they insist they have already found what he asked for. The red-haired man grits his teeth, realizing they have all become his slaves. It feels like a moving prison, with everyone chained to him. Energized by what he found, Changjae declares the start of the boss raid. He is eager to drag Chang Xion down in revenge for what happened to him. Meanwhile, the divine being watches his growing rage with quiet interest. On the other side, the girl curiously asks what is happening. The system announces that an unknown number of users are now connected to the dungeon channel. Many gods are also observing the dungeon clears with intense interest. Amid all this, the girl carefully dodges small tornado-like gusts as if her life depends on it. Suddenly, he activates the skill Gale Sprint. The zombies are instantly drawn toward her. The rune of captivation successfully charms the rotten zombies and shattered ghouls. In an instant, Chang Xion moves in and takes down all the decaying monsters. Casually tells her she has a real talent for running away. He then engraves the rune of captivation onto her, ensuring monsters focus on her presence. After that, he instructs her to sprint through the enemies and not worry about what happens behind her. In the present, Chang Xion wipes out the remaining zombies and casually asks the girl if that was the last wave. A small girl suddenly appears behind him, proudly saying she lured every monster within a 300-meter radius as requested. She confirms that all preparations are complete and functioning properly. He tells her to retreat as far as possible, warning that she will not be able to handle what is coming next. He also finds her complete trust in him slightly overwhelming. He knows that if everything goes according to plan, the outcome will likely be traumatic, because standing before him now is the final boss of poison. A massive decaying plague spider crawls into view. making the situation far more serious. The girl's face turns pale as she sees the monster behind him, but Chang Xian is already fully focused. His eyes glow golden as he prepares to face the giant spider alone. A swarm of demonic undead with red glowing eyes and twisted forms cries out in agony, their bodies radiating dark rage. Nearby, a colossal spider-like creature roars, its body covered with clinging undead. Chang Xian moves forward with a calm, steady focus. As the snake that encircles the world grants him a temporary skill enhancement, his snake eyes transform into viper eyes. This gives him the accuracy of a hunting serpent. Now at level 1, the active skill improves his ability to detect weak points and heightens his senses. Chang Xian suspects the divine being is testing him by handing over these advantages without demanding anything in return. Determined to show what he can do, he fixes his aim on the spider's leg. His low-grade poison resistance activates automatically. It even levels up moments later, while the fire energy inside his body burns away the poison. For completing the route of fire extinguishing, after gathering 666 orbs of fire, he gains a stronger fire attribute and receives 5 extra stamina points. Chang Xian moves swiftly, cutting toward his target with sharp and controlled force. During the fight, he thinks about needing something flammable to strengthen the flames inside the 8 trigrams urn. He knows venom is one of the best things to burn. His thoughts quickly run through several kinds of venom. In the end, he decides the plague spider's venom glands would make the most suitable fuel. Chang Xian rushes at the spider, aiming for the spot near its heart. As he drives his blade in, he realizes just how durable the monster truly is. Around him, undead figures with glowing red eyes appear. They fling acid at him from every direction, forcing him to keep moving. Under that pressure, he realizes the levels he gained over just 3 days still are not enough. He admits this trial is far too harsh for someone just starting out, so he chooses to fall back and starts leaving the area. Not far away, a light-haired man in a blue jacket pants heavily, frozen in disbelief at the sight of countless demonic bodies scattered around him. Chang Xian briefly crosses his mind, but he shakes the thought away, convinced there is no way Chang Xian could have caused all this alone. Suddenly, the system announces that a major achievement is underway. In the dungeon rankings, Chang Xian leads with 29th and 550 points. Chang Jie is second with 1,230, and Park Haezong sits third with 550. The man in the blue jacket can only stare in stunned silence. Then the system sends another warning, saying the divine being will not forgive him if he continues disgracing his name as the chosen representative. It declares that this is his final warning. Truly frightened and close to panic, he senses that something is deeply wrong. No ordinary person could grow that quickly. Then a dark thought forms, pushing him to seek the goddess's recognition by any means. At that moment, the system rings again, announcing that player Chang Xian is currently fighting the decomposing plague spider. The light-haired man in the blue jacket becomes furious after hearing the update and starts thinking about taking Chang Xian down. Meanwhile, Chang Xian is sprinting away from the spider as system informs him that the decomposing plague spider has entered a highly agitated state while he keeps moving. Chang Xian remembers his talk with the little girl, who said she had gathered every monster within a 300-meter range. She told him all preparations were complete and asked whether there was anything else he wanted her to do. Just then, the spider steps into the trap. Relief spreads through Chang Xian when he sees that his plan has worked. The rune of explosion activates. Flames begin to engulf the decomposing plague spider. A blazing blast erupts around it. The divine being known as the snake that encircles the world bursts into laughter at the terrifying trap Chang Xian prepared. Immediately after that, the rune of penetration activates. The deity laughs even louder at the miserable spider caught so perfectly in the setup. As a reward for completing the task called Rat That Is in Poison, Chang Xian receives 5 intelligence points and a low-grade trap setup skill. He grabs the rope and begins climbing out. Chang Xian thinks to himself that these traps are only the beginning of what he intends to create. The spider begins losing a tremendous amount of blood. As Chang Xian holds onto the rope, he thinks. He tells himself this thing truly is the final boss, considering how badly it is bleeding. Suddenly the rope snaps. Chang Xian is thrown off guard when he notices the spider trying to escape. He shouts that he will not let it get away. Then he launches himself after it. Meanwhile, another man arrives with a group behind him. He is shocked to see Chang Xian fighting the monstrous spider head-on. Recognizing how dangerous the scene is, he decides not to step in for now. He thinks they would all be finished if they tried to interfere at this moment. Instead, he waits for the ideal opening, hoping Chang Xian and the spider will exhaust each other first. With a crooked grin on his face, the man in the blue jacket plans to use the ordinary people nearby as pawns, thinking he can drive them toward Chang Xian and wear him down even more. He also understands that Chang Xian avoids harming innocent people, which makes the scheme much easier. He even considers using someone as leverage, just to make sure he gains the upper hand, but he suddenly freezes upon seeing the little girl he believed had already died. Shock floods him as he questions whether Chang Xian was the one who saved her. Meanwhile, the wide-eyed girl watches Jusai's battle in awe, completely unaware of the danger creeping closer. The man in the blue jacket grows even more distorted in his thoughts, now considering the girl as an easy target that would simplify everything. Meanwhile, Chang Xian rushes through the battlefield, cutting down swarms of undead with glowing red eyes. He jumps onto the spider and drives his blade deep into it. The system registers it as a critical hit and takes notice. His attacks are now enhanced with the law of increase. The system confirms that Chang Xian has completely destroyed the plague spider's remaining health with overwhelming critical strikes. After officially defeating it, he holds a piece of the creature with a sense of triumph. Chang Xian bites into it. He then spits out the acidic fluid like a pressurized stream. The system informs him that he has leveled up to level 20. It also confirms he has reclaimed the 5th section, the final area required to complete the dungeon mission. As the final results are tallied, the system announces the dungeon rankings out of 100,000 points. Chang Xian takes first place with 97,450. Chang Jae comes second with 2,000, and Park Haezong finishes third with 550. The Administrative Bureau promises bonus achievement points for Chang Xian's extraordinary performance, while numerous gods express strong interest in claiming him. The system also issues a warning that the dungeon will soon begin closing. The divine being known as the serpent coiled around the world scoffs at the gods and stars rushing to claim Chang Xian, reminding him that it was the first to take interest. Meanwhile, the man in the blue jacket sees Chang Xian sitting down and assumes he is too exhausted to stand. Believing this is his opportunity, he attempts to blend into the crowd. Then he orders his group to attack Chang Xian. But to his shock, Chang Xian suddenly bursts out laughing. At that moment, the system chimes again, noting that even the divine being has begun laughing, sensing something highly entertaining is about to unfold. The system announces that player Chang Jae and those around him have fallen into a trap, leaving the man in the blue jacket and his group stunned and confused about what just happened. With a faint, sinister smile, Chang Xian calmly declares that it is over for them. Group with Chang Jae rushes forward, determined to kill Chang Xian. But Chang Xian stands firm, locking his gaze on them. Then he moves with shocking speed. His blade flashes as it cuts through everyone in his path, leaving all witnesses stunned by the precision and speed of his strikes. A quest notification appears: escape the ambush. The divine being observes everything with sharp curiosity. As Chang Xian cuts through the chaos, he focuses on Chang Jae, who is frozen in fear. He still manages to block one attack and narrowly avoids the next. Terrified and overwhelmed, Chang Jae screams for help, ordering others to stop Chang Xian, though his voice trembles with fear. Park watches the chaos unfold from a distance. He scoffs, thinking Chang Jae is nothing more than a toy of the gods, a puppet for entertainment, while Chang Xian has clearly been the true focus all along. Those being struck down by Chang Xian beg Chang Jae for help, but Park still sees him as nothing more than a decorative piece in Chang Xian's brutal tutorial. Suddenly, the system announces the death of the cursed player Wu Jianwoon. According to the Stigma contract, his life force should have transferred to Chang Jae, but the transfer fails. Chang Jae stares in terror, unable to understand what is happening. Meanwhile, Chang Xian closes in at terrifying speed. His blade cuts through the air. Chang Jae desperately raises his sword, but Chang Xian drives his weapon straight into Chang Jae's hand. Blood spills as Chang Jae lets out a scream. Chang Jae screams in agony. He suddenly freezes in shock as he watches the cursed player's life force. Instead of flowing into him, it flows into Chang Xian. Confused and horrified, Chang Jae cannot believe his eyes. At the same time, Chang Xian calmly tilts his head, trying to recall who Chang Jae is. Chang Jae's eyes flare with rage. He shouts that he was removed from the team because of Chang Xian. Pretending to be surprised, Chang Xian smiles lightly and says he remembers now. Chang Jae was the one who complained about being kicked out and ended up humiliating himself in front of everyone. Smirking, Chang Xian casually remarks that Chang Jae still hasn't changed at all. Enraged, Chang Jae breaks into tears and screams that he is different now, insisting a goddess is backing him as he rushes toward Chang Xian in fury. The system coldly declares that the divine being looks down on him, seeing nothing more than a worthless and pitiful servant. Chang Jae collapses into denial, crying uncontrollably. He even wonders if he was only ever a side character in someone else's story. Meanwhile, the system informs Chang Xian that he has failed the sudden escape quest from the ambush. Unfazed, Chang Xian calmly unsheathes his sword. Chang Jae trembles violently, screaming and crying as panic fully takes hold. He recalls the day Chang Xian won the trophy and stood as the champion, and he realizes bitterly that envy drove him to follow Chang Xian in the first place, cursing both himself and Chang Xian with every breath. He never notices the blade already cutting through his neck. With that strike, the cursed player Cheng Jie is judged and dies. According to the Stigma contract, Cheng Jie's remaining life force begins transferring to its designated host. The surrounding people stare in shock as a surge of raw energy erupts from his body. That energy flows directly into Chang Xian. The system announces that full absorption of the transferred energy will require some time. During this process, Chang Xian recalls carving a stigma onto a young girl's arm using a dagger made from a monster's bone, turning her into another energy host like Cheng Jie. Back then, he warned her that absorbing too much power at once could kill her, so he added a rune of guidance beside it to stabilize the flow. The divine being known as the serpent that coils around the world advises Chang Xian to proceed carefully. It reminds him that this energy differs from what he is used to, urging restraint and noting that sometimes it is wiser to reject certain power depending on the situation. The serpent god is impressed by how Chang Xian manipulated the stigma system. It praises his use of a low-tier rune as an exceptionally clever conduit. Meanwhile, Chang Xian grimaces in distaste, thinking the power feels unpleasant, like cheap liquor disguised as century-aged spirit. Still, the divine being is pleased that the tutorial is unfolding exactly as intended. Chang Xian comes to realize that everything happening is part of a larger trial. The system then announces that a divine being is selecting a reward for Chang Xian in recognition of his entertaining performance. It adds that the reward will be revealed in 5 seconds. At the same time, the life force of nearby individuals begins to drain away. They start screaming in panic, desperately calling for help. Choice appears before Chang Xian, yes or no. Park quickly understands what is unfolding as he watches. He recalls that if Chang Xian had failed to meet expectations or seemed uninteresting, he would have been eliminated without hesitation. Park meets Chang Xian's eyes and feels only emptiness within them. He assumes Chang Xian has already decided to take the surrounding life forces without hesitation. To him, refusing a divine reward makes no sense, especially since Chang Xian shows no hesitation at all. Unexpectedly, Chang Xian selects no, stopping the countdown instantly. The system reacts in confusion, noting the divine being had offered magical power as a reward and suggesting human life can be a useful source of energy. Chang Xian simply replies that he does not trust beings who hide their names. The system reports the divine being's confusion, followed by laughter once it realizes his identity remains concealed. It then announces that the divine being has revealed his name. The great demon who pursues the abyss appears, staring at Chang Xian with a sly grin. Chang Xian freezes, stunned as he realizes the identity is Mephistopheles. Realization strikes him he has made a serious mistake. The system adds that the divine being asks if he knows who he truly is, and Chang Xian quickly denies it, claiming he was only surprised by the title, Great Demon. Mephistopheles is among the most powerful demons in existence, feared even among great demons. His strength is so immense that even Tiamat requires extensive preparation to confront him, and he rarely appears due to his preference for isolation. The great demon who pursues the abyss senses Chang Xian's partial dishonesty, but does not seem bothered by it. Chang Xian begins questioning why Mephistopheles has appeared here, trying to uncover the purpose behind it all. The system informs him that the great demon is now asking about his desire. Another message appears. Pabolsag is fiercely opposing the great demon and warning him not to target Chang Xian. Realizing she is still present, Chang Xian smiles with relief, feeling reassured that she is watching over him like a guardian, as he genuinely has no idea what to do next. The system announces that the paused dungeon closure will now resume and instructs everyone to prepare. Countdown begins from 10. At that moment, the little girl suddenly shouts, "A juicy stop," and Chang Xian turns around. The system confirms that the target of the rune of captivation has been successfully enthralled. She yells at him to give her his contact information. Without saying a word, Chang Xian drops the monster bone dagger. He tells her that if she takes the dagger to the address written on its back, she will be able to remove the stigma. He admits he is not skilled with stigmas, but promises they will meet again if fate allows it. As the countdown reaches 2, he tells her to stay safe while she cries out for him not to leave, and the timer reaches 1. A blinding light floods the area. The system announces that the dungeon has been completely destroyed. It concludes by praising all participants for their performance. The young girl slowly opens her eyes. She sees people gathered around her, whispering that there were survivors and that it wasn't an outbreak after all. Confusion rises as they question how the dungeon mission ended with only one player involved, and someone quickly suggests contacting headquarters. The girl looks around until her eyes finally find her parents. The instant they are reunited, they hold each other tightly, crying with overwhelming relief and joy that she made it through. Yet even amid all the relieved tears, a quiet sadness remains because a Juicy is nowhere to be found. With a heavy heart, the little girl grips the knife he left in her hands. Far away from the commotion, Chang Xian stands beneath the night sky, silently gazing at the moon. Divine being called the snake that wraps around the world softly says that while a fierce life can be exciting, there is also beauty in spending a quiet night beneath peaceful skies. At the same time, the system informs Chang Xian that the great demon who chases after the abyss is still waiting for his reply. Chang Xian thinks to himself that although things didn't go exactly as planned, he has finally returned. The system reports that the divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is openly showing hostility toward the gods interested in Chang Xian. Meanwhile, the divine being called the snake that wraps around the world laughs loudly, while flicking its tongue, clearly amused by everything happening. The great devil that chases after the abyss pays no attention to the tension, and simply keeps waiting for Chang Xian's answer. Good Season to Hunt continues pressing Chang Xian to focus on what she is saying, all while the great devil watches him in quiet expectation. Chang Xian thinks that at first, attracting 2 or 3 gods would have been enough. But after finishing the tutorial so perfectly, an unusual number of divine beings are now drawn to him, perhaps more than anyone has ever received before. Then the system announces that a scenario quest called Protection God Choice has been created. It explains the Protection Star system, where a player chooses one divine being as their protection god to receive blessings and powers. However, the system warns that the choice is permanent and will remain until the player's life ends. Divine being called Good Season to Hunt shows strong interest and confidently claims she is the best option, promising Chang Xian extraordinary hunting and dagger skills, along with the position known as First Arrow. The snake that wraps around the world insists that it suits Chang Xian's nature best, calling him cunning and hungry for power while offering him the role of wise enlightened. Meanwhile, the great devil that chases after the abyss says nothing and continues waiting for his response. It offers him the mysterious and formidable role of final observer. Chang Xian quietly observes the situation, thinking that the strongest candidates are Pabolsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. He decides there is no reason to seriously consider the others, since they lack the same fame and influence. After 4 minutes pass, he suddenly remembers another god who had shown him great favor, the owl that pierces the dusk. Chang Xian then remembers that this divine being is the true owner of Minerva, the name Mephistopheles had falsely claimed as his own. Chang Xian grows curious when he notices that the divine being who always fights for justice has taken interest in him. He assumes it happened when he resisted the seal's temptation and saved others, and he feels relieved as the scale, once leaning toward evil, begins to balance, with righteousness at 40% and evil at 60%. The divine being's Good Season to Hunt, owl that pierces the dusk, the great devil that chases after the abyss, and the snake that wraps around the world all wait eagerly for Chang Xian's answer. 9 gods watch anxiously, waiting to see who he will choose as his protection star. The system warns him that without a protection star, he will receive no blessings or powers and may fall behind players of the same level. It urges him to decide quickly, but Chang Xian remains silent. In the end, the system announces that his time has expired, and he has chosen no one. Chang Xian earns an achievement called an Enchanting Man for rejecting every offer from the gods. The divine beings who had shown interest in him become hostile, disgusted by what they see as his endless greed. The system then reports that Chang Xian's fame has risen, and the achievement grants him 100,000 karma. As he looks up at the World Player Council for Freedom Association building, he thinks this may be even harder than surviving the dungeon. The organization operates under the UN Safety Management Bureau and was created decades ago to manage the dungeons and gates that suddenly appeared, changing Earth's ecosystem completely. At times, it holds enormous authority, even acting beyond national borders with investigative powers, especially when dealing with the association's upper ranks. Chayayun, a third-class agent of the association, shouts at the weirdo about something she saw on her phone. He replies while working at his computer, saying it was probably caused by the reporters who kept taking pictures of them. The weirdo reads several articles on his screen. One says the Jamsel break, which drew attention for 5 days, has finally ended. Others quote staff downplaying the issue, question whether the broken dungeon should be left alone, and report experts blaming the association's show of force for increasing public anxiety. Che Yayun tells the weirdo that she has been suffering nonstop for the past 5 days as the person in charge at the scene, leaving him stunned. After seeing the articles, she says she evacuated residents, built a barrier with the police and military, and even forced executives to secure emergency aid from nearby countries. Then she asks him what problem he has with that. The weirdo simply points to the article at the very bottom. It reads, "Who is Ellen Vale?" and he tells her to look at it. Chayayan wonders where the information leaked from, but when the weirdo reminds her that it is a no-smoking area, she snaps. She tells him to read the room and threatens to shut him up herself. The weirdo only shrugs and offers a half-hearted apology, clearly unconcerned. She reminds him that she ordered him to block every outside contact, and he answers that doing so was easier said than done. again. Even so, he is relieved the press is treating it like ordinary tabloid gossip and ignoring L. After all, a newly appeared rookie closed a 2-star dungeon alone and then disappeared without a trace, leaving the weirdo in disbelief. Chaeyan wonders whether that citizen might have something demonic about him. She thinks they must find him before the clans do, but grows tense because even after all their efforts, they still have no lead, not even a single trace on the surveillance cameras. Just then, a boy suddenly shouts that he has found him. Chaeyan is shocked and immediately asks where he is. The boy answers casually that he is at home. At that moment, Changxian steps inside and says he is back, while his dog becomes excited at the sight of him. Changxian catches the scent of something incredibly delicious. He walks into the kitchen, where his mother is cooking. She asks if he has eaten, and he answers that he has not. His mother is startled by how awful he looks. Meanwhile, Changxian can only think about kimchi soup, its scent reaching him for the first time in 100 years. The aroma feels so comforting it nearly overwhelms him, even though he once disliked kimchi jjigae. Changxian gently picks up Kakosuna and tells him to stop licking him, noting that it still feels good to see him again. His mother mentions that the kimchi stew is almost ready and suggests he take a bath while she prepares the table. Hugging Kakosuna tightly, Changxian feels a rare sense of happiness, thinking that after 100 years, he is finally home again. The kimchi stew is ready and placed on the table. The entire family, including Changxian, gathers for the meal. As they sit down quietly to eat, he reflects that this is exactly why he once avoided forming attachments. His father, sister, and brother prepare to head out. He thinks about how his father's side runs a major conglomerate, with a hospital legacy from his dad's inheritance, while his mother's family comes from respected scholars in law and diplomacy. His mother asks if the siblings will be late again, and his older brother says he may return late due to an evening surgery. Changxian reflects that his brother followed their father into medicine, while his sister pursued music and won multiple awards. His sister leaves shortly after, saying she is unsure when she will return due to a countryside performance. Changxian quietly compares himself to his siblings. He recalls how competitive he has always been since childhood, yet obsessed with games and often treated as an outsider. Even after returning home looking worn and exhausted, no one seems particularly concerned. He realizes they are simply clinging to old memories, which is why the house no longer feels like home. As he eats the kimchi stew, he wonders if it has always tasted this good. Suddenly, his father raises his voice, scolding him for staying silent. His mother tries to calm the situation, but his father tells her not to interfere. His father angrily reminds him that his mother fainted when the Jamsil gate opened, that the family searched desperately for him, and that his brother contacted every hospital in Seoul while his sister even cancelled her overseas trip to find him. He is clearly disappointed, saying Changxian returned after days away only to quietly sit and eat as if nothing happened. He says it enrages him to see him acting so calmly and eating without remorse. He adds that even animals behave better, and tells him to leave the house if he will continue causing trouble for the family. His mother gently defends him, suggesting he may already feel guilty, and asks him to speak, reminding him how worried his father truly was. Still furious, his father stands up and storms out of the house. He slams the door behind him. His mother comforts Changxian, telling him not to take his father's words too seriously, as he only speaks harshly when angry. Changxian notices the wrinkles on her face more clearly than before. In that moment, he realizes just how neglectful he has been. He understands that he has always waited for his family to worry about him, without ever taking the first step to reach out. His mother gently tells him to rest in his room, and his apology catches her completely off guard. She is visibly surprised by his words. Changxian then tells her he will be more careful from now on. Returning to his room, he notices several empty bottles scattered around. He gathers them and throws them away, shocked by the mess he had been living in, and decides to start cleaning his room properly. Meanwhile, a strange man and Chaeyan are in a car, and he is shocked by the luxury model she is driving, knowing only about 100 exist in the country. He cannot believe she owns it or how she could afford it on a modest income, and she casually explains she has been taking many contract jobs. The man questions whether those jobs are even legal, while Chaeyan eagerly waits for El to arrive. Meanwhile, Changxian lies down after cleaning his room and exhales deeply. The system informs him that a divine being called Good Season to Hunt is interested in him and offers to help improve his hunting skills. Another divine being, the serpent that wraps around the world, suggests that rest is important. Changxian finds it strange that even divine beings are paying attention to him. He recalls his family's worried faces, and decides he must change, no longer an alcoholic. and finally take responsibility as an adult. He realizes that if he becomes a proper player, his family may slowly open their hearts to him again. This new beginning feels better than expected, giving him the motivation to move forward with his second plan sooner than planned. As he settles in, Chang Xion thinks about the monarch he must deal with in the mundane world and wonders if that figure will appear here as well. Someone mentions that the ruler of this world is undoubtedly him. Confused, Chang Xion asks who that person is. The voice replies that he knows him well, calling him the tiger trapped in hardship. Chang Xion gives a dark smile, thinking of one of his greatest enemies, the same man who was present during his divine punishment trial. He still remembers how that man laughed loudly in front of him, though confronting him will not be easy. He is cunning and ruthless like a tiger, quick-minded, and supported by a large group of loyal followers. Chang Xion checks his phone and sees that the White Tiger clan will recruit new players in 1 month. He realizes that as gates open, gods and stars are appearing on Earth, and new factions blessed by them are rapidly rising. He understands that the Void Monarch is the patron deity of the White Tiger clan and thinks the name is poorly chosen. The followers are even called White Tigers, simply because of his own identity. The clan is massive and ranked first in Korea, and Chang Xion knows he cannot start a war yet, so he decides to dismantle the enemy step by step without being noticed. Needing to complete his preparations within a month, Chang Xion heads to a park near the Han River and tells his mother not to worry, saying he will return early. The driver asks if he is sure about the destination, noting it is quite remote. After arriving, Chang Xion decides it is perfect: no people, no animals, no distractions for what he plans to attempt. His stomach suddenly starts acting up, likely because he ate too much kimchi stew after being starved for so long. Considers dealing with it the way he used to in the dungeons, but then decides to use a normal restroom instead, realizing it has literally been 100 years. Feeling refreshed, he continues moving forward. He sprints away and arrives in a more isolated area. He cuts his palm with a knife and pauses briefly. He then writes on a tree using his own blood. The system informs him that the rune of stealth has been activated. He removes his clothes and stores them safely, knowing he will need them again later. Then opens his inventory. The system displays his items: 13 bone spears carved from firework mountain goat ribs, and 21 small shields crafted from crushed fire salamander skulls. It also shows a venomous fang from a bloody mamba, 9 burned toenails from a firework tiger, and an ice-poisoned beak from an ice kite, along with 2 stingers from a burrowing scorpion and a poisonous gland from a plague spider. All the items are suspended in a water-like storage space. He takes the plague spider's poisonous gland and consumes it. He remembers a discussion among cloaked figures who said venom works best as a catalyst for igniting massive flames. Another explained that the pure fire energy within Chang Xion's body suppresses poison and destroys evil, acting as a cleansing flame. The old man said any harmful foreign substance entering his body would be instantly detected and burned away, growing stronger with the threat level. Chang Xion believes only then can the fire fully become the flame of the 8 trigrams urn. The old man also explained that when the 8 trigrams urn's fire burns, it incinerates all impurities inside the body, fully purifying it. With sufficient fire energy built up, Chang Xion begins the process starting from his heart. The system reports that the bloody mamba's venom fang has reached his heart, and the poison is spreading rapidly. It warns that his low-grade poison resistance is active but insufficient, urging immediate removal and detoxification. However, the system suddenly updates, stating he has fully absorbed the fang and discovered a hidden component. Chang Xion successfully acquires the snake venom gene, allowing him to produce a small amount of bloody mamba poison himself. The system grants him 50,000 karma points, but warns that his condition is critical. It also reports that the firework tiger's burned toenail has entered his liver and intestines. The divine being, good season to hunt, is alarmed and confused, unable to understand what Chang Xion is doing and wondering if anything can help him survive. Meanwhile, the divine being known as the serpent that wraps around the world is both shocked and impressed that he uncovered a hidden fragment, watching with great curiosity. The divine being known as the great demon of the abyss waits for a response, while the owl that pierces the twilight cheers him on. The system reports that the burrowing scorpion stinger has entered his spleen, placing him near death. It also states that the plague spider's poison gland has spread into his lungs, revealing another hidden fragment. All 5 major organs are now filled with venom, and the 5 different poisons are violently clashing inside his body. Chang Xion's poison condition rapidly worsens, becoming far more severe. His low-grade poison resistance activates, but it has no real effect. The system warns him to undergo treatment immediately or risk death if it continues, but Chang Xion refuses. It urges him again to detox right away, warning that prolonged poisoning could lead to permanent disabilities. It reports that all bodily functions have been completely paralyzed, and it announces that mana has begun flowing into the dormant flame within Chang Xian. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire erupts from his mouth. The system confirms that the fire has awakened and is now raging uncontrollably. It adds that he has discovered a hidden component that further amplifies the flame's power. The system congratulates him on awakening the legendary sacred fire, the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. It confirms he can now wield it. As the flames burn, his body begins to heal and regenerate. The poison inside him is purged completely, clearing all impurities. His blood vessels, energy channels and meridians open, and even his mana organs regenerate, forming a fire-based mana furnace. He completes the achievement Phoenix that rose from the ashes, gaining +15 to all stats, continuous purification, immunity to 10 poisons, and a new skill called Blood Poison. With a sly smile, Chang Xian thinks he has finally become immune to 10 types of poison. He opens the system window. His profile appears. Divine name Twilight of the Gods currently unavailable. Nickname Natural Enemy of Snakes. Affiliation Underworld. Patron None. Class Runekeeper level 20. Leveled 50. Dexterity 40.4. Stamina 45. Magic Power 30.9. Intelligence 47. Will 45.1. Skills include Intermediate Dagger Technique level 7. Low Rune Production level 2. Rune Engraving level 1. Viper Eye level 2. Low Trap Deployment level 6. And Blood Poison level 1. He also has effects such as 8 trigrams earn fire level 1 and immunity to 10 poisons level 1. His authorities are Soul Extortion level 1 and Executioner's Sword level 1. His body is rapidly evolving due to new traits, and total bonus stats reach 75. Chang Xian decides that his next priority is acquiring proper weapons. At that moment, the weirdo and Chai Yayun arrive at his location. Zheng Quan casually remarks that the association truly lives up to its reputation for being slow, which irritates Chai Yayun. Before she can respond, Seo adds that they still arrived earlier than expected. Chai Yayun is surprised to see Wu Yongin, head of HR from the Sword of Wisdom clan also known as Black Shamshir, standing there with Zheng Quan, leader of the White Tiger raid team, known as Saber-Toothed Tiger. Chai Yayun quietly regrets her own carelessness. Meanwhile, in the Shoemaker's Alley of the Sun Tzu district, Chang Xian casually eats sugar-coated cheese corn dogs, thinking there is no comparison between restoring mana and refueling through food. From what he has learned, Twilight of the Gods is known as the King of Weapons. He recalls someone telling him that upon returning, he would need a wide range of weapons and therefore a blacksmith capable of meeting those demands. Chang Xian once wondered if such a person even existed. The man confidently assured him that one definitely did. While wandering in search of the place, the same man asks if he needs help and tells him to come find him. Chang Xian replies that he is looking for Ayezi. The man responds that the place has been closed for over 5 years. Chang Xian looks closely at the padlock. He thinks it truly seems to have stayed shut for 5 full years, but then he notices the scent of divine fire, meaning someone inside the market is using a fairly impressive brazier. The divine being called Good Season to Hunt suddenly perks up, clearly thrilled by the smell of fine steel drifting from within. Without a moment of hesitation, Chang Xian breaks the padlock open, and he lifts the market shutter, revealing an enormous collection of weapons inside. The divine being is delighted, almost vibrating with joy at the rich scent of high-grade metal. She says the place is incredible, and that no location could be more fitting to call heaven. She gazes around with bright, excited eyes, clearly captivated by the weapons everywhere. She even wrinkles her nose in sheer happiness. Overflowing with excitement, she suddenly shouts at Chang Xian, scolding him for looking at that strange weapon instead of admiring the excellent ones around him. She tells him to put those odd weapons aside and pay attention to the truly valuable ones. Chang Xian continues holding and examining the unusual weapons. Then a blind man appears with his dog and asks who he is. Meanwhile, at Chang Xian's place, Zheng Jia's mother serves fruit to the guests. Everyone is impressed by the elegant presence she carries. Yayan thinks rookie values have become unbelievably inflated these days. Zheng Quan, meanwhile, wonders if it really makes sense for matters to escalate from team leaders all the way to department heads. To Chai Yayun, it feels strange, since people like them would not appear personally to recruit a rookie, unless that rookie was truly exceptional. Chai Yayun finds it odd that the White Tiger clan's representative, from Korea's strongest combat clan, is raiding team leader Zheng Quan, a man who wears a fake mustache, simply because he believes powerful warriors should have one. She also recalls how the 5-star Sword clan, once only an affiliate of the major 5-star group, rose into a powerful clan in a short time. Their HR head Wu Yongin is also Wu Heiben's uncle, one of the recent gate incident survivors. Chai Yayun begins wondering whether all this attention is truly for a so-called super rookie, and she senses that something about Chang Xian is different. He is only one person after all. Even so, they seem determined that if they cannot recruit him, no one else should either. She looks at Seo Zheng Quan and half-jokingly says he must be very busy, then asks why he came. Seojung Kwan replies that if he stayed away, people would think he was just free-riding. He asks whether Cha Yayun is the one meddling in their affairs, but she fires back that they interfered first and even took their information. The two begin arguing, with Seojung Kwan accusing her of abusing government power. She immediately denies it and counters that he is obstructing official government work. Amid the argument, Chang Seon's mother calmly asks whether they have come to recruit her son. They confirm it and begin introducing their clans and associations. Chang Seon's mother listens quietly, then says she has heard what they both have to say. She tells them the choice belongs to her youngest son, so they should ask him directly rather than speaking to her. He then politely asks whether it is true her son spent several days in the Jamsil dungeon and requests that they explain exactly what he did there. Meanwhile, Chang Seon sits with the blind man and says he wants to have weapons made. Blind man scoffs, asking how Chang Seon could believe he can do that, especially in his current condition. Good Season to Hunt agrees with the blind man, saying he is right, and that the weapons there were clearly not made by Chang Seon. The divine being called the snake that wraps around the world scolds her for being too loud and tells her to be quiet. As the blind man leaves with his dog Wilson, he says that if Chang Seon came only to mock him, then he has done enough, since the blacksmith shop has been closed for a long time. However, Chang Seon points out that despite his words, the brazier is still warm and has clearly been used recently. Calluses on the man's right hand also look fresh. That observation seems to touch a sensitive spot. Chang Seon then tells him not to let his loyal companion, the one who serves as his eyes, go hungry just because times are difficult. He offers the blind man 10,000 won for each completed request and another 50,000 won if everything is finished, regardless of quality. If the craftsmanship exceeds his expectations, Chang Seon promises an additional bonus. He asks the man for his account number. Then he transfers 10,000 won into his WWE bank account. The blind man checks his phone and confirms the deposit. Chang Seon tells him it is a down payment, not an advance, and asks whether the amount is enough. The blind man tells him to send 5,000 won more, because he needs to pay his overdue rent. Chang Seon sends the additional 5,000 won to his WWE bank account. Then he tells the man to start calling him boss. The blind man says Chang Seon is the promisee, but Chang Seon corrects him, saying he is the promiser. He adds that once the man accepts his money, he will work only for him. The blind man repeats the order, listing 5 large axes, 1 small hand axe, 4 kinds of swords, and a shield. When he asks if that is all, Chang Seon adds a bow and arrows, then mentions he may request armor later. Chang Seon then deposits 100,000 won into W Bank, but the blind man refuses and says he cannot accept the job. Chang Seon explains the money is only for materials and asks if more is needed, firmly warning him not to claim he cannot do it because breaking the contract means paying back triple. Hearing that, the blind man becomes truly furious and disgusted, throwing several insults at him. Chang Seon hears those insults clearly. The blind man then asks how Chang Seon can trust him so much when they have only just met. Chang Seon calmly agrees and says that he too is someone at a disadvantage and living with a disability. Still, he adds that the man does not need to question the person making the request, since his role is to fulfill it. The blind man will make the items, and Chang Seon will pay for them. The blind man accepts the request, but complains that making everything will be difficult because time is short. He also explains that he has not worked with iron in a long while, so relearning the process and crafting such complex items will take time. Then the blind man brings up the most serious issue. He needs a special hammer to operate the brazier, but it is currently missing. Chang Seon asks whether it was stolen or if something else is going on. The blind man explains that his senior brother took it. He used to be their father's disciple, but after the father passed away, he joined a major clan and carried off the hammer left behind. Chang Seon looks disappointed and asks which clan the senior brother joined. The blind man answers that the clan is called Hyoff. Chang Seon appears completely unfamiliar with it. The blind man is surprised he has never heard of Hyoff, since they are among the top 10 clans. Chang Seon immediately asks where they are so he can retrieve the hammer himself. The blind man warns him that the place is extremely dangerous. Chang Seon simply shrugs it off, saying it won't be an issue. He even adds that he'll eliminate them all, so there are no witnesses left. The blind man agrees, feeling as though he is being drawn deeper into Chang Seon's strange and overwhelming presence. He tells him the location: a tomb in Seoul, Jungnanggu, Manhwa Mountain. Chang Seon heads there while thinking to himself. He concludes there is only one reason Hyoff recruited his senior disciple Jin Dawan to open the grave. They have long been trying to clear a dungeon shaped like a tomb. Chang Seon suspects they brought Jin Dawan in to unlock the final sealed chamber of the tomb, likely a locked or specially designed entrance. Believing it to be a hidden zone, Chang Seon thinks they needed Jin Dawan because they couldn't access it themselves. He also assumes something valuable must be buried there. At 8:40 in the evening, he checks checks the time and pauses. He texts his mother to say he will be eating dinner outside. He then searches online about the Hyof clan and discovers they are suspected of involvement in a long list of criminal activities. Chang Seon feels disgusted after reading it and thinks it would not be a bad idea to wipe them out completely. The divine being known as the owl that pierces through the twilight is pleased with his sense of justice and grants him the unbending spirit. This blessing includes effects such as mental immunity and an iron will. However, Chang Seon feels it is a misunderstanding and thinks a more practical reward would have been better, like enhanced vision or a divine blade or dagger. The divine being's good season to hunt and the snake that wraps around the world grow excited about the upcoming battle. Chang Seon equips the laughing Haho mask to conceal his identity. It functions as both gear and protection, offering a defense rating of roughly 50 to 70. He also equips daggers from ice kite feathers, not because he wants a quick kill, but because he prefers the fight not end too easily. As he advances, he drives the daggers into their heads, instantly freezing them in place. Even so, Chang Seon believes scum like them should suffer a little more before dying. Chang Seon activates his blood poison skill. It transforms into ice poison and spreads through the targets. He realizes he probably should not have used it so early, since the ice-enhanced blood poison is far stronger than expected. As he advances, he curses them to die painfully. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world is deeply impressed by his method and grows even more excited for what comes next. Chang Seon enters the dungeon, known as Besla's Tome. He gains visibility by wearing the laughing Haho mask. He assumes the blind man must have placed the brazier near the boss room, so forging keys would be easier. Honestly, Chang Seon would not mind claiming rewards there as well. The system announces that the dungeon mission has begun, titled Rob the Grave. The mission is to defeat the guardian of Besla's Tome and steal the treasures hidden in the final chamber, where the tome's owner rests. The system explains that the tome is divided into 3 sections. Each section is filled with traps and mechanisms designed to stop grave robbers. The divine being good season to hunt becomes even more excited, clearly anticipating what is about to happen. Chang Seon steps forward, then suddenly stops, turns around, and says, "Come out." Good season to hunt looks confused. He says there is no one there, but Chang Seon keeps insisting that whoever is hiding should reveal themselves. He warns that if they do not come out, he will hand the matter over to the next administrator. At that moment, Harold, the dungeon administrator, appears and calls Chang Seon an impatient player, telling him to calm down. Harold greets Chang Seon cheerfully and introduces herself casually. Good season to hunt stiffens in shock, not expecting such an entity to appear here. Harold teasingly calls her rude and points out that everyone already knows she is here. This clearly hits a nerve as she glares at the other observing gods, visibly shaken. Meanwhile, the snake that wraps around the world sighs, wondering how a clueless god ended up in such a situation. The great demon that chases after the abyss silently watches Harold, while the owl that pierces through the twilight tries to calm the flustered good season to hunt. She reluctantly admits that Harold's stealth is impressive, saying it takes real skill to hide even from a god's perception. Chang Seon, already tired of the back and forth, cuts in and tells everyone to end the pointless conversation. He turns to Harold and asks whether she has been following him just to prepare her report. Harold is briefly surprised that Chang Seon knows about the report. She is shocked that a so-called novice understands the Administration Bureau's evaluation system, which records everything about targets of divine interest. She quickly regains her composure, praises his insight, and begins noting it in her report on the spot, admitting he is far more knowledgeable than most novices, or even many rankers. Chang Seon simply keeps staring at her without uttering a single word. The report is overflowing with details about how he has become the most discussed figure in the entire heavenly realm, drawing increasing attention and obsession from the gods. Pressure from the Administrator Bureau is intensifying, while Harold, who secretly attempted to track Chang Seon, ends up being discovered. Chang Seon fully grasps the importance of that report. Harold has already finished nearly half of his evaluation, yet the possibility of another administrator taking over the recording rights puts him into a quiet panic. He understands perfectly that no one else will allow something this valuable to be taken without resistance. Staying composed, Chang Seon calmly informs him that he may retain the rights. But there is a condition. He requests a favor. Harold agrees only if it stays within security duties, and when Chang Seon says the details will come later, it leaves him uneasy. Chang Seon quickly reassures him, saying it will not be troublesome and that everything will be explained before they leave the dungeon. Harold agrees, though he realistically has little choice, and reminds Chang Seon not to exceed his authority. Chang Seon tells him not to worry and finalizes the arrangement without hesitation. They establish a mana covenant, a binding magical contract where breaking it results in losing mana's blessing and the ability to use magic entirely. Harold is shocked that Chang Seon even knows about the covenant, a highly obscure concept, usually known only to veteran rankers. A chill runs down his spine as he starts questioning whether Chang Xian is truly a beginner. Chang Xian walks away casually, while Harold, still unsettled, quickly follows after him. The divine serpent that coils around the world is genuinely impressed, realizing someone has managed to be even more cunning than itself. Meanwhile, High-Off Department head Chang Xian Jiasung is seething with anger after yet another failure related to the key. He vents his rage on the surrounding staff, who stand frozen in fear, bracing for punishment. In a surge of fury, he orders them to bring Jin Dawan immediately. Two men drag Jin Dawan in as he pleads desperately for mercy the entire way. Jiasung coldly asks whether they have failed once again. Jin Dawan, disciple of Aizi and the one who stole the hammer, begs for forgiveness and even requests more blood if that is what it takes. Jiasung answers by brutally kicking him in the face. Enraged, he roars that he gave Jin Dawan everything, including sacred fire offerings, yet all he has delivered is failure. He shouts that there is no reason to keep someone like him alive, even if killing him carries consequences. Jin Dawan tries to explain that the sacred fire has already been used for the new brazier and begs for more time and blood. But Jiasung is completely beyond reason now, furious and disgusted with himself for ever trusting someone so useless. Jiasung asks whether Jin Dawan truly only needs more blood. Jin Dawan admits he has completed 2 of the 3 stages, but failed due to exhaustion of blood and strength, insisting that more blood is all he requires to succeed. Jiasung agrees to provide it, but warns that if he fails again, he will destroy him and his entire family. Jin Dawan gratefully thanks him. Afterward, Jiasung goes to inspect the items, shouting for everyone to hurry and bring everything in. Suddenly, the system updates, announcing new data upload and a full ranking refresh, catching him completely off guard. The dungeon rankings appear. Jin Dawan is first with 150,000 points, Go-sung Won is second with 145 on 495, and Chang Xian Jae-sung is third with 109,500. Then unexpectedly, Chang Xian appears as a new entry at rank 57, leaving Jiasung completely stunned. Meanwhile, Harold quickly writes in his report that Chang Xian is an extremely unique player, attracting attention from countless gods and constellations, including good season to hunt. He also records that Chang Xian's combat style in the dungeon is entirely unlike anyone else's and impossible to ignore. After witnessing his speed firsthand, Harold is astonished, noting that Chang Xian clears 2 of the 3 sections in under 30 minutes each and even cuts through a massive metal sphere. He also deflects arrows coming from all directions as though he has already memorized every trap's timing and position. With years of administrative experience, Harold recognizes his razor-sharp instincts and flawless traits, clearly marking him as a gifted individual. He even believes Chang Xian may be capable of clearing Dungeon KR921. He concludes that the struggle among gods and constellations to claim Chang Xian as their apostle will only intensify, as his potential is truly extraordinary, especially now that 12 constellations from the 28 mansions have already taken notice of him. Watching him, Harold is reminded of someone from long ago. He realizes this report will disturb many gods, yet it also signals the return of a certain light. The twilight of the gods refers to a brilliance that once defied the heavens, a fallen yet unforgettable presence. The silver pillar, a man is bound tightly by golden magic, unable to move even slightly. It is the Void Monarch, glaring at Chang Xian with intense hatred, as if ready to tear him apart. Chang Xian meets that gaze with an equally lethal stare of his own. His voice is cold as ice as he questions how the Void Monarch dares to mock him. Chang Xian lands with a stylish dissent. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt mutters that the air reeks unpleasantly. Chang Xian suspects it is the stench of blood, sensing something deeply wrong, while the owl that sees through the twilight warns of evil spreading from every direction. He then steps into a cave that is nothing short of a massacre, with bodies scattered across the ground. The owl divine being is enraged by the horrific sight and commands Chang Xian to bring justice. He recalls rumors that these individuals were attempting to forge a key to the boss room, and now wonders what kind of sacrifices were required for it. Suddenly, a voice orders everyone to speed up, warning that even this delay could enrage the department head. The thugs complain, even suggesting they may need to cut down a few people to force compliance and speed. They are clearly frustrated, especially since one member is missing, and some even consider turning on each other to fill the gap. At that moment, Chang Xian bursts in. He unleashes a wave of ice magic, freezing the thugs and throwing them off balance. They demand to know who he is, but Mr. Doom wastes no time speaking, instead knocking one of them aside. He drives his blade straight into another. The thug screams in agony, struggling in his final breath as he asks how anyone could dare attack the High-Off department. But the moment he meets Chang Xian's eyes, he freezes completely. He is certain those eyes are not human in any way. In desperation, the man begins pleading with the masked figure to let him go. The disguised high performer calmly asks the thug if he values his life. He then demands full full disclosure about the situation, including numbers, strength levels, and any information the man possesses. Broken, the thug confesses everything, revealing there are 30 people in total, and providing the remaining details. Chang Xian quickly forms a clear picture of his opponents, noting that among those preparing the ritual, the only real threat is a man named Chang Xian Jisung. The thug then desperately begs for his life. However, Chang Xian draws his tiger fang dagger and coldly reminds him that he never promised to spare him. He strikes him down and immediately gains a level. Snake that wraps around the world divine being watches the scene and finds it highly entertaining, enjoying every moment. Meanwhile, the great demon chasing the abyss also approves, amused by the boy's clever decision to eliminate the target. Then soul extortion activates, and Chang Xian completely absorbs the thug's essence. He then walks away casually, as if nothing happened, in an unsettling manner. Everyone is left stunned by the masked figure's actions, starting to believe he might be something other than human. Elsewhere, the trio is casually talking about Chang Xian, the well-known pro gamer. They have heard his name before and assume he is the person their boss instructed them to locate. One of them mentions hearing a rumor that the man has become a vegetable, while another suspects it's simply a case of mistaken identity, with someone sharing the same name. At that moment, the undercover player suddenly appears behind them and silently takes them down in a single strike. Meanwhile, Jejung hears the commotion and grows irritated, wondering what those useless guys are doing. Suddenly, the dungeon ranking updates, catching him completely off guard. Among all the results, the only one that shocks him is Chang Xian rising to rank 11. A moment later, Chang's zone shifts up to rank 8, then to rank 6, leaving Jasung breaking into a cold sweat. He tries to figure out what the hell is going on and where his men have disappeared. By the time Chang Xian reaches rank 4, Jisung is nearly panicking in fear. The next update pushes Chang Xian to rank 2, and Jaesung finally realizes those men are already gone. Suddenly, someone starts begging Jaesung for help. He's horrified to see assistant manager's son in a shattered condition, as if he's about to fade away. With a trembling voice, Sun warns him that something like a ghost is coming. In the next instant, he is engulfed in flames and overwhelmed, and the force sends Jaesung flying back. His system floods with pop-up alerts, showing he is badly burned, also affected by corpse poison and more. The large man drops to his knees as his stamina rapidly drains, pushing him to the brink of death. Only a detox drug can save him. Just as he is about to take it, death arrives in a blaze of fire. There he stands with his sword, launching an attack, but Jaesung manages to block it just in time. Chang Xian can't believe the big man actually stopped it. Jaesung swears he will kill him as their battle erupts. The man is certain the poison should have slowed Jaesung down by now, affecting his vision and movements. Even so, Chang Xian is stunned to see him keeping up using only his other senses without relying on sight. Still, something about Sung's style feels off, as if he doesn't truly know how to fight. Once again, the top fighter is on his knees, writhing in pain. The screen warns that Jaesung's stamina is dropping rapidly, and he must detox immediately to survive, as pain pounds through his head. Incognito figures Jaesung has the skills of a level 30 fighter and wonders if he's using some kind of power boost. Thinking about it, he finds it strange that a supposedly peaceful country still faces such dangers, and even allows human sacrifices. Warning alerts keep flashing as Jaesung desperately searches for an antidote. Chang Xian begins to sense something is off, especially since he came here because of Oyazi, and the secrets tied to this place only deepen his curiosity. He also believes reinforcements from headquarters will arrive any moment, and it is time for the sacrifices to meet their end. Meanwhile, a man bursts through a door. He guides the others toward the location mentioned by the masked man. According to his memory, Mr. Incognito told them to pass 2 doors on the left, and after the side alley, the 3rd door would open for them. That's where they should hide, locking the door behind them. No matter what they hear, the masked man was very clear. It's the only way for all of them to survive. Chang Xian is confident he explained everything clearly enough, so they should already be safely hidden. Returning to his mission, the system notifies him that he has spent 30 extra stat points on strength and another 30 on dexterity. He casually asks if Jaesung is still looking for an antidote, then tells him to go ahead and use it. The top fighter desperately reaches for the antidote, only to find the bottle completely empty, leaving him in shock. That's when Chang Xian steps in from behind, asking if he is really foolish enough to fall for that. Jason is furious, muttering curses at the masked man under his breath. Chang Xian leaps into the air with his blade, launching a relentless attack. The top fighter still manages to block it, but loses his balance and coughs up blood. A divine being known as Good Season to Hunt enjoys the intensity of the battle. The snake that wraps around the world declares Chang Xian the most cunning of them all, calling the fight thrilling to watch. His intermediate grade dagger technique finally reaches its maximum level. A higher grade version of the skill unlocks, fully upgrading his dagger technique. With that boost, Chang Xian charges forward again, and this time he shatters Jasung's sword into pieces, leaving Jasung in disbelief. Moments later, Mr. Incognito finishes him with a single strike, leaving him bloodied and broken on the ground. Jae-sung weakly demands to know why the masked man did this to him. Chang Seon finds it strange that he would even be asked something like this, especially since this was the same man who once showed willingness to sacrifice innocent lives. He reminds Jae-sung that he should have expected something like this might eventually come back to him. At that moment, soul extortion and the flames of purgatory are triggered. The system confirms that Chang Seon has successfully taken Jae-sung's soul. This restores his stamina by 6%. The divine owl that sees through the twilight is deeply struck by Chang Seon's sense of justice. Though Chang Seon himself finds the notion almost ridiculous, still the owl grants the incognito figure a reward, inner peace. Chang Seon quickly realizes he has received a divine blessing of mental immunity, steadying his courage and sharpening his wisdom. Even with his hardened will, receiving inner calm amid such chaos feels ironic, and he doubts he was ever meant to become anyone's apostle. Chang Seon recalls his former existence as a ruthless and feared being once called an evil god. At the same time, he remembers another side of himself, the wise warrior god, which sharply contrasts the terrifying rumors tied to him, and he finds it almost amusing how careless he once was. The divine entity known as Good Season to Hunt begins to feel uneasy after seeing the owl grant him two separate privileges. She starts rummaging through her treasure chest, searching for something she might offer Chang Seon as well, even though he doesn't feel he's become that easily swayed. Dungeon ranking updates place Chang Seon firmly at the very top in first position. Just as he reaches the boss chamber, the system informs him that the gate is firmly sealed and the key is hidden somewhere nearby, meaning he must find it to proceed. Without hesitation, he equips a bone spear crafted from a firework mountain goat's rib, throws it toward a man who is desperately trying to flee like a rat. The spear strikes its target, and the man collapses to the ground, his hammer falling beside him. When Chang Seon picks up the hammer, he senses it was forged from a meteor and is extremely ancient, but he cannot use it since it does not belong to him. The meteor origin feels strange, but he pushes the thought aside for now. What matters is opening this door, the same one Hyoff has failed to unlock for years. Chang Seon considers that Oyazi might have been able to craft a key, but there is no point wasting time on unnecessary work when a better method exists. With that in mind, he calls for Harold, who appears in a flash of lightning. Harold immediately asks why he has been summoned at such a moment. Chang Seon reminds him of their agreement and orders him to open the door right away. Harold assumes a novice, like Chang Seon, doesn't understand the rules, and begins explaining that an administrator interfering in a dungeon mission is strictly against regulations. Chang Seon tells the absurd bunny-like being to stop talking nonsense. He points out that Harold is perfectly capable of bending the rules depending on the situation. The bunny feels something stuck in his throat, while Incognito calmly adds that if Harold refuses, it's fine, but he won't be filing the report either. Hearing this, Harold quickly gives in and proceeds. The divine being Good Season to Hunt laughs uncontrollably, saying seeing an administrator so flustered is pure entertainment, while the serpent-like deity wrapping around the world quietly admires Chang Seon's cleverness. Meanwhile, Harold is already convinced he will be punished for this and considers himself lucky, if it's only a pay reduction. The enormous stone door, sealed for an unknown length of time, finally begins to open under the administrator's authority. As it slowly creaks open, Harold informs Chang Seon that the lock has been released for him. He tells him to move quickly. Chang Seon feels slightly uneasy about the situation, but he still steps through the doorway. Then Harold lets out a playful laugh, and Chang Seon enters the boss room without hesitation. He now stands face to face with a terrifying creature. The system immediately warns that Chang Seon is under the effect of a curse. The dungeon master begins attempting to seize his body, while its eerie gaze invades his mind, trying to force submission. He must endure until the end and destroy the golden casket on the altar. If he fails to resist the curse, his body will be taken, so caution is essential. The mental assault and illusionary control begin as the dungeon master orders him to worship it, demanding to know how he dared disturb its rest and insisting he surrender his body. Outside, Harold watches and laughs freely. He knows the situation inside will not be easy, though he considers the mission itself relatively straightforward. Even so, it remains dangerous. He quietly warns that Chang Seon must protect his mind well, as the dead master of the tomb survives only as lingering thoughts. From what he has observed, the creature within the tomb is the remaining will of the massive Besla, and that is not something a beginner could easily withstand. The bunny-like administrator grows furious, feeling played by a newcomer, as though it is time for him to step away. At that moment, the system announces that Unbending Spirit has activated, shielding Chang Seon's mind from all outside intrusion. A sense of inner calm immediately follows, strengthening his mental defenses further. The dungeon mission is officially marked as complete. Harold breaks into a nervous sweat. He turns sharply as the final ranking appears, showing Chang Seon with a score of 175,550 points. Rewards will be allocated according to this ranking and outcome, and the dungeon begins to shut down. That is when it finally clicks for Harold: this man is the true rune keeper, the one who holds the golden key. As the system announces the dungeon's closure, Harold realizes he has failed to trap Chang Xian inside. The scene shifts toward Rusty. He looks just as confused as everyone else watching the situation unfold. When asked, Chang Xian casually explains that he brought Rusty his hammer so production can finally begin. While feeding biscuits to a nearby dog, another man tells boss Chang Xian that a month won't be enough. He still needs time to relearn the hammer and clear out the old brazier before any work starts. Chang Xian firmly gives him just 1 week. Choi Bang is horrified, saying the whip alone will take more than 2 weeks. Relearning the hammer and crafting both the whip and lance will require at least a month. As a compromise, Chang Xian offers to pay 3 times the usual rate after noticing Rusty's stunned expression. Chang Xian decides to leave, casually picking up another item and saying he'll return in a month. While they are still talking, he casually asks if the rusted scrap sword is for sale, since he's taking it with him. Rusty is stunned by his audacity and shouts that the sword is a family heirloom passed down through generations and is not for sale. Suddenly, Choi receives a notification that 100 million won has been deposited into his World Bank account from Chang Xian. He panics as Chang Xian adds that the hammer's price should also be included, hoping the total is enough, and mentions he has been using this junk as firewood anyway. Rusty still cannot understand what kind of person this man is. Next, he enters the workshop where he carries out his crafting. Leaving the past behind, he prepares to do everything properly this time. Later, Chang Xian wonders if Ayezi might be in Seoul and considers tracking him down, but remembers all contact was lost after the creation of Capricorn's divine artifact. He wonders if Ayezi was originally human rather than a god, but Thanatos disagrees, saying the being would be far too old for that to be possible. Thanatos explains that Ayezi is not a single individual but a title passed down through successors. Capricorn killed the original after receiving the divine artifact without realizing it, and the current successor is still alive without Capricorn knowing. Unfortunately, many of Weazi's secret techniques have been lost over time, partly due to Chang Xian's own actions, and the weakened lineage has caused their skills to deteriorate severely. Even so, the remaining rusty forges, though few in number, are still remarkably impressive. Natos tells Chang Xian that the modern Weazi will rise again, either through Choi Bang or, even better, through Chang Xian himself. While holding Pedro's key, Chang Xian wonders if the dungeon might actually be Besla's tomb. He also cannot understand why such a great treasure is sealed within Peter's key. For now, he decides it is too late to dwell on it and heads home, worried he may be troubling his mother. Meanwhile, the powerful Go Sung-wan is furious, shouting at his subordinates for failing to track down the man who closed the dungeon gates and ordering them to find him dead or alive. Sung-wan, a key figure in Hyoff's raid department, is enraged over the loss of Pedro's key and is determined to recover it at any cost. He knows they are as good as dead if the true owners of the Bangwa Mountain Gate, the White Tigers, discover what happened. It is said they even went so far as to perform human sacrifices to obtain the key under a secret agreement. Without hesitation, Sung-won orders his men to prepare the car and head straight for Bangwa Mountain. He is furious that the dungeon was sealed and the key stolen right under their noses, moving quickly to ensure this is not the end of him. He is certain that if Seo Jung-kwan catches even a hint of this situation, that man will be finished. That man would not hesitate to erase his entire family without a second thought. At midnight, a man shares important information with Seo Jung-kwan. The message he receives completely blows his mind. What he hears leaves him completely stunned and unsettled. CEO is furious and refuses to believe a single word. Miss Cha, standing nearby, tries to calm him down. Then a man in black, Woo Youngin, steps forward and demands to know what team leader Seo is doing. Stunned, he realizes Seo is losing control and even considering unleashing the Tigrine evil spirit with civilians present. Realizing how far he nearly went, Seo is overwhelmed with shame and leaves, convinced Chang Xian will not be returning home tonight either. Meanwhile, Miss Cha checks in on another woman. She quietly admits that awakened beings live in a completely different world from ordinary people, and she is right. Chang Xian's mother adds that although her seems rough, he is actually very gentle inside, and while she wants him safe, she knows that is easier said than done. She asks everyone to head back. Later, the group sarcastically thanks SAO for turning everything into such a headache. Seo then asks Ms. Cha and Jin Dawon what they plan to do next. Suddenly, Wu recalls a memory of his niece Heben tearfully begging him to bring Chang Xian back safely. For now, he suggests grabbing coffee if Cha and Jin Dawon plan to stay a while longer. Jin Dawon, a level 41, eagerly orders a hot caramel coffee. Miss Cha, level 62, immediately shuts him down with a sharp reprimand. She tells him they have other matters to handle and will return another time to check on Chang Xian. Jin Dawon mutters to Wu that they are officially off duty now. From there they part ways. As they walk, Jin Dawen notices Che's serious expression and asks what is wrong. Suddenly, he receives a red code alert reporting that victims intended for human sacrifice have been discovered at Bangwa Mountain, now sheltered at a nearby police station while authorities manage the aftermath. Mr. Jin Dawan stands frozen in shock. Miss Cha calls out, urging him to hurry up or she will leave him behind. Meanwhile, Chang Xian inspects his rusted sword closely. The divine being, a seasoned hunter, cannot help but ask why he picked it up in the first place. He still finds it hard to believe that something used as firewood in a mythical brazier could truly be real. He is certain this rusted object is no ordinary scrap. It is the legendary divine artifact, the Yuqing sword. The idea of it being discarded like junk is absurd, and if he combines it with the evil dragon's fang and wields them properly, he believes nothing in the player world could match their power. The Yuqing sword is one of the 9 legendary blades created by the first Oizi, the divine craftsman, said to hold immeasurable offensive power. Since Changshan has not yet met the required qualifications, he cannot access its details or wield it as a divine artifact. Even so, he understands that the 9 famous blades representing Oizi's peak craftsmanship are beyond priceless. The last time one of them, the Xianlu sword, appeared in Arcadia, it triggered a devastating war. That conflict reduced 2 empires and 6 kingdoms to ruins. He doubts anyone could have ever imagined that such a legendary weapon would one day be used merely as firewood. The Yuqing sword once belonged to an assassin, and is said to have claimed more lives than any of the other 9 blades. It is regarded as a cursed weapon, soaked in the lingering hatred and resolve of its countless victims, which is why its true appearance remains largely unknown. He also remembers hearing that the first Yulizi was called the Divine Artisan because he despised the sight of blood. However, he is uncertain whether that title belonged to the original Iaz or one of his successors who inherited the name. All identifying marks on the Yuqing sword were forcibly erased, likely to erase its existence and preserve it as legend. The divine being remarks that it is a good time for hunting and questions why he is smiling while holding something so unusual. While the owl observes everything with quiet satisfaction, Chang Xian casually remarks that it would be nice to collect all 9 of Ayazi's famous swords if he ever gets the opportunity. He even wonders aloud whether he might meet Ayazi himself someday. Without saying more, he draws out the bone spear and prepares to act. Then he hurls it forward with force, and it pierces deep into the trunk of a tree. Standing right beside it is Wu Yonggen, who quickly realizes that even though he concealed his presence, Chang Xian still chose an aggressive and decisive opening move. Chang Xian slips the blade behind his back and rushes directly toward Wu Yonggen. His eyes are filled with blazing anger and intense killing intent. A wave of shock and dread spreads across Wu Yonggen's face as he sees Chang Xian's terrifying expression up close. When Chang Xian strikes, Wu Yonggen narrowly evades and immediately summons a weapon glowing with brilliant energy. As their weapons collide, Wu Yonggen is shaken by the overwhelming force behind the attack, wondering how someone so new could already be this powerful. He charges in once more, weaving around Wu Yonggen while searching for an opening to strike. Wu Yonggen grits his teeth as the pressure builds, unable to decipher what kind of fighting style Chan is using. There is no clear pattern, only raw, chaotic movement, yet every strike lands with precision and speed. It becomes clear that Chang Xian is not a novice, but a battle-hardened first-generation player who has survived countless trials. Wu Yonggen had originally intended to test Chang Xian out of curiosity, but now he struggles to keep pace, worried that he is beginning to make a fool of himself. Jaw tightly clenched, he lunges forward despite knowing his niece would disapprove of how far he is going. Still, he feels an overwhelming urge to fight with everything he has, believing only that can stop Chang Xian. Just as Wu Yonggen moves in, bright energy erupts from his blade, and the system notes that his sword twists in a spiraling motion. Chang Xian prepares to counter, but freezes in surprise when Wu Yonggen suddenly plants his sword into the ground and declares his surrender. Wu Yonggen apologizes for his reckless attack, explaining he only wanted to gauge Chang Xian's abilities. Sweat drips from his forehead as he laughs nervously, admitting he briefly lost control. He leans forward slightly, confessing he got carried away in the heat of the moment and offering a sincere apology for the misunderstanding. Watching him closely, Chang Xian begins to question who this man really is and tries to read his intentions. At that moment, the system informs him that the deity hunting time had been anticipating a fierce battle. He reaches into his pocket. Wu Yonggen takes out a business card. With a friendly smile, he says he has come to recruit Chang Xian into his team. Chang Xian recalls that they serve the nameless giant god, also known as the King of Karma, who who governs people's wealth and fortune. After a brief pause, Chang Xian says this encounter was far from pleasant and asks how Wu Yong'an knew about him. In response, Wu Yong'an admits that not only his group, but clans everywhere have been watching Chang Xian closely. Hearing this, Chang Xian turns serious as realization sinks in. Everything is unfolding much faster than expected, and the player world is clearly not something to take lightly. Before leaving, Wu Yong'an expresses hope that they can meet again under better circumstances and have a proper conversation next time, acknowledging that now is not the right moment. He also tells Chang Xian to reach out anytime if needed. As he departs, the system informs Chang Xian that the avid hunter is furious about him sparing an enemy and insists that true followers must never lose a fight. The world serpent intervenes and tells the hunter god to leave Chang Xian alone, sparking a heated clash between them. The avid hunter treats it as a provocation, while the world serpent mocks him, escalating the tension. Chang Xian ignores them completely. His attention remains fixed on one thing. Wu Yong'an looks strangely familiar to him. That thought puts him on edge as realization slowly dawns. If someone like Wu was waiting for him here, then others might be waiting at home as well. Worried for his mother, he immediately rushes back. At the same time, blood slowly drips from Wu Yong'an's hand as he walks away. He ignores the pain and continues forward, gritting his teeth. Later at home, Chang Xian rushes inside and urgently asks Suyoha whether any visitors came today. Suyoha calmly tells him to eat something first. He then gives him a slightly suspicious look, sensing that something is troubling his mind. At first, Chang Xian hesitates, but eventually admits that there is something he needs to tell her. Afterward, Chang Xian lies on his bed. His thoughts drift into a vision of an armored man arguing intensely with an elderly man. When the armored man tells the elder to get lost, the old man responds with a smirk, threatening to teach him a lesson. The scene fades quickly as Chang Xian's phone suddenly rings. It reminds him of his 3 o'clock appointment with the White Tiger clan. He lies in bed with Konsuna resting beside him. A month has passed since everything began, and today is the day of his interview with the White Tiger clan. He resolves to start properly, though one question still lingers: what that dream really meant. Because of his appointment, Chang Xian arrives at the White Tiger clan interview site, where a large crowd has already gathered in front of the building. People are stretching and loosening up as they prepare for the upcoming test. A bold instructor-like man instructs a participant to place his hand on the magic Geiger. Chang Xian steps forward and calmly raises his hand. A sudden burst of bright light erupts from the device, followed by smoke and steam, drawing everyone's attention. Chang Xian remains motionless, his hood lowered to conceal his face. The magic Geiger glows red and begins to overheat, while the assistant repeatedly reports it cannot measure Chang Xian's magic. The instructor, now visibly confused, concludes the device is broken and orders a higher grade unit to be brought in. The surrounding crowd quickly notices the disturbance. Some attempt to identify the hooded figure, though most have no idea who he is. The instructor checks his notebook, calls out Chang Xian's name, and asks him to try again. Upon hearing the name, Shin Yunxiu and Shin Jiamju try to recall where they've heard it before. Suddenly, Yunxiu's eyes widen as she remembers exactly who Chang Xian is. Recognizing him, Yunxiu stares with bright eyes, while Chang Xian feels uneasy realizing he has been noticed despite his hood. Baek Gyol Jiowol also recognizes him as the so-called tyrant, recalling rumors of heavy drinking, retirement after his team disbanded, and a life of isolation. Meanwhile, Shin Jiomju and his companion claim Chang Xian is similar to them, but Shin Yunxiu dismisses it, seeing them as completely worn down. The men grow self-conscious, while Unxiu stares at the screen with sparkling eyes as Chang Xian's stats appear. Chang Xian's magic level is 25 with an SS++ rating. The entire room falls into a stunned silence. Even Baek Yawol struggles to believe what he is seeing. The overwhelming rating causes panic among the instructors and staff. They decide to contact the director, while in the second strategic unit, Jung-un sits with crossed legs reading the latest news on his tablet. The headline reports the corpse of Ko Seung-won, director of High and Mighty's raid department, exposing a brutal scandal within the clan. In a live broadcast, Che Yayin addresses the press, promising that justice will be carried out. He declares that High and Mighty will be held accountable for 21 human sacrifices committed over the past 7 years. Jung Guan silently watches the screen, hoping the situation will resolve in their favor. His gaze then falls on a hooded figure, and he realizes the survivors are trying to thank a mysterious hero who turns out to be the same person who stole Peter's key. Zhang Guan makes a decision to track down this unknown hero. At that moment, the instructor rushes into his office, shouting about the arrival of a super rookie. Zhang Guan initially reacts indifferently and asks what the commotion is, but his attitude changes when he hears executives Kim are heading to test Area C. The instructor adds that the rookie is the same individual they've been monitoring, known for the Black Shamshir and the Steel Witch. Zhang Guan finally connects the dots and realizes it is Chang Xian, recalling they once considered recruiting him before shifting focus to the High and Mighty heavy case. Zhongguan is stunned when told that Chang Xian applied for the recruitment test and passed with an SSS+++ rating. The moment he hears this, Zhongguan immediately rushes out of his office, unwilling to lose such a valuable talent. At Test Area C, the crowd buzzes with excitement, eagerly anticipating what will happen next. News articles about the return of the tyrant begin spreading rapidly across the internet. Standing on the platform, Chang Xian hears murmurs and speculation from the surrounding crowd. Some people openly express envy toward his power and abilities. As he looks around, the system notifies him that the deity known as the Avid Hunter is pleased with the attention he is receiving. Chang Xian quickly notices two cloaked figures standing nearby. Narrowing his eyes, he focuses his attention on them. At that moment, divine energy begins to rise into the air. It forms the shape of a tiger, and the system warns that the tiger deity and the world serpent seem to have hidden intentions involving him. Meanwhile, the instructor checks his tablet and informs Chang Xian that the examination is about to begin. He explains the mission is monster hunting, with red orcs and two-headed ogres available for summoning into the arena, but Chang Xian asks if there are stronger opponents. The instructor hesitantly mentions a drake as a stronger option, and without hesitation Chang Xian demands it be summoned. In an instant, the drake appears inside a summoning circle, its massive horns and bloodshot eyes making it look terrifying. Thick drool falls from its mouth as it locks its gaze onto Chang Xian. Chang Xian stands still, calmly studying the creature. The system relays thoughts from the troubled tiger deity, who believes Chang Xian is about to die and wonders why he remains so still. At the same time, memories begin flashing through Chang Xian's mind. He recalls standing on a towering pillar as divine metal energy swirled around him, sealing away his powers. Turning around, he sees Huju smiling coldly at his helpless state. That mocking smile remains deeply etched in Chang Xian's memory. His gaze returns to the drake and a sharp, almost wild smile forms on his face. As the drake opens its jaws and charges forward, the drake lunges forward at terrifying speed, jaws wide with razor-like fangs, while Chang Xian steadies himself, preparing to unleash all the frustration he has been holding back. Chang Xian swiftly grabs the quiver on his back and throws it into the air. As the weapons scatter, he recalls the moment he first inspected that same quiver, which had been delivered to him by Yezi. Chang Xian had once noticed Yezi looking completely exhausted at the time. Before accepting the quiver, he questioned its quality, prompting Yezi to snap at him and tell him to judge it himself. Once opened, the quiver revealed a formidable, unnamed double-bladed spear with destructive power and special effects. Its outstanding craftsmanship caught the attention of the seasoned hunter, who was shocked to discover it had been forged by a blind artisan. As a reward, Chang Xian gained access to a set of beginner spear techniques, signaling his progress. Holding the same spear firmly, Chang Xian takes his stance, gauging its balance and weight as he prepares to strike, remaining motionless while the drake rushes in with jaws wide open. The spectators watch with wide eyes, fully locked onto Chang Xian's every move. In a sudden burst of speed, Chang Xian drives his spear forward and continues the attack. The tip sinks deep into the drake's flesh, blood spilling as it pierces the creature's eye, forcing it to reel back with a deafening scream of pain. The strike is so fast and precise that even the cloaked observers are stunned by how effortlessly Chang Xian executes it. Nearby, Park Sang-ho, section chief of the White Tiger clan's 1st strategic unit, stands beside a subordinate, eyes fixed on the battle. A faint smirk appears as he realizes that moves like this should be nearly impossible at Chang Xian's level. As Chang Xian dashes across the arena with sharp, controlled precision, Park's interest grows even stronger, and he becomes fully intent on recruiting Chang Xian. No matter the cost, meanwhile a whip begins to unfurl from Chang Xian's arm bracers, glowing softly as it becomes infused with his energy. The system informs him that the unnamed 9-pronged whip was created by the successor of Gu Yajai. The weapon is soulbound, meaning it is uniquely attuned to Chang Xian and cannot function the same for others. Since it has no name, the system offers him the chance to name it. Park watches with clear amusement as yet another weapon comes into play. At that moment, Chang Xian slightly pulls the spear out from the drake's eye. This makes the wound spurt even more blood, while the monster continues to roar in pain. Chang Xian grips the whip with both hands, channeling mana into it, before bringing it crashing down onto the beast. At the same time, he yanks the spear free from the drake's eye, pulling it out completely in one clean, brutal motion. Leaping high into the air, Chang Xian rises above the drake's head, gripping both weapons and merging them into a single extended form, before diving straight down toward the monster's skull. Within moments, blood splashes in every direction, leaving the crowd stunned into silence. Many watch in awe, overwhelmed by curiosity about Chang Xian and the unusual weapon he wields. They begin to doubt whether he is truly only a level 25 player. Their shock deepens when they notice that all of Chang Xian's motion effects are golden, with every strike registering as a critical hit. As Chang Xian stands his ground, the onlookers whisper that he is the real monster here. Blood slowly drips from his injured hand. The system immediately notifies him that the Drake has been paralyzed as the poison spreads through its body. Even in its weakened state, the monster stubbornly pushes forward with a final desperate attack, squeezing out every last bit of remaining power. Without a moment's pause, Changxian dashes in again and drives his spear straight through the Drake's head with precise, lethal accuracy. The finishing strike erupts in a burst of brilliant energy, sending fragments across the battlefield. As the beast collapses, Changxian levels up, and his basic spear techniques gain an additional boost in power. The deity known as the Avid Hunter applauds his growth and bestows a bonus of 5 strength points. Even the uneasy tiger is quietly impressed, hoping Changxian will eventually become a valuable asset in its expanding collection. Park breaks into a satisfied smile and instructs his subordinate to bring Changxian over to him. Suddenly, a man darts past him at unbelievable speed. Before Park has any chance to react or stop him, Changxian immediately senses the movement behind him and reacts on instinct. He pivots and deflects the incoming energy with his weapon. It turns out to be Zhongguan testing him personally, and their weapons collide in a sharp clash. While Zhongguan manages to block Tiger's peril and resist Tiger's curse, he can't help but feel genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Changxian looks completely repulsed, sensing the foul presence clinging to Zhongguan like the corruption of Huju as their exchange intensifies. Zhongguan then tries to recruit Changxian, offering him status and promising to guide him into the true path of the tiger. Changxian tightens his jaw, weighing whether to counterattack, since doing so might draw Huju's attention, so he holds back for now, saving it for the blood-red peaks. At that moment, both of them lift their heads as Park's voice rings out, ordering an immediate stop. A blade-like wave of energy slices through the air toward them both. Zhongguan instantly assumes Park has lost his mind, but Park remains unfazed and coldly reminds him that he still holds senior authority. The two continue their struggle over Changxian's position. The scene shocks everyone present, as no one expected two high-ranking White Tiger members to openly clash over a rookie. From a distance, Kang Sung-woo of the 3rd Strategic Unit and Yu Hyujin Dawin of the 4th Strategic Unit watch with faint smirks, interested, unwilling to join the chaos. While the others fight, Changxian casually steps back. He watches the chaos with amusement, quietly hoping things escalate into something more violent. Chiefs of the 3rd and 4th Strategic Units openly declare their intent to claim the rookie for themselves. Meanwhile, Park and Zhongguan refuse to yield, each determined not to let Changxian go under any circumstance. Changxian's expression darkens as he observes them, realizing these so-called leaders are nothing more than Huju's obedient tools, and he silently vows to eliminate every one of them someday. Suddenly, a blinding light floods the arena, forcing all 4 chiefs to halt as a commanding voice orders them to stop their foolish behavior. An overwhelming pressure spreads through the area, making it hard for everyone to breathe as the ground trembles violently. Blood trickles from the eyes and mouth of Kang Sung-woo, the 3rd chief, clearly unable to withstand the crushing divine pressure bearing down on them. A figure draws near, surrounded by an overwhelming and powerful aura. It is none other than Osi Huan, senior director of the White Tiger clan. The moment Changxian sees him, he instantly recognizes who the man is. Even Changxian struggles to withstand the pressure, blood trickling from his nose under the crushing presence. At that moment, the system informs him that the deity known as the Avid Hunter is watching with keen interest, calling Osi a key figure and eager to see what happens next. Ignoring the message, Changxian finally understands why everyone calls this man a high ranker. His presence and magical power are on an entirely different level. He can perceive every flaw, and Changxian knows he would be defeated instantly at his current strength. Osi Huan is visibly furious at the chiefs, disappointed they are bickering like children over a recruit, especially Park, who should have set an example as a senior. Watching the scene, Zhongguan smirks, confident he is Osi's favored section chief and expects full support from him. With a smug look, Zhongguan steps forward and demands everyone back off, claiming Changxian belongs under his control. However, everyone is surprised when Osi makes a calculated decision to personally take Changxian, preventing any further conflict. Later, in Senior Director Osi Huan's office, he suggests Changxian change clothes, since he is still covered in blood. While Changxian changes, the system alerts him that the troubled tiger is watching him, and the avid hunter immediately snaps at the tiger for staring at Changxian. Meanwhile, Osi Huan notices that Changxian has an exceptionally well-trained physique. It is clear his muscles are not for show, but forged through countless battles. Osi silently acknowledges he has never seen a rookie like this before, and begins to wonder what kind of life Changxian has endured. Once Changxian finishes changing, Osi Huan directly confronts him, saying he has already heard the rumors. Even their guardian is impressed by Changxian. Assuming he may be after money, Osi asks what he truly wants. Chang Xian calmly replies that he already has enough wealth for a lifetime, and is not interested in trivial rewards. Instead, he declares that he wants to join the Strategic Enterprise Unit. He explains he heard it is personally run by Osi Huan, and he wants to serve under someone who holds real authority. Upon hearing this, Osi Huan suddenly bursts into loud, almost manic laughter. The sheer pressure of his power surges through the room, making divine energy ripple, and leaving Chang Xian slightly dizzy. Despite laughing, Osi Huan admires Chang Xian's mindset. He sees someone who ignores the weak and seeks strength, exactly the type he has been searching for in a White Tiger candidate. Osi Huan reminds Chang Xian that the Strategic Enterprise Unit is the core of the White Tiger clan. If Chang Xian wants to join, he must prove himself and earn his place. Curious, Osi asks how he intends to do that. Chang Xian calmly asks what would happen if he were to break the record in the Bloody Mountains. He explains that all new recruits must undergo trials in the Bloody Mountains, and instead of merely finishing first, he intends to set a new record. Osi immediately understands his intent, not just to compete, but to surpass the system itself. If Chang Xian manages to set a new record, no one would be able to oppose his entry into Osi's unit. Osi hesitates for a moment, holding back his response. Sensing that hesitation, Chang Xian immediately offers to clear the dungeon completely. The moment Osi hears this, a satisfied smile appears on his face. The dungeon is ancient, and the clan has long considered replacing it as a training ground. Chang Xian senses something deeper behind the Bloody Mountains, and decides that clearing it may reveal Osi's hidden agenda, so he boldly agrees to shut it down entirely. Osi smiles, now certain they will be working closely together going forward. At that moment, Chang Xian notices genuine trust reflected in Osi's expression. Before heading to the mountains, Chang Xian requests access to the clan's library. Osi is astonished, realizing Chang Xian shares a strong thirst for knowledge, and he grants permission without hesitation. Meanwhile, news of Chang Xian's sudden return spreads rapidly online. People praise his overwhelming strength and his rescue at Jamsil Gate, while supporters celebrate and critics quietly delete their comments. Some doubt the comeback, but others defend him fiercely, boosting the White Tiger clan's popularity and stock value. Additionally, Ms. Wu Haiban's interview goes viral as she recounts how Chang Xian saved her life. Seeing the situation explode online, Jegin rushes into Osi Huan's office, pleading to be assigned Chang Xian. He insists Chang Xian needs a mentor like him to accelerate his growth, but Osi Huan does not understand what fast track means and warns John to stay in his lane or risk dismissal. Osi Huan firmly explains that Chang Xian chose the Strategic Enterprise Unit and will only leave if he wishes, so he will not interfere. However, he allows Jaguan to accompany him on select missions before ordering him out. Before leaving, Jugwin tries to ask where Chang Xian is headed, but Osi refuses to answer, unwilling to let others swarm around him like bees to honey. A few days later, Chang Xian enters the Bloody Mountains dungeon, a vast expanse stretching endlessly like a sea. Standing at the cliff's edge, he resolves to cleanse it completely, and he spots his target waiting atop the mountain. Something still feels wrong as a hidden figure watches him from the bushes inside the dungeon. A massive burst of purple energy erupts from the mountain peak. The sky is instantly dyed a deep, eerie purple. Chang Xian stands on the cliff edge, silently observing the unfolding phenomenon. Soon after, he notices a huge monster-like figure flying away from the mountain. A faint smile forms as he locks onto his target. System notification appears, warning that something abnormal is occurring in the Bloody Mountains. A powerful magical source has mutated plants and animals into dangerous forms. The mountains are now divided into 8 zones filled with unnatural creatures. His mission is to identify the source and eliminate it to restore balance, with full system access including inventory, status, and skill windows to support him. As he scans the area, an uneasy feeling slowly settles in. It reminds him too much of Arcadia. While moving along the cliffside, he notices. He suddenly senses something and turns his head. He spots a shadowy figure hiding behind a tree, and the system immediately warns him of a tail using a skill called Faint Wind. That is when Chang Xian realizes he has been followed since the library. Now he seriously begins to question what Osi Huan is truly planning. A few days earlier, at the Fierce Tiger Library, Chang Xian stands inside, quietly absorbing how extraordinary the place is, just as Thanatos described. A memory surfaces as Chang Xian recalls that Hoju has always been a source of trouble, even among the heavens. Thanatos prompts him to consider what kind of apostles would willingly serve a corrupt deity like Hoju. Chang Xian figures they must have attracted many enemies over time. Thanatos clarifies it is more than that. Hoju's followers looted treasures from rivals and displayed them as trophies to showcase his authority. That stolen collection eventually evolved into the Fierce Tiger Library. Intrigued, Chang Xian decides to explore explore it for himself. Before he leaves, Thanatos advises him to search for the law of movement. It is said to be written by Sagittarius of the Zodiac, and Thanatos believes Chang Xian will find it worthwhile. This startles Chang Xian as Thanatos is referring to Recap Sagittarius, the master of 6 doctrines that simulate near light speed movement. When Thanatos begins listing those 6 doctrines, Chang Xian wonders if one of them is hidden in Hoju's exhibit, and suspects Sagittarius may not even know it is there since he has not acted to retrieve it, so he asks how Thanatos learned this. Thanatos lifts an eyebrow and challenges him to figure it out. With a grin, Chang Xian jokes that the knowledge must have come from the fallen star. Scanning the library, Chang Xian focuses on locating the Advent Step, one of those legendary doctrines. The Advent Step is a divine agility art that once allowed Sagittarius to ascend as a zodiac. Before Rukbat became a star, he secretly imitated the reigning step, a technique once used by the ancient entity known as Deus Ex Machina. Recreated by Sagittarius, that divine technique lets its user mimic a god's presence by projecting overwhelming divine power, dominating everything in the surrounding area, perhaps explaining why other zodiac figures kept their distance from him. If Chang Xian obtains it, nothing will be able to halt his breakthrough or the awakening of his divine potential. The real concern, however, is that the deity known as the Troubled Tiger is watching his every move. Chang Xian slowly scans the rows of books lining the shelves. Meanwhile, the same figure who has been tracking him in the dungeon quietly approaches from behind. He casually explains the library rules and even asks for a photo, but Chang Xian ignores him, unwilling to draw attention from Siwan or Hiju. At that moment, Chang Xian recalls Thanatos' warning that this exhibit is nearly a perfect replica of the Mokokaros tribe's military library, so he pays closer attention. With that thought, Chang Xian closes his eyes. He activates the Perpetual Heart and immediately engages his composure skill. Then he begins pulling books from the shelves, reading them one after another with full concentration. The stalker continues observing him, completely confused by Chang's behavior. From spear techniques to sword styles, from movement laws to breathing methods and even ancient myths, Chang Xian flips through everything, merely skimming at least that is how it appears to the observer. Sihuan instructed the man to report anything suspicious, but now he has no idea what to even report. He grows increasingly frustrated, unable to find anything questionable in Chang Xian's actions. Meanwhile, Chang Xian enters an intensely focused reading state, rapidly absorbing knowledge as his mind approaches overload, and the system warns him to rest. Even so, he earns the title Brilliant Mad Reader and receives stat enhancements. The Avid Hunter, the World Serpent, and the Troubled Tiger all observe him closely, equally impressed and astonished. As Chang Xian delves deeper into Hoju's abilities and weaknesses, he continues searching through the fierce tiger library. By connecting fragmented pieces of information, he manages to forge a new skill inspired by Hoju's destructive doctrine, reshaping those teachings into something entirely new. This new skill could either aid him in confronting Hoju or further enhance his own power. Having gone as far as he can for now in deconstructing the doctrine of destruction, Chang Xian decides to step back. He considers whether unlocking higher level shelves might be necessary to complete the skill, but also realizes the Advent Step is likely not here and may be hidden elsewhere. With 3 hours remaining, Chang Xian makes one final sweep of the area. As he touches the shelves and activates his composure skill once more, he finally discovers a book. He is unsure if it contains the Advent Step, but something about it feels distinctly different, and he opens it and begins reading in a new pattern. His eyes widen in shock. This is not what he expected at all. Inside, a man named Han Yu is bound, confessing that he has buried his deepest sorrows within these pages. He explains how he was betrayed by someone named Munsong. The mention of Munsong catches Chang Xian completely off guard. An image flashes through his mind: Jeom Chunho. That man is one of the world's top 9 swordsmen, leader of the White Tiger clan founded alongside Sihuan, and also an apostle of Hoju. Chang Xian studies the book carefully, noticing the author writes as if he were Jeomgyu Chunho's brother, making him doubt Jeomgyu ever truly had close companions. From what Chang Xian understands, Jeom is a rare mercenary-born player who forged his combat style through battlefield experience, and was personally chosen by Hoju as an apostle. Yet something about this account feels off and suggests a deeper truth. Han Yu and Munsong were once close, both trained under the same master. Han Yu is the successor of Il Moon, a lesser-known martial arts school. One day, their master brought in a new disciple, much younger than Han Yu and Jeom. As the master grew old and ill, Han Yu passed on all his teachings to Jeom, treating him like a younger brother, though he now deeply regrets that decision. He never realized what the boy was truly hiding beneath that innocent appearance. Han Yu now wishes he had understood sooner how the troubled tiger, the very deity they once trusted as a guardian, truly viewed their school. Hunju is a deity who, as his nature suggests, thrives on chaos and warfare, viewing the academy's peaceful teachings as weak and unworthy of respect. Hunju had the option to choose any apostle he wanted, but since Hanyu was already following his teachings, he could not select anyone else. Over time, Hanyu eventually turned Hiju's own techniques back against him. Using that power, he struck back with his own magic. Even Chang Xian has heard rumors that Huju's power was suppressed for a time, and now it makes sense that Hanyu deliberately sealed it. Many believe the deity was simply inactive, but his silence is tied to the academy once led by Jaeom Chun-ho. Hanyu felt compelled to act after the disaster caused by Huju, which may be why Huju chose Jiam over Hanyu. Meanwhile, Song Yu-jun secretly observes Chang Xian. Confused, Song Yu-jun notices Chang Xian reading with the book held upside down, yet Chang Xian ignores it and continues. Hanyu never realized how long Jiamju had been plotting against him, as the poison had already spread through his system for years. It had progressed so far that he could no longer sense death quietly approaching him. When the moment came, Jiamju did not kill him outright, instead cutting the veins in Han Yu's arms and legs and imprisoning him in an underground cave belonging to the academy. From there, Han Yu watched Munsong rise to become Jiamju Chun-ho and establish his clan headquarters on the ruins of their old academy. Han Yu is burdened with guilt for failing to complete his master's final request. He is also haunted by the destruction caused by his own brother, Moon. Then, one day, he hears a voice speaking to him. The story ends there on a cliffhanger, leaving Chang Xian frustrated and eager to discover more. Determined to uncover the rest, Chang Xian uses his abilities to track down the hidden fragments. As soon as he does, an unknown willpower floods into him, causing his skill combination rate to jump to 51 as a reward. Chang Xian is shocked, not expecting Haju's doctrine of destruction to boost his skill combination rate by 12%, simply from uncovering and interpreting a hidden location. The fragments of the hidden text are scattered throughout the library, and he must piece them together. One thing is clear, no ordinary human could have left something like this behind. It must be the work of a divine entity, likely the same voice Han Yu once mentioned. With only 2 hours remaining, Chang Xian knows he must act quickly to locate the remaining books. The message is encoded in cryptic symbols, clearly meant for a specific recipient, while blocking followers of GM from accessing it. He rushes to the 7th class shelves, convinced the remaining fragments are there, placed so only someone who deciphers the code can find them. As Chang Xian carefully scans the shelves, Song Yu-jun watches in frustration, unable to understand why he insists on acting like a scholar. Meanwhile, Chang Xian remains focused as a notification appears from the troubled tiger deity, now believing he is a loyal follower. This makes Chang Xian realize the deity still hasn't caught on. Another notification suddenly appears from the world serpent, observing him with curiosity, causing Chang Xian to widen his eyes in surprise. A tense smile forms on his face as he confirms he has located the remaining fragments. The voice tells Han Yu that they share a similar fate. Just as Han was betrayed by someone he once trusted completely, the voice itself was devoured by its own child and became a wandering soul. Now it drifts aimlessly in the afterlife. Both of them harbor hatred toward a shared enemy. Chang Xian wonders whether the child who consumed the voice's existence could be Huju. Since this is a hidden record, Huju may have tried to erase it, and Chang Xian might be able to use that information against him. According to the voice, the troubled tiger once worshipped by Han Yu and his master is actually a monster that devoured its own family to ascend as a god. The voice continues, saying peace will only come when that cruel god is defeated, and it promises to teach Han Yu how to kill the troubled tiger. With that revelation, Han Yu regains his resolve and rises once more. Later, Han Yu trains in secrecy and gradually restores his strength. Through the voice's teachings, he is finally able to focus on healing and recovery. Around the same time, Munsong returns from his long journey, and Han Yu makes a firm decision. This time, Munsong intends to kill the man he once considered a brother and also bring down the troubled tiger. But when Han Yu finally arrives, hesitation begins to creep in. He is unsure whether he can truly kill someone he once raised like family, and the question keeps repeating in his mind. At that moment, he leaves behind his final will, encoded in hidden messages, hoping someone worthy will uncover it and carry his lingering resentment forward. Chang Xian eventually uncovers all the hidden fragments. The system floods him with notifications, moved by the intense will of an unknown being. As a result, he unlocks 2 achievements, Successor of the Fierce Tiger's Sentiment and Black Tiger's Claw. His skill, Black Tiger's First Claw, is a lethal counterattack that triggers severe bleeding, causing enemies to rapidly lose blood over time. Through link strikes, Chang Xian can chain multiple abilities together without cooldown delays. The more he stacks them, the greater the shock buildup becomes. With skill compatibility, he can merge techniques effectively. According to Han's story, these skills were used to strike the Tiger clan and ultimately turn his blade against Moon. As Han Han poured everything into his final strike. He closed the distance while Moon remained still, standing silently with narrowed eyes. The moment Han reached him, a fierce and explosive battle erupted between them. Chang Xian realizes all these skills share a common origin, carrying the strongest remnants of an ancient god long forgotten. However, the skill drains mana heavily, and at his current level Chang Xian can barely manifest a single claw. Because of this, he considers needing powerful enhancements or support items to continue. He decides to train at the center and temporarily puts his progress toward the Advent Step on hold. He pauses the search for the Advent Step. Back in the present, deep within the Bloody Mountains, Chang Xian walks with heightened awareness of the dungeon's corruption. Knowing Sai Wan expects him to close it, Chang Xian fully understands that this place holds deep secrets, and he must uncover the truth behind them. Before anything else, he needs to get rid of the persistent stalker, Song Yu Jun, who keeps following him around. Chang Xian isn't yet strong enough to confront him directly, so he comes up with a plan designed to intimidate and drive the man away instead. As he steps into the safe zone, several nearby players turn their attention toward him. They immediately grow tense, careful not to make fools of themselves in front of him. His gaze sweeps over the crowd and briefly settles on Shin Yunseo, Shin Kyung-kyu, and Kim Hyun-jun. The moment Shin Yunseo notices him, she slips into full fangirl excitement, which only makes Chang Xian more visibly irritated by the attention. His eyes then move on to Baek Gyawol. After noticing the card hanging around his neck, Chang Xian begins to suspect that Baek Gyawol may be under the protection of another deity. He wonders about Baek Gyawol's true identity, but before he can investigate further, the instructor suddenly steps forward. The instructor announces that the White Tiger Novice training session is officially beginning. Meanwhile, back in his office, Wu Yongin stares at the screen as notifications roll in, wondering if the SS++, rookie known as Tyrant, could truly be the one reshaping legends. That thought leaves Wu uneasy, especially since he had originally intended to recruit Chang Xian into his own clan. In the office, Wu Yongin sits stiffly, visibly tense, while his niece speaks to him over the phone in clear frustration. She is already upset, but when she realizes he is not paying attention, her frustration deepens. Confused, Wu tries to ease the mood and asks if she called for limited edition photo cards tied to YTS as their new car model ambassador. Wu Haibin becomes angry, realizing he clearly wasn't listening at all, and without another word she hangs up, leaving Wu even more anxious and unsettled. He rises from his chair with a heavy sigh, frustration lingering as his thoughts drift back to the Jamsil Gate incident. He deeply loves his young niece, and when he first heard she was trapped, his heart nearly stopped. He immediately mobilized a rescue unit to save her. In the end, there was nothing more he could do except pray for someone to clear the dungeon, even going so far as to seek divine protection from the nameless giant. At that moment, his subordinate rushes in with news that Heben has safely made it out. Overwhelmed with relief, Wu cries out in pure emotion. Later, when meeting his niece, he asks who saved her so he can personally express his gratitude. She explains that the person disappeared immediately after the mission, likely to avoid attention, and suggests waiting until he appears publicly on his own. Wu shares his intention to recruit the person who saved her and properly thank him afterward. Heben lights up with excitement at the idea of Chang Xian joining their clan. However, Wu had already picked a fight with Chang Xian earlier, ruining any chance of recruitment, and because he lost his temper, they never even had a proper conversation. Now in the present, Wu regrets everything, realizing Chang Xian never contacted him after receiving his card and instead vanished for a month before appearing at the White Tiger recruitment event. To make matters worse, Wu has just learned that Chang Xian is an SS+++ ranked player, confirming he is an extraordinary genius. At this point, Wu is frustrated with himself for underestimating Chang Xian's potential as more than just a strong novice. Since then, Heben has been calling nonstop, scolding him and blaming him for letting Chang Xian slip into another clan without proper effort. Everyone in Wu's family sides with Heben, even his father, the chairman of the group. Wu admits his mistake but still feels Chang Xian preferred staying out of the spotlight, while he himself became too focused on the prestige of joining an elite clan. Now, even though Chang Xian is part of the Tiger clan and more famous than ever, Wu continues searching for ways to bring him back. Meanwhile, back in the Bloody Mountains, Shin Yunseo is practically swooning over Chang Xian, unable to believe he actually looked in her direction. Seeing her reaction, Shin Kyung-kyu tells her to calm down and wipe her face, noting that although she wants to join Xian's clan, no one expected her to score higher than their leader, Kim Hyun-jun. Just then, Jeomju notices Kim Hyun-jun standing behind him, spaced out and acting strangely, so he asks if something is wrong. Kim's expression softens as he assures him that he is fine. He then tells Jeomju they should head over, since the staff is about to brief them on the training center rules. Everyone gathers around as the instructor begins explaining the main guidelines. The 100-day training program starts with 30 days of basic skill and combat training, followed by 70 days where the safety zone is removed and survival becomes essential. essential. Players earn points by defeating monsters. Stronger enemies grant more points. Guards only intervene in emergencies, and falling below 0 points means failure, while top performers become guardians. Participants are free to survive however they choose unless they break rules or commit crimes, and with that, the training officially begins. It starts with the clan's 3 foundational techniques: Tiger's Curse, Tiger's Step, and Tiger's Peril. Tiger's Curse delivers magical attacks, Tiger's Step enhances movement for dodging or overpowering foes, and Tiger's Peril boosts destructive power like a ferocious tiger strike. Once everyone receives their scrolls, they are instructed to tear them open to learn the skills. As the countdown ends, all players rip open their scrolls and awaken the abilities, stunned by how unbelievable the moment feels. Just as the instructors announce a staff demonstration, Chang Xian raises his hand, stopping the instructor mid-speech. Everyone is stunned when he calmly says he has already mastered all 3 skills, while he remains unfazed by their reactions. He casually adds that he heard trainees can move beyond the safety zone during practice if they demonstrate mastery without issues. The players are shocked and confused, unable to understand how he mastered everything so quickly. Some suspect prior access to the scrolls, but it still doesn't explain his flawless execution right after opening them. While others remain suspicious, Shin Yunxiu simply stares at Chang Xian with dreamy, love-struck eyes. On the other hand, Kim Hyun-jun looks relaxed and smug, fully convinced Chang Xian will fail. After all, his father is an executive in the White Tiger clan and had already told him Chang Xian didn't truly understand the 3 techniques. Kim scoffs inwardly, thinking that if it were really that simple, everyone would have mastered them by now. Shortly after, the instructor gives Chang Xian permission to begin, and within seconds, Chang Xian activates both Tiger's Curse and Tiger's Step. The sheer intensity of power surrounding him is crushing, as flames burst out around Chang Xian and take the form of a roaring tiger made of energy. Kim Hyunjun stands frozen, unable to comprehend what he is witnessing, while the other students are equally stunned. Kim silently wonders whether Chang Xian has truly mastered the final technique, Tiger Peril. Chang Xian appears to respond to that thought by activating it. With a powerful thrust of his blade, his eyes ignite and tiger-like markings spread across his face. A blazing aura engulfs his entire body, stunning everyone present as he stands firmly with his sword and releases a fiery tiger-shaped energy. Yahello is completely stunned, watching the scene in awe. The surrounding crowd is left speechless, eyes wide and jaws dropped, unable to believe what Chang Xian has just accomplished. With glowing white eyes, Chang Xian raises his sword as flames surge outward like a massive wave. The instructor lets out a fearful groan as everything unfolds before him. Flames whip past him, leaping high into the air. Chang Xian swings his sword once more. The fire erupts with even greater intensity. It spreads so rapidly that nearby creatures are engulfed, their agonized screams echoing across the area. The instructor is left stunned and confused, overwhelmed with questions he wants to ask Chang Xian. Chang Xian remains calm and simply says he only tried it, and it worked. The response leaves the instructor completely speechless. While Chang Xian stands steady within the blazing aura, Song Yujun burns with frustration as he finally understands why Chang Xian spent so much time in the library. It took Song 10 years to master those same skills, yet Chang Xian executed them effortlessly right after learning them, making it clear why Sihun respects him so highly. Song tells Chang Xian that even if talent is involved, he still puts in immense effort, or perhaps his talent is simply the result of that unseen hard work. He admits he once thought Chang Xian was pretending in the library and apologizes for his assumptions. He also expresses sincere respect for Chang Xian's abilities. Chang Xian remains silent throughout. The crowd around them clearly understands one thing: Chang Xian is an unmatched genius. While everyone continues discussing his talent, Shin Yunxiu, however, is indifferent to all of it as long as Chang Xian remains attractive and good-looking. Suddenly, Chang Xian receives a message from the deity known as the Troubled Tiger, who looks down on him with satisfaction. It declares that if he continues like this, he will be promoted to a high-ranking position within the clan. At the same time, the avid hunter frowns in disapproval. In that moment, Chang Xian realizes Huju keeps encouraging him while Pabulsag remains unimpressed. He asks the instructor for permission to advance, and with his displayed strength, approval is granted instantly. Without looking back, Chang Xian walks out of the safe zone, leaving the other players behind. Some are filled with jealousy, while others watch in admiration. He heads deeper into the dungeon and arrives in a forest filled with towering trees and giant spiders. The system then alerts him that the Troubled Tiger is watching with curiosity, eager to see how he performs and whether he will truly clear the dungeon as promised. Chang Xian wonders if Huju overheard his conversation with Sihun after reading the notification. Now stranded in the middle of nowhere, Chang Xian senses how ruined the environment is, each breath feeling heavier as he suspects the air itself has been contaminated by disaster. With no alternative, he decides to purify the air using the flames of the Furnace of 8 Signs. He activates the Perpetual Hearts and steadies his composure, Chang Xian grips his spear tightly. At that moment, the world serpent wonders what other tricks Chang Xian is still hiding. Frowning, Chang Xian focuses entirely on his objective. As he swings his spear, his eyes turn white and tiger steps activate. As he thrusts his spear forward, a brilliant light floods the entire area, and all nearby creatures are instantly knocked unconscious. Turns out the area is swarming with one-legged imps. While the creatures scream and try to intimidate him, Chang Xian feels relieved, realizing this is exactly what he was looking for. Before moving forward, he decides to test a skill he has been curious about for some time. With a slight grin, he activates the Black Tiger's first claw skill. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he swings his spear, the skill surging through his body with overwhelming force as he holds his attack stance. Monsters rush toward him in an attempt to attack. The moment he swings his spear again, they vanish into nothingness. Flames swirl around him like a protective barrier. The system notifies him that the troubled tiger is impressed by the power of his claw. Letting out a relieved sigh, Chang Xian feels slightly more at ease, knowing that Huju did not realize the skill consumes a huge amount of mana. At this point, he knows he must increase his mana capacity no matter what, so he carefully scans the area, certain what he is searching for lies near the one-legged imp's territory. Out of nowhere, one of the creatures suddenly lunges straight at Chang Xian, but he immediately activates Serpent Eye, standing perfectly still as he does so. With precise, expert movements, he wipes out the entire mob in an instant as the battle concludes. The avid hunter is left in complete amazement. Meanwhile, the world serpent calmly praises Chang Xian for using his abilities wisely, noting it also provides valuable research insight. Afterward, Chang Xian clears the one-legged imp village and earns 2 rewards: the imp's leg joint and a large club from the chief imp. Then the soul exploitation skill is triggered. Magical threads begin wrapping around Chang Xian's hands. He notices a nearby flower with bulging eyes, trembling in fear, and the moment it meets his gaze, quickly hides its expression, pretending to be an ordinary flower while still shaking slightly. Chang Xian stares at it with clear excitement, realizing he has found exactly what he was searching for, while the flower trembles in panic. Without hesitation, Chang Xian reaches out and grabs it. He tightens his grip, leaving the flower frozen in shock. It is a shrieking flower, a plant that grows beneath the western sky where life and death blur. It occasionally emits screams and carries deadly poison capable of causing fatal illness if consumed. Chang Xian carefully examines it, fully aware of both its danger and immense value. His thoughts drift back to when the red-robed figures beside the second elder disapproved of his desire to cultivate the furnace of 8 Saints' flame, yet he insisted he only wanted its growth method, not just healing use. The second elder burst into eerie laughter, concluding that everything he had heard about Chang Xian was true. He was indeed insane. The elder explained that the furnace of 8 signs was meant to create life, yet Chang Xian intended to turn it toward destruction. When asked again, the elder agreed to help and explained the method. The answer was simple: the flames must be grown not with firewood, but by feeding them fire itself. Not just any flame would do. Weak ones would be consumed without effect, so only the most dangerous flames were suitable. The second elder told him to seek either Lejuk or Jigui, as only their flames could ignite true destructive power. Turning to the present, Chang Xian clenches his fists, memories of standing on the cliff surface in his mind once more. He recalls seeing a creature atop the mountain Jigui. Now that his target is near, he must evolve the furnace's flame into a steady, everlasting blaze. To achieve that, he must feed it this flower as the next stage of its growth. Without hesitation, Chang Xian swallows the shrieking flower. Deadly poison spreads through his body, but his immunity to 10 lethal toxins activates, nullifying the effect completely. After chewing and expelling the remains, the furnace of 8 signs purifies his body and grants a small boost in mana. The flame ignites, his mana rises, and it feels like achieving 2 gains at once. From there, Chang Xian continues his journey. He clears the one-legged imp village, collecting rewards like an imp skull and heart, along with another shrieking flower. He then wipes out the red-bearded ogre town, discovers the fighting flower community, and defeats a group of night specters, earning a new achievement. As a result, his strength and stamina increase. He never pauses, pushing forward while the system casually notes that the avid hunter is yawning and wondering when he will rest. Meanwhile, the twilight-piercing owl closely observes Chang Xian's progress with growing interest. After a long journey, Chang Xian finally reaches the place where he first witnessed the Jigui flying. There, he discovers a nest that likely belongs to the Jigui. He recalls asking the second elder about the Jigui's nature, and the elder explained it is neither a true beast nor a wraith, but something in between. In essence, the Jigui is formed from countless wraiths fused into a single entity. It is a perfect embodiment of both fire and death. Curious, Chang Xian asks if it contains a core like a nadin, but the elder replies it does not, though it possesses something similar. The Jigwee's right eye is a jewel formed from the concentrated resentment of countless wraiths, compressed under extreme heat and pressure. Thinking about it now, Chang Xian decides to use that jeweled eye to alter the properties of the furnace of 8 signs flame. With the nest currently empty, he leaps from the cliff toward it, setting traps while there is still time. Meanwhile, at the safe zone, instructors review the list of players who passed the novice test. They suspect it may be influenced by Chang Xian's performance, as around 40% passed in under 10 days, which is highly unusual and suspicious. Crossing out from the safe zone corridor, 3 players who passed the novice test begin following traces left behind by Chang Xian. Ignoring the fires and disturbances he caused, they focus solely on one objective: eliminating Chang Xian. A strange light pierces through the dark, eerie forest as tension steadily builds. 2 high-ranking players discuss Chang Xian, saying he is not as simple as he appears. The man in the blue jacket claims Chang Xian must have received something valuable from White Tiger, because no one could master a skill that fast without outside help. Meatloaf appears tense, worried that White Tiger supervisors might discover their actions. However, the scarred man shrugs it off, saying that although White Tiger claims justice and rules, they are no different underneath, just like everyone else who kills for gain. Murderers usually refers to people who kill, but in this context it is also slang for those willing to do anything for profit in the entertainment world. The High-Off clan players grow interested in whatever White Tiger may have given Chang Xian. Even if he received nothing, they assume he earned plenty as a former pro gamer and wealthy individual, fueling their greed to take it all. Meatloaf tries to dismiss the concern, saying nothing will happen since Chang Xian is just minding his own business. The other High-Off players glare at him angrily. He quickly backtracks, saying they should avoid unnecessary trouble or it could ruin their real objective. A drink of illusions from White Tiger's training grounds. He reminds them how urgently they need it, especially with High-Off being pushed into a corner by the White Tiger. The other 2 react with even more anger, taking his comment as an insult, as if he is saying they cannot defeat Xian. They threaten him and Meatloaf panics and gives in. They warn him that if he speaks like that again, they will tear off his head and feed it to the ghosts. After that, the 2 High-Off clan members fly off, telling Meatloaf to do his best. He is left confused. Meatloaf puts on his mask and then takes to the sky. A glowing crescent moon hangs behind the mountain peak, casting an eerie, mystical light over the entire scene. At that moment, the system reports that the unmasked evil spirit has fallen into Chang Xian's trap and the rune of explosion has activated. It also confirms paralysis and acidic poison effects, congratulating him on defeating the unmasked evil spirit. It then announces that the dual-headed python fire canine and tiger-striped bird have all been caught in Chang Xian's trap. He notices only fire-type monsters are appearing, not the fire ghost itself. Suddenly, the system reports a massacre in progress. The deity good season to hunt is thrilled by the explosions and laughs, clearly enjoying the chaos. Chang Xian levels up, but he is still thinking about how, after 10 days, he has not reached the nest. He has gone from level 29 to 32, but without a divine guardian, his growth is slower than others. Standing at the cliff's edge, he looks up at the portal and concludes that the fire ghost is likely gone. Chang Xian wonders whether he should retrace the river path again. Instead, he steps through the portal, determined to handle what lies ahead. Suddenly, he is shocked to find Becky Owell standing there. Baek Gyol studies him curiously, his gaze landing on the spear in Chang Xian's hand. Chang Xian asks if he has been followed, and he shrugs it off and says that even if that is the case, he has no choice but to eliminate him now since he has seen too much. Chang Xian thrusts his spear toward Baek Gyol's head. Baek Gyol quickly dodges the attack. The 2 are immediately locked in a fierce battle. Chang Xian estimates that Baek Gyol is likely level 35 or 36, judging by how easily he handles a spear over 3 meters long. Baek Gyol, meanwhile, notices Chang Xian's incredible speed and realizes he keeps aiming for his neck. Chang Xian rushes forward at high speed, but is surprised when Baek Gyol still manages to evade him. He targets Baek Gyol's neck again, but suddenly he is caught off guard and restrained at the neck. He demands to know how Baek Gyol can use the secret art of shadow. Baek Gyol is surprised by the question and becomes curious about how Chang Xian knows that name. Chang Xian recalls his past life filled with endless wars, a life where he relied solely on the secret art of shadow, until madness eventually consumed him. He remembers the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the dragon that slept for 1,000 years, the iron-blooded lion, and the wandering shadow, Xerxes. He recalls that Xerxes used secret art of shadow as a collective term for all his abilities, and was the only god with a single authority. Chang Xian always believed that term was known only to his former comrades, so he now wonders how Baek Gyeol is connected to it. The divine being known as the tiger trapped in hardship watches with growing interest, curious about Baek Gyeol's technique. Chang Seon thinks that the secret art of shadow used by Xerxes and what an ordinary human can use are completely different, so Baek Gyeol should explain his version first. Baek Gyeol asks how Chang Seon knows about it, but Chang Seon reminds him that he asked first. Frustrated, Baek Gyeol snaps back, saying he will force Chang Seon to speak. Baek Gyeol charges forward, launching a full-force attack. The deity known as the tiger trapped in hardship watches in awe as the two clash, both seemingly destined to become his vessels. During the intense battle, Baek Gyeol shouts at Chang Seon to talk. Meanwhile, the deity Good Season to Hunt cheers Chang Seon on, urging him not to lose to such a strange opponent. Chang Seon decides that until he uncovers the truth behind the secret art of shadow, he must avoid seriously injuring Baek Gyeol. Baek Gyeol is shocked when Chang Seon suddenly reveals a spear mid-battle, radiating overwhelming power. Chang Seon begins combining techniques, activating Tiger's Calamity and Tiger's Step, followed by a surge of Tiger's Aura as the skill combination fully triggers. With sharp focus and precise movements, Chang Seon charges straight at Baek Gyeol. The system reports that Tiger's presence has revealed its true form as aura and manifestation merge. Chang Seon slams Baek Gyeol into the wall with full force, making him cough from the impact. Holding his spear steady, Chang Seon raises it toward Baek Gyeol. Good Season to Hunt is completely stunned by the intensity of the battle. While the tiger trapped in hardship once again thinks deeply about Chang Seon, Baek Gyeol catches his breath and asks what Chang Seon truly is. Chang Seon replies that he is ghost-born, meaning he was born from the union of spirits or ghosts, not through natural means, often carrying a distorted form and unusual abilities along with a lifelong curse. Baek Gyeol Jiao is completely shocked that Chang Seon already knows about it. Meanwhile, Chang Seon realizes the burn marks on his body were never real burns, but signs of being ghost-born. The shadow art is not something he learned, but something he was born with. Looking at Baek Gyeol, Chang Seon senses that the divine resonance he feels is most likely linked to Xerxes. He begins to wonder what could have caused Xerxes' life force to weaken so severely. Chang Seon grows curious about how Xerxes could abandon his own son in the mortal world, so he decides to keep Baek Gyeol close since Baek Gyeol may not even know anything about his father. When Baek Gyeol tries to use the eye to cure his ghost-born condition, Chang Seon stops him, saying it would be useless. Chang Seon calmly states that he understands more than Baek Gyeol and already saw through him after just a brief exchange of blows. Chang Seon explains that Baek Gyeol likely assumed his facial scars came from a fire spirit parent and that he inherited that trait, but in truth, even the jiggly eye would not be able to heal those scars. Chang Seon directly tells him his parent is not a fire spirit, and Baek Gyeol has completely misunderstood the nature of his condition. If that were true, Chang Seon adds, he would not even be able to use the shadow secret art. He further explains that the jiggy is far closer to death than fire, and its aura of decay is far stronger than that of ordinary ghosts. Chang Seon then asks Baek Gyeol whether he is trying to absorb it. The world-coiling divine serpent tilts its head, carefully processing the new information Chang Seon has revealed. Chang Seon questions whether Baek Gyeol truly intends to become a ghost or an evil spirit just to escape his cursed fate. From Baek Gyeol's expression, Chang Seon can tell he is only making desperate guesses without real certainty. Lowering his gaze, Baek Gyeol quietly asks what he is supposed to do now. Chang Seon answers calmly that he will cure him, leaving Baek Gyeol stunned. Chang Seon then urges him to make a deal. He wants all knowledge Baek Gyeol has about the Jigui, along with full cooperation. Chang Seon believes Baek Gyeol must have conducted serious research and likely knows things even he does not. Baek Gyeol hesitates, asking how he can trust him. In response, Chang Seon says he can demonstrate the treatment immediately. This completely catches Baek Gyeol off guard. Chang Seon tells him to extend his hand and hold steady. He warns him to brace himself because it will become extremely hot. Then Chang Seon channels fire into Baek Gyeol's hand. Baek Gyeol immediately lets out a scream. Remaining calm, Chang Seon tells him not to open his mouth and warns that inhaling will disrupt his mana circulation. The system reports that Baek Gyeol's ghost-born condition is changing and the curse is being gradually purified. Baek Gyeol feels the ghost-born traits inside him breaking apart as the system confirms his misfortune has been lifted. He realizes that if the fire truly reached the core of his condition, his heart, then the ember sustaining, it may finally have been extinguished. As the flames fade, Chang Seon tells him not to remain sitting. He also tells him to check his face. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is stunned by the positive transformation. Meanwhile, the world-coiling serpent considers that the effects of the 8 trigrams fire should be studied even more closely. At the same time, the troubled tiger laughs loudly, pleased to see a hopeful change in one of his household members. Chang Seon tells Baek Gyeol that this is the limit of his current ability, and even with repeated treatment, a full recovery will still be difficult. Baek Gyeol asks what he should do next, and Chang Seon replies that if he helps defeat the Jigui, they will gain more firepower, which could lead to his complete recovery. Chang Xian then asks if Baked Yawl wants to form a mana pact. Baked Yawl refuses, saying he will instead try to trust him. Chang Xian finds Baked Yawl more useful than expected and becomes interested in what he will do next. When Baked Yawl asks how Chang Xian intends to gain his cooperation, Chang Xian simply tells him to speak with proper respect. It does not sit well with him that his friend's son is acting so casually. Baked Yawl is surprised but agrees. Watching this, the world-coiling serpent clicks its tongue and mutters that Chang Xian is acting like a boomer. Chang Xian then asks Baked Yawl what he knows about the Jigui's behavior so they can track it down. Baked Yawl explains that the Jigui behaves like a crow, and if they follow its nest carefully, they can trace its movements. At that moment, they notice a pile of gold, jewelry, and swords nearby. Chang Xian explains that Jiguis tend to collect corpses as keepsakes. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is amazed by the quality of the scattered treasures. Baked Yawl explains that the Jigui does not only hoard shiny objects, but prefers rare and valuable items, recognizing them instantly and treating them as trophies, though it soon forgets about them. He adds that they may be able to locate the Jigui by analyzing the items it has collected. Among the pile, they discover the white dove bow. It is renowned for its ability to pierce directly through any target with pinpoint accuracy. The system reports that the bow was crafted by an unknown hunter using the bones and feathers of a massive flying beast, with attack power ranging from 100 to 300, and skills such as bullseye penetration and quintuple arrow shot. Sorting through the loot, Chang Xian considers keeping some items and selling the rest. Something then catches his attention, an illusion pearl. The moment he sees it, he senses the unmistakable aura of death clinging to it. The system explains that the pearl was created using a fixed ratio of death flower and destruction flower, along with an unknown third component, and still carries lingering grudges from smallpox victims. Chang Xian reflects that smallpox was once feared as greatly as tigers, leading him to suspect that the illusion pearl may be connected to the white tiger. Baked Yawl mentions that he may have figured out where the Jigui has gone. He explains that tracking it is now easier since the creature has been feeding for some time. He is not fully certain, but he can clearly sense the Jigui has been actively using its power. Chang Xian realizes that if that's true, it has likely moved deep into the mountains where powerful monsters and mystical beings dwell. Baked Yawl agrees with his assessment. Chang Xian is quietly impressed, as Bake is proving more useful than expected. He tells him they should not waste time and continue moving forward, and both press on together. 4 days later, they continue racing through the wilderness. Chang Xian recalls something the giant man once said, that the Jigui's hunger and greed are beyond imagination. As they pass the remains of fallen monsters, something suddenly catches their attention, forcing them to stop. The system reports a Class 4 disaster. Jigui is causing a drought. The deity Good Season to Hunt is thrilled by the massive bird and excitedly imagines hunting such a phoenix-like creature. Chang Xian activates his viper eyes and prepares for action. He draws the white dove bow and aims directly at the Jigui. The deity known as Tiger, trapped in hardship, feels proud as 2 of his followers spread his influence, granting them a blessing. Chang Xian is surprised to discover that his visual range and sensory perception have just improved by 1 level. He wonders if the Void Monarch's blessing is responsible for enhancing his senses. The deity Good Season to Hunt is caught off guard by the Void Monarch's gift and grows uneasy. Noticing other gods empowering Chang Xian, while she falls behind, she urgently searches for something valuable to grant him. He panics and tugs at her hair in frustration when nothing comes to mind, but suddenly calms as a memory clicks. With a confident smile, Good Season to Hunt grants her own authority as a blessing to Chang Xian. Chang Xian thinks to himself that Pebblesag is acting like his usual self. The system announces he has obtained full authority, with 100% bullseye accuracy. He gains a new authority type skill called You Won't Miss a Target, that you marked, starting at level 1, with effects including reversed casualty, perfect accuracy, and chain strikes. Without hesitation, Chang Xian fires his arrows and launches his attack on the Jigui. The system reports that by combining Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net, he can temporarily activate Lightning Storm. The system confirms that Chang Xian has dealt significant damage to the Jigui, leaving Baked Yawl visibly shocked. Chang Xian reflects on the Void Monarch's blessing and realizes he now has the combat instincts he once lacked. Deity Good Season to Hunt feels victorious, believing no one else could have granted such powerful authority. She smugly tells the tiger trapped in hardship that his contribution was essentially useless. The Void Monarch's blessing transforms Chang Xian into a true battlefield beast. His senses sharpen across the board, and the skill reaches level 1 with both passive and active forms, enhancing perception and potentially unlocking a sixth sense. The Beast Sense skill allows Chang Xian to fully concentrate his senses on the Jigui, helping him predict and read every movement with extreme precision. The tiger trapped in hardship grows excited, eager to see how Chang Xian will use the skill as he closes in on the Jigui. Baek Yawol feels a surge of excitement, believing they might actually be able to defeat it this time. Suddenly, the system issues an alert. An unauthorized intruder has entered the raid zone. Two figures appear radiating intense mana. They declare the area secured and warn that only authorized personnel may proceed, ordering all trainees to stand down. Chang Xian lands a critical hit on the Jigui. The system immediately reports that Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net have leveled up. As the Jigui howls in pain, everyone freezes, their attention locked on the massive beast. A guard steps forward, ordering them to leave and reminding them this is a restricted zone. Baek Gyol shouts back, saying they have tracked the monster for 4 days and begs the guards to let them finish the hunt. Guards refuse and stand firm, stating only authorized personnel may enter and ordering them to leave immediately. They issue a final warning. If the trainees do not comply, they will be removed by force, and any consequences will not be their responsibility. This pushes Chang Xian and Baek Gyol to the limit, both furious at the interruption. At that moment, they notice the Jigui attempting to escape by flight. Baek Gyol shouts at the guards to move, warning that if the Jigui escapes, they will lose their only chance and urging them not to interfere. The guards respond coldly that if they do not leave, they will be forced down. At that moment, Chang Xian suddenly senses a presence nearby. He recalls that Executive Director Oh promised no interference, and realizes the person here is unaware of that agreement. Chang Xian concludes this area is White Tiger territory and suspects Executive Director Oh may be using force to conceal something. He begins to suspect a deeper link, possibly involving the illusion pearl discovered in the Jigui's nest. Someone connected to that secret may have been killed by the Jigui, and now they are trying to erase all traces. This also explains why others are pursuing the Jigui as well. Chang Xian realizes that continuing to push forward may uncover something far bigger. He asks the guards if they are still allowed to move freely as long as they do not enter the restricted zone. They confirm and again order them to leave. Chang Xian calmly replies that in that case, they have nothing to worry about. At that moment, the Jigui suddenly flies straight toward the guards, causing them to scream in panic and chaos. Without any hesitation, Chang Xian immediately strikes at the Jigui. The system instantly reports that the 8 trigrams Earn Fire has detected a new flame source, and begins rapidly assimilating it. In that moment, Chang Xian is reminded of when he and Baek once stood over piles of monster corpses in a similar scene. He notices subtle traces suggesting the Jigui may have left behind an offspring. That realization hits him hard, as it explains the sudden abandonment of the nest and the intense reaction from the fire absorption. If it weren't feeding an offspring, the situation wouldn't make sense. Observing the corpses, they conclude they could become valuable resources if handled properly. Even though a Jigui is an evil spirit, defeating one alone is nearly impossible, so preparation was essential. Baek Gyol asks if Chang Xian has a plan. Chang Xian turns the question back on Baek Gyol, asking if he has any ideas. Baek admits he prepared a few tricks in advance, though he is unsure how effective they will be. Chang Xian reasons that if the Jigui truly has a chick, it would be searching for nourishment, allowing them to predict its movement. He decides to head toward its likely destination and set a trap. At that moment, the system announces that the authorities' soul extortion is actively consuming the spirit that formed the Jigui, and purgatory flames ignite across its remains. The fire spreads into other spirits connected to the Jigui, quickly engulfing its entire form in burning destruction. The flames of purgatory grow more violent by the second, surging with uncontrollable intensity. Baek Gyol stands frozen, completely stunned by what he is witnessing. He assumes the creature is simply devouring everything in its path. He recalls Chang Xian mentioning that the Jigui's endless hunger comes from a deeper cause, forcing it to continuously feed. Chang Xian remarks that even a corpse should welcome a meal, which is why he intends to coat it in ice poison and paralysis toxins. Baek Gyol agrees, noting that the Jigui would be unable to resist that combination. Both of them continue observing the monster as everything unfolds according to plan. Chang Xian reflects that the Jigui not only consumes prey, but also devours their souls, using them as fuel to intensify its flames of death. What he does not tell Baek Gyol is that he deliberately avoided extracting the monster's souls after killing them earlier. He knows those lingering souls will be absorbed into the Jigui's body, becoming part of its structure. Later, when the Jigui attempts to escape, Chang Xian plans to use soul extraction to drag it back. He believes that once purgatory flames are ignited through a spirit, they will spread rapidly to all connected souls, becoming impossible to suppress. Since the Jigui is a cluster of spirits, it cannot escape the white trigram Earn's fire. Chang Xian is determined that the ashes left after burning the Jiggy, along with its flames, will belong to him and to the Jiggy's natural counterforce. The system reports that the 8 trims earned fire is endlessly absorbing the Jiggy's flames, and its destructive power is gradually being integrated into its regenerative ability. It also notifies him that Chang Xian's strength increases by 1 point, and agility by 1 point. His magic power rises by 4, then another 5, and his total mana capacity begins to surge rapidly. However, the system warns that this uncontrolled growth may become toxic and advises him to stop using his authority. It also notes that the absorption rate is accelerating steadily. The 8 trigrams earn fire begins to change properties, becoming unstable and increasingly difficult to control. The system reports that Chang Xian's magic circuit is expanding, and it has already exceeded the safe operational limit. The circuit expansion and reinforcement reach their maximum capacity. A bypass is installed to handle overflow, but it quickly overloads. A second bypass is added, but it also reaches its limit. The system confirms that no additional components can be installed. Since his current magic circuits cannot handle the full load of his power, the system initiates a forced transformation process. Achievement is unlocked. He who swallowed the earth. Rewards include +20 intelligence, +20 willpower, unknown magic power, and an integrated magic circuit installation. The system also reports that the authority of soul extortion has been enhanced, allowing souls to be extracted at a significantly faster rate. Meanwhile, the Jiggy finally begins resisting the overwhelming force closing in on it. Nearby guards remain frozen, unsure how to respond to the scene unfolding before them. Chang Xian thinks to himself that he should now be able to unsheath it. At that moment, the system confirms that destructive properties have fully fused into the 8 trigrams earned fire. Its nature continues evolving as eternal flames begin forming within the fish intestine sword. The system confirms the fire has awakened and blood has been formed, indicating all conditions have been met. The final message arrives. Chang Xian has fulfilled all hidden qualification requirements for the divine artifact. A surge of excitement rises within him. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Chang Xian knows there is only one way to fully subdue the Jiggy, and that is by unlocking the full power of the fish intestine sword. To do so, the sword requires an enormous amount of world-ending flame which it eagerly consumes, but it also demands blood. Without hesitation, Chang Xian cuts his hand, letting his blood drip onto the blade. He believes these 2 elements are the key to awakening the fish intestine sword, which has remained dormant for over 1,000 years. The sword has been passed down from the original Aizi to his descendants, always kept near the brazier. Each generation left its mark, allowing fire to gradually settle within it. Before reaching Aizi, it had already been wielded by countless assassins, absorbing more blood than any other blade, earning the names Demonic Sword and Sword of Death, with stains that can never be erased. The system confirms that the fire has awakened, blood is accepted, and Chang Xian successfully meets the final hidden requirement to wield the divine artifact. After offering both fire and blood, Chang Xian declares that the fish intestine sword belongs solely to him. The blade emits a sharp cry, as if responding to his command. The system detects that the fish intestine sword is engraving proof of its new master into its surface. At that moment, the sword speaks for the first time. It recognizes that Chang Xian has finally released its seal and asks him to take hold of it. Countless dark shadows pour out from the blade, all pleading for Chang Xian's attention. Yet he remains unmoved. Baek is left standing there in complete shock. Chang Xian is stunned to see himself standing inside a raging vortex formed from ancient spirits. Having reached his limit, Chang Xian instantly pushes everything aside in one swift motion. He then claims what is rightfully his and officially takes ownership of the fish intestine sword. He swings the blade, a golden aura trails behind him, glowing with immense power. Without hesitation, Chang Xian unleashes a decisive strike toward the Jigui. Tiger-bearing erupts through his skill, Black Mountain Monarch's Claw, triggering fully through the newly acquired sword's power. With a devastating blow, he finally defeats the Jigui. As a result, Chang Xian obtains the Jiggy's right crystal eye. It is a powerful artifact formed from the fusion of demonic energy and fire. Anyone who possesses it can no longer easily perceive changes between the human world and the afterlife. In addition, Chang Xian uncovers the hidden secret behind the fish intestine sword. His high-grade dagger and longsword techniques both reach maximum mastery, unlocking a wide range of offensive and defensive sword skills. With this achievement, Chang Xian officially attains full sword mastery. Mid-season to Hunt is completely shocked, regretting her loose words and even scolding herself for not throwing away what she thought was just a simple fire stick, now revealed to be a divine sword. Meanwhile, the serpent remains indifferent, noting that Chang Xian unlocking a divine sword is no longer surprising. Other deities observe him in silence, while the system confirms their shock at him wielding Aizi's masterpiece. The fish intestine sword is one of 9 divine blades forged by Aizi, usable both as a dagger and a longsword. It can release corrupted thoughts, and the lingering fire and blood of its previous owners grant it mysterious power. Though immensely strong, Chang Xion still lacks the required set pieces to fully unlock its true abilities. Suddenly, a hidden quest titled Uyezi's Secret is activated. It reveals that each of Uyezi's swords has unique traits tied to blood and fire. They function as living artifacts that strengthen one another, and collecting all 8 additional swords may unlock a hidden realm, though others will likely try to steal the fish intestine sword. The quest's objective is to protect the fish intestine sword, locate the other 8 blades, and unlock their powers through imprinting. Success would make Chang Xion the first heir of Uyezi's legacy. Following this, Chang Xion absorbs the fish intestine sword into his right hand, and its weight instantly becomes more tangible and intense. His magic power surges to 221, nearly tripling his previous 76 at level 30, as a powerful flow of energy rushes through him like a river. Meanwhile, the blade users are shocked that Chang Xion took down the Jigi so effortlessly, yet they cannot ignore what has just happened. One of them considers eliminating the Jigi, suspecting it may have been injured while gathering fighting flowers and could be carrying the illusion pearl, deciding Chang Xion must be subdued if necessary. His subordinate doubts the plan, noting Chang Xion has already absorbed the Jigi's flames, while Baldi adds that the others are exhausted from the battle. Chang Xion even consumed the world-ending flames. The leader intends to overpower him, interrogate him about the illusion pearl, and eliminate him if needed. He even feels a hint of sympathy for Executive O, who once believed in Chang Xion, but is now caught in a much larger conflict. At that moment, 2 men suddenly arrive, declaring that there are 3 major targets present: Chang Xion, the Jigi's treasure, and the White Tiger's hunting dogs. One of them jokes if it is some kind of celebration, while Xinhai casually says they simply entered through the front door. White Tiger members are forced to admit their own failure in detection, quickly realizing who the intruders are. One of them identifies the Iron Mace demon Yang Xinhai. The man in the blue jacket is Sawblade Park GPO, and the last one, nicknamed Meatloaf, is Crimson Target Bei Wujiang. Baldi cannot believe they have stumbled into this place instead of a random White Tiger dungeon, which means they must have already swept through the research facilities as well. Xinhai concludes there is plenty to discuss and suggests they begin immediately. Baldi quickly realizes that confronting the 3 would only end in disaster. He decides to stall for time while his subordinate goes to call for backup. Meanwhile, Jipyo engages the top guard in sword combat, treating it as a bit of entertainment. Xinhai attacks another guard using his spiked mace. However, the guard blocks it expertly. At that moment, Xinhai throws a small but extremely fast attack, catching the guard off guard and blowing his head away in a single strike. This makes Xinhai laugh out loud, while Jipyo scolds him for killing their lead too quickly and making things more complicated. Sai dismisses it casually, saying at least one target is still alive. On the other side, Bei walks toward Chang Xion and Bei Gyawul. Ike asks what this Meatloaf intends to do with them. Bei casually replies that they will have to die here for him. Chang Xion refuses to accept it. Bei draws his sword, preparing for battle. Chang Xion states he will consider the request if Bei can survive what comes next. At that moment, the trio looks up and spots the boss monster Jigui heading straight toward them. It seems they are either lucky or not, since Jigui was laying eggs nearby. No one knows how Mama Jigui will react once she learns her mate is dead, so evasion may be their safest option. Flaming lightning erupts from Jigui. A blazing storm erupts. The trio leaps aside, abandoning the scroll behind them. Jipyo instructs Sung Chu to draw it away in the opposite direction. They end up cornered, and Mama Jigui incinerates them completely. Chang Xion explains to Baek Gyawul that the female guards the chicks while the male hunts, but if her mate is threatened, she will naturally appear. Baek Gyawul is utterly stunned by him. When asked what he is doing next, Chang Xion replies that he is heading out to obtain more crystal eyes. Baek Gyawul grows concerned about Chang Xion's condition, but Chang Xion reassures him that his stamina has fully recovered. Even so, Baek Gyawul insists it is still too dangerous. As he consumes the crystal, Chang Xion simply says he has his own methods. At the same time, he wonders whether there is any real need to consume the crystal eye after already absorbing Jigi's flames. He's confident his flames have grown enough to forge an artifact from the crystal eye alone. Then Iroh explains that it is necessary to move from attribute addition to full core transformation. He further reveals that after absorbing the crystal eye, Chang Xion may even become a Jigi himself. At that moment, the system announces that destruction and ghost attributes have been added to the 8 Trigram Urn Fire. Its properties begin to shift as all attributes merge and evolve, forming a new ruin attribute. The 8 Trigram Urn Fire transforms into the 8 Trigram Urns World-Ending Flames. Chang Xion fully becomes a Jigui, with all his stats greatly enhanced, and he completely grasps the unique traits of a Jigui. These include Spirit Flame, Poltergeist, Pyrokinesis, and the first form of World-Ending Flame. His skills begin to activate, including, among them is Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. Chang Xion absorbs Jigi's right crystal eye, causing his magical power to surge. The world-ending flame of the 8 trigram urn is about to level up, enhancing both the flame and the poltergeist abilities. His overall magical capacity also increases, making him stronger than ever and better prepared for the threats ahead. Despite this surge in power, Chang Xian quickly realizes there are still limits. Gaining magic does not mean he can use it without restriction, as certain laws still apply. Now that he has become Jiggy's vessel, he can freely use its attributes, even raising the earth with flames of death. This power stacks with his existing flames, greatly boosting destruction, while the crystal eyes mark both strength and the destruction he carries. His progress continues to climb, and his dungeon rank updates to number 9, showing how rapidly he is rising and how dangerous he is becoming. This highlights how quickly Xian is rising and how much of a threat he is becoming. He assumes chaos will erupt below as the 2 Jigwis rule the blackish-red mountain range, though their dominance may soon be challenged. Arriving, he demands the red-haired man tell him everything he knows, as the man clearly seems ready to die. The man looks exhausted and hopeless, and tells Chang Xian that the white tiger sent him into the blackish-red mountain range to open something. That makes Chang Xian think about how the white tiger suddenly grew stronger around 13 or 14 years ago, and he wonders what triggered that rise and what they have been planning since. Chang Xian believes the 7 cryptic scriptures of San consist of 7 scrolls, and although the white tiger pursues only 3 of them, those 3 alone hold immense power capable of extraordinary results. On top of that, the white tiger clan leader, Heavenly Swordsmaster Munsong, is known as one of the world's strongest swordmasters, while his followers are ordinary, gaining fame only through association. Chang Xian insists again that the red-haired man must reveal everything. The man continues, explaining that each of the 7 scriptures teaches how to draw power from ancient constellations tied to deeper universal forces. Chang Xian realizes that controlling even one of these scriptures could grant power beyond imagination. He then asks whether it is possible to borrow the power of those constellations or if the Void Monarch has kept it all hidden, wondering who can truly use it. The red-haired man says 3 scrolls have been deciphered and 2 are missing, but the final one remains and may hold something even greater, deepening Chang Xian's interest. The red-haired man also reveals he did not come here for terrorism or revenge. The real purpose is to find the illusion pearl. To create it, wildflowers from Siachin's flower beds are needed, especially crying and laughing flowers, along with the strength of powerful warriors. The pearl is not merely magical. It requires rare materials and the strength of true warriors to be formed. Chang Xian deduces there is a training institute hidden in a harsh environment similar to the blackish red mountain range. It is designed to push trainees to their limits, allowing only the strongest to survive and grow into powerful warriors. The institute is tied to the White Tiger organization, and its true purpose is gradually becoming clear, revealing a hidden network far beyond the surface. Disappearances and missing items have complicated matters, suggesting a deeper scheme is unfolding, and someone is trying to expose White Tiger without enough proof. The red-haired man agrees and admits he now knows too much to stay silent. He realizes the truth must come out no matter the risk. Chang Xian feels many secrets are already unraveling, but more remain, and stopping now would be a mistake as they near something crucial. Determined to continue, he believes the gods the red-haired man follows would prefer someone stronger like him rather than a dying weak man. Baek Gyol is confused when Chang Xian suddenly asks him to sit in a lotus position, saying he will treat him immediately without delay. Though surprised, Baek Gyol follows without question, and Chang Xian tells him to stay focused because stabilizing the remaining energy of a ghost-born state takes time and can easily become distracting, so it cannot be handled carelessly. Calming such unstable energy is both physically and mentally exhausting. But the process must eventually finish, and giving up midway is not an option, as even a slight loss of will can trigger a dangerous transformation. Chang Xian makes it clear that if any sign of danger appears, he will not hesitate and will immediately eliminate Xerxes. He cannot allow such unstable power to roam free, as a broken Xerxes could lead to a disaster affecting everyone nearby. Jack gives a quiet nod, reassuring Chang Xian that he understands what is at stake and asks him not to worry, fully aware of how serious the situation is. Chang Xian reflects that although Xerxes often seems to lack a true sense of identity, there has always been a single unwavering desire within him, something that keeps him grounded in his own way even if others cannot perceive it clearly. With that mutual understanding between them, they proceed to begin the process. The first form of the world-ending flame slowly begins to seep into Pyak's body, engulfing and searing the ghost that was born within him. The process is extremely intense and filled with pain. Chang Xian warns Baek Gyol not to give in, no matter how painful or confusing it becomes, and to hold on to his sense of self throughout. Inside his mind, Baek Gyol becomes disoriented, struggling to understand where he is. After a brief moment, he realizes he is within his unconscious realm, a space deep inside his own mind. However, he refuses to recall the past, as those memories carry overwhelming pain and trauma. He remembers being emotionally scarred as a child, growing up in an orphanage and being treated like a monster. No one ever chose a child like him. He was called a monster and said to have an ugly face, leaving him feeling rejected, unloved, and invisible. Those cruel words and cold rejections left deep emotional wounds within him. Because of all that suffering, he begins to wonder if death would be easier than living with such heavy and unwanted memories. A hand suddenly appears before him, silently offering itself and urging him to follow. As the air turns cold and the wind grows stronger, he senses he must leave before it worsens, and he longs not to be alone. He steps closer, about to take the offered hand. A feeling inside him suddenly halts his movement. A rising instinct tells him this is not where he is meant to be. Without hesitation, he turns away and runs from the space, refusing to take the hand. Deep down, he knows this is not the right path, and despite everything, he still wants to live. Changxian, monitoring everything from outside, tells him. He informs Pak that they have successfully passed the most critical moment. He also notes that the ghost within Baek Gyawul is extremely persistent and refuses to give up easily. Although Changxian now has full access to Jiggy's vessel and its power, he is still unsure whether Baek Gyawul will ultimately prevail. However, one fact brings some clarity. Baek Gyawul's father is Xerxes, and that alone carries significant weight. Slowly, Baek Gyawul begins to steady his breathing again, regaining control. This indicates the rune of stealth has reactivated at a higher level, and an intermediate-grade rune engraving skill has also formed, confirming progress. With that complete, Changxian decides to inspect the Illusion Pearl's research facilities, but first he intends to eliminate the useless witness, a person who no longer serves any purpose, and could become potential threat. Song Yujin travels through the mountains using his abilities, thinking urgently that he must inform the executive director of the truth no matter what. While escaping, he plans his route carefully, aware that the executive director is occupied with treating Baek Gyawul, giving him a perfect opening. At that moment, Changxian suddenly appears, catching Song Yujin completely off guard. He strikes the moment Song Yujin's stealth skill fades. Song Yujin tries to draw his sword to counterattack, but Changxian is faster, driving his blade into Song Yujin's shoulder. He slams him into a tree as their eyes lock. Changxian smiles and says they meet again, while Song Yujin grits his teeth and demands to know his intentions. Changxian admits he originally planned to kill him on the spot, but changed his mind, not wanting to arouse Executive Director O's suspicion. Taking out the Illusion Pearl, Changxian tells Song Yujin he has a simpler method now, so there is no need to take the difficult path. He then forcefully makes him swallow the pill. The moment Song Yujin swallows it, his reasoning collapses and his ego fades, dropping him into a hypnotic state. Changxian orders him to stand, and Song Yujin rises immediately without hesitation. Watching him, Changxian wonders if this is what it looks like when someone becomes completely hollow, as if their soul is gone. To test it, he commands Song Yujin to sit, roll on the ground, and bark like a dog, and Song Yujin obeys every order. Then Changxian orders him to kill himself, and Song Yujin instantly attempts it. But before he can complete it, Changxian quickly stops him. He studies Song Yujin's face and admits they have created something astonishing by extracting such power from a low-tier scripture, wondering how strong the others might be. He orders Song Yujin to tell Executive Director O that there are no issues related to him and to act normally, as if nothing happened. Song Yujin bows and replies that he understands. The Divine Serpent, coiled around the world, laughs at Changxian's cunning plan while Divine Tiger, trapped in hardship, quietly observes him with growing interest in his ambition. Changxian tells Song Yujin to leave, but just as he begins using his ability to vanish, Changxian stops him, and Song Yujin asks if there are further orders. Changxian asks whether he can learn the technique Song Yujin is currently using, finding it more useful than expected and potentially suitable for Baek Gyawul. Song Yujin explains it is called Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale, a technique that manipulates wind for Qinggong, stealth, and disguise. Since it comes from Tiger steps, Changxian should be able to learn it. Standing ready, Changxian tells him to teach it, but Song Yujin says there is no manual, so it may take time. Changxian ignores the concern and says he will figure it out himself. Song Yujin lends him his energy and demonstrates by moving in circles, guiding the wind technique. Changxian mirrors his movement, quickly forming the same swirling force of the Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale. This leaves Song Yujin completely stunned. He continues practicing, growing faster and more precise with every attempt, until the system announces he has acquired a new technique built upon the foundation of Tiger Step. After fully activating it, Changxian demonstrates the completed skill before Song Yujin, who watches in disbelief. He exclaims in shock that it took him years to master, yet Changxian learned it after only a few glimpses. He bows respectfully, admitting Changxian is truly admirable, and Changxian tells him to leave. Using the wind, Changxian expands on his skills, first mastering Qinggong. Then he advances into stealth techniques and eventually full concealment. Soon after, the system informs him that the divine being good season to hunt is impressed by how smooth and sharp his hunting movements are, and is now considering what reward she might offer in return. Chang Xian moves through the wind with his newly learned technique as he walks through the jungle. He recalls that a pair of jigui lay an egg only once every century. Soon he comes across a jiggly nest where a large egg rests. It is surrounded by swirling red waves. As he approaches the egg, he realizes it still needs more time to hatch. Jiggy have 3 forms, but in truth, they are collections of spirits beings without fixed physical bodies. Their ancestors once took bird form, so they still retain it, though they can shift and adapt to their surroundings. Sun considers how their nature could be guided in a positive direction, even raising their intelligence beyond the norm for their kind. The egg's strength, undeveloped state, and overall condition all appear perfectly balanced. With that, he decides the best choice is to help it become a spiritual bird. Standing beside the red waves, he absorbs the energy radiating from the egg. The divine tiger suggests waiting for the beast to hatch naturally, so it may become a rare tiger-like creature. At that moment, the divine being good season to hunt argues with the tiger, insisting that almost anything would be more useful than raising another tiger. Shang Xian thanks both of them for their input. As the two continue bickering, their relationship visibly deteriorates. He places a hand on his chest, sensing the egg within. Then he commands it to absorb the flames inside him and grow stronger. After that, he opens his eyes, ready to head toward the research facility. The doctor asks his assistants what the executive director thinks about the situation. One replies that Director O believes it is best to wait as he plans to handle it soon. Frustrated, the doctor slams his hands onto the table. Thinking back, the illusion pearls used to create God-sent warriors at the Starlight Coordinates were all his work. He developed everything third-grade basic skills, divine armaments, divine artifacts, and even authorities. After everything he has done for White Tiger, he cannot believe they sent the inspection department after him, just for keeping a few of his own creations. Executive Director O was the one who instructed him to prepare everything from the very start. Through gritted teeth, he thinks about how many times he has asked for help, only to be told to keep waiting. He shouts, asking how much more he must sacrifice after everything he has already done for them. He remembers the inspection board said the inspection department would arrive today. Quickly, he orders his staff to destroy any documents that could raise suspicion, warning that an official from the third-rank directorate is coming in person. He knows the Guildle project was developed and overseen under Executive Director O's guidance, so questions will naturally arise. He realizes the entire organization could become dangerous for someone like him, so he needs to become White Tiger soon to obtain the 5-star Blade Fiend. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he takes a breath and tries to calm himself. He thinks about how they are all powerful conglomerate families, and that he might live a richer life if he plays his cards right. He decides he should secure something valuable for himself. Then his thoughts drift to Baek Gyawol. For a brief moment, he feels pity for him. After that, his mind shifts to Chang Xian, still filled with curiosity. He walks toward the glass jar containing a floating body, wondering where the two of them went, and thinking it would have been great to examine and take them. He stops beside the jar, staring at the body inside, and mutters that this one is also incredible, so he might as well do what he wants with it. At that moment, he hears something shatter and quickly orders his workers to contact the men sent to retrieve the illusion pearl. Meanwhile, Chang Xian approaches the facility and comes to a stop as he reaches the entrance, finally arriving at the research facility. With his stealth skill fully activated, all sounds are dispersed into the wind. He infiltrates the facility at a speed beyond light. Flashes between the two guards at the entrance. Both feel as if something just passed through them, sending chills down their spines, yet they ignore it. One begins to shake in fear while the other becomes visibly nervous. Inside, the research facility is filled with traps, but Chang Xian moves through them with ease. He passes the 12th trap undetected thanks to his beast sense skill, which detects activation directions. Using his viper eye, he scans all nearby traps instantly. As his awareness sharpens, the flying tiger's trailing gale skill activates within him, and he continues forward without triggering a single trap. A notification appears stating that the divine being Snake that wraps the world admires how skillfully he uses his abilities. Not long after, Chang Xian senses something unusual. As the atmosphere inside the facility shifts, everyone begins rushing around in panic. His beast sense grows stronger, letting him hear every sound and voice in the area. He hears workers shouting at each other, urging everyone to get things in order, or it will be the end of them. As an inspection team is arriving, one worker yells about the team sent to capture the Jigui, complaining they should have returned with the illusion pearl by now. They grumble about how slow the on-site workers always are, clearly under pressure. Seconds later, Chang Xian hears that the Jiggy's corpse has been discovered, shocking everyone that someone could actually kill Villa Jigwe. Another worker reports a group of unconscious people found at the training ground. Amid confusion and unclear conditions, the facility remains in chaos as everyone rushes to clean up before the inspection department arrives. As Chang Xion listens, he realizes this is the Illusion Pearl production facility. He moves forward, flashing through rooms as workers scramble to hide evidence. He immediately notices a strong scent of poisonous herbs. The crying flower's poison has saturated the air, known for causing hallucinations and seizures, but his passive poison immunity activates, fully protecting him. A notification appears stating that His Majesty, Tiger's Calamity, is now watching him. Soon Chang Xion arrives at a locked door requiring approved ID access. The system prompts him to enter a password or draw a pattern to unlock it, and he tries to find a path forward without attracting any attention, briefly considering forcing his way through, but quickly decides it's too risky to make a scene this early. His gaze then shifts toward the key hanging around his neck. He wonders whether the key might open the door, but pauses just as he reaches for it, sensing the Void Monarch's watchful presence and realizing he cannot use it carelessly. Soon, Chang Xion presses the hand that previously touched Peter's key onto the sensor panel. To his surprise, the door immediately unlocks, leaving him momentarily stunned by how effortlessly it worked. A wave of notifications suddenly appears as divine beings react. The tiger trapped in hardship feels embarrassed by how easily it opened and wonders if Chang Xion has a special lock bypassing ability. The serpent-like deity mocks his confusion, reminding him that Chang Xion is the fusion of 10 red-banded snakes. The tiger agrees, admiring his boldness and extraordinary talent, which only deepens his fascination. Chang Xion clicks his tongue in irritation, muttering about the Void Monarch not realizing he holds Peter's key, then coldly scoffs at the idea of being labeled a red-banded snake by someone who is already one. Looking into the room, he sees rows of chambers filled with God-sent warriors. A notification appears, noting that the tiger trapped in hardship is amused and pleased to see his fangs and claws neatly displayed. Chang Xion sneers at the remark and calls it disgusting. Another notification arrives from the divine owl that pierces through twilight, expressing her disgust and glaring coldly at the tiger, who casually asks what she intends to do with that look. Enraged, the owl demands that he at least deliver justice in her place. A quest titled Owl's Plead appears. As the owl is deeply disturbed by the corruption spread by the tiger across the human world, witnessing the countless lives ruined by his schemes, she begs for peace for the lost souls. The quest demands the elimination of all God-sent warriors and the complete destruction of the Illusion Pearl Research Facility. The reward promises a blessing from her, scaled to match the magnitude of his accomplishments. Chang Xion is taken aback, never expecting the owl to act so decisively, nor did he expect her to assign him a quest of this nature. He quickly realizes that a blessing of this level likely means she is willing to grant him authority itself. Notifications flood in as the tiger watches curiously, and the owl fixes him with a sharp gaze. Chang Xion understands the stakes clearly. Accepting means the Void Monarch will abandon him, while refusal risks losing Minerva. Frustrated, he mutters under his breath, trapped between two overwhelming forces. As he hovers over the refusal option, he suddenly pauses, a sly smirk forming as if he has already planned something ahead. With calm confidence, Chang Xion states that he wishes to ask a question of the patron god, the tiger trapped in hardship. The divine being agrees without hesitation, already anticipating his intent. Pressed to be direct, Chang Xion instead remains vague, boldly claiming he will take everything here since both divine beings require him. He reveals he has no intention of letting others keep what he cannot possess, then casually asks the tiger for his opinion. He reminds himself that the Void Monarch's interest in him marks him as a candidate for priesthood, and with that confidence, he believes the tiger will not reject him either. As expected, the tiger smirks, still intrigued by Chang Xion despite the circumstances, even remarking that anyone in his domain who is deceived is simply foolish, and he will not interfere with Chang Xion's ambitions. New quest appears titled Tiger's Plunder, instructing him to take everything he sees. Success grants the tiger's blessing and related authority, while failure brings divine punishment. Chang Xion accepts the quest without hesitation. He casually asks Minerva what she thinks about it. The owl expresses satisfaction, saying his choice matches her expectations perfectly. He calls her clumsy but agrees to proceed nonetheless. His movement range expands to accommodate both quests Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder, tasking him with eliminating all God-sent warriors and destroying all related facilities. Without delay, Chang Xion launches into action. The moment he moves, his stealth state is released. As soon as he enters, the security system detects him, forcing him to activate his abilities and summon Jigwe's vessel. Flames erupt across the area under Jigwe's power. Guards are thrown into confusion by the sudden blaze. The fire rapidly spreads through the central research building before the security team can respond effectively. Building erupts in an explosion as they attempt to counter with distant ice magic. The flames overpower their efforts, triggering another blast that completely cancels their spells. As chaos unfolds across the facility, Sanghwan shouts in frustration, demanding answers about what is happening. But before he can finish speaking, he is blasted backward by a violent surge of fire. A man rushes to check on him, asking if he is alright, but Sanghwan, furious and shaken, demands to know how many were left behind. The man hesitates, still stunned by the sudden destruction. His hesitation only fuels Sanghwan's rage further. After the explosion, workers and security personnel scramble through the devastation, assessing casualties and the scale of destruction. As the security team moves through the ruins, they receive an urgent alert about a spreading burn infection. Warning states it is uncontrollable in the current zone and orders immediate evacuation. But before they can even react, Jigwee's flames surge again, engulfing the entire area and setting everyone ablaze. Amid the chaos, Sanghwan quickly leaps out of the fire and lands near Chang Xian. Chang Xian's eyes light up with excitement upon seeing him arrive. Sanghwan demands to know who he is, whether someone sent him from above, and how he is able to wield Jigwee's world-ending flame. Chang Xian calmly responds without answering the questions, stating only his name, Chang Xian. The chief is visibly shocked upon hearing the name, struggling to understand why someone like Chang Xian, who should be far away, is standing right here. Instead of panicking, he feels a surge of excitement, realizing that partnering with someone like Chang Xian could be valuable. He believes this could allow him to establish a clan strong enough to rival White Tiger within 5 years. As Chang Xian activates his ability and starts to fade away, Sanghwan immediately swings his blade to block him, demanding to know his destination. The sudden strike disrupts Chang Xian's stealth, forcing the Flying Tiger's trailing gale skill to shut down. The two clash violently, their swords ringing out in bursts of sharp energy. Amid the battle, Chang Xian realizes Sanghwan is not an ordinary opponent, but a god-sent warrior. This makes him suspect that other White Tiger executives may also have been altered, suggesting corruption runs deeper than expected. Even so, he sees this as the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of a god-sent warrior. His merged magic circuits surge wildly as Jigwee's world-ending flame flares with even greater intensity. After adding 30 more stat points to strength, his value increases to 141. He then invests another 30 points into dexterity, raising it to 131, preparing for full combat. After powering up, Chang Xian lunges forward to attack, but Sanghwan easily blocks the strike and holds firm. This makes Chang Xian realize the man is far from a beginner. Sanghwan's sword then ignites with ghostly energy as he declares the heavens are on his side. Tiger-like death aura thickens, and the system warns Chang Xian to stay alert. Driven by rage, Sanghwan unleashes a relentless barrage of ghost-infused strikes, each one like a tiger hunting its prey. Chang Xian confirms that Sanghwan is indeed the Tiger Calamity. Barely evading the attacks, he slips out of Sanghwan's sight, only to encounter a group of hostile guards rushing straight toward him. He hears one of them calling out to Sanghwan, pledging their support. When Chang Xian meets their gaze, he immediately recognizes the same eerie glow. They are also god-sent warriors. Realizing he is outnumbered, he coats his flames with blood poison. Then he forms a world-ending flame barrier to block them, waiting to observe the result. To his shock, the god-sent warriors push straight through the flames without hesitation. They continue advancing, fully intent on taking him down. Chang Xian realizes continuing like this will lead to a bad outcome. He quickly switches to a divide-and-conquer approach, stepping back to separate the enemies. The guards mistake it for retreat and move to surround him. In the midst of battle, Chang Xian's unyielding spirit activates, strengthening his wavering mind and bringing calm clarity to his thoughts. He halts as a small group of guards closes in on him. They shout that they've captured him, but Sanghwan quickly sees through his strategy. He is deliberately leading them into a trap to avoid facing all enemies at once. The chief angrily yells at the guards, calling them fools, but it is already too late. Chang Xian activates his bullseye skill. The divine being Good Season to Hunt becomes excited, thrilled by how effectively he uses her authority. While focused on eliminating the guards with precision, Sanghwan catches him off guard and grabs him by the throat. He declares that his level and stats are far superior, insisting Chang Xian should surrender. Despite this, Chang Xian remains composed. He meets Sanghwan's eyes and asks if he truly believes that grabbing him means victory. Before Sanghwan can fully react, the fish intestine sword appears in Chang Xian's hand, its power surging. At that moment, Twin Sword Resonance activates, and the evil dragon Snaggletooth awakens, its dark power rising alongside the first blade, shifting the tide of battle. If Divine Blacksmith Ayazi earned eternal fame after crafting only a few masterpieces, then Demonic Blacksmith Toyoti secured his legacy by forging countless powerful weapons. Both are revered even among gods and constellations due to their achievements. They are widely seen as opposing forces, yet no one can clearly determine who is stronger, since they lived in different eras, pursued different goals, and cannot be fairly compared. Now, however, the ideal moment for judgment has arrived, as both of their creations are in Sion's hands. The fish intestine sword has already absorbed enough blood and glows with satisfaction, while the evil dragon Snaggletooth begins revealing its true potential as conditions are met. The seal on Snaggletooth is broken. The weapon begins transforming, expanding from dagger size into a full-length sword. Chief watches in terror, stunned by the overwhelming aura from the blade. As both dagger and longsword, its properties remain largely immeasurable. Yet Chang Sion is still able to access part of its hidden capabilities, despite not fully meeting all requirements. Chang Sion merges the two swords, triggering twin sword resonance. Sword mastery activates as he takes a deep breath, steadying himself for the next strike. The divine beings observing are stunned by what they see. Good Season to Hunt is amazed that he has unlocked her divine artifact, while Owl that pierces through the twilight urges him to wield Toyote's demonic weapons for justice, and the other divine beings praise him in awe. Chang Sion steps forward and swings his sword towards Sang Huan. He instantly senses the looming danger. His beast sense, granted by his patron deity, screams at him to evade, but fear locks his body in place. As Chang Sion's blade closes in, Sang Huan raises his weapon in desperation to block it, fully aware that failing to do so means instant death. The force of the impact drives him backward, staggering. In that instant, Chang Sion hears his sword cry out, warning him that this is still not enough. The opposing blade, evil dragon Snaggletooth, urges him to hold back and observe what it is capable of. The forceful strike, Chang Sion shatters Sang Huan's sword into fragments. Chief is left completely defenseless. Realizing the situation has turned against him, Sang Huan understands how dire it is, and decides his only chance is to flee before it's too late. The fish intestine sword shines with a razor edge, while evil dragon Snaggletooth bears its vicious aura. Chang Sion senses the pride of both weapons, each burning with a desire to win. Upon seeing Ya Sung-wan flee in panic, he immediately activates the Black Mountain Monarch's Claw, tears through the path in pursuit of the chief, obliterating the entrance along the way. Terror and despair spread rapidly, heavy with dark emotions filling the air, as Sang Huan screams that he does not want to die. The world-ending flame feeds on his resentment, becoming even more violent. Watching this, Chang Sion furrows his brows, unsure whether what he sees is regret or something deeper. He wonders where someone with a half-melted body like Sang Huan thinks he can run. Realizing only a Ghostborn would cling to life like this, he chooses not to finish him immediately and instead follows, curious about his destination. Chang Sion waits patiently, observing where Sang Huan is crawling toward. However, before he can arrive, Sang Huan collapses and dies on the spot. Chang Sion withdraws the fish intestine sword and lets out a sigh, feeling slightly regretful. He had been right at the door and could have simply opened it with a gesture. The evil dragon Snaggletooth soon seals itself again, but the door remains firmly locked. When Chang Sion tries to open it, the system prompts him to enter a pattern and password. He places his hand on the screen, wondering if it will respond as before. Fortunately, his master ID is verified and the door unlocks. He now understands this key specializes in bypassing security systems and unlocking doors. As the door slides open, the divine being the tiger trapped in suffering expresses surprise at how Chang Sion continues to navigate this place so easily. On the other side, Chang Sion sees a girl connected to a massive, beast-like machine with strange wires attached to her body. He rushes toward her and freezes in shock. When he recognizes her face, after searching his memory, he recalls her name, Shin Yunseo. He begins to wonder if she has also been turned into a god-sent warrior. Chang Sion grabs Shin Yunseo's arm and analyzes her condition, immediately sensing an abnormal state that puts His Majesty, the tiger's calamity, on high alert. As he probes deeper, he realizes she is not a god-sent warrior, but something far more advanced and fundamental. After focusing further, he uncovers what Executive Director O had been hiding all along. The god-sent warriors were merely a stepping stone for something called Gildal. He tries to recall what Gildal is, wondering if it refers to the goblin chief. Activating Beast Sense, Chang Sion carefully examines Yunseo's condition. The tiger's calamity reacts, showing the process is 41% complete. He mutters that it is still mid-process. It is too advanced to classify her as a mere god-sent warrior. Even now, her physical strength is monstrous, and her muscles have already been enhanced to the point she could overpower most players. Still, he feels some relief that hypnosis and mental conditioning have not begun yet. Divine Being, the tiger trapped in suffering, watches Chang Sion with deep curiosity, trying to predict his next move. Meanwhile, the Divine Being, the owl that sees through twilight, gently urges him to save the helpless girl before him. Chang Sion steps forward and removes the glass tube, forcibly halting the gildilification process. His Majesty the Tiger's Calamity erupts in rage as its energy supply is cut off, shocking both divine beings. The owl that pierces twilight suggests moving Shin Yunseo to a safer location. The 8 Trigrammern's world-ending flame surges before him. As destruction unfolds, Chang Xian begins removing toxins and foreign substances from her body. While the Tiger's Calamity struggles desperately against the world-ending flame, all resistance fails, and Shin Yunseo's condition begins to stabilize as her wounds slowly heal once external interference is removed. During this process, the first form world-ending flame and the Tiger's Calamity clash violently. Chang Xian realizes that to erase the negative effects of gildilification, while preserving its benefits, he must suppress the influence of the Tiger's Calamity. However, like Baek Gyeol, Shin Yunseo must endure on her own. For now, all he can do is wait. The divine being, the tiger trapped in suffering, questions Chang Xian, asking where his ambition to take everything has gone if he is now choosing to save Shin Yunseo instead of using her. Chang Xian calmly replies that he never said he wouldn't use her. The divine being is left confused by his answer. Chang Xian then activates the authority of soul extortion. He absorbs the ashes of those he has killed, those who died within the past 24 hours. His strength rises by 0.01%, and his agility increases by 0.22%. However, His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, breaks free and resists absorption. Chang Xian overrides the resistance, forcing it into submission and purifying it into material for the world-ending flame. As a result, his magic power increases by 0.02%. His total capacity reaches 325. The Void Monarch bursts into laughter, prompting Chang Xian to curse and question whether he has lost his mind. Suddenly, he recalls overhearing workers mention that the White Tiger Inspection Department is about to raid the facility, and everything must be cleaned before they arrive. If that is true, the inspection would likely be led by Director Kwon Hyo-hai, a rival of Executive Director Oh, who apparently sensed something unusual and stepped in. Chang Xian wonders if Oh truly intends to stay idle, remembering that Oh approved the dungeon closure based only on shallow mana readings. He suspects a deeper political scheme, possibly using the inspection to eliminate rivals, which might also explain the Void Monarch's unsettling laughter. Chang Xian abruptly snaps out of his thoughts, realizing now is not the time to get distracted. He immediately equips Jiggy's vessel, lifts Shin Yunseo, and activates the Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale skill. By using all his remaining powers, he forces his way out of the facility. Outside, the waiting security guards grow uneasy as they expect Sang Hwan to appear, especially after hearing that the inspection department has already entered the dungeon, and they begin questioning why no one has come out. Before they can process what is happening, the entrance suddenly erupts in a huge explosion. Shocked and disoriented, they shout at each other in confusion. Amid the overwhelming flames and chaos, they fail to notice Chang Xian slipping through the blaze unnoticed. Kwon Hyo-hai, known as the Old Tiger's Fangs and the White Tiger clan's third-in-command, stands on a cliff, staring down at the raging fire below. He asks his assistant whether they have figured out what happened. One of his aides reports that a large number of explosives were stored underground. Based on Agni's reaction and the spread of the fire, along with traces of fire demon remnants, lightning bullets, and similar signs, Kwon Hyo-hai mutters that it looks like everything was prepared for a full destruction. As the assistant continues, he explains that Jagi's world-ending flame seems to be the source of the fire, causing Kwon Hyo-hai to pause immediately. He realizes this was not an accident but a trap set to catch him the moment he entered the research facility. He wonders if it was a malfunction or a tragic mistake, but the assistant quickly interrupts, saying it does not seem like that at all. This makes Kwon Hyo-hai even more uneasy, as executive director, Oh would never make such a careless error. Kwon Hyo-hai begins to suspect a larger scheme is in motion, something even executive director Oh may not have predicted, though he cannot determine what it is yet. Not willing to take any risks, he orders his team to thoroughly inspect the area and avoid jumping to conclusions. With a cold, sarcastic tone, Kwon Hyo-hai warns that anyone who leaks information will face serious consequences. Immediately, all his subordinates bow and apologize, promising to fix the mistake. A system notification appears asking if Kwon Hyo-hai wants to log out. Instead of responding, he asks the system for a clue about what truly happened there. The information he receives is useless, so he decides he will deal with Director Oh personally. He believes that this is also what the god desires. Meanwhile, Baek Gyeol finally wakes up. He sees Chang Xian holding a girl in his arms. He smirks and jokes whether they got married while he was unconscious. Chang Xian replies that Baek Gyeol must be fully recovered if he can still talk nonsense, then tells him to look at his reflection in the mirror beside him. Yahello looks at his reflection. A tear slowly slips down his cheek. Chang Xian simply says that he worked hard. A few minutes later, Shin Yunseo slowly opens her eyes. When Chang Xian asks if she has finally woken up, she suddenly sits up, then falls back onto the ground in relief, unable to believe where she is. Everything feels unreal, and she is amazed she survived this far. Hesitantly, she asks if he is the tyrant who saved her during captivity, then shyly wonders if she talked or drooled in her sleep, saying it would be too embarrassing. Chang Xian reassures her that she did none of that and realizes she has no memory of the kidnapping. Mentally noting she may need psychological support later, he suggests they move on, as the area is still dangerous now that she is feeling a bit better. Instead of responding, Yunseo suddenly asks for his blood type. When he says it is B, she continues asking his birthday and favorite food. He replies January 30th and kimchi stew. He quietly wonders what is going on with her sudden behavior. Yunseo finds it strange remembering that 2 years ago during a comeback match against France in San Francisco, he said on August 23rd that the first thing he wanted after returning to Korea was kimchi gimbap. Convinced something is off, she accuses him of being an imposter. She demands to know his real identity. Chang Xian stands there irritated, briefly thinking about leaving her behind. Then he suddenly remembers he did say that, only that he has since switched to kimchi stew. Yunseo awkwardly laughs, trying to brush it off. Watching her sudden change in mood, Gaia Wool asks if she has changed her mind again, and she admits she did the moment she saw Chang Xian, looking ready to abandon her for being annoying. After that, they finally leave the area. A notification appears announcing that Chang Xian has completed 2 sudden quests: Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder. As rewards, he gains control over spoils of war, receiving the Illusion Pearl, the Flask of Wisdom, and a blessing from the divine being Owl that pierces through the twilight. Jeongyu becomes worried when he cannot find his sister Yunseo, wondering where she might be even though he is right there. As he runs around searching, a group of soldiers suddenly appears and orders him to stop, warning they will attack if he continues. They warn him that he is about to enter their designated hunting zone. He pleads with them to let him pass. Their leader, Im Yuhan, steps forward and politely tells him to turn back, explaining the area is dangerous. They acknowledge his situation, but assure him they will search for his sister. Meanwhile, Yuhan burns with suppressed rage, furious that Chang Xian keeps surpassing him while he is exhausting himself with work. He curses Chang Xian as a constant burden and vows to close the gap in rank, though it keeps growing harder. He believes Jeongyu will only waste his time, since people like him do not understand the true value of players, so he refuses to let him pass. But Jeongyu, stubborn as ever, charges straight into the zone as if his life depends on it. Enraged, Yuhan immediately chases after him, because entering another person's hunting ground is considered a serious violation. As Yuhan is about to strike, Yunseo suddenly appears and yells at him to back off, calling him a half-eaten squid. Standing in front of her brother with confidence, she declares she will not allow anyone to touch him. Yuhan freezes and demands to know what she just called him. She bluntly repeats it, half-eaten squid. Then she adds that, honestly, he looks more like a dried, twisted sea anemone than even a squid. Yuhan erupts in rage, his fury boiling over instantly. However, Yunseo's argument still holds. Her brother was the first to be threatened, clearly a case of abuse of power, so what other response could she have given? Yuhan draws his sword and rushes at her, growling that he will personally shut that arrogant mouth. Yunseo calls them cowards and counters without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Baek Yeowol, observing from a distance, suggests they step in and assist her. But Chang Xian shakes his head, telling him to hold his position. He notes that Shin Yunseo's tiger aura has already exceeded Gildel's rage and now overflows with the power of the royal tiger's calamity. It should feel unnatural to her, yet she wields it as though it has always belonged to her. For now, observing her is more valuable, as it may reveal more about Gildel, and whether it leaves any lingering side effects. At the same time, a soldier panics after noticing their swords are already cracked and damaged. Reason becomes clear. Yunseo has summoned a tower shield and is advancing using Tiger's Step. Her strength rises with each step, her speed accelerating dramatically. With a devastating burst, she drives her shield forward and sends the soldiers flying backward. When one of them attempts to sneak up behind her, she instantly shuts him down with a clean halberd strike. Watching the scene unfold, Yuhan begins to tremble. Yunseo spins around, smirking at him, and casually asks if he remembers what he said earlier about shutting her mouth. She adds that her memory is a bit unreliable, so she might need a reminder. Yunseo hurls a powerful strike toward Yuhan. It is unbelievable to him that a girl ranked below him is overwhelming him so completely. Watching the fight, the gray-haired man realizes there is no need for him to intervene. Chang Xian also observes with approval how calmly she handles everything after waking from unconsciousness, and adapting to unfamiliar power, just as she warned him earlier. She possesses superhuman senses and abilities that far surpass the Guildal Flames. Her greatest strengths are her sharp judgment and fierce resolve. He notes how her latent potential is rapidly unfolding, and if she is only using half of the Guildal Flames now, its full extent could be extraordinary. The thought suddenly crosses his mind. If Director O is the only one wielding a blade like this, then just how large are the plans he is truly working on? He realizes he must carefully verify the clues he gathered from the altar. Meanwhile, after Yunseo knocks Yuhan down, her brother rushes over and asks what happened to her. As they approach, her brother pauses when he notices Changxian. Yunseo quickly explains that Changxian is the one who saved her. Her brother then glances at Gaia Wool and wonders aloud if he is a trainee. Moments later, Baek Gyeol asks Changxian what he plans to do next, and Changxian casually replies that since they have entered the dungeon, it is obvious he will clear it. Jeongyu quickly explains that the dungeon contains multiple difficult zones spread across a massive dark red mountain range. Even the White Tiger clan gave up on raiding it, and now only uses it for training. He adds that they have 100 days to clear it. Gaia Wool then asks Changxian how long he expects it will take and advises him to be fully prepared, warning that it may take quite a while. But Changxian confidently says it will be finished by the end of the day. And right as he says that, massive flames erupt near the dungeon, as if the clearing process has already begun. In the distance, Yuhan is burning with rage, shame, and helpless frustration. He spirals into self-delusion, convincing himself he can still defeat them. He curses Yunseo, questioning how she could possess such power and even wonders if she is a Demidman. If so, he vows to expose her and then target Changxian next. Looking at his teammates lying defeated on the ground, he wonders how he will explain this humiliation. He debates whether to finish them off or regroup with them to pursue Yunseo. Before he can act, a system notification appears announcing the dungeon mission has been completed and rankings will be calculated based on performance. Changxian is declared first place. The announcement sends everyone into chaos, as the mission was considered nearly impossible. Just like that, the dungeon closes completely. News of Changxian's achievement spreads rapidly, shocking everyone who cannot believe he cleared a supposedly impossible dungeon in just one day. An official investigation is immediately launched to verify it. Changxian, visibly annoyed, asks the investigators if what he has done is not enough and whether they truly need more proof. One investigator shouts back, insisting they are serious about the inquiry. Before he can finish, a flying fist slams into his face. It is Team 2 leader Siu Jungkwan. He warns the investigator not to raise his voice unless he wants another punch. The investigator demands to know why Jungkwan personally came. Jungkwan bluntly replies that he is here to take Changxian. When the investigator objects that the investigation is not finished, Jungkwan scoffs, calling it an interrogation, and says he will take Changxian regardless. He then orders everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, Jeongyu is still in disbelief, realizing Changxian truly cleared the dungeon exactly as he said he would. Jungkwan tells Changxian to come with him alone and instructs the other three to follow his teammates. On the way, he casually asks if Changxian picked those three up from a training facility, and Changxian confirms it. Jungkwan remarks that a good team starts with intelligence and people who can work well together. Noticing their direction, Changxian realizes they are not heading toward Director O's office and asks where they are actually going. Jungkwan explains that they are heading to the meeting room because the clan leader, Munsong, has requested a direct audience with Changxian. At that moment, Director O is standing before Changxian and, upon seeing him, casually remarks that he looks noticeably better than before. Changxian quickly infers that Director O is likely questioning how the dungeon was cleared so soon after the research facility incident, and that suspicion is already forming. However, the unbelievable completion of the dungeon mission forces Director O to remain cautious and analytical. Director Kwon likely received Song Yujin's report as well, yet he appears unaffected. Regardless, Changxian calmly thanks him for the compliment. Director O then praises his abilities and notes how chaotic things have recently become around him. Changxian responds as if he has no knowledge of the situation at all. This leads Director O to tease him, saying he is clearly pretending ignorance, and he adds that the raid division is in turmoil as every team leader tries to recruit him. On top of that, the rewards he received have sparked controversy, with heated arguments over their distribution, even drawing attention from a board member after rumors spread widely. Director O then asks whether Changxian has reconsidered anything. Changxian turns the question around and says he is the one who has something to ask instead. He warns Director O that if he is not assigned to the division he wants, his resignation letter is effectively already prepared. Director O agrees, acknowledging his capability, but also stating that the company has no intention of letting someone like him go, especially now that the clan leader himself has requested a direct meeting with him. With that settled, they proceed toward the meeting with the clan leader. Immediately after entering the area, Chang Xian senses danger through his instincts. He recalls the Void Monarch once mentioning that even a talented apostle should still fall short of a patron, and now he feels he is facing a truly dangerous existence for the first time since his return. The place is known as the Asura Flower Garden, with a long path leading to a house that carries an unsettling, almost witch-like atmosphere. Director O explains that the meeting room where the clan leader waits is linked to another dungeon, and he instructs the magicians to shift the gate accordingly. A system notification appears revealing that the divine being, the clan leader, has taken interest in the intruding humans within his territory, and Chang Xian realizes this is truly his domain. The atmosphere inside the dungeon is heavy and suffocating. Upon arrival, Director O formally announces that he has brought Chang Xian as requested. Seated on the edge of a wooden roof, the clan leader meets Chang Xian's gaze and refers to him in a commanding tone as the child now known as the tyrant. He then remarks that it seems even their god has taken an interest in him. As Chang Xian processes those words, he hesitates slightly, especially under the sharp pressure of the leader's warning. Even so, Chang Xian is already prepared for the hostility and danger that come from those favored by gods, especially since he has long attracted attention from divine beings and stars. He understands well that gods can use underhanded methods to attempt possession, something he has already experienced many times in Arcadia. Still, he calmly introduces himself to the clan leader without hesitation. Surprisingly, his presence does not leave a negative impression on Munsong. Chang Xian then remarks that it is intriguing to meet a 9th-generation master swordsman in person. Just a few months earlier, he could never have imagined standing in a place like this, and his words briefly catch Munsong off guard. Deep down, Chang Xian believes the clan leader already knows about his past in the underworld and likely sees him as someone who once lived a meaningless life. But now that he is capable, such threats no longer work. Chang Xian is aware that the man is above level 90, making him a formidable opponent in any one-on-one confrontation. However, even without divine backing, he is confident he can still find a way to escape if necessary. Munsong rises from his seat, calmly accepting Chang Xian's words without reaction. He states that the gift mentioned by his patron has already been given to Suan and tells Chang Xian to retrieve it on his way out. At that moment, Chang Xian freezes in place. He suddenly realizes that Munsong did not issue any warning earlier, because there was nothing to warn about, suggesting he has already been abandoned by the Void Monarch, and the bond between them remains unshaken in Munsong's view. Still, he wonders whether what he is sensing relates to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Sun. Whether divine warriors or the Guildhall, Munsong has clearly built something powerful and expanded his influence significantly. In comparison, whatever the Void Monarch offers, such as sanctuary antidotes, now feels secondary. This suggests Munsong is far beyond the level of a mere Guildhall. As he walks away, he casually tells Chang Xian to stop peeking. Those words make Chang Xian flinch slightly, and he immediately offers a formal apology. It is now clear that Munsong operates on an entirely different level and intends to monopolize this power. Chang Xian realizes that Munsong was never truly cooperating with the Void Monarch, but instead testing and observing him all along. It seems the Void Monarch placed a blade he did not deserve into Munsong's hands, and now Munsong is aiming for something even greater. On the way back, Director O comments that the clan leader is a very difficult man to read in many ways. Chang Xian agrees, adding that Munsong feels like he exists in an entirely different world, and the realization that Guildhall was discarded so easily, along with possible knowledge of Director O's dealings, is unsettling. Director O admits he understands Munsong to some extent, but even so, it is impossible to grasp what he is truly thinking. Frustrated, Zheng Quan groans that they should not call him for meetings in that hall again, since every visit leaves him with lingering chills. Later, Chang Xian asks about the reward he is supposed to receive. Director O explains that he has 2 options, an armory or a library, both of which have now reached 2nd rank access. Young Quan Hyohai immediately panics upon hearing this and begs to share access to the armory with him. Observing Chang Xian's calm reaction, Director O assumes he already anticipated these rewards. However, Chang Xian clarifies that he is genuinely surprised. Still, he points out that completing a dungeon raid under the tiger bound by hardship suggests he expected something something more substantial. Director O acknowledges this and asks for his final decision. Chang Xian states that he wants to explore more skills, as he has heard there are many second-rank texts not yet revealed, and he chooses the Advent step path at second rank. Director O says he expected that choice all along and accepts it without surprise. He casually mentions that Chang Xian still has not chosen a patron yet, which shocks Zheng Quan, causing him to react in disbelief. He demands to know why Chang Xian still hasn't chosen a patron, unable to grasp how he has come this far without one, or whether a godless player could truly reach such a level. Zheng Quan continues shouting in disbelief, insisting that Chang Xian must confirm he has a patron. However, Chang Xian remains silent. That silence confirms to everyone that Director O's words are indeed true. Zheng Quan freezes, his expression filled with shock and disbelief as the truth sinks in. Chang Xian has reached this level of power entirely through his own effort. He begins to wonder how terrifying Chang Xian would be if he actually had a god supporting him. He concludes that this level of talent goes far beyond ordinary genius. Chang Xian calmly turns to Director O and says the tiger trapped in hardship seems to need him. Director O replies that it should be obvious, as any god would want someone like him. Chang Xian explains that many gods have already invited him to become their apostle, but he has no intention of returning to something he already left behind. When Director O calls his choice foolish, Chang Xian replies that being an apostle means nothing to him, and he would rather submit a resignation letter, since even without a patron, he already enjoys enough benefits. After hearing this, Director O calls him an unusual individual. Meanwhile, the divine beings begin arguing among themselves. Director O tells Chang Xian that it is normal for a young man to be overflowing with ambition and desire, but he warns that such greed will eventually come back to haunt him. Chang Xian chooses not to respond. Director O then sighs and informs him that Song Yujin is waiting on the first floor. As he guides Chang Xian downward, he warns that their god is not as tolerant as Chang Xian might believe and will not allow him to belong to any other god. On the way, Zheng Quan pats Chang Xian on the shoulder and suggests there are many interesting opportunities here if he chooses to stay. After Zheng Quan leaves to join Director O, Chang Xian silently thinks that both of them are completely full of nonsense. On the first floor, Chang Xian is left alone with Song Yujin, who begins explaining the facility layout. She says that from grade 2 onward, chambers are separated by security level and require specific keys to enter or exit. Chang Xian takes out a key and asks which category it opens, concerned that he might be restricted. Song Yujin appears just as uncertain and tells him to figure it out himself. She adds that he has 6 hours to use the chambers before walking away. Chang Xian then enters the building. He surveys the chambers as the tiger trapped in hardship begins tempting him again, trying to persuade him to choose it as a patron by emphasizing its ownership of all chambers. As Chang Xian looks around, he notices that every chamber is named after a tiger. Suddenly, he receives the reward for the tiger's plundering quests. He is informed that each of the 9 paths will guide him toward a unique way of becoming a proud tiger. He is told to choose one, and the key will adapt accordingly. However, if he becomes the apostle of the tiger trapped in hardship, he will gain access to all categories. Chang Xian dismisses the idea as ridiculous, and thinks he will eventually take everything here for himself anyway. Still, he proceeds and selects the chamber named Half-Blind Tiger. Divine beings do not understand his choice and urge him to reconsider. The half-blind tiger has only one eye. Its observation ability is weak, but its will to survive is stronger than any other tiger. Chang Xian believes that in matters of violence and brutality, a predator does not need defensive skills. The monarch's reaction matches his expectation, as he assumes he will eventually choose the last of the 9 brothers. The stone chamber doors open. Chang Xian believes this chamber will pair well with Jigi's world-ending flame, especially due to its compatibility with the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. Before entering, he considers using Peter's key to unlock other chambers, but knows the Void Monarch would never permit it, so he plans to take them later in a way so subtle that even the Void Monarch would not notice. With that thought, he steps into the chamber. Meanwhile, Yun Seo panics on the other side, repeatedly asking Jiambu where Song Gun is and why he hasn't returned. Baek Gyeol paces nearby while Jiambu tries to calm her. Jiambu reassures her that Chang Xian will return on his own and is unlikely to die easily. When Yun Seo hears him call Chang Xian a tyrant, she immediately corrects him angrily. She insists he is not a tyrant and says his name is Song Gun, clearly admiring him. Jeomju glances at Baek Gyeol in shock at how much his appearance has changed, then begins questioning who Chang Xian really is and what happened between him and Yun Seo. He simply wants to know whether their situation is something positive, or something he should be concerned about so he can properly protect Yun Seo. Suddenly, Jeomgyu realizes his thoughts are being heard by the divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world, who laughs at his confusion for never getting answers despite overthinking everything. Jeomgyu wonders if it refers to Chang Xian, but is shocked to realize it is actually reading his own mind. To make matters worse, he is advised to become a priest of the snake. This leaves him even more confused and unsettled. Just then, Kim Hyunjun appears. He calls out Jeongju and Yunseo's names, pretending to be worried about whether they survived. The moment Jeongju sees him, his anger rises. He watches the man who abandoned them now acting as if nothing happened. Yunseo suddenly calls out Appa. She runs toward Hyunjun, causing him to blush in surprise. But she runs right past him, and throws herself into Changseon's arms just as he arrives. Hyunjun immediately reaches out and grabs her hand, stopping her in place. She snaps at him right away, demanding what he thinks he is doing. He burns with anger, telling her she has never behaved like this toward him before. His eyes filled with jealousy, he glares at Changseon, then back at Yunseo, accusing her of suddenly falling for someone else after acting distant toward him, as if she has already replaced him, which only angers her further. Though she is tempted to lash out at him completely, she restrains herself and turns toward her brother instead. Meanwhile, Changseon-su, he shoots Hyunjun a cold, cutting glare, clearly irritated by his behavior. The moment Hyunjun notices it, he yells back, demanding why Changseon is staring at him like that. But before he can finish speaking, Changseon suddenly rushes forward and grabs him by the throat, then lifts him off the ground and slams him hard against the wall. Holding him with one hand, he is overflowing with rage while Hyunjun struggles to speak in protest. But no words come out. Changseon's eyes glow with a fierce orange light, and the half-blinded tiger-like presence begins to manifest. Its single eye locks directly onto him. Hyunjun. A wave of raw fear, panic, and shock floods Hyunjun so intensely that a system warning appears. It warns him to evacuate or suffer mental damage from overload, but he remains frozen in terror. Unable to move at all, Hyunjun stands rigid and ends up losing control of himself. The surrounding people wrinkle their noses in disgust at the smell, prompting Changseon to release Hyunjun. He lets him fall unconscious to the ground without a second glance. Changseon turns and tells Yunseo to follow him. The group consisting of Jeongju and Baek Gyeowol then heads out. Yunseo cheerfully asks if he wants to eat something special now that training is over, but Changseon declines, saying they will do it another time. As soon as they step outside, they are instantly surrounded by reporters and cameramen shouting questions, all eager to know how Changseon cleared an unexplored dungeon so quickly, while one asks if he has been in contact with the White Tiger clan rumored to have major plans for him. Changseon looks at Yunseo and says this is exactly why he avoided lunch, and she simply nods. As if used to her brother's behavior, she proudly pushes through the noisy crowd while Yunseo walks beside him without hesitation. Fans scream their admiration for Changseon, much to her annoyance, as she ignores the chaos around them. They head toward a limousine. Once inside, Changseon casually mentions it was arranged by managing director Oh, complete with a personal driver, leaving Yunseo wide-eyed in surprise as the car begins. Car begins moving, and Changseon brings up what Jeongju had mentioned. Earlier, he was about to say something, and Jeongju looks surprised by the sudden question. Changseon clarifies that he means the moment they were leaving the lobby, when Jeongju seemed like he wanted to speak. Jeongju takes a deep breath and asks if Changseon knows about the divine being known as the serpent that wraps around the world, which immediately makes the divine being panic at being mentioned. When Changseon nods and casually says he is actually one of the divine beings he is interested in, Jeongju confesses that the serpent instructed him to observe Changseon and report everything back to him. The divine being begins, panicking even more as his plan is exposed, thinking everything is falling apart. Jeongju continues explaining that he was told to report in detail, but secretly so it would not seem obvious. As soon as he finishes, Yunseo grabs his ear in anger, scolding him for saying it so late, while Jeongju flails and defends himself, saying he only just received the message. Meanwhile, as notice how calm Changseon remains, they ask if he is not angry. When he says he is not, Jeongju explains how intimidating it felt receiving orders from the divine being. Changseon asks if he found anything interesting or worth reporting about him. He shakes his head and says no. Changseon tells him there is no need to apologize if he did nothing wrong, then asks what kind of reward the divine being promised him. Jeongju is impressed by Changseon's calm generosity, while the divine being finds it boring and drifts off. Jeongju explains that the divine being promised to teach him black magic, believing it suits Jeongju best, but before he can continue, Changseon interrupts him and tells him to continue watching him, exactly as originally instructed. Both the divine being and Jeongju freeze in confusion, unsure if they heard correctly. Changseon explains that the black magic of the serpent that wraps around the world is among the highest level disciplines, known as the Ouroboros formula, and even its basics are extremely difficult. So if the divine being is offering to teach Jeongju, it means he sees strong potential in him. The divine being becomes surprised as a result, and whispers to Jeongju not to get ahead of himself, boasting about how many people are desperate to learn black magic from him once Changseon is gone. After Yunseo and Jeongju are dropped off, Jeongju admits he has become a huge fan of Changseon. Yunseo proudly starts showing off about her brother's greatness, telling him to ask anything if he is curious, while Jeongju mocks her, asking if she really thinks he will become a fanboy like her, but he is cut off before finishing. She suddenly kicks his leg, making him cry out in pain. One known as Raps Around the World questions Changseon about how he obtained such secret knowledge, but Chang Xian only smirks in response. He simply says it is also a secret, then recalls how he once desperately wanted to learn the Ouroboros formula, but got stuck studying rune magic and eventually gave up. Now, however, he intends to learn the formula through Jiamjiu. Turning to Jiawul, Chang Xian suddenly asks whether he lives in Noryangjin Dawan. When Baek Jiawul confirms it, Chang Xian immediately accuses him. He denies it, becoming defensive as he insists, claims he lives in a small Gashwan instead, but Chang Xian clearly doesn't believe him. Raising his fist, Chang Xian warns Baek Jiawul to tell the truth while he is still being polite, or he will follow him home and deal with him if he is lying. Frightened, Baek Jiawul falls silent, and in that silence, Chang Xian immediately spots the lie. He bluntly asks if he has been homeless lately. Baek Jiawul hesitates, then admits it. When asked where he has been staying, he explains he used his housing deposit to buy weapons. Chang Xian thinks to himself. He wonders how oblivious Xerxes must be not to realize what his own son is going through, but still decides to help, thinking this may be a way to better understand the Ghostborns. He offers Baek Jiawul a place to stay at his home starting now. Baek Jiawul is completely stunned. Shocked by the offer, he tries to respond, but before he can, Chang Xian tells him to go pack his clothes and belongings first. When Chang Xian returns home, he casually announces that he is back. His mother looks at him in surprise. He says she thought he would be gone for at least 3 months or more. He explains that training ended earlier than expected, so he returned sooner. She shakes her head, saying she would have prepared more food if she had known. He shrugs, saying he can just order something, but she insists he should have a proper home-cooked meal after such a long time away. He agrees and mentions he actually... Curious, she asks what he means, and he invites his friend inside. He tells her that Baek Jiawul is visiting. The moment she sees Baek Jiawul, her face immediately lights up with joy. She warmly welcomes him into the house. Baek Jiawul enters quietly. Looking around the spacious home, he can't help but feel impressed. He is amazed that Chang Xian lives in such a large house, even with a view of the Han River. As Chang Xian walks past, his sister is lounging on the sofa, casually flipping TV channels, when the screen suddenly stops on a news broadcast. The report announces that Chang Xian and his team have cleared an unattempted dungeon, and the news is spreading worldwide through international broadcasters. He pauses and glances at the screen. He looks at it. He quickly straightens up and claims he was just changing channels. Chang Xian says nothing, but she immediately calls him annoying and storms off to her room. Their mother, confused, she asks why she suddenly ran off while watching TV and tells her to come eat dinner, but the girl slams the door instead. Their mother mutters in frustration, wondering where that temper comes from, then turns to Chang Xian. She explains that his sister was actually worried about him and even watched his entrance exam video on YouTube. Embarrassed, the sister yells from her room, asking her mother to stop saying embarrassing things, only to be scolded for not properly greeting her brother after such a long time. What starts as a small argument turns into a playful quarrel between mother and daughter, while Chang Xian invites Baek Jiawul to his room. Once inside, Baek Jiawul is completely stunned. He looks around in amazement at the sheer size of the room, which is even larger than his entire house. Chang Xian tells him to relax and calls him brother, inviting him to make himself at home. Baek Jiawul walks around, examining the gaming desk, trophies, and wide set. The desk, plush bed, and everything else leave him amazed. Seeing this, Chang Xian asks if it is his first time seeing such things, and Baek Jiawul admits he could never afford them. When he spots the game collection, he notices a limited edition copy of Ranker Her Who Lived 3 Lives, and Chang Xian tells him he can play it if he wants. Baek Jiawul becomes even more excited. While showering, he is amazed again by the spacious bathroom and the luxury of hot water. He slowly realizes how different their worlds truly are. At the dinner table, he is once again shocked, seeing a full spread of steaming dishes, while Chang Xian's mother modestly says, "There isn't much food." Baek Jiawul can't believe it and takes a bite, his eyes widening. She asks if it tastes good, and he eagerly says it is absolutely delicious. She smiles warmly, glad she put effort into the meal, as he continues praising the food with a full mouth and bright eyes, making her laugh. She jokingly teases Chang Xian, saying others should learn from Baek Jiawul, while Chang Xian awkwardly admits the food is good. Then she playfully suggests they should adopt Baek Jiawul. Baek Jiawul freezes for a moment, looking between them, but she quickly says she's just joking. He still smiles, and she goes to get him more food. Meanwhile, Chang Xian repeats how good the food is, and hearing it again, Baek Jiawul suddenly feels emotional. Memories of his mother come rushing back, her warmth, her laughter, and a bittersweet smile appears on his face. Chang Xian notices and wonders if something is wrong. Later that night, the two prepare for bed. Chang Xian sleeps on the bed while Baek Jiawul rests on the floor with soft blankets and pillows. Chang Xian suddenly asks if he cannot sleep, and Baek Jiawul admits that he cannot. Chang Xian asks asks if it is because the floor is uncomfortable, but Baek Gyeol says it is actually quite warm and soft, and he likes it still. Chang Seon gently asks again what is troubling him, and Baek Gyeol stays silent before finally admitting he wonders if he deserves this. Chang Seon immediately replies that he absolutely does. He explains that a person's value depends on themselves, and if one sees themselves as worthless, their worth will only keep falling, so they must learn to value themselves. He tells Baek Gyeol that only he can decide whether he deserves it or not. He adds firmly that a person defines their own worth, and if he thinks he has none, it will only continue to decline, so he must start valuing himself properly. He emphasizes that he alone must decide whether he deserves it. In the past, he was once like a ghost himself, obsessed with battle, unable to recognize his own worth, which caused him to sink even deeper. He moves into the abyss, refusing to let Baek Gyeol repeat the same mistakes he once made. These are duties a father figure must take responsibility for, while Chang Seon also finds his thoughts drifting toward Xerxes. He believes these are the responsibilities a father is meant to carry, and Chang Seon's mind also lingers on Xerxes. Those are the obligations of a father, he thinks. Meanwhile, Chang Seon wonders about Xerxes as the next morning arrives, and their mother. Their mother is already in the kitchen preparing breakfast while his sister sits nearby, saying she feels something odd. When asked, she explains she keeps calling her brother a loser out of habit, and their mother tells her to behave, but she simply ignores the warning. She says he feels like a completely different person since getting involved with the Jamshil Gate. Even when she tried provoking him earlier, he didn't react, and he has quit drinking while controlling his temper. Their mother remarks that his older sister, she should be proud, yet she finds it strange how suddenly mature he seems, speaking less and showing far greater talent than before, insisting that he never had many friends to begin with, and now suddenly he has brought someone home, and she even jokes that the friend is surprisingly handsome, which frustrates their mother. Their mother lightly scolds her, telling her not to say such things about her younger brother. She adds that there must be more going on, and confidently tells her to ask if that man has a girlfriend, since he seems like her type with a great personality. Their mother panics and lightly hits her again for the nonsense. Embarrassed, the mother scolds her again for saying such ridiculous things while the boys come out of the room. They announce they are heading out for training and plan to eat outside. Their mother reminds them not to overdo it, smiling warmly. Chang Seon casually says goodbye as they leave, while Baek Gyeol bows politely and says they will return later. His sister calls after them, reminding them to take care of themselves and not push too hard. As they depart, Baek Gyeol turns to ask Chang Seon where they are going. Chang Seon says they are going to upgrade their weapons, which makes Baek Gyeol panic slightly. Baek Gyeol worries, admitting he has no money, but Chang Seon repeats what he said earlier. He reminds him that value is determined by the person himself, explaining that weapons are what protect them and decide their survival in battle. He continues that weapons are what defend them and allow them to defeat enemies, so neglecting them will cut their effectiveness in half. He tells Baek Gyeol to stay calm. He tells him to relax and follow along, as he will equip him properly not only with weapons but also armor, charms, and gems as well. He warns that his abilities will be tested, so he should prepare himself. Chang Seon realizes that this moment may become Baek Gyeol's second major turning point, the first being when he healed the Ghostborn, and once again Baek Gyeol is present at a crucial moment. Later in the shop, a sharp-tongued man is already arguing with Chang Seon about needing a weapon urgently, but the shopkeeper refuses, saying he will not craft under pressure. Without hesitation, Chang Seon transfers a large sum of money directly to the smith, but the man still refuses, so he sends even more. The shopkeeper grows irritated and curses him, prompting Chang Seon to interrupt and tell him to address him as CEO. Meanwhile, Baek Gyeol stands aside in shock, amazed at how casually Chang Seon is spending large sums of money. The man finally sighs and asks what kind of weapon he wants. Chang Seon says he wants a spear, which makes the smith scoff and threaten him, but he calmly replies that it only needs to be a standard long spear, as he vaguely describes the length and weight. The smith gets frustrated and demands clear specifications he can actually work with. At that moment, Chang Seon turns to Baek Gyeol and asks to see his spear. The smith studies it closely, weighing it in his hands. Then he asks Baek Gyeol for his arm. He inspects it carefully and immediately notices he favors his left hand. He observes how he uses it to spin and thrust with centrifugal force, then asks if he considers speed while handling such a heavy weapon. Releasing his arm, he asks what rank the weapon should be. Chang Seon says it should match black iron, or cold iron grade. The smith gives him a sharp look and asks if he is going to war. Chang Seon responds with a faint laugh as if that might be the case. Rolling his eyes, the smith mutters that it will take at least 15 days to finish. Chang Seon insists insists on 10. The smith immediately says it's impossible, especially if it must be refined perfectly, but Chang Xian insists it is urgent. After a long sigh, the smith reluctantly agrees. Later at the training ground, Baek Gyul smiles without realizing it, excited about getting his first custom weapon. Chang Xian notices and asks what he is thinking about. Baek Gyul says he is just nervous, and Chang Xian tells him to relax because nerves will only hinder his training. Notification suddenly appears in the air as divine beings observe with fascination. The owl divine being prepares rewards, while another entity known as the Tiger of Hardship claims fights are only meaningful at death's edge. Chang Xian quietly says they are about to be surprised. He asks Baek Gyul how much spirit energy he plans to use. Baek Gyul hesitates, unsure how to answer. Chang Xian tells him not to treat his energy like ordinary magic. Baek Gyul listens as Chang Xian explains that a ghost-born child is the offspring of a ghost and a shaman, making them half human and half spirit. But Baek Gyul no longer fully belongs to that category. Because of that, he must change how he uses energy entirely. His breathing, movements, and attack flow all need to be rebuilt. Chang Xian warns that if he truly wants to fight properly, he must reconfigure everything. He realizes Baek Gyul's shadow energy must become his core strength and decides to guide him like a sun as the atmosphere grows heavier. He tells Baek Gyul he must become his shadow. Baek Gyul is confused, not understanding what that means. A memory flashes through Chang Xian's mind. Back then, when he asked about the shadow, a cloaked figure told him it had no fixed form, neither spirit nor god, existing beyond normal perception. It was invisible to others, but Chang Xian could sense it. By pulling it from himself, he gave it form, otherwise it would have remained formless and unseen. Baek Gyul stands uncertain, wondering what to do next, as a notification appears from the divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world, curious about what knowledge he will reveal. Chang Xian tells him the first step is controlling the shadow energy within him. He explains that shadow energy cannot be treated like mana or spiritual force. It requires a pathway to flow properly. Still confused, Baek Gyul listens as Chang Xian says shadow energy is different from other powers and must be guided through an open channel. Baek Gyul asks what he means by a path. Chang Xian explains that a shadow anchors itself to another shadow, and tells him to imagine his own shadow pulling at him, not through physical force, but through magic like weaving threads together in controlled, deliberate motion. Baek Gyul concentrates deeply, trying to grasp what is happening, and as he meets Chang Xian's gaze, he begins to perceive it. Dark threads seem to emerge, like shadows slowly drifting toward him. His focus breaks as hesitation sets in, and the encroaching shadow makes him uneasy. Chang Xian remains composed and tells him to steady himself and maintain focus. Baek Gyul tries once more. Shadows start curling around him. They move like dense mist under pressure. Chang Xian warns him not to be consumed by the shadow, and tells him to suppress it with everything he has. Notifications begin appearing repeatedly in the air. Some report that the shadows are starting to entangle, others that shadow energy is being actively released. Baek Gyul cries out in pain as his body trembles under the overwhelming force. He finds it unbearable, never expecting the captured fish shadow to evolve into something like this. Still, there is no alternative. He must push through and assist for now. Another notification appears, stating the shadow is merging and Baek Gyul has gained the upper hand. He should be fine now, especially since he is no longer blindly following Chang Xian, and instead chooses to take responsibility for the situation. His eyes widen as realization hits him, and he accepts everything as it is. More notifications illuminate the air as his skills update and new abilities are granted. Shadow Puppet is unlocked, his rank increases, and a special trait awakens. His system continues processing, updating his level, power, and other stats. His status now mirrors player Chang Xian. The system instructs him to steal as much information as possible from that player to enhance the imitation. Sun explains that shadow energy is a copying force, so it must have something concrete to imitate. That is why Baek Gyul was required to become the shadow itself. Deeper one understands the original, the stronger and more accurate the shadow becomes. Chang Xian leans in and tells him to start copying everything he sees. He raises his spear and begins moving it, spinning it with precise control and power. Baek Gyul tries to follow, and the shadow mirrors his actions, but the weight quickly overwhelms him. He struggles to keep up, and despite his efforts, the sheer force behind the movements feels impossible to grasp. Cheongsan spins his spear again in a wide arc. Notifications appear, showing divine beings praising Chang Xian's skill and observing him with great interest. The gap between the shadow's origin and Baek Gyul is enormous, far beyond his own strength, and he struggles just to remain standing. Chang Xian stays calm and tells him to raise his spear, signaling that they should begin. He moves the spear through the air as if taken straight from fiction. The force is so overwhelming it summons a fierce tiger that erupts in a violent burst of energy. A notification appears stating that the tiger trapped in hardship is astonished by the power and begins shouting, demanding to know what Chang Xian has done with the library. Inside the White Tiger Clan headquarters, the directors gather on the 7th floor for an emergency meeting. Director O addresses the situation, noting that the current flag bearers have become a major issue amid the chaos and can no longer be ignored. The directors exchange uneasy looks as discussion continues. It would have been less troublesome if at least half the training had been completed, but that is not the case. Some begin proposing a new training method to handle the situation. Director Kwon Hyo-hai remains silent, his presence weighing heavily on the room. Breaking the silence, Director Kim Yeon-sung makes a bold proposal, suggesting the flag bearer training be merged with the high-off case operation. Recently, the Future Strategy Division located the Phantom's position. He proposes using the flag bearers in a live operation to gain real combat experience. He explains they have already completed basic training and are ready for deployment, making it both a learning opportunity and a contribution to the mission. Concerns remain about potential complications, and the atmosphere grows tense. Director Kim clarifies that only executives in HIAF know the sensitive connections, so leaks are unlikely. Trainees would face only minor enemies, and even if rumors spread, no one would believe demonic beings known for atrocities against gods and humans. Director O turns to Park to ask for his opinion. Park immediately agrees, calling the plan solid but acknowledging the risks. He then dismisses doubts, saying that if the trainees cannot handle it, they do not deserve the title of Tigers. The decision is finalized. Remaining training will be replaced with a high-off annihilation operation, and rankings will be based on performance to determine future roles. Another order follows. Chang Xion, who cleared the dungeon, will be separated from the group and transferred to the Future Strategy Division, moving beyond ordinary recruits. As the meeting concludes, Executive Director O signals for Kim to stay behind. Kim bows respectfully and speaks with firm determination. Normally, subordinates are tools to use and discard, but this time is different. Director O has found a blade he cannot afford to lose, and the thought of it breaking unsettles him. When asked if he can be trusted, Kim replies that he will eliminate every obstacle, prepare everything, and protect that blade with his life. His loyalty is absolute. Then, in a low but steady voice, he asks not for trust out of weakness, but because that blade means everything to him. Inside Director Kim Yeon-sung's office, the atmosphere turns tense as his son rushes in, alarmed by the blood on his father's face. But Kim dismisses the concern and coldly orders the target to be eliminated without hesitation. The son hesitates, asking why such an extreme decision is necessary. At first, Kim admits it was meant as revenge for his son's humiliation. He then clarifies this is not about pride. Changxian is a real threat, someone who will continue interfering and casting a shadow over his son's future. Kim explains that it is no longer personal revenge, but a calculated move to remove a growing threat before it becomes uncontrollable. Son agrees and vows to strengthen himself and become a real man. He promises that once Chang Xian is eliminated, he will also deal with the woman who insulted him. Then, as if recalling something, he mentions another individual who shares the same grudge. Im Yu-han, the man connected to the strange organization led by Mr. Lim, has also been humiliated by Chang Xian. Meanwhile, Chang Xian receives messages from multiple divine beings. The tiger trapped in hardship glares at him and scolds him. Then 3 traits manifest: ferocious tiger, granting immense strength; fierce tiger, enabling brutal and ruthless attacks; and swift tiger, enhancing fast thinking and sharp decision-making. The snake that wraps around the world joins in, warning Chang Xian that he should have considered the consequences. As giving something often means losing everything else, the tiger grows even more intense. Other divine beings such as the owl, the great demon, and good season to hunt also react, some agreeing and others confused. He sighs, thinking these fools might actually have a point. Still, he knows they are not entirely wrong. Because of this, the tiger becomes even more fixated on him, refusing to let him go. Meanwhile, Baek Gyeol begins copying Chang Xian's split tiger technique. Shadows spread across the area as shadow trading and shadow play activate. Chang Xian is genuinely surprised at how well Baek Gyeol performs it. Seeing this, Chang Xian decides it is the right moment to examine the special item he obtained from the Silver Fox research facility. He takes out the unknown scroll and prepares to analyze it. He now realizes this is the 4th fragment of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. He already possesses 3 pieces from the White Tiger clan, and with this one, With this piece, the missing portion begins to take shape. Director O must have secretly obtained this fourth scripture and hidden it away, likely the reason Gildal could even be created. Still, how these scriptures were originally interpreted remains a mystery. Whatever they contain must be extraordinarily powerful enough to bring about the terrifying calamity of the royal tiger. Chang Xian knows the Void Monarch will never explain it, but he also understands he cannot leave the scroll exposed for long. Soon, the great demon that chases the abyss turns its attention toward it, its presence pressing heavily. It waits for Chang Xian's decision, just as it did during the tutorial when it first made an offer. This time, it proposes a deal offering assistance in exchange for a contract, promising to reveal the scroll's contents if Chang Xian agrees. With this new advantage, Chang Xian's mind begins to unlock the hidden language, and the text on the scroll gradually reveals its meaning. The tiger trapped in hardship roars in disbelief. The owl that pierces through the twilight stays silent in observation, while the snake that wraps around the world tries to peer into Chang Xian's vision, but fails, striking the ground in frustration. The scroll vibrates with energy as its cryptic text forms a message about children guided by starlight, those seeking rebirth through its power, and those who follow its path. It describes itself as both distant and near, watching and guiding them. However, the beginning of the scripture is missing, and Chang Xian can only infer its meaning. Even so, hidden conditions begin activating one after another, confirming that character decoding has succeeded, followed by information analysis. Once these conditions are met, a new quest appears, urging Chang Xian to uncover the missing fragment of the scripture. He unlocks a hidden path known as Starlight, a rare and dangerous route tied to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. By decoding its secrets, he proves both mental and physical resilience. The quest promises access to forgotten stellar power but carries severe risks. Failure leads to mental corruption, while success grants unimaginable strength. He realizes this is the same power once possessed by Munsong. If he wishes to surpass even God-sent warriors or the mighty Gildal, that goal lies before him. Then completing this quest becomes his only choice. Director O barely touched the scroll's true potential, but Chang Xian is ready to go deeper. The tiger trapped in hardship watches silently, waiting for his decision. Chang Xian mutters a curse at the Void Monarch, realizing the scroll was likely handed over because it seemed useless. He then calls Baek Gyawul. He tells him not to interfere under any circumstances, and to prevent anyone from entering. Baek Gyawul agrees without hesitation. He trusts Chang Xian completely, believing his brother carries secrets beyond his understanding, and follows him without question. The quest is accepted. The royal tiger's calamity begins to stir once more. The owl that pierces through the twilight grants him long-awaited rewards, merging unbending spirit with deep inner peace. Chang Xian steadies his breath and steps forward, fully prepared for what lies ahead. Authority awakens within him. In an instant, he is transported into an instance dungeon known as the Reckless Demon Cave. The trial begins. If Chang Xian could turn back time, he would return to the moment the crimson pillar of light tore through the sky and threw him into an unknown battlefield. Back then, survival was all that mattered. As time went on, his life became an endless cycle of combat. He fought not for peace or honor, but because fighting was all he had left. Eventually, Chang Xian grew powerful enough to defeat countless gods and constellations, earning the fearsome titles of God of Combat and Wicked God. This obsession with battle drove everyone away from him. His comrades abandoned him, unable to follow his blood-soaked path. Even Ethica, the woman he loved, faded away while trying to protect him from the chaos he brought into their lives. What remained within him was only pure rage, a fury that fueled his war against the Zodiac. Yet in the end, Chang Xian wonders if everything collapsed because of something as simple as poison. If he could return to the moment the crimson light first appeared, he would not hesitate. He would be fully prepared, and this time he would strike with everything he had, vowing to end anyone who opposes him in the most decisive way. The dungeon mission begins with a single command: survive and conquer. Yet Chang Xian finds himself trapped within his own deepest fears. A curse trial that resets every 24 hours. Each time he is pulled into the Changhui Cave, a death-filled parallel dimension, a vast labyrinth of 9 floors swarming with Chang'ai twisted souls that despise humanity and seek only destruction. The only way to break this curse is to survive every wave, withstand each trial, and clear all 9 floors. The first day's mission begins. Chang Xian stands on the first floor of Area W1, where survival is the sole objective in 6 hours of non-stop combat. As soon as the countdown begins in his mind, he takes a slow breath and steels himself mentally. He understands the curse will not disappear on its own. Every day he will be dragged into this 6-hour nightmare until it is broken. Surveying the area, he recalls that these bottomless fears are fragments of leftover starlight energy from their original owners. Those consumed by this energy lose their souls and become Changui, their bodies warped into ghost-like warriors or monstrous forms such as Gildal. Chang Xian realizes this must be how Munsong once gained his power, by enduring this exact trial. Somewhere above, the constellation Tiger sunken in turmoil watches him with intense curiosity, waiting to see how he will escape this dungeon. Normally, 6 straight hours of daily combat like this would shatter both mind and body. But Chang Xian is different. He possesses something unique granted by Minerva, a gift perfectly suited for this situation. He faces a single Changi ahead of him, twisted and decayed. In the constellation realm, Good Season to Hunt mocks the creature as hideous and urges Chang Xian to eliminate it quickly. Chang Xian remains calm. One enemy is nothing to worry about. He activates Minerva's authority. It is not merely a skill, but a divine blessing that grants overwhelming willpower, unshakable courage, and endurance against any hardship. As the energy floods through him, Chang Xian reflects on how extraordinary this power is, far surpassing his earlier abilities like Inspec or Goddess's Spear. He realizes just how much Minerva must trust him to grant such power. In long battles, fatigue usually slows fighters down, but Colocogathia erases that weakness. As Chang Xian uses it, the constellation owl that pierces through twilight bestows its blessing for the difficult path ahead. The Changi laughs, calling him a delicious human. It warns that even if Chang Xian blocks its attacks now, its poison will still seep into his body, slowly consuming him from within until he collapses and becomes a Changi himself. Chang Xian tightens his grip on his weapon, fully focused. He feels no fear, only absolute confidence that he will end this fight. He even expects the poison to take effect, but nothing happens at all. His skill, Inhibitor of 10 Poisons, completely neutralizes it. Chang Xian lets out a laugh at the Changi, wondering if they are all this weak. The fight feels almost too effortless, as if everything is going far too smoothly. System reports that Chang Xian has defeated a lesser Changui and obtained the bottomless fear it contained. His body shifts slightly as the fear merges into him, though the transformation is still incomplete, and he must defeat more Changui to gather additional bottomless fear. If that fear overwhelms him, he could become a ghost warrior or a guild owl. But if he absorbs and masters it, he can forge a new path like Jiangbu Qiang'o, treating it as controllable energy. Effect: the first stage of Eonic Fire activates, and his flames swirl together with the dark fear energy, purifying it from within. The fear resists the flames, pushing back, but Eonic Fire burns ever hotter until every trace is completely reduced to ash. A new form of fear emerges from the fusion, granting the achievement Fear that devours bottomless fear, while boosting his intelligence and willpower as the constellations react in shock. The tiger, trapped in turmoil, stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what has just happened. Good Season to Hunt spirals in confusion, muttering that it cannot understand any of this. The serpent coiled around the world watches closely, fascinated as the starlight of forgotten stars takes on a completely new form. Chang Xian feels his mana shifting as he acquires the traits of Biwi, a mythical predator of tiger monsters, catching him off guard and marking him as the natural enemy of the ruler of emptiness. The system updates his location to Floor 1, Area 12J. Mission countdown for the first day now shows only a few minutes and seconds remaining. In the distance, someone spots him. Shouts erupt in panic, ordering others to stop him, while Chang Xian senses the rising tension and smiles, knowing things are about to become more interesting. The boss collapses, and the surrounding area falls silent. Good Season to Hunt feels refreshed and genuinely satisfied after witnessing the victory. The tiger, still in turmoil, watches Chang Xian's precise and controlled movements with growing curiosity. The power of a ferocious tiger awakens with a roar like a crashing wave, surging wildly into Chang Xian. New achievement appears, confirming the defeat of the Changui's true enemy and granting a major strength boost tied to Biwi's hidden power. With this victory, the first floor is cleared, and the gateway to the second floor opens. Darkness creeps in as fear spreads and chaos stirs, thickening the oppressive atmosphere. A strange non-human creature appears, though, before anything further can unfold, the time limit expires. The first day evaluation arrives, awarding the highest rank, SSS. Rewards are prepared based on his performance, and the process of returning to the real world is activated. Chang Xian returns to his original location, while Yahello rushes over in shock, calling his name. Chang Xian blinks, wondering if 6 hours really passed, since the battle felt far too short and almost enjoyable. He realizes he never moved, while Jiao Wol confusedly reminds him he told others not anyone enter. Chang Xian pauses in confusion, then suddenly understands. He realizes time flows differently between the real world and the dungeon, and the idea strikes him that he could use this gap to rest between battles or withdraw when injured. As the thought settles, his mind drifts to the remaining 6 scrolls, wondering what curses they hold and whether he will return to the Changi cave or be sent elsewhere. The constellation Tiger, sunken in turmoil, grows even more curious, eager to see how Chang Xian will handle the curses hidden within the cryptic books. Gumchiano has already collected 3 of them, leaving 3 still missing, making the remaining ones Chang Xian's top priority. He wonders if the higher-ups or officials know their locations, since tracking them down would be far easier if they did. Not long after, Managing Director O calls for Chang Xian. They meet at a bar in Nanyangdong. Manhwa. Before entering, Chang Xion tells Baek Gyawol to wait outside for a moment. Director O notices Gyawol and asks who he is, and Chang Xion introduces him as White Winter, someone he worked with during training sessions. Director O questions his trustworthiness, and Chang Xion replies that he can be relied upon without doubt. O remarks that Chang Xion is already gathering subordinates, though Chang Xion believes extra hands are always useful. Director O reminds him that what truly matters are tools, people, and methods to use when needed and discard when they are no longer useful. Director O then fulfills his promise, officially placing Chang Xion under his command in the Future Strategy Division of the White Tiger Clan under Acting Chief O Sihuan, and Chang Xion asks if any mission awaits him. O explains that the new trainees will be showcased tomorrow. Unlike Chang Xion, they are inexperienced and have not yet faced real combat. Their mission is to track down and eliminate the remaining High-Off members, whose hideout has already been discovered. Chang Xion quietly considers that this mission might lead him closer to information about the 7 cryptic books of Hassan. He asks if sending only trainees is risky, and O explains that the main strike team and other clans will also participate, while trainees handle weaker enemies for experience. Unlike them, Chang Xion is assigned to the strike team targeting High-Off's top leaders, a far more critical role, making him realize the conversation has reached its true intent. Director O adds that he personally pushed for Chang Xion to join the strike team despite board hesitation, believing his abilities far exceed those of an ordinary recruit. Beneath the notice lies a file detailing enemy hideouts, and the operation is scheduled to begin in 5 days, giving him time to prepare. Director O promises to provide full details when the time is right. Just then, Chang Xion says he has a request to make. Before he can continue, the scene shifts elsewhere, where several people spot someone resembling the tyrant casually eating a hot dog and wonder if it is truly him. Meanwhile, someone gasps while recalling the brutal struggle at Yeti's Pass, a frozen dungeon once controlled by High-Off, now a battlefield of blizzards and hidden dangers. Winter listens as Chang Xion insists they must not be satisfied with their current strength, and he agrees with quiet determination that a long road still lies ahead. 4 days remain until training day as chaos erupts and monsters recognize the terrifying presence of Chang Xion. They scream about a monster before realizing it is the same human from before, causing panic as guards rush to seal the gates and blame scouts for missing his arrival. Time passes quickly. 3 days remain, then 2, then 1. Finally, the last day arrives. Countdown begins. 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds remaining. Chang Xion stands firm, scanning the battlefield with no interest in weak opponents. He focuses entirely on locating the true danger, the only opponent worthy of his attention. He releases an arrow with flawless, pinpoint accuracy. It slices through the air, crackling with explosive lightning as it flies. The arrow lands directly, killing the monster leader on the spot. A perfect hit delivered with overwhelming raw force. In the distance, the leader observes and addresses Chang Xion, calling him Majesty. He speaks with a playful tone, fully aware he has been found, and the coming challenge excites him. Smiling, he summons his weapon and armor to be prepared. Now revealed as Jin Dawon, the monster leader orders his subordinates to fall back, choosing to face Chang Xion alone as the only opponent he deems worthy. Jin Dawon recounts his past, once a member of the noble Frisia family of Arcata, now long lost and cursed by the 7 cryptic scriptures of San, becoming the Crimson Murderer. Though his physical body has grown weaker over time, his hatred and desire for revenge continue to burn even more intensely than before. He declares his goal to seize full control of Gul'dan and gather the remaining starlight of the temple, aiming to rise again as a god. Stepping forward, Jin Dawon locks eyes with Chang Xion, recognizing him as a worthy challenger, his blood boiling with pure battle excitement rather than strategy. He proudly introduces himself as Jin Dawon, descendant of the Frisia bloodline. Tied to a powerful demon lineage, he declares that once Chang Xion is slain, he will claim the throne of Gul'dan. Hun watches in shock as Jin Dawon, the Crimson Murder King, enters the battlefield. Even Hun is summoned into the fight, yet the overwhelming pressure of Jin Dawon's power drives others to flee in terror. The second-floor boss fully reveals himself, his presence shaking the entire region. A divine voice, like a hunter's blessing, urges Chang Xion to defeat the arrogant demon before him. Meanwhile, the sharp gaze of the split tiger locks onto the battlefield, ready to assist. Jin Dawon charges forward with overwhelming force, his blade infused with Hun's spirit, but Chang Xion cleanly blocks the attack, leaving Jin Dawon momentarily. In that instant, the split tiger's state evolves into the ferocious tiger. A surge of energy erupts as the ferocious tiger manifests around Chang Xion, cloaking him in a wild, untamed aura. Jin Dawan studies Chang Xian closely, calling him more than a warrior, sensing a battle-obsessed spirit completely consumed by combat. Around them, the monsters whisper in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere human can stand equal to their king. Suddenly, Jin Dawan unleashes a deadly technique as a lightning net erupts across the battlefield, crackling with destruction. Chang Xian's beast instinct activates just in time, warning him that blocking is not enough and the situation has turned lethal. The flying tiger's trailing gale activates instantly, giving him a burst of speed. His body lightens under technique activation, allowing him to narrowly evade Jin Dawan's strike. Jin Dawan grits his teeth, realizing he almost succeeded. Meanwhile, the system warns that Chang Xian's stamina has fallen below 15%, urging immediate rest. Chang Xian breathes heavily, fully aware only 3 minutes and 28 seconds remain. The battle feels like crashing against an immovable wall, and for a moment he doubts whether he has enough strength to defeat the Crimson Murder King. Yet stopping is not an option, as the thrill of the fight is too intense to abandon. Jin Dawan observes him closely, sensing something unusual in Chang Xian, and wondering if he is trying to provoke him into revealing his full power. Chang Xian's only thought is simple and honest, he just wants to enjoy the fight. With a roar filled with fury and excitement, Chang Xian challenges Jin Dawan to scream and struggle as he prepares to crush him. At that moment, his dual blades resonate and shine fiercely, while the ferocious tiger bares its fangs, merging its wild power with his fighting spirit. Jin Dawan senses the change and smirks, realizing the true battle is only just beginning. Chang Xian's twin swords, Evil Dragon Snaggletooth and Fish Intestine Sword, glow in harmony as their powers resonate together. At the same time, the ferocious tiger's fangs begin to emerge, but its energy spirals out of control, transforming into the savage tiger. The savage tiger unleashes a chaotic, devastating slash. The attack moves at terrifying speed, ripping across the battlefield like a violent storm. The energy shifts again, forming the split tiger once more. Its piercing fangs launch forward, tearing through everything in their path. Jin Dawan's creature Hun cannot endure the overwhelming force. With a final brutal strike, Hun is completely defeated. Immediately after, a system message appears stating Chang Xian has obtained Hun's rib, the leash of the Crimson Murder King. He also gains a large amount of the Royal Tiger's calamity energy. Chang Xian looks toward Jin Dawan, expecting some reaction of anger over the loss of such a loyal companion. However, Jin Dawan remains completely calm, showing no reaction, as if Hun's death means nothing at all. This cold response makes Chang Xian realize Jin Dawan is far more dangerous than he initially believed. A powerful attack suddenly closes in on him, although Chang Xian senses it may not fully land. The next moment, he is critically injured, his stamina dropping dangerously as the system urgently advises him to retreat and recover. Then the timer finally reaches 0, marking the end of his allotted time. The Day 5 evaluation has concluded, earning an SSS rank. Rewards are now being processed as Chang Xian is drawn back into the real world. Winter's voice shakes when he sees Chang Xian drenched in blood, his face filling with panic. He immediately wants to take Chang Xian to the hospital without delay. However, Chang Xian calmly pulls out a large healing potion, drinks it, insists it's enough to restore him. Taking a deep breath, Chang Xian murmurs that he had nearly died, but now feels his body slowly recovering. His stamina returns by half, and his overall condition steadily begins to improve. Winter remains concerned and asks what happened, but Chang Xian downplays it as nothing serious. Internally, however, he recalls the fight with the Crimson Murder King, realizing that although it seemed even, he was actually at a severe disadvantage. If the second floor is already this difficult, he wonders how harsh the later levels will be, and he knows above all that he must become stronger. To achieve that, he needs to obtain either Blood Mine or Reinforced Bone. Unfortunately, with no unicorns nearby, Blood Mine is currently out of reach. That leaves Reinforced Bone, which could bring him close to an indestructible state if obtained. The real issue is the battle ahead, as he must face the Crimson Murder King again within 24 hours. He begins planning his strategy, recalling the abominable Snowman Hill in the snowy region and deciding to tackle problems step by step. At that moment, a message from Director O arrives, instructing him to reach the destination by 7 a.m. and complete all preparations in advance, reminding him to carefully refine his plan. Another message follows from the obedient blacksmith, stating that his weapon forging is complete, and asking him to visit the workshop after training. Meanwhile, cameraman Kim Soo-hyun shouts that Chang Xian is on his way. Driven by curiosity and greed and muttering about fixing a failed corporate bribe situation, Kim Soo-hyun rushes forward, eager to film Chang Xian. But as he gets closer, his camera suddenly shatters under the overwhelming energy radiating from Chang Xian. He freezes in shock, completely stunned. He realizes that players like like Chang Xion are far beyond ordinary human limits. In fact, he becomes convinced that without monsters in the world, people like Chang Xion would themselves be seen as terrifying existences. Chang Xion inspects the weapon and is surprised it is already finished. He had expected at least 10 days, but the blacksmith Choi Boyang explains it was simple since it only required assembling pre-made parts. Winter encourages him to test the weapon and admires its sleek design, though Chang Xion finds it too plain and asks why there are no engravings, to which Choi replies it was too much trouble. Without saying a word, Chang Xion transfers 100 million won directly into Choi's account. Letting out a sigh, the blacksmith gives in and tells him to return tomorrow morning for adjustments. Chang Xion notices something bothering Choi and asks about it. After hesitation, Choi admits that the issue is with the request. The main weapon Chang Xion ordered will take far longer than expected. While Chang Xion mentions 1 month, Choi corrects him, saying it will take at least 2 months and cannot be rushed. Pressed further, Chang Xion learns that Choi has run out of essential materials. Specifically, cold iron is the problem, but not ordinary types. It must be rare cold steel that has endured icy crystals for decades to withstand extreme heat. Since Chang Xion also requested a shield, the required amount is even greater, worsening the shortage. Choi adds that even the nation's remaining stock has been depleted due to heavy demand, then recalls that Chang Xion is heading toward the abominable Snowman Hill. Chang Xion confirms this and mentions he also needs materials for reinforced bone. Choi nods and says someone is already waiting to meet him about that matter. Chang Xion meets a man introducing himself as Choi Hyun-gil, CEO of Lucky Trading Company. Noticing the calluses on his hands, Chang Xion suspects he may once have been a blacksmith, which surprises him given Lucky Trading's scale as a major corporation. Curious, Chang Xion asks about his link to Choi Boyang, and Hyun-gil explains he is Boyang's younger cousin. This clicks for Chang Xion. No wonder Boyang can obtain rare materials. Hyun-gil is clearly a much larger supplier than expected, so Chang Xion asks why he wanted to meet. The man gets straight to the point, saying he has a request. Chang Xion quickly guesses it relates to the abominable Snowman Hill, and he is right. Hyun-gil confirms it and explains why the High-Off gang chose it as a base, revealing it is due to something called Frost King's Breath. Chang Xion has never heard of it, so Hyun-gil explains it is the highest grade ice crystal, also known as permanent ice crystal. Chang Xion keeps his expression unreadable, but understands how valuable the material must be. Hyun-gil then asks about reinforced bone. Chang Xion replies that he knows a little. He recalls legendary martial god physiques, such as heavenly limbs and dragonbone body, all built on similar principles. To create reinforced bone, 2 rare components are required: an inflamed heart and a frost-engraved crest. Hyun-gil says he already knows how to obtain the flame, but still needs the crest, which helps the body withstand extreme heat. For that, the permanent ice crystal is essential, as it absorbs pure lunar energy over time, making it ideal for forming the crest. Chang Xion considers that he may need to search for the crystal himself, and recalls once planning to explore a dungeon in America for something similar. He admits he knows little, but understands from Hyun-gil's tone that it is extremely valuable. Hyun-gil confirms it, saying it can significantly enhance the power of ice mages. Chang Xion asks if the High-Off gang is targeting it, and Hyun-gil agrees, saying they believe it will strengthen them. Understanding the situation, Chang Xion asks if Hyun-gil wants him to retrieve it. Hyun-gil agrees but warns the dungeon is still unstable and incomplete, making it dangerous, and they must avoid attention from rival clans. Chang Xion also notes that Hyun-gil likely intends to keep the treasure. Hyun-gil admits he does not expect full trust yet. Surprisingly, Chang Xion still accepts the request. However, Chang Xion says he wants something else instead of payment. After Chang Xion leaves, Choi Boyang looks irritated while Hyun-gil teases him for being upset. Boyang mutters that he dislikes owing Chang Xion anything. Hyun-gil laughs and calls Chang Xion a friend, which annoys Boyang further as he denies it. Boyang becomes even more annoyed as Hyun-gil praises how calmly Chang Xion accepted the deal, treating it like nothing, and how easily the exchange was made. Hyun-gil lists unusual items Chang Xion requested, including traces of the heavenly sun's thought, records of the moon, dewdrops of flower shoes, and locations of the 9 great swords, wondering what he plans to do with them. With curiosity and doubt, he asks Boyang how he even met someone like Chang Xion, and whether he is truly capable of handling the task. The scene transitions to the day of the subjugation operation, marking the start of the mission's critical phase. Meanwhile, the group is talking about the first squad and its current status. With no contact received and assuming failure, someone even suggests taking a coffee break while casually recalling everyone's usual orders, from extra shot Americanos to warm warm caramel macchiatos. The light jokes continue, yet a heavy tension still lingers in the air. The dungeon they are facing proves far more difficult than expected, with resistance much stronger than they originally planned for. Someone mentions Haiben, the nearby niece, revealing she has gone to meet her benefactor Chang Xian. When Chang Xian appears, Steve Shimjiano of the Future Strategy Division immediately warns him not to cause trouble or damage Executive O's reputation. Some trainees mock him, joking that he might panic and embarrass himself, and their laughter only deepens the uneasy atmosphere. Without hesitation, Chang Xian bluntly tells them to get lost. One trainee challenges him, asking what would happen if he refuses. Before the argument can escalate further, Steve Shimjiano steps in sharply, ordering the trainee to back away from Chang Xian. Steve Shimjiano also warns everyone to stay clear as Kang Wuchen, the Storm Fist, steps forward into the situation. Wuchen is visibly furious and insulted, his temper rising further as Chang Xian remains calm and composed. In that tense moment, the dormant power of the split tiger awakens within Chang Xian. A sharp surge of energy spreads outward, like a silent warning across the entire field. The pressure instantly silences everyone present. Yanyo quickly tries to ease the tension and prevent the situation from escalating. He reminds Chang Xian that Wuchen is his senior in rank and experience. Chang Xian replies coldly that if the division values seniority over ability, then that is their problem, not his. Divine Tiger-like being lets out an amused, strange laugh, clearly entertained by Chang Xian's bold attitude. Murmurs spread through the crowd, with some believing he provoked Wuchen deliberately while others are quietly impressed. The subjugation mission is under heavy observation, and many are secretly hoping to see Chang Xian fail. Yet by standing his ground against Wuchen without fear, he earns both respect and suspicion, appearing like a dangerous tiger ready to strike. At that moment, someone calls out to Chang Xian, and he turns, sees Wu Haiben approaching, asking if he still remembers her. The divine owl-like presence watches quietly, seemingly pleased that their paths have crossed again. Haiben finally smiles with relief when she realizes Chang Xian remembers her. He notes she seems different now as a player, while internally wishing she had lived a peaceful, ordinary life instead. Before they can continue speaking, someone rushes over saying her uncle, the department head, urgently needs her. Startled, Haiben quickly apologizes to Chang Xian and promises to meet again before rushing away. Chang Xian recalls that the five-star group carries the surname Wu, realizing Haiben likely belongs to that same family line. At that moment, news arrives that the assistant director of the Hayoff clan has been spotted nearby, and is being pursued. Chang Xian pushes the thought aside and instructs Jiao to prepare, and she responds immediately. She stands firmly beside him without any hesitation. Suddenly, someone shouts that the Crimson Ghost has been located, causing confusion as Kwok Dawoon, the assistant director of the Hayoff clan, appears outside the dungeon. He is unexpectedly present outside rather than inside the dungeon as anticipated. Kwok calmly requests that they draw as much attention as possible outside the area. Meanwhile, a divine sprite-like being watches its disciple with quiet sorrow, tears of concern in its presence. Kwok tells the divine entity not to grieve, insisting that this path was chosen willingly. Nearby, someone shocked shouts for backup, calling Kwok a monstrous-level fighter. Kwok senses the fierce energy reminiscent of the tiger's presence. He deduces that the White Tiger clan must already be involved in the situation. One fighter laughs loudly, claiming he always wanted a real duel with the Crimson Ghost, even if circumstances are unexpected. Kwak Dawoon briefly panics, wondering why such a dangerous individual is here instead of proper team leaders, realizing too many casualties are already mounting and escape cannot be allowed. Despite this, he smirks, noting how both the White Tiger and five-star sword names have become truly fearsome. To him, the situation feels like a grand reception from the nation's strongest fighters. With a mocking grin, he declares that he wants to test their strength. Chang Xian senses something is wrong and moves quickly, activating Flying Tiger's trailing gale to lighten his body, while Viper Eye scans the surroundings. Yahello appears confused as Chang Xian warns him that Kwok is not the real threat and quickly analyzes the situation. He realizes the Crimson Ghost is merely a distraction. The fighter shouts at Kwok Dawoon to surrender, but Kwok remains too calm, as if waiting for this exact moment. With a twisted expression, Kwok declares it is not over yet and vows to drag them all into the same suffering he endured. Suddenly, the trap is triggered. A spherical concealment skill distorts the environment as an illusory maze unfolds like a living shadow, swallowing everything around them. Panic erupts as everyone realizes they have been deceived. It becomes clear that the Crimson Ghost was only bait meant to lure them into Kwok's illusion. Someone urgently warns the team leader not to fall into the phantom, saying escape becomes nearly impossible once trapped. Inside the illusion, disturbing voices whisper cruel accusations, twisting memories, and even blaming someone for a mother's death in an attempt to break their minds. Amid the chaos, Chang Xian activates his authority, Kalokagathia, granting him complete resistance to mental interference appearance and protecting his mind from the illusion's effects. At the same time, he activates Viper Eye, cutting through dense darkness to scan the maze and expose a hidden path deep within it. Dark voices echo from every direction, filled with pain and fury, whispering that they once wished to live and now direct hatred toward Hyben. Their words grow sharper as they question why she still lives while they are all dead, calling out and urging her to join their suffering. Chang Xion ignores the voices completely and keeps his attention fixed on Hyben. He quickly checks whether she is injured, and after seeing her condition, he orders Guy Wool to immediately capture the enemy. With a sharp, sudden motion, he activates Shadowbind, restricting the target's movements instantly. The monster struggles and roars in anger, claiming that no matter how Chang Xion found him, he will reveal nothing, even if killed, insisting it would change nothing. But Chang Xion shows no reaction to the threats. Instead, his tiger-like aura expands outward like a crushing storm. Instantly, the monster is frozen in overwhelming fear. Then the first seal breaks with a flash, leaving 8 more still to be destroyed. Calmly assessing the situation, Chang Xion concludes there are 9 illusionists in total, and that everything was carefully prearranged. The divine being, the tiger bound by hardship, lets out a dark amused laugh, impressed by Chang Xian's relentless determination. Chang Xion also senses a permanent ice crystal nearby, realizing that without prior marking, he would likely have already failed. The divine being, the serpent that coils around the world, shakes its head at his keen perception, while Good Season to Hunt watches quietly, eagerly awaiting his next move. Afterwards, Chang Xion turns to Hyben and asks if she will come with him, and she quickly nods, saying she feels safer beside him. The owl that pierces the twilight observes in silence, clearly pleased with his choice. Hyben stares wide-eyed at Chang Xion, calling him amazing and wondering when she will ever reach his level. Chang Xion looks at her calmly and asks why she believes he would fail to notice what is happening. Then a mysterious voice suddenly praises him, speaking of how brilliant and powerful he has become, and for a brief moment it feels like someone dear to him has finally found peace. Chang Xian's heart trembles as the memory of his grandfather flashes through his mind. Suddenly, a warning pulls him back, urging him to stay calm. His thoughts clear and his power, Kalakagathia, returns to a stable state. Chang Xion gives a faint smile and tells Hyben and Baek Yawol that it is time to move. Elsewhere, a man in a black coat shouts Hyben's name in alarm, clearly worried that something may have happened to her. At the same time, team leader Seo becomes trapped within an illusion. Struggling to keep his thoughts clear, one of the black-clad members yells at him to focus and act like a leader. Hidden in the shadows, Kwak Do-eun smirks confidently. Believing his dark energy is enough to confuse and break them, he prepares to crush anyone who survives. As Kwak rises with overwhelming force, Sia warns him that he will fight seriously if needed, then suddenly signals that the battle is over. In that instant, the man in the black coat strikes and stabs Kwak Do-eun. Though groaning in pain, Kwak remains standing, realizing too late that everything was a trap designed to lure him out. Bloodied and furious, Seo swears that since Kwak made them bleed, he will not let him leave alive. He wipes blood from his mouth and declares that he will make him pay. Hearing this, Kwak Do-eun understands there is no retreat and resolves to fight with everything he has as strange energy floods the battlefield. One by one, the surrounding seals begin to shatter. The thick fog slowly starts to lift. Kwak Do-eun stares in disbelief, unable to understand what is happening. The CEO and his team are equally shocked, but quickly realize this is their chance. The CEO tells everyone there is no longer any retreat, and the team steels themselves with renewed resolve. Kwak Do-eun laughs, mocking them as naive children, and declaring they will soon learn why he is known as the Crimson Ghost. His body vanishes like a shadow too fast to track, and Seo immediately orders his team to locate him. From afar, a sorrowful divine sprite watches, quietly warning that this path is extremely dangerous. It warns that if Kwak hopes to atone for his past and honor his mother, he must abandon thoughts of returning safely, as this battle may take everything from him. With a heavy heart, the sprite prepares to witness Kwak Do-eun's final moments, while Kwak decides to burn his remaining strength to achieve their goal. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifts, and Kwak realizes he has stepped into a hidden trap. His eyes dart around in panic, searching for whoever spoke. A masked figure slowly emerges from the shadows. The moment Kwak sees the mask, he freezes in place. Chang Xion steps forward, revealing himself as the mastermind behind the entire operation, the one who has been pulling the strings from the very beginning. Kwak Do-eun realizes that the subjugation plan, his clan, and even his weakened state have all been carefully orchestrated by Chang Xion. The glowing maze runes ignite around them, completely sealing him inside the trap. Kwak Do-eun is stunned that someone seemingly under level 40 would dare corner a high-level fighter like him. Rage surging, he lunges forward with the intent to rip Chang Xion apart, but mid-attack, he notices something disturbing. Chang Xion is smiling, as if every move had already been read in advance. Kwak releases the devastating Jade Fist technique, a strike powerful enough to rival a sacred artifact. Yet Chang Xion's aura erupts like a storm, overwhelming him in an instant. The energy radiating from Chang Xion storm leaves Kwok Da-woon facing something beyond anything he has ever encountered. Even as a top-tier fighter, Kwok struggles, a deep fear tightening in his chest. He realizes that if he does not take Chang Seon down immediately, this man could become a threat not only to him but also to his daughter, Yoo Jin Da-won. He quickly scans the area, but Chang Seon has already disappeared. Panic rises as he admits this opponent feels less like a human and more like a creature born from despair. Kwok's mind flashes with thoughts of his daughter, Yoo Jin Da-won, like a fading echo from the past. But he forces himself to push those thoughts aside. What unsettles him most is that Chang Seon has not even mastered one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. Yet his power already surpasses what most high rankers could ever hope for, leaving Kwok Da-woon broken as he mutters that Chang Seon must never fall into the Void Monarch's hands. Divine entity, the owl that pierces twilight, praises Chang Seon, declaring that evil must be punished. Overwhelmed by pain and guilt, Kwok begs Chang Seon to end his life. Chang Seon refuses, saying he still needs answers. Hawk angrily spits that he would never speak after what Chang Seon did to his children overnight. Chang Seon responds coldly, exposing the hypocrisy of Kwok's clan for exploiting innocent people while pretending to uphold justice. Kwok lets out a bitter laugh and promises he will never reveal anything, no matter what is said. Chang Seon calmly decides he will simply ask someone else. At that moment, Song Yujin's voice breaks through the communication line. She is shocked as she identifies Chang Seon, realizing he belongs to neither their faction nor the White Tiger clan. Chang Seon plainly tells her that if she wants to save Kwok Da-woon, she must answer his questions. Barely able to breathe, Kwok warns Song Yujin to cut the connection, but Chang Seon tightens the pressure, demanding information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan, specifically focusing on the 5th scripture. Song Yujin refuses intimidation, calling him foolish and telling him to kill Kwok if he wishes. Chang Seon smirks and agrees without hesitation. He then acts as if he is about to finish Kwok right there, leaving Song Yujin shocked and enraged. This is exactly Chang Seon's intention, as provoking her will draw them in and give him an advantage, even if the plan shifts. Chang Seon activates soul extortion, drawing in the remnants of Kwok Da-woon's ashes. Because the absorbed soul is far stronger than his own, soul extortion evolves, granting him Kwok Da-woon's unique skill, Destructive Jade Fist. A perfect reward for him, since he needed a strong close combat technique, though it comes with consequences. Divine being the sorrowful weeping sprite becomes enraged that her disciple's power has been stolen. Realizing this, Chang Seon concludes that Kwok must have been under her guidance. He recalls she did not join the 12 Zodiacs during the Great War and decides he will apologize if they meet again. Her anguished cries echo as her bond with her disciple is completely severed. Meanwhile, news spreads that survivors trapped in High-Off's illusion seals have been rescued. Reports confirm Chang Seon broke every formation and saved everyone, including Wu Youngin and his niece. People whisper in disbelief, saying his feats are impossible, and his title, the Tyrant, now feels even more fitting. However, Steve Shimjian, who remains hostile, warning Chang Seon not to grow arrogant. He says people like him often lose their lives to stray blades on the battlefield. Chang Seon fires back, telling him to watch his own head as well, leaving Steve Shim grinding his teeth. Just then, someone approaches Chief Steve Shim, reporting that there is urgent information regarding Chang Seon. Song Yujin sits in silence, trembling as grief over her father's death crushes her. Kwok Da-woon vanished as suddenly as he appeared, leaving her alone with regret and unanswered questions about why his end had to be so cruel. A strange presence stirs within her mind. The divine being known as the sorrowful weeping sprite watches her grief and asks if she desires strength. It promises her a chance to gain power capable of changing everything. The offer weighs heavily on her heart, and she hesitates, unsure of what choice to make. Another divine presence hidden behind the aurora in the sky quietly intervenes and warns her of the danger, urging caution. Yet its voice feels faint compared to the overwhelming pull of sorrowful power. The sorrowful weeping sprite dismisses the warning, insisting on granting its gift. It tells her that power born from grief and rage can become her strength if she accepts it. While Song Yujin's heart races at the edge of her decision, the group enters the dungeon known as the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, where freezing winds cut like blades, and an endless blizzard engulfs everything. Beneath their feet lies a surface covered in thick, dangerous sheets of ice. Their objective is clear: infiltrate the Winter Palace buried deep in the snowfield and seize it to become its ruler. However, the snowmen inhabiting this place are intelligent hunters, capable of launching sudden ambushes at any moment. The brutal cold eats away at them, making even heavy winter gear feel useless, and some complain as visibility disappears in the storm. Meanwhile, the weight of the mission presses on everyone, as the Mayon clan leads the advance. advance, intent on capturing the elusive Song Yujin. Chayayan, calm and sharp-eyed, warns that acting on rage will only lead them into traps. Even so, her attention briefly shifts toward Chang Xian, wondering if he might once again perform a miracle like before. Nearby, whispers spread through the group as leader Xiao jokes that the infamous Iron Witch Chayayan seems unusually interested in Chang Xian. Xiao smirks, noting that most men who approached Chayayan ended up nearly shot, proving how dangerous her reputation truly is. As a top-tier magic scholar, her revolver fires enchanted bullets with cannon-like force, making her one of the rare EX rank nationals likely to become a high ranker soon. Her influence even reaches the president of the Korean Association, and few clans dare to oppose her openly. Chang Xian, however, remains completely unfazed. Without hesitation or explanation, he announces he will separate from the group under the director's orders. Before anyone can react, he activates Flying Tiger's trailing gale skill. His speed shocks leader Xiao, who can only watch him vanish ahead, while greed sparks in his mind as he plans to obtain Chang Xian's power before his rival brother Saiwan does. The Winter Palace lies buried under heavy snow, with a violent blizzard making visibility almost non-existent. High-off forces shout orders at the snowmen, demanding they locate the permanent ice crystal, insisting the Snow King cannot be freed until it is recovered, while the exhausted snowmen remain loyal to their ruler. The tall snowman general refuses to obey the humans' command. He declares that his only duty is to his king, and that he will wait for a safe return. Still, with their king held captive, the snowmen are forced into conflict and prepare to strike back at the human forces. Meanwhile, Chang Xian's tracking rune begins to glow, indicating the crystal is nearby. The divine being good season to hunt comments with satisfaction that hunting is easier when such tools are available. Serpent that coils around the world counters that tools are meaningless unless the user fully understands them. Chang Xian ignores both voices and stays focused on the mission, knowing the high-off group is holding the Snow King inside the Winter Palace. Beneath the palace lies a hidden mine where the permanent ice crystal is buried, and with both soldiers and snowmen blocking the path, Chang Xian knows he only has 3 hours to resolve everything. Without hesitation, he charges straight ahead. Suddenly, the snowmen detect his presence. Their furious roars echo through the storm as they rush in to kill him. Chang Xian clicks his tongue in annoyance at the interruption. Flames swirl around him as he steps forward through the blizzard. He openly challenges the hidden enemies to reveal themselves. The enemies are shocked that Chang Xian has already seen through their plan. They whisper among themselves, realizing he is far stronger than expected, and decide to demand higher payment for the job. Still, they remain confident that their dark techniques will be enough to kill him. Staying hidden, they prepare to unleash their assassins. Yuhan, assigned to lead the attack, believes he will complete the mission successfully. The Blood Wolf unit is also known for its ruthless efficiency, making them confident in victory. Even Division Chief Steve Shimjianho provided them with a dangerous weapon, further assuring their success. However, Chang Xian sharpens his senses using Beast Sense, and immediately detects every assassin around him. He counts roughly 30 in front and another 50 behind him. The scale of the ambush makes him smirk, impressed by how far they've gone just to eliminate him. Without delay, he orders baked Yahello to locate every single enemy. As the blizzard intensifies, Chang Xian moves like a gust of wind, combining Flying Tiger's trailing gale with stealth techniques. He strikes first, taking down assassins before they even realize he is near. Panicked, the enemies attempt to activate their trap. However, it backfires and triggers an avalanche instead. Snow crashes down, burying them as screams echo through the icy air, leaving some crushed and others begging for help too late. In the end, Chang Xian stands alone, the battle already over. The divine beings react to his performance. Good season to hunt watches with excitement. The serpent criticizes his cunning as almost devilish, and the tiger laughs mockingly at the defeated assassins. The defeated men beg desperately for their lives, crying out in fear. They plead that they will do anything if spared. Im Yuhan tries to shift blame, insisting he was forced into the plan, and chaos erupts as both sides accuse each other of hiring the Blood Wolf unit. In panic, Im Yuhan reveals that the other man's father is director Kim Yeon-sung. Juhan adds that the assassins entered the dungeon due to betrayal, and even future division chief Steve Shimjian-ho provided a strange flute. Chang Xian is momentarily stunned upon hearing about the flute. It is the worm flute, a device that uses sound waves to control worm-like creatures and induce mental disturbance. Hearing this, Chang Xian realizes they may have attempted to control the worms inside his body. Smiling faintly, he reminds them that he had already burned all of his worms during training long ago. Men stare in shock, realizing Chang Xian had seen through everything from the beginning. Chang Xian mutters that Kim Yeon-sung and Steve Shimjian-ho are nothing but annoying obstacles in his way. Feeling he has already lingered here long enough, Chang Xian triggers Flying Tiger's trailing gale along with his light body technique, preparing to advance. A sorrowful weeping sprite suddenly warns Chang Xian that a new enemy is closing in, forcing him to halt and brace for what is ahead. Arriving at the Winter Palace at last, Chang Xian learns the Gul'dan curse will activate in 40 minutes, so he pushes forward despite the freezing winds to find the permanent ice crystal. The divine serpent that coils around the world questions Chang Xian's use of magic and lightly criticizes his intentions. Chang Xian activates his magic, releasing a wave of warmth that spreads through his body and makes the deadly cold barely tolerable. The divine being lets out a quiet sigh, seemingly unimpressed by what it sees. Nearby, others struggle against the freezing air as even powerful artifacts fail to block it, and someone mutters that this is why the 5-star sword has not responded yet. Another person remarks on Xin Yunxiu's endurance, surprised she does not seem affected by the cold, and the group cannot help but admire her. Meanwhile, doubts arise as people wonder where Chang Xian has gone. A young boy reassures himself that with Chang Xian and Yunxiu together, everything will be fine, and they only need to stay steady. Suddenly, leader Xiu shouts Ebil's name, sensing something wrong in the unnatural silence. And moments later, a warning of ambush appears as snowmen loyal to High-Off rush in like a storm. Members of the Mayong family roar for revenge, demanding blood for their fallen comrades. Chai Yayan tries to restore order, urgently warning everyone not to split up. Chaos escalates as snowmen close in from all sides. Magic floods the battlefield, the ground trembles, and a curse-like force called Chaos presses heavily on everyone. Raya Yun suddenly shouts that enemies are attacking from above. From the raging snowstorm, the great winter general appears, his presence overwhelming and terrifying. Sun Jin Dawan Sok, driven by rage, charges forward shouting that he will kill him. Before he can even strike, the general instantly knocks him down with a single blow. Sun Jun Seok dies on the spot, leaving everyone in shock. Chang Xian advances into the Winter Palace. While the observing divine beings react differently, the serpent glances at ancient treasures, and the owl that pierces twilight shows a sorrowful smile. The owl that pierces the twilight gives a faint, sorrowful smile, as if recalling something painful from the past. Chang Xian surveys the surroundings, aware that the snowmen were once an intelligent race that built a great civilization before being deceived and used by gods and constellations until they lost everything. Now they are nothing more than hollow puppets without will, and this dungeon is a shattered fragment of a forgotten world where endless blizzards reflect how the gods abandoned it. Chang Xian concludes that these snowmen are not beings to pity, but empty shells left behind. Checking the map taken from the illusionists, he finds a hidden storage area beneath the staircase and moves quickly, aware that time is running out. Meanwhile, High-Off members force the snowmen into labor. They shout at them to keep mining, warning that failure will mean death for all of them. Among the equipment, Chang Xian notices a glowing object identified as the Yawn of Agony. He realizes High-Off's plan is to detonate the entire mine just to obtain the permanent ice crystal. The exhausted snowmen are driven harder, forced to dig faster in order to protect their king. One snowman cries out in rage, vowing that one day he will kill all humans. Suddenly, Kang Wu and Song Yujin both notice something unusual and shout in shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. The sorrowful weeping sprite divine being promises vengeance for her subordinate. Using the authority and power she has granted, she acts with resolve to intervene. Chang Xian's actions in defeating numerous evil humans are acknowledged, and his influence is recognized. The moral balance shifts slightly toward good, now recorded as 45% good and 55% evil. While exploring, Chang Xian discovers a hidden storage chamber made of century-old cold iron, and inside he finds the Frost King's breath, a legendary treasure. Even he is briefly taken aback by the discovery. Chang Xian then realizes there are 8 permanent ice crystals here, an extremely rare find, while the observing divine beings react with awe and curiosity. A good season to hunt is astonished by the purity of the crystals. The world-coiling serpent asks slyly if Chang Xian intends to offer a crystal as tribute, while the hardship-bound tiger suggests giving it to a blessing-granting king, and the owl coughs lightly, clearly tempted. Meanwhile, the abyss-chasing great demon simply watches with deep curiosity, but Chang Xian has no intention of giving away even a single crystal. Instead, he decides the crystals will serve as excellent materials for forging divine tools. He finally understands why High-Off desperately sought the Sword of 5 Stars, despite its apparent weakness, as the overwhelming cold is driven by permanent frost energy. Without the destructive world-ending flame, his task here would have been far more difficult. The divine beings grow excited. A good season to hunt watches with bright eyes. The serpent drools at the flame's power, and the owl observes with high anticipation. Suddenly, a chilling frost poison surges through Chang Xian's body. The Frost King's breath, a relic left by the snowman ancestor, begins resisting him, emitting icy energy and a blue glow. Unworthy beings risk being frozen solid, making it both a material and a deadly weapon of extreme cold. As Chang Xian grips it, the Frost King's breath struggles violently against his control. Inside him, the world-ending flame in its first form clashes with the icy will, igniting a violent internal confrontation. This creates a fierce collision between fire and frost energies. The voice demands to know who Chang Xian is. It questions why he dares take the relic despite not being a descendant of the Frost King. Without hesitation, he pushes forward and lets the firestorm crush all resistance. Icy spirit is completely overpowered, and the Frost King's breath loses its struggle. Chang Xian successfully claims all 8 ice crystals. Glancing at the time, he realizes only 10 minutes remain before the curse activates. At that moment, he senses another presence approaching. The phantom has arrived. The dungeon begins to shift as the Frost King, the boss monster, opens a passage into an unknown dimension, and Chang Xian understands this is the true test as he prepares to accept it. Without speaking, the Frost King communicates telepathically with Chang Xian, saying he once wondered who would kill the founder and assumed it would be one of his own kind, not a human. Though his words sound serious, his tone remains gentle. He tells Chang Xian not to fear, explaining he is simply an old man with little time left who only wishes to talk briefly. Noting Chang Xian still has a long journey ahead, there is no hostility in his voice, no hidden intent. Chang Xian has already accepted the invitation without resistance. Now standing at the center of the Frost King's domain, the king thanks him for coming and smiles, remarking that Chang Xian must be kind to listen to someone like him. When Chang Xian checks his level, he is shocked to discover the seemingly harmless old man is actually a level 90 boss, a power that cannot be underestimated. Above them, divine beings observe closely. The serpent mocking the world laughs at the Frost King, while the Twilight Owl nods calmly, and the tormented tiger smirks, teasing Chang Xian as others react strongly to the king's presence. Despite claiming he is near death, the king laughs lightly and insists his senses remain sharp and fully intact. Watching carefully, Chang Xian realizes the old man is far stronger than he appears. The earlier telepathy confirms his suspicion that this is a top-tier existence, and his confusion hides something deeper rather than weakness. Afterwards, Chang Xian remarks that the Frost King does not seem to be suffering from any illusions or hallucinations. The Frost King chuckles and replies that although he may look young in appearance, Chang Xian is mistaken if he believes everything here is normal. Slowly, the Frost King reveals the truth. The entire space they are in is not real. Chang Xian's beast sense suddenly sharpens, and he realizes they are inside a constructed mental realm. The Frost King admits that, having been close to death, he was trapped in an illusion by a woman known as Phantom during his weakened state. Because of that, his people are now struggling, trying desperately to save their king without realizing the truth. And Chang Xian begins to understand the larger situation. Phantom took advantage of his near-death state, slipping in and seizing control when he was at his weakest point. The Frost King then explains why he contacted Chang Xian. His people are suffering while trying to save him blindly, and he asks not for pity, but for decisive action. In exchange, the Frost King promises that Chang Xian will be properly rewarded. He offers all treasures accumulated by the founder and his descendants over 13 generations, the most valuable possessions of his lineage, now placed at Chang Xian's disposal. The divine beings watch with interest, one admiring the treasure's brilliance while another acknowledges the generosity of the offer. However, Chang Xian immediately refuses the reward without hesitation. The Frost King wonders if the refusal is because they are merely fragments of a broken world, soulless remnants left behind, and Chang Xian understands this clearly. Everything here is nothing more than residual memory, echoes of something that once existed. Monsters inside dungeons may appear intelligent, but they do not realize they are unreal. Even if they begin to suspect it, the system suppresses that awareness and traps them in illusion. Furthermore, these dungeons are fragments of worlds that have already ended, and their inhabitants are only echoes. That is why dungeons must be destroyed, as they are unstable and unpredictable. If left unchecked, remnants of those collapsed worlds could leak into reality like a toxic seed. Even if the Frost King's story is tragic, the Hill of the Abominable Snowman must still be closed. Attempting to save the snowman would only prevent the dungeon from shutting down and increase the danger. The Frost King feels deep sorrow as he looks at himself, questioning how he can be unreal when he still thinks, breathes, and speaks. Yet, the truth remains unchanged. The real Frost King is already dead, and what remains is only a fading echo, leaving him to wonder what he truly is in this false existence. Chang Xian, uncertain and unwilling to deceive him, admits honestly that he does not fully understand, but he adds that if the Frost King exists here and now, thinking and breathing, then he is still the Frost King no one else could be. The divine beings react differently. One finds it confusing, while another senses deeper meaning in Chang Xian's words. The Frost King laughs softly, realizing he may have overcomplicated things. If he exists in this moment, then he is indeed himself, and even after centuries of wisdom, he still has more to learn. With that clarity, he makes one final request. He no longer wishes to remain bound by the system's forced mission. Instead of being erased by external control, he asks to end his existence on his own terms. Chang Xian agrees, understanding this is truly the Frost King's final wish. The Frost King expresses gratitude, saying that inviting Chang Xian was the right decision. As the layered illusion begins to collapse, the system announces the Frost King's defeat, awarding Chang Xian massive experience and a level increase. Divine Being gently comforts Chang Xian as he stands in silent reflection. With the Frost King gone, control over the snowmen collapses, leaving them confused and leaderless. Another divine presence lingers beside Chang Xian, quietly sharing his sense of sorrow. Meanwhile, above the battlefield, Song Yujin senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere. She angrily concludes that Chang Xian must be responsible for everything. The snowmen cry out in rage and despair, accusing Song Yujin of betrayal after she promised their king would be saved. Their king is gone and flames consume everything around them. A hellish fire spreads, engulfing the surroundings completely. The intense heat drives the snowmen into louder screams of agony. Song Yujin stands amid the inferno while the sorrowful divine sprite watches over the scene. The snowmen blame Song Yujin for the king's death and scream for her demise, but she refuses to back down, calling them monsters and vowing to eliminate them one by one. A masked figure then appears. Song Yujin's fury intensifies even further. She blames the masked figure for the Frost King's death and swears she will not stop until he is destroyed. The flames roar higher and stronger. Chang Xian steps forward calmly before the enraged snowman, his face hidden behind a mask, expression unreadable. In contrast, Song Yujin trembles with rage, while Chang Xian gently holds her hand, though she continues shouting that he will not escape punishment. Chang Xian does not argue, only stating calmly that they will understand everything soon. At that moment, the system suddenly announces that the 24 hours have expired, and a new phase begins, the Curse of the Gold Den. Without any warning, Chang Xian and Song Yujin are pulled into a dark, unsettling realm as a new mission begins, forcing them to survive inside the dungeon for the next 24 hours. A massive countdown timer materializes in the air and starts ticking down. Outside, the snowmen lose all control after the Frost King's fall, as his authority over them disappears completely. Panic spreads quickly as they run wild, and without a leader, chaos erupts across the area. Yaktae shouts in alarm, urging his senior to retreat immediately. Yahyun orders him not to approach, her tone calm but firm, while Seoktae anxiously calls out again, unwilling to abandon her. Seoktae tries to defend himself, but the snowman is faster and drives its icy blade through him, leaving Yahyun shocked as she witnesses the sudden strike. Seoktae falls to his knees, struggling for breath with the weapon still embedded in his body. The snowmen glare at them, accusing the humans of invading their land and disturbing their former peace. Consumed by rage, they vow revenge and speak of tearing down the human king. Suddenly, Chayen activates a powerful skill called Agni's Yawn, forcing the group to split as the battle erupts. Divine protections awaken one after another. The All of Twilight offers guidance, while the war god descends in fury and strength. The deity of madness joins, unleashing chaotic energy. While one power remains silent, the volcano blacksmith offers no aid this time. Noticing Seoktae losing focus and shaken, Chayen shouts at him to stay steady and hold on. The snowman screams that Chayen is the most irritating human it has ever encountered. It swears to kill her, while another monster is stunned that Chang Xian appears so boldly in the middle of the battlefield. As the monsters mock Song Yujin, suggesting she may have brought something useful, Song Yujin quietly prepares to silence them completely. Chang Xian remains composed as the rune of stealth activates, hiding his presence, and he notes the enemy's lack of coordination as an advantage. Although surprised that Song Yujin is using Lamashtu's dangerous skill, the Song of Hellfire, Chang Xian has already made progress by obtaining the Frost King's breath. He has also gathered enough rare materials to complete his reinforced bone weapon, and while the battle continues, he is already thinking several steps ahead. Chang Xian absorbs the Frost King's breath. Instantly, a powerful frost energy spreads throughout his body. The extreme cold begins to poison him, even with his active abilities in place. Despite first form world-ending flame and full poison immunity, the frost proves overwhelming, and his body struggles to resist it. Magical forces within him clash violently as toxification fails, worsening the internal chaos. Divine observers react differently, while good season to hunt grows anxious at the danger he faces. The serpent encircling the world believes Chang Xian must have a serious reason for such reckless action, as his strength continues to decline rapidly. Someone harshly questions whether he truly believed this power could be absorbed successfully, accusing him of deliberately inviting chaos. Before Chang Xian loses control, the voice demands an explanation for his actions. It also reminds him of the reinforced bone technique he once taught and received. Chang Xian focuses inward, feeling the clash between the burning flame within his heart and the frost marking his body. The two opposing forces continue to tear his body apart. He recalls the guidance to draw the flame into his heart and make it the core of his magic, like forging a furnace within himself. However, doing so carries a heavy risk, as his heart could be consumed. To survive, he must find a balance where fire and ice can coexist without destroying each other. He breaks it down further, realizing the world-ending flame contains fire and darkness, while the eternal ice crystal holds ice and darkness. Chang Xian realizes both powers share darkness as a common element, and as one chosen by the king of the underworld, he has stronger control over darkness than most divine beings or constellations. That shared darkness may become the bridge that allows fire and ice to stabilize within him. His heart becomes the core of his magic, with blazing flame deep inside, while frost spreads through his bones, reinforcing his entire body as his system begins stabilizing. His body turns as rigid as ice, while his heart burns like fire, forming an unusual harmony that awakens something entirely new within him. Through this reconstruction, Chang Xian gains new abilities as his senses, thoughts, and instincts are all reshaped. His body is now capable of containing both fire and frost, achieving a perfect balance known as the flamed heart and frost crest. This grants him a new trait, reinforced bone. It fuses fire and frost within him, preserving their strongest qualities. He becomes resistant to pain, fatigue, and physical damage, with self-healing capabilities and extreme endurance in both heart and lungs as the transformation settles. Divine beings and constellations react intensely. Good Season to Hunt is overjoyed, seeing Chang Xian as her chosen disciple. The owl offers congratulations and considers a reward. The tiger feels proud of his kin's growth, while other gods are stunned by what they witness. Even Gemini, a powerful divine presence, shows deep interest through both of its dual aspects. Upon hearing the names Castor and Pollux, Chang Xian wonders which side of Gemini is responding. Before he can think further, a divine being, a demonic entity known for chasing the abyss, erupts into action, its burning gaze locking onto Chang Xian with terrifying focus. Its darkened hands reach outward. Without warning, Chang Xian is pulled into the demon's divine domain. In an instant, everything shifts, and the world becomes completely unfamiliar. Nothing resembles the realms he knows. As Chang Xian attempts to analyze the situation, his viper eye activates but suddenly shuts down. His beast sense attempts to respond, but it fails as well. Only Kaloka Gathia barely stabilizes his mind, preventing it from collapsing completely. An eerie silence fills the space, while an overwhelming pressure sinks deep into his bones. Chang Xian's heart races as he realizes this may truly be a divine territory, and he tries to understand why he has been brought here. A pale, watchful gaze suddenly locks onto him from a glowing blue void in the darkness. A voice echoes from the light, asking not only who he is by name, but what his true purpose is. The voice continues repeating strange phrases, probing deeper into what he truly is. One word stands out above all others: abyss. The word reverberates through his mind, as if something buried deep beneath is slowly beginning to stir. Then a strange, overwhelming presence appears, known as the owl that pierces through twilight. She is Minerva, and her aura feels heavy, sharp, and oppressive. Upon seeing Chang Xian, Minerva states firmly that he does not belong here, and that this place is not meant for a human like him. The voice emerging from the glowing blue void ignores Minerva and speaks with fractured resolve, refusing to stop. Minerva becomes furious, warning that this defies the laws of the universe and insisting on protecting Chang Xian, claiming he has nothing to do with what the voice seeks. Suddenly, the strange space begins collapsing, and the connection to that realm is forcibly cut off. Everything freezes momentarily before Chang Xian's system restarts, and lost data rushes back in. He is then pulled back in his original space. Divine beings watching over him react immediately. The goddess of the hunt panics and rushes to check his condition. The snake god is confused and stunned at how he broke such a fundamental rule, and the tiger god falls silent, realizing how close they came to losing something precious. Meanwhile, Chang Xian stands still, shaken and pale, feeling only a deep sense of disgust within him. The tidal jewel vessel awakens within Chang Xian. It fills him with an unfamiliar, heavy pressure. Yet instead of pride, Chang Xian feels only embarrassment. He questions the meaning of completing the reinforced bone trait if he still cannot withstand someone like Mephistopheles. The reality is clear: he is still too weak, and to survive he must go beyond his former limits. Looking around, Chang Xian decides he must consume everything here if necessary to become stronger. His skill Viper Eye locks onto his target, Changjae Yugen. She is a mage skilled in spells, but her opponent is the Crimson Murder King, a lethal martial artist. The Crimson Murder King overwhelms her, and Song Yujin begins to fall behind as her movements grow increasingly unstable. Chang Xian realizes he cannot allow her to die, as she holds vital information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan, and time is running out with less than 20 hours remaining. Song Yujin struggles desperately, frustration rising within her, and despite borrowing divine power, she is still being pushed back. Divine being, a sorrowful weeping sprite, watches in disappointment, questioning why Song Yujin cannot perform better despite carrying her power, and even doubting whether she truly belongs to her disciple's lineage. Song Yujin knows she must defeat the Crimson Murder King and obtain the Haho Mask. However, he reads her movements effortlessly, countering every attack as though she is a player facing a boss rather than a real opponent. Pressure continues to mount. Just as she believes she has found an opening, her body suddenly breaks down. She suffers a heavy wound and blood spills as pain overwhelms her. The Crimson Murder King mocks her, enjoying the fight and preparing to turn Song Yujin into his next vessel. As he steps in to finish her off, the situation shifts and Chang Xian appears. The Crimson Murder King pauses, while Chang Xian declares that Song Yujin belongs to him. He steps between them, his presence now carrying a heavier, more imposing weight. The Crimson Murder King immediately notices this change and acknowledges Chang Xian's growth. Chang Xian replies that it is not simply about becoming stronger, the situation has become far more complicated. The Crimson Murder King is visibly shocked. He cannot believe what Chang Xian has achieved. His voice trembles as he demands the truth, suspecting that Chang Xian may have gone beyond the boundaries of this world. Chang Xian does not answer directly. He casually dismisses the question and instead asks if the Crimson Murder King knows the structure of the Ghoul Den. The king recalls enduring terrible curses there and tries to downplay it. He claims that even if Chang Xian had left, it could only have been for a single day, which should not be enough time to gain such overwhelming power. Yet Chang Xian's transformation is undeniable, far beyond what ordinary growth could explain, and this obsesses the Crimson Murder King. He calls Chang Xian worthy and declares he will not let him escape, insisting he must be made into his subordinate. One of his followers, shaken by Chang Xian's strength, hesitates to speak. The Crimson Murder King simply laughs it off, dismissing concern and finding excitement in this unexpected battle. He speaks of his past life as a human named Jean, heir to the Freysta family. Fighting like this reminds him of his days as a warrior. The thrill of battle returns, and he admits it excites him, though he regrets exhausting most of his strength against the witch earlier. Now he turns his attention fully back to Chang Xian, eager for the next exchange. He demands to know how Chang Xian plans to entertain him next. Chang Xian responds by unleashing a relentless series of attacks. First and second claws of the Black Mountain Monarch tear through the air. The strikes erupt with overwhelming force. Crimson Murder King is momentarily stunned. He sees the shape of a massive tiger claw and laughs, saying it fits Chang Xian perfectly. At the same time, something deep within Chang Xian stirs, and the system announces he has gained a massive amount of BI's power. One by one, all elemental properties of BY are absorbed into him, completing the system's evolution. Chang Xian now holds the authority to designate someone as the bearer of BY, binding them to his household. He fully understands the weight of this power, realizing it allows him to bind someone's loyalty permanently under his command. He encounters a spiritual beast known as the gluttonous baboon, infamous for devouring tigers and causing chaos, yet capable of absolute loyalty once tamed. This makes Chang Xian consider the potential of turning such beings into followers. He also sees the larger picture by building an organization like the 12 Houses of the Zodiac or the Empty Ruler. His followers could evolve alongside him into godlike beings, eventually forming an entire society. The gluttonous baboon's power appears to have reached its peak and taken spiritual form, leaving Chang Xian uncertain of how to handle it. He understands it requires strict control to prevent rebellion, and that sharing experience points with followers carries significant risk. Since he has not chosen a divine throne, his growth is significantly harder, especially with Gaio still being another burden he must handle. However, through experience, he has come to understand that his abilities alone have clear limits. With that realization, Chang Xian assigns the title Gluttonous Baboon to the King of Tiger-Mangled Ghosts. Crimson Murder King awakens in shock, quickly sensing Chang Xian's intent and asking if he plans to make him a subordinate. Chang Xian studies him and acknowledges his strength, deciding that bringing him under his control is the logical choice. Inside the cave where only the strongest survive, the Crimson Murder King accepts his defeat, recognizing that Chang Xian has claimed victory and the right to rule here. Still, surrendering his pride is another matter entirely, and even in defeat he refuses to bow to anyone. Chang Xian senses the lingering defiance in him, and decides that if he wishes to remain stagnant, he will not allow it. Instead, Chang Xian offers him an alternative path forward. He asks whether the Crimson King has ever considered returning to his homeland. The question leaves the Crimson Murder King in clear shock. Chang Xian does not demand loyalty. He simply invites him to follow, promising not immediate freedom, but eventual return home one day sealed by flame. That promise is marked with a binding flame that seals their agreement. The Crimson King asks what he is expected to believe in now. Chang Xian replies that choosing trust willingly is better than being forced, and even a fragile hope is better than helpless captivity. The idea sounds absurd to the Crimson King at first, yet he cannot deny that even a faint chance of seeing the outside world again feels better than wasting away in a cold cave. He warns Chang Xian that he does not obey orders easily and refuses to be beneath anyone. Chang Xian accepts that challenge calmly, saying he expects nothing less from him. The Crimson King studies Chang Xian closely, sensing something unusual about him, which only makes the situation more intriguing. In the end, with a faint smile and a sense of rebirth, the Crimson Murder King accepts his new path and asks for a new name to mark it. Chang Xian gives him a new identity. Jin Daoan is freed. Jin Daoan accepts that he is no longer who he once was, now bound to a strange yet powerful master. As the gluttonous baboon, Jin Daoan becomes Chang Xian's follower, taking on the role of a blade that protects and serves him. Jin Daoan Frisia looks at his master and asks what his first command is. Chang Xian simply points toward the enemy group and orders him to eliminate them. Jin Daoan is briefly taken aback, since those enemies were once his subordinates, but he now sees this as a chance to test his newfound strength. Starting again at level 1, Jin Daoan must reach level 10 to advance in rank. Without hesitation, he uses his clan's spear techniques to swiftly overwhelm the enemies. Battle ends in an instant, but another complication soon arises. Chang Xian turns and notices Song Yujie. At that moment, the Cyclopean tiger's single eye locks onto her, and Chang Xian realizes she is tied to something important, prompting him to question her about Hassan's 7 sacred scriptures. The sorrowful weeping spirit suddenly turns her furious gaze toward Chang Xian. Her eyes filled with betrayal and pain, she begins to curse him again, and Chang Xian feels the oppressive energy rise, already expecting her renewed anger. The sorrowful crying spirit, Divine Throne, becomes even more enraged, vowing revenge and preparing to appoint a new cleric to bring him down, her frustration clearly boiling over. Meanwhile, a good season to hunt complains about her behavior, while the world-coiling serpent also insults her, and Chang Xian grows increasingly irritated by the ongoing chaos. Chang Xian then calls out to Harold and asks whether he is observing the situation. A good season to hunt is surprised, wondering if that strange rabbit-like being is actually present. Chang Xian insists he knows Harold is watching and threatens to stop all transactions if he refuses to appear. Harold finally responds, appearing with his usual complaints as the dungeon administrator. He protests that Chang Xian should not interfere like this, warning that higher authorities are already troubled by the chaos he has caused. Harold grumbles about his recent stress, joking bitterly about his bad knees and emotional eating. A good season to hunt is stunned to see Harold appear so suddenly. She wonders aloud whether he is truly a god or something beyond that. Meanwhile, the sorrowful crying spirit continues glaring at Chang Xian with unrelenting fury. Chang Xian bluntly states that he wants her message blocked and removed from his interface. Harold is left speechless, shocked that a mortal would demand such a thing from a god, calling it both reckless and insane. The sorrowful crying spirit growls in rage, but Chang Xian calmly repeats his demand to remove her messages entirely, even offering achievement points as payment, leaving Harold stunned by his audacity. Amid the chaos, a good season to hunt laughs uncontrollably, while the world-coiling serpent mocks the humiliated divine being, and even the hardship-bound tiger smirks at the spectacle. Chang Xian asks Harold again what is stopping him if it is not impossible. Harold panics and explains there are risks involved, but Chang Xian tells him to stop stalling and proceed immediately. Overwhelmed, Harold shouts in frustration and even considers lying, claiming it might be against the rules. However, he knows the consequences would be worse if discovered later, so he reluctantly agrees to proceed. At that moment, the abyss-chasing great demon, who had been distracted, slowly turns his attention back toward Chang Xian. Harold is surprised, realizing Chang Xian may actually be serious about all of this. Chang Xian watches closely, waiting to see what the powerful entity will do next. The sorrowful crying spirit suddenly feels immense pressure and begins to panic. She realizes a far darker and more powerful force is awakening the abyss itself. The abyss-chasing great demon appears indifferent at first, then slowly extends his hand toward the space he is focusing on. The sorrowful spirit quickly attempts to unleash divine power in defense, but the moment is already far too late. Everything turns deadly silent, as if even the hunting season itself has frozen in shock. Even the world-coiling serpent falls into silence. The tiger, trapped in endless hardship, can only stare in disbelief at what has just unfolded. The great demon casually shakes off his hands as if nothing happened, glancing down at the lower world and saying the nuisance is gone, telling them to continue their work. Harold exhales deeply. He mutters that peace never lasts when Chang Xian is involved, though he admits the issue is resolved and prepares to withdraw. At that moment, the twilight-piercing owl finally takes notice and sighs in exhaustion. Meanwhile, another divine throne, Gemini, grows deeply intrigued by everything that has just occurred. Jin Daoan Frisia stands beside Chang Xian, astonished and awed, realizing his master is even more extraordinary than he imagined. Song Yujin stands motionless, lost and completely powerless. Chang Xian glances at her and concludes there is no need to harm her further. She is already broken beyond recovery. As the dust settles, Chang Xion feels a quiet satisfaction at what he has gained. Victory alone is not the true reward. He now holds the location of the fifth sacred scripture from Ishan's Hidden Seven. With this, he plans to negotiate with the White Tiger clan, realizing their original plan would have succeeded only if they had not crossed him. But now everything is under his control. Jin Frisia clears the entire second floor, and despite personally training the team, he is still surprised by how poorly they performed. His level is only 4, making his achievement even more remarkable. Chang Son realizes Jin Dawen must have been stuck on the third floor for a long time due to his weak group, yet he still cleared it faster than expected. Smiling confidently, Jin Dawan says he has his own methods and invites Chang Xion to come see something interesting while Jin Frisia waits nearby. Chang Xion finishes his task and obtains the ashes of the player Zhang Yulin. This unlocks a lost authority known as the Song of Hell's Flame. After refining the final fragment with Purgatory Fire, his Hellfire of the First Dawn grows significantly stronger. He gains a new title, Manifestation of the Willful Spectre, an evolved form infused with sulfuric flames of hell, granting devastating effects like sulfuric hellfire and descending calamity. Chang Xion now stands as a rune sorcerer at level 41, carrying a terrifying title and vastly increased power. Afterward, he goes to meet Jin Dawan. Upon arrival, Chang Xion senses something unusual and asks about the strange presence. Jin Frisia points to the gluttonous baboon he previously received, calling it something special. Instead of explaining, Jin Dawan chooses to demonstrate directly. He activates a skill called Tiger-Stricken Ghost Resurrection. Chang Xion is stunned and immediately demands to know how he accomplished it. Jin Dawan casually admits he isn't entirely sure himself, saying he just felt it would work and tried it. It reminds him of when he was the king of tiger-stricken ghosts, as the process feels familiar. When pressed for explanation, Jin Dawan describes how tiger-stricken ghosts function, explaining they were once foolish humans drawn in by mysterious starlight. Those who die in the cave become servants of the ghost that killed them, and that ghost absorbs their essence to grow stronger. Chang Xion wonders if the gluttonous baboon works in the same way. Jin Dawan confirms it does, though far less efficiently than when he was a full tiger-stricken ghost. As a baboon form, his absorption capacity is limited. He explains he can revive the dead as puppets, but if he tries to grant them independent movement, the technique usually fails. As Jin Frisia explains further, one of the resurrected beings collapses and dissipates, proving his limitation in real time. It takes immense energy drawn from countless spirits just to sustain a single strengthened revival. Jin Dawan then points to his summoned creatures, each naturally opposing the tiger's forces. One is resistant to damage, another is slow but overwhelmingly strong, and another moves with unnatural boneless agility. The divine thrones react. Hunting Season remarks that having no followers is better than weak ones. World-coiling serpent descends with curiosity, studying the undead forms closely. Meanwhile, the twilight-piercing all assures that Jin Dawan's followers will eventually reach his level of strength. Chang Xion then asks if these creatures are categorized like the tiger-stricken ghosts, from weak victims to advanced forms. Jin Dawan replies that while they are not top-tier, they will not hinder Chang Xion either, and offers to demonstrate their usefulness. With resolve, Jin Frisia commands them to rise, announcing they will clear the third floor under Chang Xion's watch, warning them to perform well or face consequences. The undead followers respond in unison, pledging obedience. They immediately march forward, entering the third floor. As Chang Xion's group advances, progress is rapid and system notifications confirm their success. First zone cleared, second zone conquered. Jin Frisia boldly claims the sixth zone, while even a novice named Bo manages to plant a flag in the ninth. Along the way, Chang Xion gains experience points, slightly reduced due to Jin Dawan's involvement, but still significant, as his follower proves valuable both in experience gain and combat utility. Chang Xion then turns his attention to the real challenge ahead, the King of Azure Death, asking Jin Dawan if the rumors are true. Jin Dawan explains that deeper in the third floor, the true trial begins where no weak tiger-stricken ghosts remain, only Crimson Death, a brutal zone that crushes the unprepared. He also reveals that he once cornered even those enemies himself. When Chang Xion asks how that was possible, Jin Dawan simply answers that it comes down to a difference in skill. Chang Xion admits that having Jin Dawan's undead forces makes progress much easier, and Jin Dawan smirks, noting that this proves their usefulness. Time continues to tick, with just over 4 hours remaining. Chang Xion grows confident, realizing Jin Dawan may be more than an ordinary follower. If he truly is from House Frisia, then he may have discovered a rare asset. The House of Frisia of Arcadia is a legendary lineage, known for unmatched talent in magic, swordsmanship, and strategy. Entire empires once bowed to them, and if Jin Dawan truly belongs to that house, Chang Xion may have gained not just an ally, but a legendary one. Chang Xion also begins to reflect on Jin Dawan Frisia's past, thinking that if he truly came from such a powerful clan, he should not be wandering through the cave of tiger-stricken ghosts, but standing at its peak instead. Either way, Chang Xion feels a sense of relief. When he faced Munseung before, fighting all those ghost soldiers seemed overwhelming, but now things feel manageable with Jin Daewon's support and his reliable undead forces. As part of his preparations, Chang Seon takes out an item known as the Breath of the Frost Lord. Jin Daewon instantly recognizes it as an ice crystal and is visibly surprised, since such a thing should not exist within this cave. Chang Seon asks how he knows about it, and Jin Daewon casually replies that his clan was once highly respected in Arcadia, so he has seen many rare artifacts. Even the Divine Thrones react strongly to it. The hunting season throne cannot hide her desire for the crystal. Meanwhile, the world-coiling serpent shows strong interest, eager to study it further, especially since it originates from an ancient race's founder. Without hesitation, Chang Seon hands the crystal over to Jin Daewon, trusting his judgment on how to use it. Jin Daewon laughs in disbelief, shocked at how freely Chang Seon trusts him, as if he were simply handing a fish to a starving cat. Still, Chang Seon tells him he can call it reckless if he wants. He also considers giving him reinforced bones, but there are no suitable spirits available right now. Though he believes the Fritzia family's ancient techniques will suffice, Jin Daewon reminds him that accepting the follower role does not mean full loyalty yet. He finds it strange that such a powerful item is given without complete trust, but Chang Seon shows no concern for formalities. Chang Seon reassures Jin Daewon Frisia that he would never act in a way that pushes his followers to betray him. Though Jin Daewon is still surprised by how casually such a valuable item was given, Chang Seon asks whether Jin Daewon does not want it. Jin Daewon quickly replies that he does, but admits he is simply amused that his master is far more reckless than he expected. Without hesitation, Jin Daewon swallows the breath of the Frost Lord, and a deep chill spreads through his body, merging with his spirit. The icy attribute begins to take root within his system, and even one of the Divine Thrones, Gemini, observes the transformation closely. One of the Divine Thrones, Gemini, watches the change with great curiosity. Soon after, the item is fully absorbed, and Jin Daewon receives a new achievement, now labeled the Gluttonous Baboon that Swallowed Ice. His ice attribute strengthens, and his bond with Chang Seon deepens. With this transformation, Jin Daewon evolves into Frost Undead, gaining two new skills, Blizzard and Sub-Zero Frozen Land. Feeling stronger than ever, Jin Daewon immediately tests his newly acquired power. Activating Sub-Zero Frozen Land, he releases a spreading storm of extreme cold. Jin Daewon casually imagines that if the King of Azure Death is watching, he must be panicking right now. Only 22 minutes remain on the timer. The Azure Murder King is completely baffled, unable to understand how he has become a human's puppet. Jin Daewon calmly admits that he still cannot provide answers. The Azure King attempts to communicate out of desperation. His attempt is cut off as Jin Daewon overwhelms and eliminates him. A system panel confirms the victory, and Jin Daewon's fame begins rising rapidly. Meanwhile, Chang Seon observes everything from above. From the top of the building, he sees time running out, yet he is still rewarded with traits of a fierce dragon. Suddenly, he is shaken by voices shouting at him. They demand to know what he has done. Chang Seon orders Jin Daewon to eliminate all the approaching people. With a smirk, Jin Daewon willingly carries out the command. Chang Seon finishes conquering the Winter Palace and decides to move on. He decides it is time to leave. Quietly, he walks into a place known as the Winter Palace Guest House. Upon entering, Chang Seon senses something usual. Whatever lies ahead feels cold, empty, and lifeless. Suddenly, his soul extortion ability activates on its own. Blue flames of purgatory rise, burning the Frost King's body until it slowly turns to ash. Chang Seon carefully gathers the remains, feeling an unfamiliar connection, as if it echoes something from his own past. It reminds him of the moment he fell from Arcadia, bringing back heavy emotions he once carried, and he realizes there is something real and familiar within what he sees. Suddenly, something new emerges, and he pauses, sensing the beginning of another mystery. The scene shifts to another battlefield where players are engaged in combat. Player Cha Yun activates her skill, Demonic Sanctum Creation. Dark energy barrier forms around her. A massive intelligent monster steps forward, clearly different from ordinary dungeon creatures. It acknowledges Cha Yun's strength, stating she is the first human worthy of recognition. In the past, it ignored intruders for being too weak, but now it is confused and asks if Cha Yun is a king outside the dungeon. And she denies it and launches an attack. The snowman grows increasingly enraged. It cannot understand why such strength does not belong to a human king. Furious, it declares that if Cha Yun is not the king, it will continue attacking until the true human king appears. It vows to destroy everything inside and outside the dungeon. A system alert suddenly appears, activating a Kingslayer quest. The monster, once a general under the Frost King, inherits its master's rage and wields General's command, with its fury beginning to spill into the real world, threatening massive destruction if not stopped. The quest objective is clear. Defeat the Frost King's great general and eliminate all snowman-type monsters. Failure means the dungeon collapses into reality, while success brings its sword as a reward. Realizing the severity of the situation, the agents on site immediately fall into panic. panic. Someone shouts that the general must be stopped at all costs as Cha Yayan prepares for combat. Leader CEO steps forward confidently, claiming the biggest challenge should naturally belong to him as the main character, raising the tension even further. Another teammate yells to finish the enemy already, frustrated that the middle boss still stands despite 3 leaders being present, making the situation feel embarrassing. As chaos erupts, everyone argues over who should deliver the final blow, and the pressure escalates as Cha Yayun warns her floating spell is nearing its limit. She suggests she can still support from above using her magic bullets while her spell holds. One member confidently takes to the sky while another steps up to guard the front line on the ground. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements continue flooding in without end. Suddenly, Wu Haiban bursts forward, activating her Gale Dash. Her speed skyrockets instantly. Her storm-infused dagger is drawn, preparing for a lethal strike. Her second dagger crackles with lightning, surging with unstable power ready to be released. Meanwhile, someone scolds their uncle, questioning how he survived such a harsh player life. Jealousy surfaces over Haiban's powerful equipment too, legendary daggers and rare artifacts from her grandfather clearly showing she was favor over his own son, mixing envy with admiration. From above, the divine being Good Season to Hunt watches closely, deeply impressed by Haiban's skill. She praises her warmly, regretting not recognizing her talent earlier. She even offers personal training in dagger techniques, hinting that such an opportunity may never come again. Meanwhile, another divine being, the Nameless Giant, feels uneasy seeing Haiban attract attention from a different god. Haiban then wonders who this new deity is, curious if others know about them. She leaps high into the air, copying a move she once saw Mistyus perform. Her jump is so powerful that Good Season to Hunt is left speechless, jaw dropped at her athletic ability. Every movement she makes draws divine attention, from precise dagger strikes to sharp, flashy kicks. The goddess watches in awe, but also with concern, worried Haiban might lose control in the heat of battle. Haiban notices the divine reactions and quietly laughs to herself, amused at how easily she earns their admiration. Her mind drifts briefly from the battle, recalling a warm memory of someone admiring the scarf she knitted herself, while others jokingly asked for their own and mentioned missed birthdays. Robin smiles softly in memory, the warmth of those moments lingering as she quietly misses them. Returning to the present, her storm-infused power erupts once again. Lightning bursts outward violently, disorienting countless snowmen and even large snow pterodactyls, sending many crashing to the ground. Haiban becomes unstoppable, each step and strike unleashing storm-like destruction as she dominates the battlefield with overwhelming speed and control. Good Season to Hunt grows increasingly excited, cheering her on enthusiastically. However, the attention draws danger. The Frost King's general notices Haiban as a major threat and orders all snowmen to focus on her. In an instant, they rush her from every direction. Yoon Jeongbu quickly responds, casting a spell. He activates a technique called Ouroboros Formula, creating a trap designed to slow the advancing enemies. His divine serpent patron watches proudly, pleased as his follower proves useful. Yunseo joins in, activating a tower skill to raise a protective barrier. However, he appears exhausted, as the shield lacks sufficient strength. Jeongbu shouts in frustration while Yunseo explains he is drained and overextended, making the situation seem dire. A soft, calming light suddenly surrounds Yunseo. The twilight-piercing owl watches over him gently, blessing his courage and effort. Through the blessing known as Gildal, Yunseo's strength and energy are instantly restored. Rejuvenated, he thanks the divine presence and prepares to fight at full power again. Fully recharged, Yunseo declares it is time to counterattack, unleashing his tower skill in a devastating shockwave that shakes the battlefield. At that moment, he hears a voice calling him student and immediately responds with a firm yes, ready to obey. Chaos spreads as enemies are crushed by the shockwave, weaker ones wiped out instantly while stronger threats begin to emerge. The Frost King's general finally appears. He refuses to acknowledge anyone who is not a king as worthy opponents, and releases a chilling warning across the battlefield. Seeing this, Shin Jeongju activates the Curse of the Viper, attempting to halt the general and his massive snow beast. The curse spreads rapidly across the battlefield, aiming to disrupt the enemy's senses, but the general remains unaffected, easily shrugging off the curse without any visible weakness. Even though it fails, the curse creates a brief opening, allowing Haiban to leap forward with all her strength. Lightning bursts from her blade as she lands a solid strike on the general. The general turns toward her, his calm shattering into fury, raising his massive weapon with lethal intent to end the fight. Haiban feels fear surge through her as her strength drains, tears forming as she trembles. Overwhelmed, she closes her eyes and thinks of those she wants to protect, making a final silent wish. In that moment, she calls out to the watching god, and a gentle voice tells her she has already done enough. Kang Xian enters the battlefield in a dramatic descent, falling from the sky like a blazing meteor. He lands at the mountain peak, sending shockwaves of fire in all directions as everyone stares in stunned confusion at the sudden blaze. From the burst of flames, Chang Xian steps forward and lands near Hyeben. She looks up at him with tear-filled eyes as he stands over her. Now engulfed in fire, he faces the snowman general directly at close range. The snowman glares back, cold mist rising from his body, demanding to know who Chang Xian is. Chang Xian smirks and casually returns the question, asking what the snowman believes he is. Furious, the snowman shouts that Chang Xian is the one who killed their king. The surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief. They whisper among themselves, questioning whether Chang Xian truly defeated the Frost King. The snowman general studies him closely and asks if he is the king of humans. He declares that if their king was killed by a human ruler, then revenge must follow, and that human king must also fall. Only then, he says, would their king's death have meaning. He repeats his demand, asking again if Chang Xian is truly the king of humans. Chang Xian, looking uninterested, dismisses the idea and tells him not to obsess over such childish notions. The snowman scoffs, saying that makes Chang Xian no different from the rest, and activates his tundra power. Chang Xian responds by drawing his savage tiger blade. Their powers collide, forming a tense barrier between opposing forces. The humans watching begin wondering if Chang Xian matches the strength of the Iron Witch. As the fight intensifies, Chang Xian gradually overwhelms the snowman, landing multiple heavy strikes. Crowd erupts, cheering him on and calling him a tyrant, urging him to crush the snowman completely. Realizing he cannot win in a direct fight, the snowman looks for an opening in the sky. Suddenly, a snow pterodactyl swoops down, carries the general away. Chang Xian immediately calls out to Gaia Wool. He activates his shadow footprint technique and strikes. Midair, he attacks the pterodactyl, severing one of its wings. Another snowman riding a pterodactyl rushes in to rescue the general. It grabs him and pulls him even higher into the sky. While flying, the new snowman asks if the general truly knows who Chang Xian is. The general reassures him not to worry, insisting they have the advantage in the air. That confidence quickly shatters when Chang Xian appears behind them with massive flame wings. The general turns in shock, demanding to know how Chang Xian can fly. Without answering, Chang Xian unleashes his split tiger fangs in a decisive strike. A blinding beam erupts across the sky. Chang Xian steps onto the general as both are engulfed in raging fire. They plummet toward the ground, and a massive explosion shakes the battlefield upon impact. The general suffers severe injuries but refuses to die, clutching his body and growling that he cannot fall yet. He insists he must avenge their fallen king. While Chang Xian looks down and questions his obsession with kingship, the general drops to his knees, staring at the ground, saying that becoming a king is his only purpose. He declares that to earn the title, he must avenge their king and kill the human king, believing a true ruler brings prosperity and must first seize the crown. Chang Xian tells him this is exactly why the Frost King left something behind, prompting confusion from the general who asks what he means. Chang Xian produces a letter, revealing it was written by the Frost King before his death. The letter states the king accepted his fate and entrusted the snowman to the general, granting him freedom to lead them as he chooses. The general is visibly shaken. The system acknowledges the change, officially promoting the general to Dunboss. The Frost King's eyes fill with tears as he cries out in anguish. He screams, questioning the meaning of those final words and calling them lies. Before he can continue, Chang Xian's blade cleanly severs his head. A status window appears, confirming the dungeon boss has been defeated. The dungeon immediately begins to collapse. Elsewhere, the Blue Wolf turns to his assistant and asks if Chang Xian is truly the one who rejected the goddess's blessing. Smirking, he decides it is time to travel to Korea to see this man for himself. If Chang Xian is merely an arrogant fool who insulted their goddess, the Blue Wolf vows to punish him personally. Meanwhile, Chang Xian returns to his apartment, where he has gathered his teammates. Yunseo grabs Jeongju by the collar, scolding him for shouting and risking attention from stalkers, while Jeongju snaps back that even stalkers are less annoying than her. Her expression softens as she turns to Chang Xian and hands him a gift, explaining it was something she ate during the Las Vegas Championship League 4 years ago. Chang Xian simply looks at her and thanks her. Flustered, Jeongju jokes that she can finally die in peace, then shouts that Yunseo actually got the gift from his fan club. He is immediately kneed in the face by her and told to shut up. Ayaban arrives nervously as Jeongju is beaten up and dragged out. Chang Xian greets her calmly, mentioning that the apartment is still not fully furnished. Jeolheeb and Yunseo and Jeongju sit down to eat together while Chang Xian remains standing in the gallery, watching over them. Yunseo takes out a token and hands it over to Hyeben. She explains that it is a rare item and should be kept carefully. Normally reserved for official members, she makes an exception for Hyeben. She adds that posting a photo of the token online grants access to all of Chang Xian's competitions and exclusive behind-the-scenes content, including restricted material. Hyeben accepts the token and thanks her sincerely. Yunseo then asks how she became his fan, considering his reputation for being difficult and unpleasant. Hyeben replies that she is not exactly a fan, but more of a disciple. She sees Chang Xian as her mentor and wants to become as kind-hearted as he is. Chang Xian speaks with the tiger. Tiger, still bound by hardship and constantly irritating him, mentions someone who once acted arrogantly and ultimately suffered for it. Chang Xian suddenly realized the tiger is referring to him, causing him to freeze in shock. Memory flashes back to his encounter with Arcadia. In that recollection, Arcadia asks how he can become as strong as Chang Xian. Chang Xian dismisses him coldly, calling him a nuisance and telling him to leave. After Arcadia departs, the Void Monarch appears and attempts to kill him. Returning to the present, Chang Xian reflects that the Void Monarch was likely the first among the Zue Dashu to move against him during the attempt to eliminate him. He wonders if he was always destined to be their target, while a constellation urges him to stay alone and cut off anyone who might hold him back. Chang Xian replies that he understands, but internally he dismisses it as absurd, wondering why they would even mention the twilight of the gods. He doubts the tiger truly knows who he really is. Since the Nado's protection system is not so careless, he cannot tell whether the tiger's words were coincidence or something more. The tiger then asks what he intends to do next. Chang Xian says he needs 1 month, after which he will become a ranker. The tiger asks whether that is truly possible. He thinks it is actually quite straightforward, but tells the tiger it may be difficult with his current strength, so he plans to obtain the 5th scripture. Once he gains that power, becoming a ranker will be effortless. The tiger raises a concern, asking whether it is safe for him to take on additional curses. He says that the more hardships he endures, the more he gains. The tiger accepts his reasoning and praises his courage. It then grants him another reward. Meanwhile, Levi is behind the wheel of his car. He cries while driving at high speed down the road. He shouts in frustration, devastated that Heben joined Chang Xian's team and called him a nuisance, leaving him heartbroken. The next day, Chang Xian enters a shop and tells the owner he wants the unnamed spear and Baek Gyawal's spear reinforced with the crystal he is holding. The shopkeeper glares at him, complaining he just spent 3 days crafting them only for Chang Xian to request a remake. Without hesitation, Chang Xian transfers 10 million won and tells him to proceed. He then opens the king's treasure vault and asks the weaponsmith whether the materials are sufficient. The smith stares in disbelief and says Chang Xian has brought something unbelievable. He picks up the cold iron and realizes it is not ordinary, it is thousands of years old, and even a fingernail-sized piece could forge a top-tier weapon. Chang Xian has brought enough to craft everything needed. Energized, the weaponsmith vows to create a masterpiece unmatched anywhere in the world. Chang Xian simply asks whether he will do it, and the weaponsmith firmly replies that he will, no matter what. After that, Chang Xian goes to meet Executive O. Steve Shim announces his arrival and looks visibly annoyed. Executive O waves him off, telling him to properly handle the business trip preparations. Steve Shim leaves. He grits his teeth and wonders what is happening. First, Chang Xian appears, then a sudden business trip, and now the elders are involved. He suspects Chang Xian is plotting something with monsters and decides to report it. He thinks he should check with director Chang Xian before things escalate further. Meanwhile, Chang Xian hands the Frost King's breath to Executive O, who inspects it and admits it is beyond expectations. Since the constellations are practically obsessed with it, he says further evaluation is unnecessary. He asks if Chang Xian has any questions about using it. Chang Xian replies that he will find its use and trusts O to provide any important information. O smirks, praising his intelligence, and asks if Chang Xian is curious about the secret he has been hiding. Chang Xian nods, saying he is. O Xiaoban claps and activates an illusory domain. The constellations immediately begin whispering about the strange domain. Chang Xian realizes why. O is called the only grand demonic magician of the White Tiger clan. Looking back, he sees an entire army and wonders if such numbers are always present. Sensing traces of the 4th scripture, he suspects O may have destroyed the Silver Fox research facility after decoding the cryptic scriptures. O turns and asks how it feels to see his army. Chang Xian replies that they are impressive. O chuckles, saying he knew his judgment was right and that Chang Xian is similar to him. O then transforms into his demonic form and asks what Chang Xian thinks about the clan's global ranking. Chang Xian honestly replies that he estimates they are in the top 20s. He internally notes that O seems to trust him more now that his demonic human identity has been revealed. O says the clan is currently ranked 27th because no one has reached king rank and they have not made major global moves. He then asks for Chang Xian's opinion. Chang Xian reflects that the White Tiger clan is strong enough to be noticed by Arcadia, and that Duke rank Munsong's forces are likely at king level. He says he disagrees with the ranking, but lacks enough information about other clans to be certain. O agrees and urges him to think further, noting they remain at rank 27 despite lying low, and asks what would happen if they finally acted with intent. O states he has no intention of confining the clan within Korea. He wants them to rise and expand until their presence shakes the entire world. Their guardian constellation shares this ambition, and O declares that soon many will kneel before them as the army roars behind him. him, like a force ready to consume everything. Chang Xian asks if O truly intends to deploy his army globally, and whether he fears condemnation for becoming a demonic human and following a path of injustice. O replies that such judgments are meaningless before overwhelming power, and since he has revealed everything, it is now Chang Xian's turn. He then takes out a dream pearl and offers it to Chang Xian. He says it can transform him into one of them or something greater, and notes that all directors and team leaders have undergone it. Now it is Chang Xian's turn. O confidently promises Chang Xian will become stronger than anyone else and offers the pearl without hesitation. Chang Xian accepts the dream pearl, thinking that careful examination might reveal the secrets behind the tiger's calamity. Suddenly, he hears Jin Freesia's voice asking if he can take the orb instead. He asks why he should give it to Jean, and Jean replies that he wants to strengthen the household members and is interested in its energy concentration method. Chang Xian asks how exactly he should transfer it, and Jean tells him to simply consume it unpurified while he handles the rest. So Chang Xian swallows the orb, and the reaction begins. The reinforced royal tiger's calamity spreads through his body before being quickly suppressed and absorbed by Jean. Jean confirms successful absorption and says he will share the results later, asking to be informed if anything similar appears again. O then closes the domain and asks how the orb felt. Chang Xian calmly replies that it was quite good. O lets out a laugh and says most people would be overwhelmed by that level of energy and complain about how difficult it is to handle, but it seems to suit Chang Xian perfectly, so he asks if more of it is available. O reassures him that every achievement will be properly rewarded, then explains that the United States Xanax Association is preparing for a large-scale war, and the White Tiger clan intends to join as allies to raise their global standing. Xanax is not only focused on dungeon combat but also specializes in developing weapons and artifacts, and it is a massive clan led by the Golden Monster King, one of the 10 kings of the player world. Chang Xian suspects this is a struggle for dominance and wonders who their opponent will be, then asks O what his own role is supposed to be in this situation. O tells him to use his fame to influence the United States, and Chang Xian realizes he is being positioned to draw media attention toward the White Tiger clan, which he accepts without hesitation. The more attention he gathers, the greater his influence within the clan will become. He views the rising power of the White Tiger as a valuable asset, and decides to carefully plan several steps ahead to secure everything for himself in the long term. He then asks permission to visit the Stone Desert in France, known for its freezing winds, planning to move on to Chicago afterward to deal with the Apocalypse City, and wonders if becoming a Rancor afterward would create a major media stir. O bursts into laughter and says that if Chang Xian succeeds in conquering those unclaimed dungeons, he will undoubtedly become a huge public figure. He grants permission for the journey but warns that unknown dangers may be present, so an escort will be assigned to accompany him. Later on, Shin Jeomju arrives at the training facility. Nuncio lightly scolds him, telling him to hurry up instead of being lazy. Baek Gyawol and Yunseo are already practicing with their weapons. Jeomju questions whether they are seriously training right after the party has just been formed. Chang Xian enters and Jeomju greets him as the team leader, asking what weapon he is using. He tells him to call him Hyung when they are alone as a party, and explains that he brought the weapon to test and get a feel for it, asking if it looks strange. Chang Xian gathers everyone and explains that they are there to evaluate L Team's teamwork, which will be tested in a real combat situation. He adds that an urgent case has come in from the executive director, involving a collapse in one of their production clans while mining mana stones. They will depart once everyone has finished reviewing the mission details. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Cha Yayan is waiting for Blue Wolf to arrive. When he arrives, she greets him, and he is surprised that she can speak German fluently. He smiles and says he never expected the Iron Saintess, blessed by their patron, to personally attend him, adding that he has a good feeling about this trip. He asks to meet the tyrant. Cha Yayan silently thinks that the elders must already know about this, and notices that Chang Xian feels increasingly distant, especially with the White Tiger clan blocking access, making the meeting difficult at the moment. A clueless bystander, clearly unaware of the situation, remarks that Blue Wolf seems to be looking for the tyrant, then mentions the tyrant is currently on a rescue mission for a mine collapse in Huaqian. Cha Yayan internally resents wasting an elixir on such an ignorant person. She forces a polite smile and asks Blue Wolf to follow her. She reminds herself that despite her feelings, she cannot neglect an important guest who has traveled so far, though she still feels that something is seriously off. Every time she encounters Chang Xian, her instincts scream that he is dangerous, as if her life is at risk. Meanwhile, Chang Xian and his team arrive at the entrance of the dungeon. Nearby workers glance at them and whisper that they look like beginners, doubting what a rookie team could possibly accomplish. Our team steps through the gate and finds themselves in what looks like a vast, beautiful beach. However, Chang Xian immediately warns everyone to stay alert, as they have no idea what might be lurking ahead. Regu lights up the surrounding area with his glowing orb. While Yunseo prepares her shield, suddenly an arrow shoots out of nowhere and strikes Jeongju directly in the temple area, causing him to collapse instantly. Yunseo screams his name in shock, her eyes wide with panic. Chang Xian sharply orders her to calm down and get a grip. Before anyone can recover, a volley of arrows rains down from a distance, marking the start of an ambush. Yunseo activates the extended form of her shield, successfully blocking the incoming barrage with ease. At the same time, the glowing orb Jeongju had released earlier begins to activate and unleashes lightning in all directions. Unexpectedly, Jeongju revives, casually pulling the arrow out of his head as if nothing happened. He says the patron warned him that his magic core would protect him, and it clearly did its job. To tease Yunseo, he even imitates the way she shouted his name earlier. She yells at him to stop being absurd and hits him, demanding to know how he is still alive after such a strike. Meanwhile, Chang Xian calls out to Baek Gyawol, who quickly vanishes into the nearby forest, then returns after silently taking down the attacker with precise efficiency. Both Yunseo and Jeongju are impressed by how effortlessly he handled the situation. Gyawol drags the captured enemy back to Chang Xian and tells him he has secured it alive. He confirms that he brought it back alive for interrogation. Upon closer inspection, they realize it is a gray elf. Chang Xian explains that although gray elves resemble normal elves, they are not true elves at all. They are interceptors created by a parasite-like monster to drain life energy from other beings, and their presence indicates the parasite has reached its adult stage. What surprises him most is how such a parasite could have evolved this far inside the dungeon without anyone noticing. The surrounding waters appear calm and free of monsters, and a nearby mana mine even draws frequent visitors, but Chang Xian feels the situation doesn't add up and suspects something larger is at work. In his mind, he is certain that the only explanation for this situation is her involvement. He tells the team they need to withdraw for now, but Jeongju objects, insisting they haven't confirmed whether anyone is still trapped inside. Chang Xian calmly explains that the Grey Elva's presence means the parasite has already fully taken over the island, and rushing in would only put more lives at risk, making retreat the safest choice. He opens his status window and attempts to log out. However, all external communication is suddenly cut off, and a message appears instructing him to continue the mission and complete it before trying to log out again. Realizing logging out is impossible for now, he tells the team they must stick to the original plan and keep moving forward. They head deeper into the forest and continue advancing. They begin clearing the Grey Elves one by one. During the fight, Chang Xian notices something strange. The Grey Elves are bleeding blue blood. Normally, parasite-created beings do not bleed at all, but these feel too real, as if they are genuine living beings made of flesh and bone. On top of that, faint traces of divinity can be detected on them. He narrows his eyes and concludes there is only one parasite capable of creating something like this, a being powerful enough to cultivate a divine tree of this kind, the goddess of slaughter and destruction, Kaylee. She was once his comrade. Chang Xian pauses for a moment, his thoughts racing as he questions why her traces are appearing here, and what might have happened to her. They continue deeper into the dungeon, and soon hear cries for help echoing through the darkness. Following the sound, they enter a shadowed cave where the voices seem to originate. The L team calls out, stating they are from the White Tiger clan and have come to assist. Voices scream back at them, begging to be rescued from beneath the rubble. Chang Xian raises his hand, signaling the team to stop. He asks Jeongju to illuminate the orb once more so they can see clearly. Cave brightens, revealing the truth. The cries are not human. Instead, a swarm of unknown undead stands before them, mimicking human voices to lure them into a trap. Chang Xian narrows his eyes as he studies the undead. He notices roots embedded within their bodies, all of them extending toward a single origin. Without warning, the undead rush toward the team. Chang Xian considers using Jigwee's flames to wipe them out instantly, but hesitates, fearing there may still be survivors nearby and refusing to risk harming them. He calls out to Baek Gyawol, ordering him to open a path through the chaos. Chang Xian pushes forward alone, heading toward the place where the divine tree's roots lead. Looking up inside, he sees a figure, a personified form of a fully evolved parasite, its roots pulsing as if they possess their own consciousness. It is Elfin Root. His gaze shifts to the crown atop the creature, and he instantly recognizes its design. It looks eerily similar to the one Kaylee once wore. Drawing his unnamed spear, Chang Xian wonders if the divine tree Kaylee once nurtured has somehow gone astray and ended up here. It may be speculation, but with the Void Monarch showing renewed interest, it feels far from coincidence. First Xerxes, now Kaylee. There is no way this is merely coincidence. Something far larger is unfolding. His grip tightens around the spear as the boss battle begins. The monster suddenly lunges toward him with brutal force. The creature slashes at Chang Xian with its claws, blocks the strike with his spear, their weapons colliding violently. In that moment, Chang Xian sensed Kaylee's energy flowing from the creature. It must be a replica of the goddess's crown, likely a treasure-grade item, possibly even sacred grade. This means the boss is not an ordinary monster, but likely a bishop or priest serving under Kaylee. Above them, both the Void Monarch and Gemini begin observing the battle. Chang Xian realizes they are not watching simply because of a strong opponent. Something deeper connects Xerxes, Kaylee, and these divine observers, though he cannot yet understand it. More undead join the battle against him. He understands he must defeat the boss at all costs if he wants answers. He activates his flame ability to shift the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Yunseo smashes through the undead using her shield. Doomju keeps the battlefield illuminated. Yael unleashes a shadow tsunami, sweeping away the remaining horde, clearing out what is left of the enemy swarm. Yael shouts into the darkness, challenging anyone else to come forward. Suddenly, he spots a figure standing in the distance. He charges straight toward it, but his attack is stopped cold by an unseen force. It is Lieutenant Park Hezong, who explains he was trapped while trying to rescue survivors buried under the debris. He studies Baekgyeol and questions whether he is even human. Hewol reveals his face and identifies himself as a member of the White Tiger L team. At the mention of L team, Park immediately asks whether Chang Xian is also present. He adds that many injured people still need urgent treatment. Baekgyeol replies that their team leader is not currently here. A sudden tremor ripples through the ground. Jean then reaches Baekgyeol through telepathy, subtly implying something left unsaid. Baekgyeol is uncertain whether Jean is telling the truth, and wonders how Chang Xian would act in a situation like this. He fixes Park with a direct gaze and asks where the survivors are located. In the battle, Chang Xian releases his fire ability, scorching the roots, burning it down to nearly half charred remains, while also eradicating all surrounding minions. However, the main body survives and unleashes a deafening roar. It then calls forth even more of its kind. Chang Xian calls out to Jean for reinforcement. Jean responds with a wide grin. He says he had been waiting for the call. He leaps into the battle and begins cutting down incoming minions with his sword. Spotting an opening, Chang Xian darts straight toward the roots, aiming to end it. But the monster rapidly regenerates. The burned and charred areas heal completely and become even tougher than before. Chang Xian realizes with a sinking feeling that the creature grows stronger every time it is destroyed. He strikes with his spear, but the roots block it using a newly formed shield made from its own body. The shield does not hold long. Chang Xian switches to Fauchard mode and slashes through. He cleaves the monster cleanly in two, yet the roots regenerate at a terrifying speed. It recovers even faster than before, reinforcing itself further. Retaliates, landing a heavy hit on Chang Xian's side as pain sets in. Chang Xian realizes this thing is not merely regenerating, it is evolving. He recalls that Kaylee always had an advantage in traditional martial arts, even if raw combat wasn't her strength, and wonders if that is why this creature excels in technique. The gap in their physical abilities is closing fast. Chang Xian knows he cannot simply keep up if he wants to win. He must surpass it with such a massive lead that it can never catch up. Chang Xian reignites his flames once more. He suddenly remembers a past conversation with Kaylee when he asked about the mysterious power she used to expand her strength and whether he could learn it. Kaylee had told him without hesitation that it was a last resort ability and warned him to use it only in true emergencies. She added that he was the only person who had ever survived after witnessing it. Back in the present, Chang Xian inhales the surrounding flames, preparing to unleash Himavet's breath, a technique that draws out hidden power and boosts vitality, but carries a severe cost if misused. He prepares to overwhelm the enemy instantly, then trigger a large-scale magical explosion, even if powerful beings like the Void Monarch or Gemini are watching. He continues drawing in flames through his mouth as his eyes turn pale white and veins spread across his face. A status window appears, confirming Himavet's breath has activated and his latent power is awakening. The status window spirals, indicating confusion, berserker, and delirium states, with all stats heavily boosted for 5 minutes. The skill Kalokagathia activates, allowing him to channel the overwhelming magical power within him. He knows his body can only last 5 minutes at most in this state, yet right now he can barely hold it for 5 seconds. He tells himself it must end within that brief window, and immediately fires beams of molten lava toward Elfin Root. It is pierced effortlessly. Its body is left riddled with holes as 1 second ticks by. Chang Xian continues the assault without pause, using his viper's eyes to track the target. He locks onto its movements and follows up with Black Mountain Claw. He strikes the same wound again. The ability erupts with overwhelming force. A trail of flame spreads, engulfing the monster and burning it down to ash. Floating above the nearly defeated roots, Chang Xian finally exhales in relief. The status window confirms that Himavet's breath has been successfully terminated, but he has lost 45% of his stamina and 61% of his mana. He is completely drained, while Elfin Root lies on the brink of death. death. He cannot believe he used Kaylee's technique against one of her own priests. While the constellations watch the battle in admiration, Chang Xion thinks that now he must find out what happened to Kaylee after he was sent to the divine punishment trial. But with Jiminy and the Void Monarch closely watching, he knows he cannot question anything openly. Suddenly, Elfin Root rises again, his eyes glowing bright red. Chang Xion stares in shock, struggling to comprehend what is happening. Then Roots bursts into unsettling, manic laughter. He calls out to the gods, cursing them as filthy and corrupt. He declares that their twisted game will not last much longer, and that his fallen god will rise again to destroy them all. The feared apocalypse and the coming twilight seem to be closing in as Chang Xion speaks, while strange roots and energy begin spreading uncontrollably. Chang Xion immediately receives urgent alerts ordering him to retreat at once. He escapes without hesitation, and in the process the boss monster Elfin Root is defeated. Before dying, Elfin Root sacrifices his remaining divinity and stored essence to fuel the parasite tree, which rapidly expands as blue energy pulses signal an imminent evolution. Outside the dungeon, people grow increasingly uneasy, wondering why the expedition team has not returned yet. Suddenly, the dungeon gate begins to violently destabilize. A worker urgently tells others to contact the association and report that the dungeon is collapsing. Soon after, Chai Yayan, the Moron, and Blue Wolf arrive at the site. Chai Yayan observes that despite the sudden dungeon outbreak, the management response remains strangely calm. Blue Wolf questions whether it is a 4-star or higher dungeon due to the overwhelming magical pressure. Morin replies that it is not a 4-star dungeon, but only a 1-star. Blue Wolf suspects that a double dungeon may have formed inside. Meanwhile, inside, massive energy drainage spreads across the area, causing the land to begin turning barren. Chang Xian becomes more anxious, worrying whether Beck, Gyawul, and the others manage to evacuate safely. Standing nearby the parasite tree, Chang Xian replays Elfin Root's words in his mind about a god's return and the coming twilight apocalypse. This implies Kaylee is already gone, and Jiminy may be responsible for her fate. Thinking back on Xerxes and Kaylee, he questions what truly happened after his divine punishment trial, wondering if others suffered because of him. A newly born boss, the divine parasite tree, senses the dungeon's energy is insufficient. It scans beyond the dungeon, finds Earth as a new power source, and begins spreading its roots outward, triggering a full-scale collapse of the mission. A full dungeon break erupts, forcing the mission parameters to change. Chang Xian blames himself internally. He resolves to bring back Kaylee's priest at all costs. Jin Dawan speaks to him telepathically, intrigued by the idea and questioning whether Chang Xian truly intends to reclaim the former high priest of the goddess of destruction as a companion. Chang Xian explains that if the parasite spreads to Earth, everything will end, so he must destroy it and retrieve Elfin Root. He also notes that the parasite appears to be moving upward, toward the realm of stars and gods. He orders Jean to locate Elfin Root, though Jean reacts with irritation. Yet a strange weight in Chang Xian's tone forces Jean to comply. He agrees and quickly heads out to search. Bengtson stares at the parasite roots and decides he must reach the source first. He draws his white bow and releases an arrow. A flaming arrow strikes the tree directly. The impact triggers a massive explosion that halts the tree's growth temporarily. Meanwhile, the constellations, Good Season to Hunt, and the snake that wraps the world bicker childishly in the background. Enraged by the attack, the divine parasite tree strikes back at Chang Xian. Chang Xian responds instantly, firing 2 arrows in return. The strike heavily damages the divine tree, granting him a large amount of experience. Without delay, he draws his daggers and begins cutting through the spreading vines. He forces his way upward toward the sky. As he ascends, he looks down and notices the core of the divine tree, a hollow space at its center. Inside that void, someone is standing. It is a man named Hardy, sitting atop Elfin Root and gripping his head firmly. Hardy laughs, saying he didn't expect another visitor to reach this high point. At that moment, Gemini's divinity illuminates the sky. Chang Xian's instinctive beast sense triggers a strong warning. Chang Xian immediately senses danger and wonders if the man is an apostle or even higher ranked, such as an archbishop, clearly someone of immense status. Hardy, drooling with excitement, declares he will show Chang Xian the consequences of defying his patron, and perhaps even spread his patron's doctrine to the world. He begins attacking Elfin Root, likely attempting to extract its remaining divinity. Deep down, Chang Xian knows that even at full strength, he would not stand a chance against this opponent. Still, he searches for any possible way to defeat Hardy and rescue Elfin Root. Jin Dawan reminds him of another method to kill the enemy and urges him to obtain the pure demonic cure first. Though difficult, Chang Xian commits to the plan. He activates Commanding Tiger to accelerate his thoughts and triggers Kolokagathia, pushing all his abilities to their peak. This briefly closes the gap between him and both enemies. Hardy turns to see a burning Chang Xion rushing toward him at extreme speed. Chang Xion unleashes Hamavat's breath again, entering a berserk-like state. He draws his daggers and charges in, closing the distance. Meanwhile, Blue Wolf and Chai Yayun enter the dungeon and immediately notice the tree engulfed in flames. Blue Wolf looks on in disbelief, unable to understand what is happening. He opens his status window to check the divine tree's level, only to see that it is still continuing to grow. Chai Yayun realizes this is not a normal dun break. She also notes that the monster continues evolving, and she shivers at the thought of it reaching Earth through the gate. Just imagining that outcome convinces her a disaster of unimaginable scale would follow. She begins to wonder how anyone could possibly stop a threat of this magnitude. At that moment, the tree flares even brighter than the sun, erupting in overwhelming waves of flame. Blue Wolf questions what is suddenly going on. Chai Yayun receives a system alert stating that player Chang Xion has gone out of control. Blue Wolf mutters that this must be the so-called tyrant. Removing his glasses, he admits he never expected to be dragged into a raid after flying to Korea for a business trip, though he still has to clear the dungeon before handling his real objective. He triggers his werewolf transformation skill and fully shifts into a wolf form. He lifts Chai Yayun onto his back, and both of them receive blessings from different constellations. Blue Wolf explains that the Saintess's blessing surpasses most high priests, especially since she is favored not only by a goddess, but also by the great god of Olympus and related divine forces. Chai Yayun detects a survivor signal and immediately reports it to Blue Wolf. Tells her to hold on tightly, warning that he won't be able to catch her if she slips. Meanwhile, Chang Xion activates the Black Mountain Monarch's first clan and second claw skills, executing a swift and merciless strike. He assaults both the Divine Tree and Hardy, the Gemini High Priest, and wipes them out completely. He obtains the divinity of Gemini along with that of an unknown god, as well as a huge amount of merit points and experience. Songsign recalls how the Black Mountain Monarch's claw once used all 5 strikes against Hanyu, but now his current stats barely allow 2, and although he intended to unleash them together, the backlash strains his body. Completely exhausted, he begins falling from the sky. The constellations erupt in excitement, chattering endlessly about the unbelievable feat he has just achieved. The dungeon mission concludes and the system starts calculating rewards, while the status window announces a new investigation by the Administrative Bureau, leaving gods stunned and constellations intrigued. The system confirms the dungeon will now close and issues a warning to brace for impact as a countdown begins. Mysterious figure suddenly appears and catches him, remarking that he has fallen after losing his wings. He adds that he honestly doesn't care about such things, while Chang Xion, fully drained, closes his eyes and appears to lose consciousness. Chang Xion wakes up inside a hospital room. He finds Gaia Wool sitting beside him, holding his hand and asking if he has finally regained consciousness. Later, Baek Yeol mentions Lieutenant Park Haizong and asks if Chang Xion remembers him. Chang Xion recalls him as the same lieutenant from the tutorial, likely promoted since then. Yeol explains what happened during the Divine Tree's evolution, saying the parasite tree almost overwhelmed them with spreading vines, but a massive wolf and Agent Chai Yayun arrived in time and saved them from collapse. Chang Xion asks why she was there, and Baek Yeol explains she came to meet him but entered the dungeon during the break, then provided emergency first aid while he was unconscious from exhaustion. Chang Xion recalls how high he was during the fight with Hardy, and is surprised she could sense his mana from that distance, making him question just how strong her mana affinity truly is. He remembers their earlier encounter at the abominable Snowman Hill, and the multiple divine blessings surrounding her, making it difficult for him to see her as an ordinary human. Beneath her mana and blessings, he senses something massive and hidden watching from behind the scenes, and he becomes certain of it, deciding that meeting her again to properly thank her would not be a bad idea. Lying back on the bed, he decides it is best to rest for now and settle things later, since recovery is the priority. While somewhere in the divine realm, Gemini watches him closely. Chang Xion then wonders how Gemini will respond after losing such an important high-ranking household member. Meanwhile, the Fool and Chai Yun are driving somewhere. The Fool jokes that hearing the tyrant say thank you is a rare event and teases her about it. He asks if she was too embarrassed to hear it directly. She responds by sharply striking his throat to shut him up instantly. The constellations begin murmuring among themselves. Chai Yun quietly thinks that Chang Xion must have seen everything and wonders who he truly is. Meanwhile, the Curse of Golden activates and Chang Xion is suddenly teleported into a dungeon where he must survive for 48 hours. Inside Golden, he meets Jin Dawen, who immediately says his condition looks rough and asks if he is alright. Chang Xion replies that it doesn't matter, since enemies won't wait for him to recover. He immediately asks what happened to the pure demonic core. Jin chuckles, saying he expected something like this and came prepared. Chang Xian cuts him off, telling him to skip the talk and go straight to the method. The constellations, fully engaged, begin chattering more intensely as they follow the conversation. Jin explains that all he needs to do is feed the demonic core to one of his household members. Jin Dawan asks how Chang Xian originally created his household members, including himself. Chang Xian replies that he formed them using purified starlight, meaning they do not have fixed attributes or elements and are essentially blank vessels. As their master, he determines what fills them and how much. Chang Xian thinks he was right to entrust this matter to Zhang. Back when he held the title of Twilight of the Gods, he lived alone without gods or followers, so he never deeply studied this kind of system. Jin Dawan assures him he is skilled at forming strong vessels, and Chang Xian reflects that Zhan, who once ruled thousands of ghouls in the Ghoul Den, must be highly experienced. Jin's subordinate Zabek steps forward and begins absorbing the pure demonic core. The fusion succeeds, and Zabek's dormant divinity awakens as his stats rapidly shift and evolve. Elfinroot's true nature activates within Zabek, accelerating assimilation and bringing forward memories from past lives. Suddenly, Zabek lunges toward Chang Xian in a violent counterattack. Chang Xian realizes this was inevitable as Zabek was once Kaylee's high priest and still harbors revenge. He expected this reaction and asks Jin Dawan if he intends to just watch. Jin immediately reaches out and grabs Zabek by the head, stopping his movement outright. He glares at him with rage, snarling that he has no right to bare his teeth at their master and vowing Zabek will never do something like this again. Chang Xian observes quietly, reminding himself that Zabek was originally Jin Dawan's household member, and now that his body has been borrowed for rebirth with stats redistributed, his resistance to Jin Dawan's control is clearly limited. A system window appears, asking whether Chang Xian wants to name the new household member. He agrees and gives him the name Elfinroot. The naming completes, and Zabek's identity is officially replaced. Chang Xian turns to him, asks whether he still carries the divinity of a fallen god. He reasons that if a deity trusted him enough to make him a high priest, his divine rank must have been extremely high. So why does he keep dying? And tells him to speak clearly since he can talk. Elfinroot asks why he is so interested in this. Chang Xian replies that he is seeking greater power, especially since he has no patron of his own. Elfinroot thinks that unless this involves the horoscopes or Ziwei Du Shu, there may still be a path forward, even if it is a path covered in darkness. He begins speaking about the past, saying that before everything was destroyed, there was once a star known as Twilight of the Gods, a being who fought countless others, including the 12 zodiacs, and was eventually sentenced to the divine pine punishment trial and killed, though a few stars opposed the decision. Among them was the goddess Elfinroot, once served the goddess of slaughter and destruction. Elfinroot recalls a memory of his final conversation with her, where she gently calls Twilight a foolish friend who left her side, saying he was someone she should never have lost. He understands her words, but she cannot ignore what happened, since everything began with the 12 zodiacs. She tells him to leave, but Elfinroot refuses, insisting he can still fight beside her. She remains firm and says she is dismissing all her priests, including him. With that, she turns and walks away. Elfinroot watches her leave, still unsure whether that moment was fortune or tragic. The goddess was not alone. Others stood with her, though she never revealed their identities. He has no idea what became of those who remained by her side. All he knows is that their defiance enraged many celestial beings, and in the end the goddess died. Chang Xian remains silent, his anger quietly building beneath the surface. Elfinroot lowers his head and says those who supported the goddess likely met tragic ends as well. Since then, he has drifted through fragments of a shattered world, wandering aimlessly until he awakened in a place overflowing with magic. Chang Xian clenches his fists, thinking the 12 zodiacs are responsible for everything, including the tragedies of Kaylee and Xerxes. No matter how powerful Kaylee was, she would still be vastly outmatched by the 12 zodiacs and the horoscope that rules the heavens. He knows he once abandoned them, yet they still tried to save him. He asks Elfinroot what his true objective is. Elfinroot replies that revenge is part of it, but his main goal is to resurrect the goddess. Chang Xian asks whether that is even possible. Elfinroot shouts that it does not matter if it is possible or not. What matters is trying, as it is the duty and conviction of a true saint. Chang Xian reflects that gods are bound by fate and laws. As long as believers provide faith and priests gather divinity, resurrection is not entirely impossible. This is why the underworld seals gods, rather than destroying them outright. In theory it can happen, but in reality it is far more complicated. When a divine entity's status is shattered, their divinity and power are essentially lost. Chang Xian asks whether collecting more fragments of a fallen god's divinity will truly make him stronger. Elfinroot nods in confirmation, saying it is true, and that his aim is to reach apostle-level power. He notes that although Chang Xian lacks a patron, many stars are clearly watching him. He adds that he does not seek Chang Xian's help, but also prefers no interference. Since Chang Xian desires power, he claims he can provide it as a fair arrangement. Chang Xian replies that he will assist him for now, but in exchange Elfinroot must completely submit to him. After all, Elfen Root cannot escape or act freely without Chang Xian's approval. He asks whether it would be wiser for Elfen Root to trust him and bet on the future instead. Elfen Root's eyes begin to fill with tears as he sees a faint likeness of his goddess reflected in Chang Xian. He drops to his knees and declares, from the 26th branch of the goddess of slaughter and destruction. He greets his new master. Elfen Root, as a member of the household, formally swears loyalty to Chang Xian. Their master-servant bond deepens, increasing loyalty by 15 and dependency by 10. Chang Xian gains full authority and the absolute right to command him. He wonders how such absolute command authority transferred to him, since Elfen Root originally belonged to Jian's household. Despite past hostility, the new bond now forces Elfen Root to actively assist him. Chang Xian then considers how Gemini might react to Elfen Root joining his household. One face of the constellation Gemini watches with a sly smile, amused that Chang Xian has taken in someone once labeled a traitor against him. Suddenly, the constellation Gemini introduces a new scenario. A patron selection window appears, stating that one of Gemini's aspects has been observing Chang Xian closely. Though resentful about his slain priest and the heretic Chang Xian protected, Gemini is not angry, but instead interested in him. Gemini puts forward a proposal. He wants Chang Xian to become his apostle. If accepted, Chang Xian would gain the highest mortal authority as representative of the 12 zodiacs and access everything he desires. However, Gemini warns that refusal will bring punishment for the priest's death. The offer rapidly spreads throughout the heavenly realm. The 12 zodiacs are star-like beings who lead powerful cults even in Arcadia, said to be among those closest to the emperor himself. Chang Xian had always expected the 12 zodiacs to notice him eventually, but never imagined such an immediate offer of apostleship. Even the gods and celestial stars are shocked by the proposal. Chang Xian realizes that accepting would instantly break human limits and potentially elevate him to a demigod surpassing lesser gods. He smirks, thinking Gemini has made an audacious offer. His name now echoes across the heavens, his fame surges dramatically, and he gains 15,000 karma points. The administrative bureau is thrown into chaos as countless gods and stars flood them with inquiries about him. Elfen Root is shocked, realizing that if his master becomes Gemini's apostle, they may still remain under Gemini's influence, even after achieving their goal of resurrecting the goddess. The constellation, good season to hunt, erupts in fury, drawing her arrows and warning Gemini not to touch what belongs to her, while the world-coiling serpent watches in alarm, and the twilight-piercing owl urges everyone to stay vigilant. The tiger, trapped in hardship, bares his fangs in tension, while Gemini remains unfazed and silences every channel except his own. Chang Xian judges Gemini as insane for cutting off everyone over minor irritation, thinking it is likely the temperamental Pollux rather than the calmer caster. Either way, he refuses to be influenced and a new idea suddenly comes to him. He pulls out Kaylee's helmet, saying he only took it because it looked appealing, and asks if it has any significance. The status window responds by merging Gemini's granted divinity into the replica of the goddess crown, upgrading it from a sacred artifact into a true holy relic. Now it carries the divinity of two former foes, Kaylee and Gemini. One of Gemini's faces screams at him, demanding an explanation for what he is doing. Chang Xian recalls how Mephistopheles reacted violently when Gemini first showed interest in him, and decides to take a risky gamble. He puts on the mask and calls out to the great demon, asking if he is willing to lose him to Gemini. One of Gemini's faces freezes, instantly realizing Chang Xian's intention. The pallid sanctuary opens as the great demon who roams the abyss slowly raises his head. Chang Xian smiles, confirming his intuition was correct, as Mephistopheles, despite claiming indifference to the world, is clearly drawn toward him. The demon remains silent, staring at a distant star. Chang Xian understands that even Pollux cannot act freely here. As Mephistopheles is a force even the 12 zodiac powers hesitate to provoke. Seeing the situation escalate, the other face of Gemini declares war. Brilliant light from the completed constellation spreads across the entire world. Countless spears of light then rain down from the sky. Pallid gaze answers with a surge of its own power. Darkness and light collide in a violent clash. Chang Xian's skin tingles from the overwhelming pressure of two cosmic forces colliding. The previously severed channeling connection is restored. Good season to hunt aims her bow at another constellation in fury, baring her fangs as she screams she will never forgive the humiliation and vows to report it to her mother. Chang Xian smirks, realizing even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat is involved in this chaos. It seems a war is forming with Taurus, the leader of the 12 zodiac forces, and also an opposing faction to Gemini. World-wrapping serpent grows tired of good season to hunt's behavior and sharpens its scales in irritation. The owl that pierces through twilight questions whether the horoscope truly can tolerate such disrespect. The wicked gods of Zaiwadashu turn their attention toward their summoned comrade. Blue Dragon and Red Phoenix prepare themselves for battle. Even the Supreme Palace enclosure, one of the 3 stars of Zaiwadashu, narrows its gaze in concentration. Chang Xian is shocked by their full gathering, thinking that despite the conflict between Zaiwadashu virtue and the horoscope over heavenly control, they would not appear like this just for the Void Monarch's call, and suspects they may be planning to eliminate opposing executives if possible. One face of Gemini stiffens. The tiger trapped in hardship warns them, with a cynical smile, that if they do not withdraw, he will treat it as a real threat, while one face of Gemini grows angry and the other urges restraint, saying now is not the time. One face of Gemini nervously turns away. Chang Xian removes the mask from his face, thinking it is unfortunate that everything ends so quickly. Suddenly, one of Gemini's faces halts, showing clear hostility toward the human who humiliated him. A hand suddenly appears behind Chang Xian and grips his shoulder. Divine energy is poured into Chang Xian, spreading through him like a burning fever from within. The intense divine heat overwhelms him, and Chang Xian screams in agony, unable to endure it. His current body cannot withstand the power of the 12 zodiacs. Even his poison immunity and world-ending flame resistance are useless. The tiger trapped in hardship growls in confusion at the overwhelming surge of power. One face of Gemini claims he is simply granting a fitting privilege to the mortal who carries his divinity. He warns that endurance will grant extraordinary potential, but failure will cause the soul to melt away. Chang Xian's body burns uncontrollably as divimes rage through him. From the silent pallid sanctuary, the great abyss-roaming demon continues to watch, and he then grants a new privilege. A stigma is engraved onto Chang Xian's shoulder, extinguishing the divine flames. The pallid gaze states that this makes it easier to observe him, then it vanishes. Jean checks on Chang Xian, asking if he is alright. Good Season to Hunt complains that others are trying to claim her treasure. The world-wrapping serpent tells her to calm down, while the observing gods quietly fade away, their excitement settling as the stars discuss the extraordinary intervention of the great demons. Chang Xian is stunned by the cosmic struggle, barely maintaining his stability thanks to the goddess's crown. He returns the crown to Elfin Root, says he does not want to become a parasite or control the trees, preferring to manage his own domain and advising Elfin Root to do the same, considering the ordeal worthwhile for gaining a stigma essential for spirit training. The twilight-piercing owl watches him with a hint of pity and wonders if she can help this man who is constantly burdened by hardship. She invites Chang Xian to dinner, but Good Season to Hunt strongly objects, cautioning that it's often the quiet ones who pose the real danger and should be watched carefully. Jean tells Chang Xian that he deeply respects him and still can't believe he received an invitation from a battle god only known in legends. Chang Xian cuts off the small talk and instructs Elfin Root to remain with John and assist in the raid on the Ghoul Den. He accepts the invitation and sets off immediately. Along the way, Jean casually asks him to bring back some ice cream. This leaves Chang Xian wondering where he even picks up such strange requests. Upon entering the owl's nest, Chang Xian reflects on the owl's reputation for dispelling unknown twilight forces and irrational threats, bringing the light of civilization, while the rarely seen war goddess who blesses heroes unexpectedly invites him to dinner, leaving him puzzled. He expected the gods to eventually seek him out, but not this soon in his journey. He senses that Mephistopheles doesn't seem concerned, yet summoning a mortal to the sanctuary violates causal balance, suggesting a serious acknowledgement is at play. Approaching the castle, he expected something majestic, but what he sees instead surprises him. The entrance is enormous, and he briefly wonders if he is meant to step inside alone. At that moment, a butler appears. He opens the door and politely welcomes Chang Xian inside, stating that the goddess is waiting and instructing him to follow. Chang Xian feels the sanctuary blends strict austerity with a sense of freedom, making it the most balanced place he has visited so far. They soon arrive at the chamber where the goddess invites him to enter. Inside, he notices many heroes who have already received her blessing. The goddess Minerva greets him warmly, pleased to finally meet him. The other heroes observe Chang Xian with sharp, attentive gazes. Minerva smiles and invites him to sit so they can eat before the food cools, while the surrounding heroes continue watching him closely. Gandalf and the witch clash over mana technique, with Gandalf arguing from pressing mana into a narrow spiral and releasing it instantly, while the witch insists it would fragment the magic and must instead be spread wider for stability. She insults him, calling him foolish, and their disagreement quickly escalates into a heated argument. Chang Xian bites into the food and casually asks if it is really acceptable to let them continue arguing like this. He finds the meal not only delicious but astonishingly effective, boosting his permanent stats by 0.5% with just a single bite. It also fully restores his injuries, including those sustained during his fight with Gemini. Minerva smiles gently, admits she was worried he might not enjoy the meal, but it seems her concern was unnecessary. Batu mutters irritably, complaining that he had repeatedly asked Minerva to let him speak first. Minerva replies that she arranged the meeting precisely so he could raise his concerns himself. She then turns to Chang Xian and says Batu has a question for him, prompting Chang Xian to look up and ask what it is. Batu bristles at the lack of respect, offended that a mortal from a lower realm speaks so casually, but restrains himself and asks how Chang Xian recognized the fish intestine sword. He points out that it looks like nothing more than a bronze scrap at first glance, yet Chang Xian seemed to understand its true nature immediately. Chang Xian responds by asking why Batu is so interested in the matter. Batu smirks and says it's because they possess one as well, then asks if he knows about the guiding sword. The fish intestine sword reacts subtly, confirming that Batu is not lying. A status window appears, informing Chang Xian that he must locate the guiding sword to unlock further secrets of the fish intestine sword. Chang Xian smirks internally, realizing he has unexpectedly gained a lead on a hidden quest he wasn't even sure truly existed here. Minerva explains that Chang Xian clearly lacks understanding of the owl's nest, noting that the organization maintains its own arsenal and freely shares or lends weapons among members. She adds that dungeon rewards, war loot, and various byproducts all belong to the nest, and Batu in particular contributed significantly by discovering the guiding sword. Chang Xian sees nothing unusual about Minerva possessing a great weapon like the guiding sword, considering her status makes it entirely expected. Minerva notes that Batu worked hard to obtain the guiding sword, and now feels challenged after Chang Xian recognized the fish intestine sword instantly. Batu yells in frustration, demanding how she could possibly compare him to this so-called rival. Minerva calmly tells him to stop speaking further, warning that he is only making himself appear less perceptive than the brat. Batu presses again, asking whether Chang Xian has some hidden skill, trait, or privilege that allowed him to recognize the sword. Chang Xian casually replies that he simply saw it for what it was, omitting his past identity as the former king of weapons during his twilight days and offering the simplest explanation. Batu grows irritated and snaps back, demanding what kind of answer that is supposed to be. Minerva intervenes, telling Batu to stop pushing the matter, and then turns to Chang Xian with her own question, asking if he remembers their earlier discussion. Chang Xian nods, recalling their debate about the effectiveness of slash techniques and how melee fighters should manage mana against ranged opponents. Batu argues that mana should be spread into offensive shield, allowing one to wait for openings before delivering a single decisive strike. The witch dismisses this as inefficient, claiming it drains mana too quickly, and instead proposes compressing mana into a sharp spiral to enhance both precision and attack range. Chang Xian listens, and reflects that slash techniques are essentially about condensing aura to strike distant targets, linking closely to his experiences with Tiger's Calamity and Black Mountain Monarch's Claws. Minerva then asks for his opinion on the matter. He suspects she may be testing him and realizes she is likely provoking the others while assessing his abilities, so he decides to respond properly as thanks for the meal. He calmly states that both of their approaches are incorrect. He explains that the true foundation of the slash lies in aura itself, and its refinement comes from shaping that aura to strike distant enemies effectively. Minerva asks if he is able to demonstrate it. Without hesitation, Chang Xian gathers multiple aura spheres around him. He condenses them tightly into his fist. Then, using only 2 fingers, he guides the energy into a precise slash that cuts through a nearby wall. Everyone freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how he managed to execute it. Minerva calmly explains that this is how he identified the fish intestine sword, then turns to Batu and asks whether he has any more questions. Batu simply shakes his head, wearing a disappointed expression. Afterward, Minerva brings Chang Xian to the nest's armory and tells him to take a thorough look around. Chang Xian is stunned by the sheer number of divine relics she possesses, and Minerva asks if anything catches his interest. She adds that she is willing to give him one if he likes any of them. She then shows him a spiderweb she once won in a wager against Arachne. Next, she points to a shield named Aegis, which she used in her battle with Medusa. Every single treasure in the room shines so brightly it is almost overwhelming. Suddenly, Medusa's voice emerges from the shield, saying it has been a long time since a worthy one appeared, and asking if Chang Xian wishes to wield her. The other relics soon join in, each trying to lure him into choosing them. Chang Xian suspects this may be due to his sword and lance mastery, allowing him to sense the thoughts of these divine relics clearly. Then a dark voice softly whispers to him. At the same time, the fish intestine sword begins to react. He notices the guiding sword drawing the fish intestine sword closer. It urges him to take it, and Chang Xian realizes it may be the legendary blade said to make its wielder a king, as the 9 great gods seem to resonate and pull it toward him urgently. Standing behind him, Minerva says she can lend it to him if he desires. She explains that fully giving it away would cause chaos among the household, but lending it is possible, and she offers any treasure he names, saying even one could ensure no human could ever defeat him. However, Chang Xian firmly declines her offer. Minerva asks why, saying these relics could be a great help to him. Chang Xian replies that even if that is true, nothing in the world comes without a price. Minerva smirks, thinking she did not expect him to resist temptation so easily, and finds it clever that he avoids the obvious trap by pretending ignorance. Chang Xion thinks the greatest gain today is knowing the guiding sword is here, and as long as Minerva wants something from him, he will always have leverage. He then says he has an important question for Minerva. He asks whether she knows why Mephistopheles is so fixated on him. She smiles, saying she expected that question the moment she invited him to the sanctuary, and explains she brought him here specifically to discuss it. He tells him he closely resembles someone Mephistopheles has long been searching for. She describes that person as deeply familiar with death, someone who treats danger as second nature, darker than darkness itself, and naturally gifted in combat. Chang Xion wonders if she is referring to his past self as the twilight of the gods, but realizes he never met Mephistopheles during that time. Minerva says he resembles the abyss itself, which is why Mephistopheles was inevitably drawn to him. She adds that this is also why she tested him during the first tutorial. Chang Xion asks who that person truly is, but Minerva's answer is abruptly censored mid-sentence. She sighs, saying she expected this outcome, but confirms that such a being does exist. Chang Xion realizes that it is rare for the system to block information like this, meaning he would need immense causality or proper authorization to learn about that being. This suggests that the entity is so powerful that causality itself behaves differently around them, and the abyss he knows is merely a fragment of a primordial existence. He feels frustrated realizing past dismissals may now come back to haunt him. He considers restoring his connection to the underworld and asking its king directly, though he admits it would not be easy. Minerva gently tells him not to overthink it and to continue walking his own path, adding that one thing is certain: he is fundamentally different from the abyss. Suddenly a portal tears open. The butler rushes out, urgently warning the goddess that an enemy has appeared. Chang Xion quickly realizes the owl's nest is Minerva's domain, a sanctuary protected under Olympus's highest divine authority. He cannot believe anyone would dare invade such a forbidden divine place, where even a small mistake could trigger catastrophe. In the sky outside, the constellation Gemini begins descending toward the sanctuary. All of Minerva's household members step outside together. They look up at the sky as the invasion begins to unfold. Minerva grows furious and demands to know how Gemini dares to do this. She accuses him of acting out of rage and asks if he is so afraid of Mephistopheles that he would invade her sanctuary just to seize her guest. Polius' shield expands, covering the sanctuary as Minerva shouts that he has no right to look down on her, a great goddess of Olympus. A territorial conflict erupts as the defensive system activates, fully shielding the sanctuary. Butler orders the heroes to prepare, warning that once the barrier falls, Castor's forces will rush in. Minerva tells Serena they must send Chang Xion back to the lower realm and asks about teleportation options. Serena replies that the outside is sealed by starlight, and new coordinates must be set, which will take time. Minerva coldly says these intruders would not dare act if the master deity were present, accusing them of planning everything in advance. She contacts Castor through telepathy, calling him a dog who once followed Pallid Star's trail, and now dares to bare his fangs at her. Castor scoffs and calls her a disgrace to the title of goddess of war. He adds that once he is finished with her, he will move on to Pallid Star as well. Smirking, he declares that only they will shine beneath the great night sky. He then strikes the shield protecting the sanctuary. After several unsuccessful attempts, he forces his way forward. Finally breaking through, he orders his army to advance. Devo Nefara is ordered to launch an attack. Minerva commands her True-Tone army to engage the enemy head-on. The two household forces then crash into each other in full battle. A single massive eye looks down on Chang Xion from the sky above. Chang Xion immediately senses that something feels wrong. He activates his beast sense to scan the surrounding area. He concludes that Gemini would never start a war this recklessly, since they only act when victory is certain. The idea of Gemini igniting a conflict that could drag Olympus and the horoscope into all-out war suggests extreme confidence rather than impulse. This is clearly not driven by anger or revenge, but by absolute certainty of winning. On top of that, Pollux is missing, even though the twins usually operate together in major moves. Minerva calls out to her divine artifact. She prepares for battle as Chang Xion hears the guiding sword calling out again. Turning around, he sees Batsu holding the sword. In an instant, Batsu launches a sudden attack. A dark orb speeds straight toward Minerva. Using quick judgment, Chang Xion realizes the attack targets her directly and decides he must intervene using external power since blocking alone is too risky. Without hesitation, he steps in front of Minerva and prepares to act. He activates the stigma left by Mephistopheles and Gemini, drawing power simultaneously from both divine forces. He manages to intercept the incoming attack and holds it in place, and he uses a slash to redirect it. He turns the attack back and deflects it toward its original cast master. He succeeds, but the strain leaves him exhausted and his hand injured, and he swears he will never attempt something like that again. Minerva angrily demands to know what Batsu is doing. She immediately responds by unleashing divine punishment. The disguise shatters, revealing that it was actually Pollux all along. Pollux smirks and remarks that a mortal using 2 divine powers so precisely must truly be a genius, referring to Chang Xion. Alec admits he once thought his brother was foolish for taking interest in Chang Xion, but now realizes trying to eliminate him with a puppet was never going to work. He extends his fist forward and calls for Chang Xion to approach him. Suddenly, a giant appears behind Pollux and grabs Chang Xion in its massive hand. Minerva immediately rises without hesitation. She slashes the giant's arm and frees Chang Xion. She demands to know how long Pollux has been deceiving her, and how long he has been hiding among her household members. Pollux shrugs, clicks his tongue, and says he has no reason to explain himself. Minerva warns him that if he refuses to speak, she will force the answer out of him. He dares her to try, and the two immediately clash. Their battle erupts with such intensity that even standing still becomes difficult for Chang Xion amid the overwhelming force. A glowing magic circle suddenly appears beneath his feet, and he is enveloped by its power. He receives the blessing of a goddess. Serena rushes over to check on him and asks if he is alright. He says he is, but blames himself for escalating the situation. She dismisses his guilt, saying it is not his fault, and curses the ones responsible for the chaos. She says it was nice meeting him and prepares to send him back to the lower realm. Because the coordinates are distant, teleportation will take about 5 seconds, and the countdown begins. One of Jiminy's faces reaches down from the sky, attempting to seize him. Chang Xion curses under his breath, thinking they have gone insane to go this far just to capture him. He briefly considers retaliating before leaving, even thinking of using pitch-black darkness. Despite earlier exhaustion, he still has that final option left, one that Jiminy deeply fears. He activates Kalokagathia and steadies his focus. He recalls Minerva mentioning he resembles someone Mephistopheles is obsessed with, and suspects pitch-black darkness is part of that connection. Chang Xion unlocks the power of the tiger forged through hardship, evolving his beast sense into a demonic beast path. Along with pitch-black darkness, he also awakens a new stigma. Activating Inferno Sight, he lifts his gaze toward the sky. Even Jiminy is shocked that a mere mortal can wield pitch-black darkness. Pollux scoffs confidently, believing Pallid Gaze will not have time to intervene now. Minerva cuts him off and scolds Pollux for being distracted in the middle of battle. She slices off the arm holding the guiding sword. Chang Xion calls out to Elfin Root. Elfin Root catches the sword in midair. Smirking, Chang Xion mocks Jiminy for coming not only to see him off, but also for delivering such a valuable gift. He assures them he will properly use the guiding sword, then disappears, teleporting back to the ghoul den. Jean stares at him and remarks that he has truly done something outrageous. Chang Xion feels satisfied, pleased that he has completely disgraced Jiminy. One face of Jiminy roars in rage while the other goes on a destructive rampage, unable to accept being humiliated by a mortal. Jean warns that he has effectively declared war against the 12 zodiacs and asks if he still feels no fear. Meanwhile, a warning spreads through the Society of Gods. The horoscope and Olympus closely observe the aftermath, as tensions between them surge and Minerva declares punishment for those who defiled her sanctuary. War erupts between her and Gemini, but Chang Xion dismisses it, saying they are not his enemies, only gods who are now even more interested in him. And indeed, 241 constellations send him patronage offers. 19 of them request to make him their apostle. He tells Elfin Root to bring the sword and praises the work he has done. Elfin Root, now filled with renewed faith, believes that following Chang Xion might truly allow him to resurrect the goddess. He vows absolute and unwavering loyalty to his master. He always knew Chang Xion had courage, but not to this level. Chang Xion grips the sword and comments that it feels good in his hand, though he still cannot fully wield it. Pollux's hands it was wild, but now it is calm, as if cautiously testing its new owner. With this, he now possesses 2 renowned swords. He partially unlocks the hidden abilities of the fish intestine sword and gains limited access to the guiding sword. A new skill, Bloody Storm, is added to the fish intestine sword. Looking at his hand, tattoos begin to appear, and he wonders if the ability enhances flames using blood. Simply holding the guiding sword already increases his progress, and he begins imagining what it will be like once it fully recognizes him. He grows excited at the thought of dual sword resonance between the 2 divine blades and decides he must display his power to earn the sword's approval. Jean tells him that while he was at the Owl's Nest, he and Elfin Root took control of the 4th floor, but warns that the 5th floor will be far more dangerous, as it belongs to the ghoul leader. Chang Xion recalls that while the Crimson Murderer excelled in physical combat, the ghoul leader possesses innate blood-based abilities. The enemies on the 3rd and 4th floors were already stronger than the Crimson Murderer and Reapers, clearly adapted to this environment, which explains their large numbers. He understands why Jean said things would become harder, and Jean adds that this area is filled with blood clans that specialize in blood magic. These clans are organized under the ghoul leader, each with unique abilities, meaning they must be dealt with individually. individually. Chang Xian remarks that Jean must have once tried to become the ghoul leader himself, judging by how much he knows. Jean replies that those enemies were always ones he expected to face eventually, and he never built his army without purpose. Chang Xian asks whether Jean knows the layout or forces on the 5th floor, but Jean shakes his head, saying even his past intelligence is useless there due to constant warfare. Chang Xian notes that Jean seems unusually eager despite the chaos ahead. He also realizes that while Jean's army may not be as large as before, its strength has increased significantly, giving him confidence unlike when facing the Crimson Murderers. Chang Xian says he will need to capture someone for interrogation. He looks at approaching targets while Jean identifies them as members of the Shameblood clan, known for their exceptional mobility. Without hesitation, Chang Xian leaps off the cliff. He charges toward the ghouls, telling Jean that if he knows them, then there are no weak opponents on the 5th floor, and plenty of information can be extracted from them. Chang Xian thinks that from now on he will evaluate Jean and Elfin Root's abilities, as well as the performance of the guiding sword. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, a nurse informs Blue Wolf that Chang Xian is ready to meet him. Blue Wolf smiles, saying he has been waiting for 4 days and wondering how much longer it would take to see him. Walking with his assistant, he says he hopes the man was worth the wait, while she asks if he did not already confirm it in the dungeon, though he says he only saw him briefly and could not judge him properly. He adds that they have only seen one side of him so far, but it would be ideal if he meets the expectations set then. The assistant insists he was impressive, even from a distance. She recalls how he tore through the parasite tree and the Gemini priest, looking like something out of ancient divine legend. They arrive at the room, where Blue Wolf introduces himself as Joachim Wolf of the Illuminati, and Chang Xian introduces himself, noting he heard they have been waiting. Joachim smiles and says it is fine, even expressing regret for forcing the meeting. He thinks to himself that Chang Xian is exactly as expected, with a presence that carries real weight. His eyes reflect power, a true tyrant-like figure, embodying Kolokagathia, the pursuit of truth, beauty, and goodness that the Illuminati seeks. He then asks if Chang Xian is preparing for discharge. Chang Xian replies that he plans to travel abroad. Joachim nods, saying he is doing well as expected of the White Tiger's rising star. He gets straight to the point, stating that there was an oracle from the goddess, and asks Chang Xian to become the leader of the Illuminati clan. 4 days later, Jia Wul and Chang Xian are riding a cab toward the airport. Jia Wul nervously asks if flying is really safe, while Chang Xian reassures him and checks the guiding sword. His affinity with the sword has increased, allowing him to sense fragments of its thoughts. He feels it performed well in Golden, as expected from a legendary blade, but its traits like creating dignity and reinforcing authority are impressive. Even with added mana, it can pressure enemies effectively. However, that seems to be its limit, as it keeps urging him to increase affinity. He tries again to pour mana into it, hoping higher affinity will unlock more, but it proves useless. The guiding sword still refuses to recognize him as its master. The guiding sword continues to reject him as its rightful owner. Feeling irritated, he briefly considers snapping it apart before holding himself back. He steadies his mind, reminding himself he is no longer the twilight of the gods and only needs patience until it responds. Still, he mutters that if it keeps misbehaving, he might throw it into lava and reforge it. With a faint smirk, he thinks Minerva is surprisingly generous, letting him keep the sword and even granting an oracle alongside it. He recalls his previous conversation with Joachim Wolf. Joachim told Chang Xian that divine messages had always been wrapped in metaphors and hard to decipher language, but this time it was different and clearly meant for him. Joachim relayed Minerva's message, saying he should take what belongs to him, as it is her only gift as a friend, and she will remain with him in the future, implying she wants to be his closest ally, someone who stands beside her, understands her will best, and spreads her teachings on earth. In other words, she seeks an apostle to lead her followers and guide the lost. Chang Xian wonders whether Minerva truly considers him a friend, especially after what he did to Jiminy and the defilement of the sanctuary. He knows most gods would never casually call a mortal a friend, yet he begins to understand why she is so revered. It feels strange to him, yet refreshing at the same time, though Joachim clearly interpreted her words differently. Joachim looks at him with a determined spark in his eyes, and Chang Xian realizes he has no intention of backing down. No matter what is said, he will likely cling on stubbornly. Cheong-san questions whether it is appropriate to make such a decision alone, especially since he has not yet officially joined the clan, warning that appointing him as leader could cause resistance from senior members. Chang Xian understands that veteran members would never easily accept a newcomer. Illuminati has no single leader, only a council of elders, and internal politics are deeply entangled. He remarks that even if it is a divine will, the clan must still follow its own rules and structure. Joachim replies that he was not the one who directly received the oracle. It came from Parthenon itself. Regardless of what the elders think, they would not dare oppose a divine decree, and once the goddess has spoken, nothing can change it. Chang Xian reflects that Joachim holds significant influence even within a top-tier Duke-class organization. While he has no intention of taking over the Illuminati, aligning with such a powerful group could be useful, though he ultimately declines for now. Joachim tells him there is no need to give a final answer immediately, and that he can take his time. Chang Xian admits he is interested but does not want to cross boundaries or become too greedy. He says that the goddess' guidance is also valuable to him, and wonders whether they can turn it into something meaningful together. Joachim smiles and asks what exactly he means. Chang Xian explains that if the goddess sees him as a friend, then the Illuminati is also his friend, making Joachim his friend as well in that sense. He proposes forming an alliance between their groups, a partnership between his L team and the Illuminati, rather than a direct White Tiger Illuminati connection. Turning to the present, Baek Yawol and Chang Xian finally arrive at the airport. Chang Xian thinks that no matter how strong White Tiger is, it cannot ignore the influence of the Illuminati, and he expects solid backing for future plans within White Tiger. He jokingly tells Gyawol to remove his shoes before boarding the plane. Meanwhile, Gumju and Yunseo wait in the lounge. They end up in a slightly childish argument. Eventually, they regroup with Baek Yawol and Chang Xian, and Haben joins them as well. The entire L team heads toward the aircraft together. On the way, they run into Curly and the president. Joachim also appears and casually mentions he booked a seat on the same flight, just to accompany Chang Xian. A short while later, Executive O arrives with the Skull Demon, Tai Hongak, and Ryung. Everyone bows respectfully. Chang Xian thinks that if White Tiger's future strategy division is its brain and spine, then the Elder Council is its hidden claws and fangs. Ryung approaches and introduces himself, asking if Chang Xian is the person director O mentioned and whether he knows who he is. Chang Xian shakes his hand and replies politely that it is a pleasure to meet him, having only heard rumors before. Ryung chuckles, saying those rumors must be mostly infamous. Chang Xian replies calmly that if anything, it simply means he has lived a committed and eventful life. Ryung smiles with a faintly sinister edge, suggesting Chang Xian must have walked a similar path, and that this could serve as useful experience. As he speaks, a heavy oppressive aura begins to spread from him. However, Chang Xian remains composed and activates Kalokagathia, forming a mental barrier that neutralizes the pressure. During their handshake, Chang Xian immediately senses traces of Royal Tiger's calamity embedded within Ryung's mana. He quickly assesses Ryung's strength as roughly comparable to Joachim's Duke-level rank, likely in the high 80s or above, making him one of the strongest he has encountered so far. Ryung's expression turns almost demonic as he grins at Chang Xian. Chang Xian meets his gaze calmly, silently wondering how many lives were sacrificed to create someone like this, and concluding that people like him should not be spared. Executive O interrupts, stating that introductions are complete and he will give a brief briefing. He explains that the trip is meant to strengthen ties with Europe before White Tiger moves toward America, adding that the 3 individuals present will assist them, and warns them not to cause trouble. With a laugh, he adds that he wants to see their names trending in American headlines once they arrive. Nearby, the general observes and realizes even Executive O is now ignoring him, thinking how far Chang Xian has risen in just a few months. Frustrated, he mutters that he can no longer delay the plan and pulls out 2 letters. Curly stands behind him as he asks if he remembers their earlier discussion. The general nods, explaining that one letter is for the Illuminati, hoping to stir conflict there, and the other is for the Dark Method, addressed to the Murder King of Sarnaruka. He warns Curly not to make mistakes and instructs him to burn any reply from the Murder King after delivery. The general thinks back to how Chang Xian eliminated the Murder King's disciple, Hongjin Dawan Nam, along with the Black Ghost Army, and concludes that even Chang Xian will not escape the world's greatest assassin. He believes that to fight fire, one sometimes needs a stronger fire, and even if Chang Xian survives the Murder King's pursuit, he will not come out unharmed. Executive O glances at the general with a sharp, suspicious look. He is already wary of the general's behavior. After a while, they board the plane. The flight attendant gently tells Baek Yawol that he can put his shoes back on, and does not need to walk around in socks. Chang Xian finds the situation amusing and lets out a quiet laugh. Ryung sits down beside him, saying it seems they are seat neighbors and that the flight will not be boring. Chang Xian glances at Baek Yawol and wonders if he changed seats just to avoid a threat that may not even exist. He figures they will eventually clash in France anyway, so this is a good opportunity to observe them and analyze their strengths and weaknesses while also tracking down the 5th scripture. He glances at Ryung and thinks that easily countering his tiger's calamity must have already drawn Ryung's interest. The plane finally takes off. Chang Xian realizes he needs to move forward with his hidden trump card, and fortunately the process to complete it can now be accelerated. First, he must advance like Artruaton from the Owl's Nest, who seemed free but showed absolute unity and loyalty when battle began. Their devotion to Minerva is something he never could have imagined back when he was a lone war god or even a fallen deity. The only fast way to gather his household members now is through the Gold Den. If he can uncover the secrets of the fourth scripture, he will gain a real chance. At the same time, he must increase his martial power before awakening Blood Lightning, which requires mastering Inferno Sight. The moment he first used that pitch black force, he felt it deeply in his bones. It is the second essential power he must acquire alongside Blood Lightning. Even Gemini fears it. It is a trump card capable of multiplying his strength up to 4 times, and he knows he must first connect with Mephistopheles. Suddenly, the Gul'dan Curse quest activates and he is pulled into it. He is teleported to the first area of the 5th floor. As he drops into a swarm of monsters, he thinks he may not uncover the full truth of the pallid star Mephistopheles seeks, but he will at least find something useful to meet him. If he plays this correctly, he should be able to learn how to control pitch black darkness. This time he has 3 days in the Gul'dan, just as expected, and the duration keeps increasing. Upon landing, he meets Jean. Jean tells him he will show him something impressive once they return. Jean reminds him of the ghost horse taken from the Hussar and says he has found a way to control it, adding that combining it with horsemanship opens many tactical possibilities. Chang Xian agrees, thinking an army of ghost-mounted riders would be a powerful strategy. He closes his eyes and senses messages from constellations trying to interfere. He realizes they have noticed his attempt to meet Mephistopheles and are actively opposing him. He focuses, feeling there exists a power even gods and stars fear. If beings like Tiamat and Belmardruk react so strongly, then it is worth pursuing. He activates his stigma. He successfully manifests Inferno Sight through pitch black darkness. Entering meditation, he fully comprehends the eightfold path and sinks deeper into his subconscious. He reaches a state of serene mind and gains 5,000 karma points as a reward. He thinks that since Mephistopheles personally granted him the pitch black darkness, if he activates Inferno Sight through his stigma and peers within, he should be able to reach him. When he opens his eyes, he sees the pallid gaze staring directly at him. Without hesitation, he asks to become his disciple. The pallid gaze asks why he should accept him as a disciple. Chang Xian considers it a good sign that he was not rejected outright, meaning there is a chance, and now he must persuade him. Chang Xian argues that he has already proven his value by mastering Inferno Sight as a mortal and escaping Gemini. He adds that he heard from the owl that pierces through twilight that pallid gaze is searching for someone and offers himself in exchange for discipleship. He knows he does not receive system messages about it, but Mephistopheles is likely observing him. Perhaps he is searching for the abyss within him, or perhaps Minerva is right and he resembles the one Mephistopheles seeks. Either way, someone capable of peering into a great Olympian sanctuary is too valuable to ignore, so Chang Xian tells Pallid Gaze that mere observation is not enough. He says he will continue growing stronger and expanding his reach, offering to lend his sight to Pallid Gaze whenever needed. In response, Pallid Gaze offers to make him his apostle instead. Chang Xian refuses, saying he has no intention of becoming anyone's subordinate. Pallid Gaze calls him difficult and says he is behaving the same way he did with the Void Monarch. Chang Xian admits he dislikes treating Pallid Gaze the same way, but it is not harmful. Even if Pallid Gaze teaches him pitch black darkness, mastery depends on his own talent. Pallid Gaze says there is no need to rush, and that he will first test Chang Xian's potential. Suddenly, a system window appears announcing a scenario quest to qualify for pitch black darkness. Chang Xian realizes this confirms Pallid Gaze wants a different kind of relationship, possibly the same kind shared by the person he is searching for, and feels he has finally gained the opportunity he wanted. Becomes clear that Mephistopheles desires a closer, more emotional connection rather than a simple exchange. Pallid Gaze tells Chang Xian to return once he passes the test. With that, Chang Xian wakes up back in reality. Rang Hyun looks at him and asks if he is okay, and Chang Xian replies that he is fine. He cannot help wondering whether this is truly the real world, since he was just in the Gold Den moments ago. Status window appears, confirming his task was successfully completed and that he will receive rewards, also confirming he has truly returned. Chang Xian is shocked that 3 days have already passed, and wonders if time flows differently inside the sanctuary compared to reality. This shows just how high Mephistopheles' level truly is, but it also means he is still far from the power he needs, making him question whether he can even complete the test. At that moment, he begins receiving messages from various constellations and members of the evil society. All of them show interest in him. One thing becomes clear. Since starting the pitch black darkness test, Pallid Gaze has been silently watching him. Mephistopheles' stigma has drawn closer than ever. What once once required intense focus to activate now feels almost natural, and the pitch-black darkness has grown significantly stronger, enough to enhance and merge with his abilities, more than compensating for the 72 hours lost. Suddenly, Chang Xian notices a blue orb forming in front of him. The Jigwee's egg appears in his hands as the system initiates the hatching process. The egg cracks open and a dark tail slips out. Chang Xian is confused because the Jigwee is supposed to be a divine supreme bird that grants blessings and courage to its master and allies. Instead, a small black flame emerges from the pitch-black darkness inside the egg. A tiny dragon looks up at him with joyful eyes. Constellations begin commenting as the dragon happily hops around. Other passengers on the plane start gathering to see what is happening. Wu Haibin asks what that cute creature in his hands is and looks at him. He tells her it is an egg from a divine beast that has just hatched. The flight attendant approaches, ready to scold him for disturbing the passengers. At the moment she sees the dragon, she freezes in shock. She softens immediately at the sight and says she will speak to the other passengers so they can let it pass. A system message appears instructing Chang Xian to hunt prey for the dragon in order to increase its trust level. Since they are on a plane, there is no prey available to offer. Wu Haibin tries offering a cookie instead, but the dragon refuses to eat it. The dragon's hunger grows by the moment, and it begins to throw a small tantrum. It then turns its gaze toward Chang Xian with a pitiful expression. Dramatically, it even pretends to be on the verge of starving. Chang Xian reflects that dragons are known to be highly intelligent from birth, and that the ancient dragon of the 1,000-year sleep is regarded as the progenitor of all dragonkind. Small black dragon in his arms resembles that legendary being, yet its aura feels completely different, staring at him desperately as if it might collapse any moment. Chang Xian tries to think of a solution, suspecting that if Mephistopheles entrusted him with this dragon, it must have a special nature, perhaps even the rare ability of divine therianthropy. He approaches Blue Wolf for advice, but Blue Wolf admits he knows little about dragons and promises to investigate once they land. Looking back at the dragon, Chang Xian realizes they still have 8 hours before landing, and another message warns that the creature is extremely hungry. Its bond level with him begins to drop quickly. Another alert appears, warning that he is close to failing the test. Chang Xian panics slightly, realizing this must be a trial from Mephistopheles testing his pitch-black darkness, and that the answer lies within that power. At that moment, Ryang appears behind him, remarking that it looks like a young demonic dragon. Chang Xian asks whether he knows anything about dragons, turning to him for insight. Ryang replies that he knows a little, having raised one in the past. He explains that demonic dragons are high-ranking dragons that either form contracts with devils or become corrupted, making them behave very differently from normal dragons and often hostile to their own kind. Chang Xian considers this and wonders if demonic energy is less about physical form and more about ideology, or what the being represents, focusing on value and deeds rather than appearance. Fortunately, he has something suitable. He pulls out a dagger, and the little dark flame dragon stares at it with curiosity. At that moment, the guiding sword begins to emit a dark aura. The dragon immediately starts chewing on it. Ryang watches and remarks that it must have been expensive. Chang Xian smirks, thinking he had been worried about how to use the sword properly, but this might actually be its best use. Feeding the sword to the dragon satisfies its hunger and also advances Chang Xian's quest progress. A message appears, stating that his relationship with the little dragon has slightly improved. Another prompt asks if he would like to name the dragon. Ryang turns to him and asks what name he intends to choose. Chang Xian casually says he will name it Dragon Dragony, causing Ryang, the nearby group, and even the constellations to cringe in embarrassment. Noticing their reactions, Chang Xian smirks and jokingly suggests Rarari instead. Shin Yunxiu asks if he is seriously considering such names. Constellations begin mocking his choices, tossing out even more childish alternatives. Yunxiu diplomatically suggests that names like Rory or Dragon Dragony might be acceptable for now since it is still a baby. She adds that the dragon will eventually grow into a noble and powerful being, so silly names would feel inappropriate later. She then asks what his family dog was named. Chang Xian replies Barky. She laughs, calling it cute and assuming someone else named it. Chang Xian defends himself, asking how Barky, Dragon Dragony, and Rari are really any different. The little black flame dragon puffs its cheeks in annoyance, clearly unhappy with the name it is about to receive. A message appears indicating that his relationship has decreased by 15 points. Everyone insists that even the dragon dislikes the names and urges him to change it immediately. Taking their advice seriously, Chang Xian begins thinking carefully about a better name for his companion. In the end, he settles on a more fitting name, Cadmos. Immediately, the dragon's eyes brighten with joy, and everyone agrees it is a strong, suitable name. A notification confirms that Cadmos has officially become part of Chang Xian's household. A spiritual connection is then formed between them. As he reviews the details of the bond, a memory from his past suddenly resurfaces. He recalls an old man named Cadmos and a conversation they once had. Chang Xian once teased him about his overly serious tone, and Cadmos had replied that he was simply trying to add weight to his words, though Chang Xian never let him off easily. Cadmos had asked why Chang Xian always acted so solemn when alone. Cadmos once said being with him felt suffocating and wondered if he would ever be free, while Chang Xian calmly replied that he was not going anywhere and Cadmos should stay by his side. Chang Xian says he has no family, and neither does Cadmos, so they should face loneliness and fight through it together. Cadmos pokes his face and mutters that he is still an arrogant brat no matter what he says. He tells Chang Xian not to live like him, admitting he failed to live up to his own name, but hoping Chang Xian will succeed where he could not. Chang Xian scoffs and dismisses it, wondering what the value of a name even is. Later, he learns that Cadmos was the name of a hero from Arcadia's Silver Age, a figure tied to dragons and beloved by gods and stars, who became a king and slew an evil dragon, planting its teeth to create the Spartoi. At present, Chang Xian feels that such a name does not suit someone like him who is merely struggling through life, but it fits the little black fire dragon that now bears it. The plane finally touches down at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Xin Yunxiu puts on her sunglasses and Wu Haiyabin asks why she is doing so. She replies it is to survive the arrival and tells him to wear some as well if he wants decent photos. She advises him to put them on if he wants his pictures to turn out properly. As the aircraft door opens, a flood of camera flashes hits them almost instantly, blinding everyone. It suddenly becomes clear why Yunxiu insisted on wearing sunglasses. As they enter the crowd, a reporter named Adrian Nadal steps forward and asks Chang Xian about his arrival in France. He casually replies that he just woke up from a nap and is not thinking much, then turns the attention to the red-haired girl beside her, Anne, who asks if he sees any French rookies as rivals. Chang Xian answers without hesitation that everyone here is beneath him, so there is no need to even consider them. Another reporter mentions Henry Blanc's public challenge and asks for his response, but Chang Xian says he has never heard of him, shocking everyone present. A nearby reporter quickly explains that Henry Blanc is France's top rookie, personally chosen by the future king. He is also the one who cleared the once untouched skeleton dragon dungeon and obtained a bone wyvern. Chang Xian cuts them off, saying he has no time for this and asks them to get to the point. The reporter insists and asks about his thoughts on the duel proposal. Chang Xian replies that since he does not even know who Henry Blanc is, the man can come challenge him directly, but warns that it would likely destroy his career. The reporter silently thinks he is openly provoking all of France. Another reporter, Camille Blanche, then asks about his plans for the infamous Stone Desert Dungeon, a long-standing problem in France. Chang Xian shrugs and says he will simply raid it, urging them not to waste his time. Internally, he understands their curiosity since top French rankers have repeatedly failed there, so they are skeptical of an outsider's confidence. A brief exchange spreads rapidly across the internet, triggering heated debates everywhere. Henry Blanc responds, saying the tyrant has been his idol since childhood, and he genuinely wants to challenge him. Jacques Valentin, the immortal king, comments that he will train even harder just to earn Junior's attention. Elsewhere, Blue Wolf addresses a worried group, saying he understands concerns over Korea-France relations, but insists Chang Xian's words are a cultural misunderstanding. He praises him as a hero of the era, calling him just and kind, not a tyrant but a wise king. Meanwhile, in a dim room, Duke Red Eagle Constantine Burning slams a newspaper onto the table. He growls that everything was planned from the beginning, refusing to believe the Stone Desert raid is the real goal. He claims it is a cover for seizing control of the Illuminati after Joachim brought him in. Constantine insists it is a direct warning to him and his allies, claiming he understands the goddesses will better than anyone and that they do not need Chang Xian or Joachim. He calls for Louis, demanding he come at once so they can begin preparing the scripture. Meanwhile, Curly walks down the street holding 2 letters given by the general. He smirks, saying the board has already been set, and now only the crossing of the Rubicon remains. Later, Chang Xian stands in his treasure room, unsure whether to laugh or sigh as he watches Cadmos devouring legendary armor, growing stronger as his flame heart intensifies. Cadmos breathes fire onto the Yeti King's treasured items, melting them down and consuming them like soup. Chang Xian wonders how Cadmos can use breath, a skill normally exclusive to high-ranking dragon species that have mastered their element. Cadmos's breath is weaker than true dragons, but when combined with pitch-black darkness, it becomes far from insignificant. He realizes Cadmos can melt, burn, and erase race matter regardless of its properties. This young dragon already wields that kind of power. Its rapid growth in size within less than a day is also unbelievable. Cadmos playfully hops toward Chang Xian, who thinks the dragon is eating too much, but decides it is still a worthwhile investment. He believes that creating pitch-black darkness is essentially creating divinity itself. Continuously generating it enables multiple techniques, just like Mephistopheles, and that is the key requirement to becoming his disciple. Jean appears behind him eyes wide, saying it is his first time seeing a real dragon. He reminds Chang Xian of his promise to show him something, and Chang Xian asks if he means the ghost horses. Jean nods and summons the level 6 chili horse of death, but the summoning is unstable, and the horse immediately goes berserk. Jean panics, unsure what went wrong as he tries to cancel the summoning. Suddenly, Cadmos darts past Chang Xian, lets out a sharp roar at the horse. The beast instantly freezes, then lowers its head like a disciplined pup. Jean is stunned that even as a newborn, Cadmos can exert draconic pressure and instinctive fear. He cannot believe that a once proud spear spirit king would collapse in seconds before Cadmos. He says it took him 2 nights to tame it, yet Cadmos subdued it instantly. Chang Xian casually says it is no ordinary dragon but a demonic dragon. Jean, still shocked, admits that even so, he still has a long way to go to match Chang Xian. Chang Xian asks if there is anyone in their group skilled in stealth. He shows Jean a picture of Muriel Aliano and instructs him to tail her after she leaves the ballroom without being detected, even in a crowd. He explains that she possesses the 5th cryptic scripture. As night falls, a grand ballroom event begins. 2 people discuss whether the tyrant will appear, and one guesses he stayed away after hearing Henry Blanc would attend. The other turns toward Henry Blanc, who looks visibly irritated. Suddenly, the sharp sound of hoofbeats echoes across the marble floor. All heads turn as Chang Xian arrives riding the chili horse of death. He walks through the grand entrance like a king, making a striking appearance. Some guests roll their eyes, calling him an attention seeker trying too hard to stand out. Muriel Aliano, however, is intrigued and asks about the creature's species, saying she has never seen anything like it before. This shocks everyone, as the most talented rookie mage fails to recognize it. Whispered discussions spread, noting that no one knew the tyrant was a summoner or tamer, and the horse radiates power stronger than most dungeon bosses. And Cadmos makes his dramatic entrance, drawing even more attention. Everyone is stunned to realize that the dragon also belongs to Chang Xian. It makes them question how someone renowned for close combat and weapon mastery can also summon such powerful magical beasts and even command a dragon. It goes against common sense, as excelling in 2 completely different classes at that level is almost unheard of. Fang arrives and greets Cadmos warmly. She calls him Cadmos, saying she was the one who gave him that nickname. She then asks about the horse, and Chang Xian casually replies that it's nothing special. He reverses the summon, causing it to dissolve into smoke. That action creates the perfect distraction, allowing him to conceal his household members within Muriel's shadow. Chang Xian remembers Song Yujin telling him at Golden that Muriel Aliano holds the 5th scripture, though details were scarce, so he realizes he must uncover the rest himself while using this as a first step to draw her in. He is aware that Muriel is engaged to Henry Blanc, who is often compared to him in France, and is known for his intense competitiveness. His strategy is to stir Henry Blanc through the media, allowing Muriel to react and step into the situation naturally. Fang asks if he has truly learned summoning arts, and Chang Xian jokes that Cadmos might feel lonely otherwise. She gives him a blank stare, clearly unconvinced, and says he is not the type to act out of sentiment. He reminds her that he was not originally a warrior class, revealing instead that he is a mage, more specifically a rune sorcerer. Everyone is stunned, and Fang asks how a mage could possibly outperform most warriors in combat. Jaegel Hunryung appears and casually notes that baby dragons like Cadmos are always hungry no matter how much they eat, asking if Chang Xian is having trouble feeding him. He then offers to introduce him to some people at the gathering and leads the way, while Chang Xian follows, still wondering about Ryung's true identity, especially since he immediately recognized Cadmos as a demonic dragon. They meet 3 men who introduce themselves as Nicolas Fouquet from Revenant, Griezmann Adley from Youth Fountain, and Ludovico from Orlando, all prominent French clans. Ryung suggests that since the newcomers are present, Chang Xian should take the opportunity to greet them. Chang Xian senses Ryung's overly friendly attitude and suspects hidden intentions, so he decides to observe quietly instead of reacting. Henry Blanc approaches and shakes his hand, saying it is an honor to meet someone he once admired. Then, attempting to provoke him, Henry Blanc releases the rotten aura of the dead dragon across the area. Chang Xian remains standing calmly, completely unaffected and smiling. He responds by calmly releasing his own aura in return. Instantly, Henry Blanc's spirit pressure is completely neutralized. Shocked, Henry Blanc cannot believe he is being overpowered despite holding the title of King of France. Chang Sion's eyes glow faintly as his presence shifts. He tells Henry Blanc that his sensitive hearing picked up the insults directed at him and his companions, demanding an explanation. The entire room falls into a tense, silent stillness. Cadmo supports him with Flameheart, and as a dragon, he instinctively understands and communicates across all forms, even through objects. Nicolas Fouquet attempts to intervene. Chang Sion stops him cold, stating that he addressed Henry Blanc, not him. Henry Blanc is caught off guard. He stammers, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Chang Sion returns to a calm state. With a faint, cold smile and glowing eyes, he says it was a pleasure meeting him and suggests they nearly had a misunderstanding. After the encounter, Furious, Henry Blanc storms inside, unable to accept being humiliated as the so-called future king, and swears to kill Chang Sion. Two of his subordinates try to calm him with flattery, but he sees through their empty praise. Henry Blanc thinks that once he defeats Chang Sion, those same men will be next. He knows the dungeon opens in 2 days and believes whatever trick Chang Sion used will be useless inside. Meanwhile, Morel quietly reflects on everything that happened. Her divine contractor, Patron, urgently warns her to run and hide. Ray asks who could possibly make a divine being react like that. Patron replies that Chang Sion is someone both similar to and different from her, capable of burning everything away, even threatening both their lives. A cold shiver runs through Muriel, though she realizes it isn't her own fear but the patron's terror bleeding through their contract. She is stunned that a mortal could instill fear in a divine being. Nicolas Fouquet steps up to Henry Blanc and remarks that his recent conduct feels completely unlike him. Henry Blanc insists he was simply not performing at his usual best. Nicolas rests a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that as an orphan, everything he has today exists only because of Revenant's support. If he fails or causes trouble, everything he has built could be stripped away. Marie nods nervously and says she understands. 2 days later, they reach the dungeon's entrance. The system window informs them that escape requires boarding a train that stops at the dungeon's central area. Henri glances toward Xiangxiang, silently thinking it over. No matter how strong he is, he would not be able to cross this dungeon alone. Chang Xin mutters about the heat, noting it is the complete opposite of the abominable Snowman's Hill. The extreme heat by day and freezing cold at night make this dungeon merciless, where missing the train means death. He recalls a past conversation with the Emperor, who asked if he knew Surtur, and Chang Xin confirmed he was the ruler of Muspelheim. The Emperor confirms that Surtur died long ago, yet the apocalyptic realm he once ruled now exists on Earth. Surtur, the giant fire king, once erased countless universes with his power. When he was discovered, Muspelheim itself fell into ruin. No one knows how he died, though rumors say it was karma returning for the countless worlds he burned. This desert is a remnant of that world, its apocalyptic flames pushed to the extreme and demanding sacrifice. Chang Sion knows he must obtain Surtur's divine sword, Levitine, the only blade the fire giant king could wield. In the present, he realizes the path to Regaran, where the sword is sealed, lies within the train. He must gather scattered fragments across the dungeon and merge Jigwee's apocalyptic flame with Livtane to restore balance to the fire. Before anything else, he must locate the 5th cryptic scripture. While Muriel concentrates on the dungeon, she will eventually separate from the volunteers. He checks her status through his shadow operative. Nothing unusual is reported, though he orders continued surveillance. As the group advances deeper, Fang complains she would rather return to the abominable Snowman's Hill and asks if they can at least discard their armor. Suddenly, they are ambushed by members of the Tsurnaruka clan. 2 of their leaders, Kudagunda and Kancio, launch a sudden coordinated attack. Their objective is to abduct the Child of Prophecy. Chang Xian quickly reads the situation using Viper Eyes. He confirms that all party members remain safe. A shadow operative reports that Muriel is under attack and requests instructions. Without hesitation, Chang Xian activates Jigi's retainer and rockets through the air toward her. He shouts for Baikia Wool to follow him. He orders the shadow to continuously update Muriel's location. Suddenly, an ambush strikes him from nowhere. Assassin weapons fly directly toward him. The attacker is a woman from the Tsarnaruka clan. Shocked that he can track her weapons mid-air, she mutters that the rumors about him must be true. She admits she originally planned to kill him quickly, but now she is interested in adding him to her collection. She adds that their patron has taken an interest in him as well. Constellations begin reacting excitedly as the battle erupts. Chang Xian snaps his whip forward in a sharp strike. He pins her down and immediately leaps in, bringing Split Tiger down in a fierce slash. The attack only barely grazes her face. She smirks and says he is not bad for managing to scar her skin. Suddenly, a giant centipede rises behind her. It declares that he will no longer merely be part of her collection. Chang Xian studies the grotesque creature, feeling as if a ghost's voice is speaking through it. The Void Monarch is usually aggressive, but today feels different. His hostility is far greater than usual. His thoughts shift toward the centipede's master. Zhuoyang, a tranquil star and one of the 72 earthly fiends like the Void Monarch, has never gotten along with him. His sudden, overly hostile appearance feels too perfectly timed. It feels as if something is being hidden. Chang Xian suspects Xu Yang may also be after the cryptic scripture, and considers that the Void Monarch may have concealed information about the 7 scriptures while Xu Yang now moves independently. This may be his opportunity to drive a wedge between the Void Monarch and Zhuoyang, sowing chaos within the Zuedo show. If successful, he might even be able to seal one of the gods. He calls for Cadmos to provide cover and activates Bloody Haze. Skill exposes all hidden soldiers lurking nearby. The assassin is stunned that a baby dragon can cast such a high-tier spell normally reserved for A rankers and above, realizing the clan underestimated their target. As Bloody Haze forces the hidden soldiers into the open, Chang Xian leaps into the air with both weapons drawn. He summons his undead cavalry army. In a commanding voice, he orders them to eliminate every enemy in sight. Jean commands the rest of the family to kill all enemies immediately. Together, they quickly overwhelm and finish off the remaining soldiers. He asks Chang Xian for his opinion on the family's performance, wondering if they are useful. Chang Xian is surprised by how fast Jean has absorbed the ghoul leader's blood magic, now rivaling White Tiger's Gildal, and even slightly surpassing the Goblin Subjugator. Jin Dawan studies Chang Xian's expression and asks what that look means, as if he's reluctant to admit something. Keeping a calm face, Chang Xian replies that after seeing how he handled the Ghoul Den, higher expectations are only natural, so he should push himself harder. Jin Dawan then pouts, saying his feelings are hurt. Before he can finish speaking, Chang Xian casually cancels the summon, causing Jean and the horses to vanish. The injured assassin pleads with him to end her suffering and kill her. However, Chang Xian's focus shifts to a dispute breaking out between the giant insect and the tiger. He reflects that the members of Zaiyu Dashu have not changed at all. They still treat priests and clerics as expendable tools for wealth and status, and now they're interested in him only because they think he can grow their influence. He senses the Void Monarch has taken the bait, and frankly, he doesn't mind that the monarch is keeping the troubled tiger under control. Since the Void Monarch has stopped hiding his fixation on him, Chang Xian considers using him to destabilize Zhuedo Shu itself, even to the point of dragging down a constellation. While flying away, he recalls the assassin's words about their 2 targets. Kidnapping Muriel and assassinating him. It almost feels absurd that 2 separate clients commissioned such tasks. He suspects Kang Wu Qin, but even if involved, he is likely just a middleman. The true masterminds are probably Division Chief Steve Shim Chung Jae Ho or Director Kim Yon Sung. What surprises him is that the Illuminati also targeted him despite his rejection of Joachim's offer, suggesting it may have come from an opposing faction. Either way, as he flies onward, he is certain of one thing: this will become a major headache. Still, he has no intention of letting it slide if they keep targeting him like this. Chang Xian spots an oasis rest area in the distance. Looking down, he notices members of the Tsurnaruka clan carrying Muriel. Since his mission is to rescue her, he activates stealth and conceals his presence carefully. He moves swiftly through the crowd. He cuts down enemies one by one using searing, precise strikes. Just as he is about to attack the one holding Muriel, the target suddenly disappears right before his eyes. Out of nowhere, a massive beam slams down toward him. He manages to block it in time, remains unharmed. Looking upward, he sees a girl standing atop a palm tree. She remarks that he actually evaded the Scarlet technique. Chang Xian immediately breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how dangerous she is, as the pressure reminds him of his encounter with Gaeon Qianho Moon Song. Her aura is unmistakable, the peak of human power. She is a king. Meanwhile, Henry Blank rides his dragon across the battlefield. He eliminates clan members while searching for Muriel. Yunxiu holds her position, defending herself with a shield. Wu Hayab encounters incoming attacks with sharp, precise dagger strikes. Observing the chaos, Blue Wolf concludes that hiring Sir Naruka and wiping out France's volunteer medic unit points directly to Constantine's plan. In rage, he roars fiercely and transforms into the divine beast form of Blue Wolf. At that moment, the train finally arrives. A message appears instructing all participants who wish to clear the dungeon mission to board immediately. Back on the battlefield, the murderer Queen Chentako remarks that his expression suggests he already knows who she is. Chang Xian recognizes her as the murder queen Chen Stokhoa, the Black Holy Mother who guides the dying toward peaceful rest. He recalls the terrifying demon face skill that once gave him a severe headache during his Twilight of the Gods days, as she can freely manifest Zuyang's authority and demon face base traits. He quickly evaluates his chances, even if he fully channels the divinity of his stigma, even pushing the fish intestine sword and evil dragon Snaggletooth to their limits, since summoning all household members in a group assault, he still would not be able to defeat her. A Duke-ranked high ranker might stand a chance, but at the human king level, she is still overwhelmingly strong. The murder queen taunts him, saying he looks like he's already backing down, though she had hoped for a worthy fight after so long. Calmly, Chang Xian replies that he never intended to be the one to face her. She raises an eyebrow and asks if there is another opponent besides him. He closes his eyes and says it is time for that one to appear, adding that Mirel Aliano possesses a cryptic scripture. Suddenly, Ryung bursts in like a bolt of lightning. He appears instantly beside Chang Xian. He asks how Chang Xian knew he was there. Chang Xian answers that it's obvious, since Jaegal is always following him, meaning wherever he goes the cryptic scripture is never far away. Ryung laughs, praising his sharp observational skills. Then he asks what the next move is. Chang Xian tells him to buy time while he searches for Mirel. Ryung suspects he is once again being guided by Chang Xian's clever strategy, but he doesn't mind. He replies that he can't refuse such a request from Chang Xian. At the same time, he suspects Chang Xian may have already figured out who his patron truly is. A divine presence with piercing golden eyes, the Buddha opens his gaze and empowers Ryung as he transforms into the Monkey King. Chang Xian grins with excitement, not expecting such a powerful backing. Since divine power comes from mortal belief, the Monkey King stands among the most influential figures, making him question why Jaegal hides as the Void Monarch's subordinate. In any case, one thing is certain, his strength is nothing short of king rank. The queen forces a furious expression, scoffing at the idea that some nameless old man could ever pose a real threat. Ryung smirks and suggests she might have hearing issues, even joking whether she listens to music at full volume through her earphones. Chang Xian immediately spots the opening and acts. He orders his household member to eliminate the one carrying Muriel. The target is quickly brought down. The household member confirms the mission is complete. Wool suddenly appears and moves to shield Muriel. The queen erupts in rage, charging wildly and demanding Jaegal Ryung step aside. Ryung calmly replies that her hearing must truly be failing, reminding her that the young man clearly asked him to stop her. The two collide again, their clash shaking the surroundings, while Chang Xian grabs Murray and moves out. However, they are soon ambushed by additional assassins. Pia Wool swiftly eliminates them, clearing the route forward. Chang Xian considers that if the train departs, there may be no way to catch the next one. Leviton has said the train's first stop is boiling hell beneath the station, and while saving Muriel is urgent, he cannot miss the chance to obtain the sword. The fifth cryptic scripture is almost within reach, but he cannot afford to abandon Leviton. A system alert appears, warning that the train will leave in 5 minutes. Chang Xian is still being pursued by assassins, and although he wants to wipe them out, he forces himself to keep moving, knowing he must catch the train. The constellations chatter, suggesting he abandon Muriel and prioritize the train instead. He scoffs internally, thinking they never change, only caring about mortals when it entertains them. One constellation even urges him to embrace absolute evil instead of pretending to be righteous. Chang Xian admits there is some truth to it, since everything he does ends up turning into achievement anyway. Still, abandoning Muriel now could anger Minerva after the Gemini incident, and since he has not yet benefited from her support, he needs to maintain that connection for now. Muriel finally regains consciousness. Chang Xian tells her that under the circumstances he will be brief, asking why the Tsurnaruka clan is targeting her. She replies that she is not entirely certain. He insists there must be a reason they are pursuing her so relentlessly. She suddenly recalls a memory from 2 years ago. She remembers following her archaeologist father into an ancient ruin, discovering a ring, hearing a voice, and forming a contract with a patron that day. Since then, despite having no talent before, she developed a natural ability for summoning magic. The problem was her father began treating her like someone who stole something precious. He even tried to kill her, until Henry Blank saved her. Chang Xian realizes this is likely the key if her father turned on her. He was probably influenced by a calamity. He asks her to hand over the ring since it is what the clan is after, suggesting it might stop the pursuit. She refuses, saying it is sacred and connects her to her patron. He activates Inferno Sight and warns that if she refuses, he may have no choice but to abandon her. Frightened, Muriel meets his gaze as he calmly asks her to decide again. After hesitating, she slowly hands over the ring. At that moment, her patron cries out, begging her not to give it away. But before she can reconsider, Chang Xian takes the ring. Then he throws her aside, telling her he will return it after dealing with their pursuers. Jawul rushes in and catches Muriel just in time. As the boarding deadline arrives and the train begins to depart, Chang Xian is called out urgently by Chang Xian. He tells them to go ahead without him, promising he will catch up after finishing things here. As baked, Yawul escorts Muriel toward the train. Chang Xian remains behind alone. He mutters that they only came for the ring, but they are already too late. The ring reacts to Peter's key and unlocks, allowing him to obtain the 5th of the 7 cryptic scriptures. That moment, a violent wind sweeps through the area. It engulfs everyone and drags them into a sudden dungeon known as Tempest Hell. Forgotten starlight floods the space, and under immense spiritual pressure, weaker enemies are instantly overwhelmed. The dungeon master awakens. The divine being known as the Tempest-hating daughter reveals herself. Chang Xian receives a quest to eliminate her in order to complete the mission and lift the curse. He activates Inferno Sight and mutters that the situation is completely insane. Chang Xian thinks he is only facing a residual consciousness and wonders how terrifying the true Tempest must be. Tempest looks at him with interest, saying she is impressed a mortal is still standing, and asks if Palalad's star is what allowed him to survive. He questions whether she recognizes Palalad's star, and as he connects the clues, he realizes that if she can perceive the pitch-black darkness, she must also be aware of Mephistopheles. Tempest confirms she knows her well, describing the Palalad star as the embodiment of their knight's will and a tragic being relentlessly pursued throughout that dark age. Chang Xian remembers the cryptic words exchanged between Minerva and Gemini during their battle, hints about day and night that he failed to grasp at the time. Tempest licks her lips and admits that if she hadn't sensed the scent of Palalad's star on him, she would have already killed him. However, since he hasn't officially accepted Palalad's star as his patron, she still considers herself free to do so. Chang Xian calls forth Jin. Jin appears and immediately tells him he's lost his mind for taking on the shadow of a star. Jin observes that she emits energy similar to ghouls, adding that if he manages to consume her, he could easily climb several ranks. Tempest, enraged, calls them arrogant fools and unleashes her world-ending Tempest Whip. Cadmos bursts onto the scene, drooling, and tells Chang Xian he seems to have found a rather tasty snack. Cadmos casually opens his mouth and swallows the entire attack, as if it were nothing, raising his progress to 21.6%. He grins and says he'll reward Chang Xian for the meal. Then he gathers a massive fireball within his breath. He releases it straight toward Tempest. It instantly disintegrates half of her body. With a chilling gaze, Cadmos stares at her and remarks that she looks delicious. The divine beings begin whispering once more about Cadmos, as he bites into Tempest and begins consuming her while she's still alive. Screams of agony echo out, but Cadmos does not stop. Chang Xian watches in disbelief, realizing Cadmos is truly a dragon that devours stars. Even if Tempest is only a fragment of her true self, she is still a serious threat to him and the household, yet Cadmos treats her like nothing more than a snack. Now it makes sense why he had such a hunger for the king's artifacts, each one carrying the weight of divine histories, legends, and heroic tales. With that kind of appetite, it's no wonder the gods and stars are reacting so strongly. To them, Cadmos is a living threat to their pride and existence. Cadmos' progress surges to 26.9% as he continues devouring Tempest piece by piece. Jin approaches Chang Xian from behind and nervously asks if he has ever wronged him, promising to make it right if so. Chang Xian glances at him and says it's because he's worried Cadmos might start eyeing the household members next. Jin quickly warns him not to joke about it, and asks how he can allow his pet to devour one of them. Chang Xian reassures him with a faint smirk that he has no intention of abandoning the household after everything he has built. Meanwhile, Tempest begins fleeing in terror, screaming for Cadmos to stay away. But the baby dragon pursues her, drooling and hungrier than ever. Chang Xian wonders if Cadmos has always been this powerful, but then realizes it may come down to compatibility. Cadmos' element is pitch-black darkness, and since darkness naturally devours light, this matchup is clearly in his favor. His progress surges to 42.6% as he begins swallowing Tempest whole. Chang Xian opens his inventory and draws the Snowfield rapier. He remarks that it's a shame to use it in this way, but he needs a weapon of this caliber to properly channel pitch-black darkness. He infuses it with blood manipulation and coats it with poison. Transforming the rapier's shape, it forms the arrow of the demon of destruction. Without hesitation, he fires it straight at Tempest. The arrow strikes Tempest and shatters her remaining arm, causing her to scream in both rage and agony. She shouts at Chang Xian that she will kill him. Before she can say more, the roots wrap around her from behind, sealing her mouth shut, telling her she is not allowed to behave like that. Jin leaps into the air and cuts her in two. Chang Xian follows up with a clean strike from the evil dragon Snaggletooth, finishing Tempest off for good. A system message appears, declaring he has achieved something unbelievable and gained the starlight. Flameheart rapidly surges, reaching 69%. He receives a wave of rewards for defeating Tempest. The constellations and gods are thrown into shock. 32 of them now wish to appoint him as their apostle. He also gains the ability to combine world-ending fire with world-ending tempest. Cadmos flies around joyfully surrounded by flames. Chang Xian feels his status has greatly risen, and he now aims for emancipation and transcendence on the path to becoming a transcender. He successfully deciphers the 5th cryptic scripture of Hassan, unlocking unlocking its hidden secrets. His level reaches 50, finally qualifying him for the second-class change quest. Clenching his fist, he thinks he has waited too long to finally hear those words. Household members also level up, evolving into new forms. Second-class change quest begins. Chang Xion silently resolves that this time he will see it through methodically, whatever it takes. After unlocking the system, he understands that depending on a player's actions and results, achievements can be formed and divided into 5 categories, from myth to legend. The highest tiers, reachable only by gods and stars, and the folklore tier, meant for demigods pursuing freedom and transcendence. Folktale is the realm of superhumans striving to break human limits, while ordinary achievements belong to regular players for notable feats. He earns his first major achievement, Gaining of the Starlight, marking the start of his folktale and the official beginning of its narrative. Chang Xion explains that a folktale is a story deeply imprinted in people's minds and passed down through generations. It forms the foundation of belief systems and even the structure of the world. Those who create such stories are called heroes, and in modern terms, rancor is simply a newer name for the same role. He feels it is fortunate to have obtained one of the 4 folktale achievements, and with the world-ending Tempest in hand, conquering the 4th cryptic scripture will be easier as the instant dungeon begins to close. Baek Gyeol gasps for breath as he barely manages to get onto the train. He has almost exhausted all his magic power in the attempt to catch it. Mireille can no longer sense her goddess, and Henry Blank rushes over to her in alarm. He grabs Baek Gyeol by the robe, demanding to know what he did to her. Baek replies that he has no idea what he is talking about, but Henry's tone is clearly accusatory. He continues shouting in fury, unable to contain his anger. Shin Yunseo snaps at him, calling him a lunatic and saying that with people like him, no good deed goes unpunished. Nicholas watches from behind, silent. Nicholas notices that Jaegel Hyun Ryung is nowhere to be seen, and the 2 elders who came with him show no interest. He wonders if the rookies humiliated by Chang Xion at the party are preparing to retaliate. Blue Wolf steps in, telling Nicholas to back off, but Nicholas warns him not to interfere since he is only an outsider. At that moment, Chang Xion returns and questions what they think they are doing after he risked everything to save Mireille. Nicholas curses under his breath, realizing he should have finished things before Chang Xion returned. Now that it is confirmed he is already a rancor, he decides not to push further and instead tries to de-escalate the situation by calling it a misunderstanding. But Henry Blank has other plans, gritting his teeth as he demands to know what Chang Xion did to Mireille. He then opens the dead dragon's vault, and a massive bone dragon manifests. It merges with Henry Blank, wrapping him in powerful protective armor. Henry Blank yells that Chang Xion humiliated him earlier with a cheap trick and that he will pay for it, then charges straight at him. Nicholas shouts for him to stop, but it is too late. Chang Xion calmly throws a punch at Henry Blank's face, stopping just short of impact. The shockwave alone shatters Henry Blank's face mask. Chang Xion looks at him coldly and says he has once again called his teammates trash. Chang Xion continues to overwhelm Henry Blank, beating him down relentlessly. He lands blow after blow without giving him time to recover, leaving his face swollen and bloodied. Nicholas watches and realizes Chang Xion has become far stronger than before, and Chang Xion turns toward him, drawing his daggers. Nicholas braces for battle, thinking it is impossible for someone to grow this powerful in just 3 days. He suspects Chang Xion hid his rancor level skills all along, otherwise the monster's Crimson Heart would not be reacting so intensely. He deactivates the monster's Crimson Heart. He charges at Chang Xion, deciding to crush him no matter what, believing that even a talented rookie is still just a young team leader. Nicholas believes that if he proves Revenant is stronger than White Tiger here, and now he can end the chaos and put Ryung Hein Ryung in his place as their weapons clash. Chang Xion evades his attacks with precise movements, and finding an opening, he activates Viper Eye and 100% Bullseye, aiming to break Nicholas's core. He asks if all of Revenant's higher-ups are this pathetic. He glares at the other clan members and unleashes his tiger-like aura, warning that anyone who wants to challenge him should come forward now. Ludovico tries to calm him down, but Chang Xion scoffs, saying he watched his teammates being threatened right in front of him and is now expected to stay calm. He adds that by that logic, he could beat everyone down first and then ask them to calm down afterward. Ludovico tells him he is going too far, but Chang Xion replies that if he disagrees, he should step up himself. Ludovico realizes that if Chang Xion defeated Henry Blank and Nicholas in seconds, no one else there stands a chance. Ludovico glances at Iron Mask Griezmann, a battle-hardened demonic human who could change the tide, but he chooses not to intervene, forcing Ludovico to back down and plan to blame Revenant later. He lowers his head and apologizes on behalf of France, hoping his sincere words will end the situation here. He badly misjudges Chang Xion, the bloody ruffian, who only cracks his knuckles, grins, and says he has not even begun yet, telling Ludovico to grit his teeth. Then he strikes him hard enough to remind everyone why that nickname exists. Chang Xion proceeds to beat the remaining clan members while screams echo outside the train. Meanwhile, the queen laughs while standing amid the craters left from her battle with the Monkey King. She admits she expected the hunt to be difficult, but not to this extent. She looks at her broken masks and mutters that each one takes a year to craft, and several have already been destroyed, marking her first humiliation since her fight with the immortal king. She refuses to accept this disgrace from her target and decides she cannot abandon the assassination. She reveals her trump card, the twisted goblin mask, saying she spent 10 years creating this identity to kill the immortal king, but now to protect the foundation of Cern Aruka, she must eliminate Chang Xian. She launches into the sky at lightning speed. Back on the train, Griezmann tells Chang Xian that it is enough. He's already settled matters with those who ran their mouths, and now is not the moment for further disorder. Chang Xian looks at him and says he will guard the rear of the train, asking Griezmann to secure the front instead. Griezmann thanks him for the consideration. He then instructs the clan members to tend to the injured and continue advancing. At that moment, a flock of fire pterodactyls emerges in the sky. They are soon met by waves of attacking pterodactyls and a mass of scorched beasts, starving and charging toward the train in desperation for food. Everyone aboard quickly prepares themselves for combat. Chang Xian remarks that the monsters are trapped in the desert, constantly starving, so the train becomes like an all-you-can-eat feast to them. He climbs onto the roof of the train to assess the situation, noticing the monsters fall into a frenzy that boosts their overall power by about 10%. He concludes that for such creatures, whether they starve or die while hunting, the outcome is the same, which naturally drives them into madness. Realizing they cannot afford prolonged damage, he decides to finish the battle quickly. He releases a surge of flame-infused lightning and incinerates the monsters into ash, ending the entire wave in just moments. Elder Ta Hongak and the Skull Demon arrive, and Skull Demon remarks that everyone looks exhausted just from a short run. He boasts that in his younger days, they would fight non-stop for 3 days and nights without rest and still be fine. Yunso calls him out, pointing out he has no right to speak since he only watched from the sidelines during the entire wave. Chang Xian throws a scroll towards Skull Demon, saying it is a copy of the cryptic scripture, or at least what Maraes possessed. Skull Demon questions how he is supposed to trust it, and Chang Xian replies that he can send it to Korea and verify it later. Ta Hongak states that if it turns out to be a lie, they are free to tear him apart. Dean speaks to Chang Xian through telepathy, noting this is an effective way to shake off persistent pursuers. Chang Xian reflects that during the Tempest Hell raid he already decoded the real scripture and absorbed its power, while the one he gave away is a fake crafted by Jean and the household members. He assumes it would take White Tiger years just to begin deciphering it, yielding nothing useful. As the train approaches the first station, he notes he cannot afford more unwanted burdens chasing him. Jean then asks where the Levantine sword is located. Chang Xian replies that it lies underground at the Boiling Hell station, at the core where Surtur's main artery begins. Skull Demon asks why Chang Xian is handing over the scripture so easily, and whether that means they should simply take what they came for and leave. Chang Xian confirms that is exactly what he intends. As they arrive at the boiling station, Chang Xian tells them to take the scripture and leave immediately, saying they are becoming an eyesore. Ta Hongak reacts badly, saying it is infuriating to hear. Skull Demon begins unwrapping his bandages, asking whether Chang Xian can truly stand behind what he just said. Ta Hongak demands clarification, asking if Chang Xian really told them to leave. Chang Xian replies that not only is Tai already hard to understand, but he also seems to be losing his hearing. Ta Hongak snaps and raises his fist, preparing to strike, but Ryang appears and comments that he was hoping for a moment of rest, asking what the commotion is about and telling Goliath Demon to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ta Hongak calls Ryang a vile warrior and says this does not concern him, even if he is interested in taking Chang Xian as a disciple. Ryang admits he is interested in the boy, but says that is unrelated to the current situation. He explains he is only intervening as a fellow elder to prevent them from being humiliated by someone younger. Ta Hongak does not fully understand his meaning, so Jiggle states plainly that Chang Xian will defeat them, and adds he will not interfere if they still choose to proceed despite the warning. Skull Demon and Tai Hongak are both shocked. They cannot accept the idea of losing to a newcomer who has only been active for less than half a year, while they have decades of experience. Jiggle reminds them of the rule not to dishonor the White Tiger's name or stain the Elder's reputation. As vice leader of the Council of Elders, he will not allow such misconduct. His expression turns stern as he speaks more seriously, stating the council is like an unbreakable claw, and once a claw breaks it is discarded. They should not ignore his warning. He steps off the train and tells the L team to move with him. He adds that he hopes those two are gone by the time they return. Furious, Ta Hongak lunges toward him, but before anyone can even follow the movement, Chang Xian lands a single punch, sending Ta flying backward. He then warns Skull Demon that if he sees him again tomorrow, he will kill him as well. Curly rushes toward Ta Hongak's seemingly lifeless body. Chang Xian suddenly appears behind Curly and says he almost forgot about him, and he slaps him so hard that he He crashes into the boiling rocks, coughing up blood. He looks as though he may not survive. Henry Blank finally regains consciousness on the train. Looking around, he sees his clanmates scattered everywhere and asks the director what has happened. Mireille, still unable to feel the goddess that once resided in her ring, wonders where she has gone. Nicholas tells Henry Blank that it was the tyrant's doing and that he is unimaginably strong, admitting even he would be helpless against him. He tells him that there is something they must handle. Above them, Chang Xian stands watching the boiling terrain spread beneath his feet. He recalls a past discussion with the Emperor, who revealed that the stone desert is not truly a desert at all. In truth, the entire dungeon is Surtur's corpse, and the stone desert is merely the outer layer of his body. Chang Xian once questioned how monsters could exist in something that is essentially a corpse. The Emperor explained that Surtur, king of giants and ruler of Muspelheim, was so powerful that even in death his remains could still sustain lingering life. He further said that entering underground would be like cutting through Surtur's muscles and moving along his blood vessels. The Emperor added that this place is a vast armory of Surtur's treasures and Muspelheim's legacy, with its power concentrated in the heart, meaning one must follow the blood vessels to reach it. Back in the present, Chang Xian still finds it hard to believe such a massive entity exists even for a giant. A system message appears, announcing that the apocalyptic wind within his stigma skill has awakened. Suddenly, the daughter who despises the tempest appears behind him. She questions what he really is, saying she has been observing him since being trapped there, and cannot understand how he decoded one of the 7 scriptures of San, or how he is tied to the Palalad star. But what confuses her most is something else entirely. She asks how he carries the scent of Chang Xian Taka, leaving Chang Xian completely confused. He wonders why that name is being mentioned at this moment, and he is reminded of the moment Cadmos died. Cadmos once stood atop a dragon, his body pierced by multiple weapons. He turns back to look at Chang Xian. He tells him that from now on he will carry the name Cadmos, before collapsing to the ground. Overcome with emotion, Chang Xian cries out that he doesn't want any strange name like that. The heavily wounded Cadmos grits his teeth and calls him a foolish brat, complaining that he cannot even say thank you properly. He says he will accept it anyway and wonders why he even bothers asking to be hit. Chang Xian urges him to stop talking and conserve his strength. Cadmos lets out a weak laugh, saying that from now on Chang Xian will inherit the name Cadmos and must take responsibility for her. He asks him to protect Chang Xian Taka, describing her as proud yet fragile, before finally saying goodbye and passing away. Chang Xian Taka was the first patron Chang Xian served under in Arcadia, a star entrusted to him by the dying Cadmos. Chang Xian Taka openly hates him, blaming him for Cadmos' death. That hatred is mutual, yet despite it, she became his patron, and he inherited the name Cadmos as her apostle. Bound by Cadmos' final wish, they shared a goal of ensuring his killers would never escape justice, keeping them tied together. Even at the brink of death, Cadmos protected Chang Xian Taka's starlight from countless gods and stars that coveted it, leading to a war that engulfed Arcadia and deepened their conflicted bond. Eventually, even that fragile peace was taken away when Chang Xian Taka died in battle. Back in the present, Chang Xian considers it fortunate that the Tempest-hating daughter's voice never reached the gods, fearing that the mention of Chang Xian Taka could have caused serious trouble. He sighs and asks her how she knows that name. She replies that it would be stranger if she didn't know it, since she is her mother. She admits she hates her, even though she is her mother, because she believes her death was caused by her. Chang Xian pieces it together and realizes that Chang Xian Taka's divine name must have been Tempest. The Tempest-hating daughter says everything that happened to her is her mother's fault, leaving her trapped and suffering even after death as a kind of slave. During the divine punishment trial, she was condemned simply for being born from the radiant star, and her mother never came to save her, leading to her imprisonment within the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Since then, she has fought endless enemies drawn to her starlight, and her hatred for her mother has only deepened with every failed attempt to escape Tempest Hell. Chang Xian asks what the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan actually are. She admits she does not know either, as she awoke already imprisoned there, but is certain it is an inescapable prison that feels like an entire sealed world. Chang Xian wonders if Chang Xian Taka split her uncontrollable power into avatars known as daughters and sealed them away, corresponding to the 7 scriptures. He begins to suspect that the 7 cryptic scriptures are divine sealing artifacts created to imprison those 7 daughters. He then wonders if the Void Monarch has been gathering all 7 scriptures of Hassan in order to decode and control them. The Void Monarch once respected his strength during his time in Xiudu Shu, and after realizing Chang Xian Taka was the source of his power, he became obsessed with obtaining the starlight sealed within the scriptures to evolve himself. Chang Xian concludes that the 7 scriptures of Hassan are essentially divine seals imprisoning Chang Xian Taka's daughters. If the countless royal tiger calamities within them are fragments of her starlight, then he should have noticed the true truth much earlier. He realizes there is still much he does not understand and decides to focus on completing the 4th scripture for now. He considers returning to raid the Ghoul Den and exploring the lowest floor, suspecting that one of the 5 rulers, the betraying souls, could be one of Chang Xian Taka's daughters. He also suspects the royal tiger Calamity may act as a corrupting seal imprisoning those daughters, possibly tied directly to San. The Void Monarch has been quietly collecting Chang Xian Taka's daughters, while the other gods of Zaiwadushu remain unaware, though if Suoyang is tracking him, he may already know the full truth. Chang Xian decides to continue the plan to raid the Ghoul Den and seal Zhuoyang so he can interrogate him, but he knows he needs more power and urges Jin Dawen to proceed with the raid quickly so he can obtain Livitan. Meanwhile, Jagal looks down at the defeated Tao Hongok and remarks that he should have listened to the warning given to him and the Skull Demon. He raises his foot and crushes Tao Hongok further, muttering that perhaps he will finally start listening in the afterlife. Ryong tells Skull Demon to take the scroll Chang Xian gave him and leave, and when Skull Demon hesitates, he assures him it is genuine and nothing to worry about. Skull Demon thinks that if Ryong, the infamous strategist of the Elder Council, confirms it, then it must be true, so he agrees to withdraw. He then asks Ryong what his next move is, and Ryong replies that since this is technically a business trip, he will stay, but urges them to leave quickly as the scripture matter is urgent. He activates his logout scroll and vanishes. Ryong thinks the Skull Demon is blinded by greed and will not survive long either. He hopes Chang Xian will become the key to breaking the chains that bind them all. The L team departs with Chang Xian, while Unseo complains that the heat is unbearable. She asks Chang Xian to turn on the air conditioning, but he uses his wind ability and warns her to stop or he'll blow her away, exactly as she intended. As a result, the L team simply enjoys the refreshing cold wind created by his power. Aaron spots Henry Blank and his group nearby, notices them glancing over and remarks that those troublemakers keep staring. Yunseo tells him to ignore them, saying they aren't worth the attention. They eventually find a shop and meet its owner. Jiropgu proudly introduces himself, claiming he sells everything from 1 hones to 1,000,000,000 hones, from rotten goods to divine treasures. Uheben feels uneasy, saying his way of speaking gives her a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Jiropgu asks if they've decided what to buy. Yunseo says she wants ice cream. Jiropgu replies that it costs 10 ons and that he only accepts hones as payment, telling them to leave if they don't have any. Yunseo silently thinks she would love a bamboo spear just to teach him a lesson. Chang Xian hands Jiropgu a shopping list and tells him to prepare everything on it plus the child's request. Jiropgu, pleased by the big order, announces a total of 160 Yeruten hones. He asks how Chang Xian plans to pay, suggesting cash since the administration has been stricter lately. Chang Xian asks to put it on credit, saying he currently has no cash. Jiropgu immediately loses his temper, slamming the table in frustration. He demands if Chang Xian thinks he's a fool just because he's a goblin, threatening to blacklist him so he can't shop at future stations. Chang Xian calmly says he plans to open Raiguren, and if Jiropgu isn't interested, there's nothing stopping him from finding another shop. He then calls for Hebin to follow him. Jiropgu yells for him to stop. He then asks if it is true that Chang Xian is going to the Giant King's treasury. Chang Xian recalls the Emperor's warning that even if the first station fails and he moves to the second, there are still important opportunities. He understands he must gain favor with the shopkeepers. The Emperor explains that these shopkeepers are watchers and descendants of giants, who still honor the last king's spirit and await his return. Among the Watchers exists a legend that opening Raiguren can restore the glory of the ancient giants. Within the dungeon, seen as Surtur's remains, they guard his tomb and aim to unlock the Giant King's heart treasury deep below. Chang Xian asks the Emperor whether such a thing is truly possible. The Emperor replies honestly that it is not. Simply existing there means they are already dead, their souls long gone or erased. Like everything in the dungeon, they only repeat fragments of memory. Still, Raiguren is real, as is their belief, and cooperating with the shopkeeper's desires will make things easier. Back in the present, Chang Xian says that if credit isn't possible, there is no reason to stay any longer. Jiropgu stops him again and asks if he truly intends to open Raiguren. Chang Xian replies asking if there is another Raiguren they could be referring to. Jiropgu presses further, confirming whether he is really going after Giant King's treasury, and how he plans to reach it. Chang Xian coldly asks why he should reveal that information. Frustrated, the goblin explains that if he is going to offer credit, he needs assurance that Chang Xian will return. Chang Xian calls out to Harold, telling him to come out. Harold appears and immediately tells Chang Xian to stop calling him like that, since the place isn't even under his jurisdiction. Chang Xian replies that if it bothers him, he can simply send another administrator. Harold agrees outwardly but internally notes that Chang Xian is classified as a high-potential talent. He is among the top-tier prospects, growing at an exceptional speed despite having no backing. The 12 zodiacs are interested in him, and reports about him are in constant demand. Harold realizes that overseeing Chang Xian gives him significant influence in the administration, so he intends to stay close and not let another administrator take over. Jiropgu meets Harold and confirms that Chang Xian is officially recognized by the Administrative Bureau as a Tier 3 prospect. Jiropgu agrees to provide goods on credit and tells Chang Xian to follow him. He also instructs Hebben to remain at the shop. Chang Xian hands Hebben some ice cream. He tells her he will be gone until tomorrow, and asks her to take as many quests as possible from Jiropgu and Ernhones for future raids and plans. Henry Blank and his group watch Jiropgu leave with Chang Xian, noting they have never seen him personally guide or plore, and wondering how quests will be handled in his absence. Nicholas panics, realizing that if no quests are available while Jiropgu is away, they will be in serious trouble during the station stop. He suspects Jiropgu personally guiding Chang Xian means a major hidden quest is underway. Thinking he cannot handle it alone, he plans to intervene later, reminding himself that the dungeon belongs to France and outsiders should not control it. Meanwhile, during Jiropgu's absence, Administrator Harold temporarily takes over the shop in Boiling Hell. Harold states he holds no personal grudge, but being forced into this role while busy is still irritating, so he indirectly warns others not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Chang Xian continues downward with Jiropgu. He notices that they are being followed. Jiropgu looks back at the pursuers and remarks that there are many annoying flies around. Chang Xian tells him to ignore them and keep moving. Constellations begin to chatter in the background. Chang Xian decides there is no need to deal with the pursuers yet, since they will struggle just to survive later. He also considers that the murder queen of Surnaruka will likely try to reclaim the 5th cryptic scripture, so he plans to lure everyone into Reagaran, a hidden place even gods and stars cannot observe. They finally reach the gate leading to the Searcher's Orda. Beyond it, Chang Xian sees the boiling blood of the long-dead Surtur. He realizes that reaching those vessels will lead him straight to the heart where Reagaran lies. Surtur truly lives up to his name, as even in death his burning blood still flows. Chang Xian recalls his earlier conversation with the Emperor. The Emperor had explained that the Watchers cannot get closer, since reaching the heart requires diving into boiling blood, which blocks all access. Chang Xian asks the Emperor if he is truly confident that he can succeed. The Emperor replies that he is, saying that for someone who carries both world-ending flame and jjigae, it will feel like paradise. He adds that Chang Xian is the only one capable of obtaining levitine. The system effects activate, clearing all debuffs and curses from Chang Xian's body. Retrieves an anti-fire pearl. He swallows it down without hesitation. He activates his wings and announces that he is taking off now. Jiropgu is stunned that Chang Xian is completely unaffected by the heat and curses while watching in disbelief. He flies directly into the boiling blood of Surtur. Warning indicators flash as the anti-fire pearl effect rapidly weakens. Chang Xian begins to feel disoriented and dizzy under the pressure. System alerts urge him to evacuate the area immediately. He lands on a nearby rock and admits he thought it would be easier after gaining Tempest Wind. But it isn't. Reaching the core like this is nearly impossible, so he decides to absorb the heat instead of resisting it. He activates Soul Extortion and attempts to extract lingering thoughts from Surtur's corpse. The gap in power is too vast, and he fails on his first attempt. He then narrows his focus to only essential fragments and succeeds. At the same time, he begins absorbing the surrounding heat and the giant's blood energy. Chang Xian recalls his earlier talk with the Emperor about reaching Reagaran and Levitin's chosen master, questioning how to prove his worth, while the Emperor challenges his understanding of what a true giant is. The Emperor explains that giants are often misunderstood as warlike beings, but they are a rare transcendent race, whose stories were poorly preserved across history. He adds that Muspelheim is far greater than legend suggests, where primordial flame birthed countless wills that gradually formed into spirit-like giants over eons. Unlike monsters that evolve step by step, giants are born directly from the world's will, embodying Muspelheim itself and unable to escape its eternal flame-like nature. Their enormous forms exist because it suits combat, not necessity. The Emperor even suggests Chang Xian could become a giant, gaining traits without losing his path and forging a unique myth of his own. In the present, Chang Xian begins acquiring the traits of a giant. The mutation starts as his transformation accelerates amid commentary from the constellations. Chang Xian finally evolves, and his world-ending flame also transforms into a giant's world-ending fire. He continues evolving, gaining additional giant traits and further power surges. He realizes the Jiggy's demonic vessel and reinforced bones were only stepping stones to Surtur's true power, and now the real transformation begins as his eye glows sensing Surtur's body. He looks toward the mountains ahead. He detects the heart buried deep underground. The world around him feels distorted and expanding as he dives into the molten lava. He pushes through the lava, heading directly toward the heart. Using Viper Eye, he locates the entrance to Regaran and moves toward it. However, his body begins to overload under the strain. Resting on a nearby rock, he realizes he still needs more power, as the mutation is progressing far slower than expected. Chang Xian senses his spirit body is barely forming and pushing further could tear him apart. At this rate, he may fail to open Regaran and also fail his transcendence beyond humanity. Even with prior calculations and cryptic scriptures, his body is not evolving fast enough. His calculations were wrong. Gigantification requires more power than expected. Warning messages flash as his MP drops below 50% and mana below 30%, urging immediate retreat. Despite the worsening pain, Chang Xian stands his ground, aware he is approaching a critical danger point. The mutation halts and his outer body begins to warp. He calls for Cadmos, realizing the overload comes from excessive shedding. Splitting the process into two stages using pitch-black darkness might work. Cadmos stands on his head as Chang Xian admits this is a true all-or-nothing gamble. He formulates a survival plan, while recalling Mephistopheles' Flameheart trial. Completing it could generate unlimited pitch-black darkness and boost stamina, though failure means death. Instead of using Flameheart as support, he decides to make it his core, replacing his heart and rerouting Surtur's blood into it, while restructuring his mana circuit to fully master giant traits and pitch-black darkness. Meanwhile, the Tempest-hating girl opens her eyes, questioning if he is truly an ordinary human. Few aim to become giants, yet he defies logic and pursues something far beyond reason. She senses a man driven by extreme determination, willing to sacrifice everything for his goal without hesitation, even if it costs him everything. He reminds her of her mother, and she assumes he would discard her once useless, prompting her to head toward Mirail instead. She deploys Tempest threads in an attempt to track her location. Meanwhile, Chang Xian completes the first stage of shedding. His entire outer skin peels away, revealing exposed muscle and flesh beneath. He undergoes full structural transformation and becomes a giant. With Flameheart completed, the brutal heart forms and pitch-black darkness merges into his mana, though he senses it is still not enough. Stability has not been achieved yet. A second shedding stage is required. He pushes forward using the momentum gained. Cadmos blesses him with a surge of blood haze, encouraging him onward. He undergoes a second mutation and completes the skin-level transformation. The first shedding reshapes his bones and the second reshapes his skin. This rebirth elevates him into a completely new existence. He finally becomes qualified to enter the gate of Regaran. He steps inside and encounters several giants. One giant looks down and demands answers, asking if he is the successor of their fallen king. The giant senses his human soul but also the lingering essence of their late king, which is why he was allowed entry despite suspicion. Chang Xian declares firmly that he is Chang Xian, here to challenge them and claim Levitain. The giant acknowledges him but says he will test whether he can truly back up his claim. He orders the other giants to clear the path. He tells Chang Xian that their fortress lies at the end of this road. If he retrieves Levitain, they will accept him as kin, a brother of blood and rightful successor to the king. Chang Xian reflects that he must earn recognition from Muspelheim's shadows and prove himself worthy of kingship. He arrives at the gate and meets the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper remarks that merely entering this space usually terrifies most people, and the previous challenger was no exception. Chang Xian asks whether someone arrived ahead of him. The gatekeeper confirms that yes, they are already near the 30th fortress. Chang Xian considers that even with full preparation, the heat of Surtur's blood made the journey extremely difficult. He wonders if another powerful entity entered with that person, or if a different player from another civilization used a separate gate. He knows he must hurry, or he will lose his chance at Ragaran. The gatekeeper explains the match rules and states that under normal conditions, he has no chance against their warriors. Therefore, they will proceed with a significant handicap in place. Chang Xian senses the gatekeeper is underestimating him, but sees no reason to refuse the handicap, especially after his recent power growth. The gatekeeper explains victory requires defeating the guardians, gaining their acknowledgement, or opening the passage to the next fortress. With that, he opens the gate and wishes Chang Xian luck. Chang Xian enters and is met by his first opponent, Gustav. They exchange introductions and prepare for battle. Gustav remarks that Chang Xian has an unusual name and hopes his abilities are just as distinctive. Gustav claims true warriors rely on strong physiques, while Chang Xian looks fragile enough to break with a single blow. Gustav declares declares he will only use his right hand as a test, saying Chang Xian must force him to use his left or move him from his position to win. Before Gustav can finish speaking, Chang Xian launches an attack. Gustav criticizes the move as rude but responds immediately. Chang Xian explains he intended it as a real combat test rather than a formal exchange. Gustav accepts this logic, stating that defeat is defeat regardless of method, and decides to fight seriously. Still, his pride prevents him from going all out against someone he sees as weak, and the clash intensifies. During the fight, Chang Xian recalls Oro once asking about giant weaknesses. Oro admitted giants have no real weaknesses, only a simple-minded nature that can be exploited. Oro also said that as a former abominable god, Chang Xian would likely earn recognition easily among Muspelheim giants. Back in the present, Gustav admits that despite having a human soul, Chang Xian has impressive combat experience and asks how he developed it. Chang Xian tells him to figure it out by defeating him. He realizes Oro was right and has clearly caught Gustav's interest, though the real challenge is overcoming Gustav's overwhelming strength. Gustav asks if Chang Xian is provoking him, admitting that the more they fight, the more intrigued he becomes. A system message informs Chang Xian that he has gained the first gatekeeper's favor. As the battle continues, he realizes his giant awakening is completing and his hellfire control is improving. However, despite gaining giant power, mastering hellfire remains difficult due to its overwhelming force and instability, especially after fusion with pitch-black darkness. He struggles to stabilize hellfire into a blade-enhancing aura, as it resists cohesion. The instability likely stems from its growth after 2 sheddings and its fusion with darkness. He believes maintaining control could help him surpass its limits. Using Viper Eyes, he studies Gustav's movements for insight, but finds no clear solution. Gustav pauses and remarks that Chang Xian appears to be struggling with the flames. He laughs, saying Muspelheim flames are notoriously difficult to control even for giants, and offers to teach him. Chang Xian asks if that is really acceptable. Gustav agrees, noting that even if he teaches him, Chang Xian won't easily replicate it, because everything ultimately depends on physical strength. No matter how fierce the flames are, they ultimately submit to powerful muscles. Chang Xian thinks that if he keeps listening, he might end up turning into muscle logic himself. Suddenly he has an idea. Instead of forcing control, he should try containing hellfire. Since hellfire naturally expands and explodes, direct control may be the wrong approach, especially when mixed with unpredictable pitch-black darkness. Deciding he needs guidance, he closes his eyes and connects to his subconscious realm. He meets Palalad Gaze and asks for instruction, saying it would be embarrassing if the great demon's disciple were defeated by a giant. Mephistopheles suddenly appears, calling him troublesome. He complains that Chang Xian keeps seeking him out over trivial matters. Chang Xian feels the face looks familiar. He then recalls Chayayan. Mephistopheles snaps his fingers. Instantly, he cuts off all observation from gods, stars, and the administrative bureau. Chang Xian is shocked that he has completely severed divine and administrative surveillance. He senses an overwhelming otherworldly pressure and realizes that his full giant awakening may be amplifying his perception. Chang Xian respectfully calls him master, saying it is better to disturb him than to become an unworthy disciple. Mephistopheles says that if Chang Xian could not handle the power, he would have discarded him, but he has improved faster than expected and is worth keeping. He tells Chang Xian to pay close attention, as he will not repeat himself. Chang Xian feels reluctant about the whole master-disciple dynamic, but is slightly annoyed that Mephistopheles ignored the master address. Mephistopheles explains that pitch-black darkness consumes everything and reduces it to nothingness. Nothingness existed before time itself. Even Mephistopheles cannot forcefully contain pitch-black darkness with raw will, so Chang Xian has no chance of doing so. He continues, explaining that pitch-black darkness naturally seeks to return to its origin, either the past or the beginning of time itself, and asks how one could trap something that flows against the direction of a wheel. Chang Xian realizes this uncontrollable nature resembles hellfire. He recalls the time they reversed a temporal loop in the underworld to return to Earth. Seeing the similarity in nature, Mephistopheles says it is not something to control but to guide, and that demonstration is better than explanation. Chang Xian looks back and sees Gustav completely frozen in place. He realizes the entire loop of movement has stopped. Space, time, and the surrounding world are completely frozen under Mephistopheles' influence. He understands that Mephistopheles didn't just block divine observation, but froze the entire temporal loop so nothing outside could perceive it, a level of power beyond even top-tier stars and zodiac beings. Mephistopheles' true capability far exceeds Chang Xian's expectations. Mephistopheles demonstrates the nature of pitch-black darkness by dissolving Gustav into a drifting black mist. A black hole suddenly opens where Gustav once stood. Chang Xian drifts into thought, realizing it is a pure void, the empty expanse beyond the universe itself. Wonders if pitch-black darkness represents the power to call forth oblivion and apocalypse. What he once pursued as possibility now feels almost absurdly overwhelming. Gustav suddenly reappears. Mephistopheles explains that even if he went berserk, he couldn't replicate what was shown, since Changxian witnessed it. He may now learn to control it by extracting its movement as the first step in mastering the brutal heart. Then Mephistopheles vanishes. Changxian comes to understand that what he truly needs is proper cultivation of pitch-black darkness. Because the brutal heart is shared with Cadmos, pitch-black darkness will naturally flow under its influence. Rather than forcing control, he must guide it like hellfire, shaping its direction since it cannot be contained. Constellations begin whispering among themselves, intrigued by his interaction with the great demon. Suddenly, Changxian draws his spear and he concentrates all his mental energy into the blade, realizing he had failed to treat hellfire as anything more than a tool before. Now that he understands hellfire as part of his own body, like a colossal flame-born being of Muspelheim, it will naturally obey his will. His aura spear is completed as he unleashes a spiraling force. Gustav is startled to see him twist the attack into a spiral and layer Sarmatia on top of it. Changxian smirks and tells Gustav he made a mistake by revealing Sarmatia to him. He presses forward, forcing Gustav back and driving him into a position where he must use both hands. In the end, Gustav is defeated and accepts his loss. He thinks that with such growth and skill progression, Changxian might truly become the answer to prayers they never voiced aloud. Meanwhile, Henry Blanc, Victor, Mirail, and others arrive at the gate Changxian entered through the blood vessel, wondering if he truly passed there and searching for another path. At the same time, Nicholas falls into thought, realizing that a newcomer like Changxian, not even a year into the player world, is already displaying high ranker level skill, suggesting hidden secrets others do not know. He recalls that Griezmann has been missing since they arrived at the station and suspects both he and Changxian may be demonic humans, disappearing simultaneously as if coordinated. Nicholas wonders if they are meeting beyond the river of fire, possibly plotting something dangerous. Suddenly, Mirail feels an unusual sensation and moves toward the gate. She connects with Tempest's threads, hearing her desperate plea for help. Strange aura begins to radiate from Mirail. Lepargu watches from the corner, sensing that something significant is about to unfold. Normally, other station shopkeepers would have expelled them immediately, but he remains unconcerned. Having observed Changxian connecting to Rai Gurin through an eye cast into the river of fire to view Surtur's heart, he considers calling a shopkeeper meeting. If Changxian succeeds in fully opening Reguren and becomes Surtur's successor, it may clear a paved path for him. Meanwhile, Changxian continues pushing forward, clearing gatekeeper after gatekeeper. Each victory grants him unique rewards. At the 20th gatekeeper, Hateris asks him to rest, as the gatekeepers respect him as a warrior and wish to face him at full strength. Changxian refuses, saying he cannot afford to stop now and will continue onward. He strikes Hateris, who calls him arrogant for fighting without rest. Changxian asks what ecstasy means, saying he does not want to lose that feeling, while Hateris becomes more determined by his resolve. Changxian smirks, thinking that when caught in the thrill of breaking through limits, he cannot afford to lose focus. He passes through the 30th gate and arrives at 31st gate, where Griezmann is waiting. Griezmann remarks that he never expected to meet him in a place like this. Changxian senses the dense, ominous black aura around Griezmann, filled with demonic power, and realizes his true identity is that of a top-tier demonic being. Among non-humans and heretics, he stands as a demon king and the first sorcerer of Samaria bearing a divine name. Griezmann says the raid is not yet complete and he does not wish to reveal himself fully. He asks the gatekeeper whether he should eliminate Changxian for having seen him. However, the gatekeeper refuses and addresses the challenger by his true name, Simon Magus, stating he has passed the 31st trial and must proceed to the 32nd or choose exile and retry later. Simon responds that the gatekeeper has no authority to speak after being defeated by him. He admits he has no choice and tells Changxian they will speak again later. Changxian reflects that he expected to meet him someday, just not like this, and wonders if Griezmann is also after Ragaran. Suddenly, the gatekeeper launches an attack toward Changxian. He quickly refocuses himself, preparing for combat. He clears the 31st gate and enters the 32nd. There he encounters Magnus again, who asks him to wait a moment. Changxian asks what he wants. Magnus says he has something to discuss, first asking whether Changxian is targeting Reguran's core and Levitine. Changxian asks if Magnus himself is not also after Leviton. Magnus replies that he is not after it. Instead, his true goal is a set of 15 verses. More specifically, he seeks the human skin parchment containing those verses. He explains these are treasures he has searched for across the world for thousands of years, offering Changxian access to other rewards if he surrenders the verses, and proposes a deal. Magnus reveals that Raegaran has 36 fortresses, but a hidden 37th chamber exists in the core where unknown treasures lie, even forgotten by past Muspelheim rulers, suggesting they cooperate to reach it. Chang Xian considers that even Thanatos was unaware of such a room, meaning whatever lies inside must be extraordinary. However, Magnus's identity as a demon king-level black mage makes his intentions difficult to trust. Though wary of involving himself with Magnus, Chang Xian is intrigued and demands full details of the verses before agreeing to any partnership. Magnus warns that once he reveals everything, Chang Xian will have no choice but to cooperate, and threatens that even divine identity will not protect him from death if he refuses. Magnus then begins explaining, asking if Chang Xian has heard of Besla, the first and last giant king. At the mention of Besla, the Peter's key from Besla's tomb trembles, and Chang Xian senses a hidden connection. Chang Xian admits he does not recognize the deity Besla, leaving Magnus visibly shocked. She questions whether Chang Xian truly arrived here without ever hearing about Besla. Chang Xian confirms he doesn't know, but adds that since Magnus calls Besla the first and last king of giants, she must be far beyond an ordinary deity, and he asks for more information. Magnus explains that Besla is the god above gods and king among kings, who once ruled Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim before they separated, making her one of the rare beings to hold the title of King of Gods. Magnus reveals that he is searching for the remaining verses of a poem that contain her lingering power. He explains that at the dawn of creation, a few shattered fragments split off and became worlds. Muspelheim, the realm of fire giants, Jotunheim, the land of frost giants, and Niflheim, where monsters and giants are deeply intertwined. These three realms were incomplete and attempted to unify by forcibly merging with other worlds and civilizations, clashing repeatedly until they ultimately came together under Besla's rule. Even so, no god is truly eternal. After Besla's death, the three worlds rapidly declined and were pushed to the edges of the universe to survive. Only Niflheim managed to recover somewhat, while Muspelheim now faces an apocalypse similar to the current one, and Jotunheim has become a lost, untraceable realm. Their rise and fall reflects Besla's fate, and rumors say Even's early magic was inherited from her. Chang Xian recalls his time with Cadmos and realizes that the rune magic he learned from Odin, the chief god of Asgard, ultimately traces back to Besla. Magnus continues, saying Besla was the only god-king who unified the giants, and that he seeks the verses containing her remaining power, adding that this is all the information he will give. Chang Xian concludes that Magnus must be confident in killing him after revealing so much, and remembers Magnus mentioning his fear that the Apostle Peter, though dead, might return like his master, along with old grudges against other beings. Chang Xian understands Magnus's goal is to use Besla's verses to escape those threats and ascend toward complete divinity, noting the connection between Peter's key and Besla's tomb as more than coincidence. Chang Xian acknowledges Magnus' goal, but asks why he specifically needs him. Magnus replies that this is his 24th attempt, and each time he has been stopped by two obstacles: a half-blood who has not awakened as a giant, and the final guardian, the three-headed Shinmora. He claims he understands her better than anyone and already has a strategy to defeat her. After speaking, Magnus laughs when Chang Xian asks how he reached this place, since only one path leads from the first station to Raegaran. Magnus casually admits that he simply used a portal. They form a party and rush toward the final gate, where Shinmora awaits. She recognizes one familiar face and one unfamiliar one. Before the trial begins, she declares that she will foresee the challenger's fate. Chang Xian recalls the Emperor's warning to avoid drawing Shinmora's attention. Shinmora finds it strange that she cannot see Chang Xian's fate and asks if he realizes he has died multiple times. Chang Xian reflects on Shinmora's three faces, each perceiving a different timeline: past, present, and future. He understands that all souls cycle through reincarnation and accumulate karma. Those who break free from that cycle gain fragments of divinity or immortality. He wonders if she is seeing a past life, since his current fate is unreadable. Magnus launches his attack on Shinmora, shouting that he will repay every humiliation he has endured. Chang Xian concludes that he must disable her right face to prevent her from seeing the future. Magnus activates a demonic domain, but Shinmora calmly states that his defeat has already been decided and his efforts are meaningless. Magnus glances at Chang Xian and admits he once believed Chang Xian was not yet a true giant, but now realizes he has fully become one. Chang Xian transforms into a giant engulfed in flame. His title shifts from Jiggy's demonic vessel to Jiggy's giant vessel.